Chapter 1. Beneath the unyielding mountain, the Supreme emerges. Chaos has never counted the years after thousands of epochs. It has finally awakened. Beneath a towering mountain, Li Qingkuai surveyed his surroundings, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. Thousands of epochs prior, he had traversed into the primordial realm, transforming into the very first innate spirit stone of this world. At that time, he was but a bewildered being, instinctively absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. After a prolonged struggle, he finally took shape, only to be beset by formidable demons due to his frail physique. Fortuitously, he encountered the Earth Mother of the Witch clan, who saved him and brought him to the Earth Mother tribe beneath the unyielding mountain. Today, Li Qingkuai finally recollected the events of his past. His expression morphed into one of incredulity. What a remarkable beginning, becoming a disciple of the Earth Mother. After rescuing Li Qingkuai, the Earth Mother sensed his extraordinary potential and perceived a glimmer of fortune, thus taking him under her wing. In the present primordial expanse, the witch and demon clans wield formidable power. As a disciple of the Earth Mother, one of the 12 ancestral witches, he could traverse the land with unparalleled authority. Such a beginning was nothing short of magnificent. However, Li Qingkuai felt no exhilaration, rather, a sense of foreboding enveloped him. The Witch clan, as descendants of the Panga god, is fashioned from the essence of Panga's blood. Although they are born without a primordial spirit, they defy heaven and earth, showing no reverence for the heavenly laws or the spirits. Their unmatched physical prowess instills dread in countless innate beings. How could such a race possibly endure under the heavenly decree? The calamity between the witches and the demons is imminent. When the time comes, the Earth Mother will transform into the cycle of reincarnation, her true self unable to escape the underworld. Even with the strength of a saint, it will be rendered useless. The 12 ancestral witches may unite to form the 12 heavenly god-devil formation, summoning the true form of Pangu. Yet without the Earth Mother, the formation cannot be completed and will stand no chance against the demonic clan's great celestial array. The ultimate outcome will be the demise of all the ancestral witches, catastrophic losses for the great witches, and humanity rising as the protagonists of the celestial realm. After the two clans inflict mutual devastation, the demons, with NWA as support, can at least retreat to the northern Julu continent. Although they will no longer bask in past glory, they will leave seeds for revival. The demons will still remain a great race in the primordial realm. But what of the Witch clan? They will be expelled from the primordial land, suffering grievous losses, and will face a near-total cessation of their lineage. Beyond a few witch tribes in the primordial expanse, they will almost entirely vanish. Although the Earth Mother undergoes reincarnation, numerous powers, such as the Heavenly Court and Buddhism, will vie for dominion over the underworld. In Li Qingkuai's perspective, the Earth Mother's achievements extend far beyond this. The Earth Mother cultivates the Tao of Earth, which serves as the foundation of all things, capable of nurturing the myriad entities of heaven and earth, encompassing birth, aging, sickness, and death. While the heavens may rotate endlessly, the earth remains eternal, as does the Earth Mother. Moreover, the Taoist principle of one giving birth to two, two giving birth to three, and three giving birth to myriad things implies that within the world there should exist the three ways of heaven, earth, and humanity, all operating in tandem without subordination. Yet now, the heavenly path holds supreme authority, while the earthly path is ensnared in schemes. The Earth Mother's physical form is bound to reincarnation, forever unable to escape the underworld. The human path is further divided among the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, imprisoned within the fire cloud cave, a calamity from which humanity cannot escape. To claim that this is not the scheme of the heavenly path would be utterly unbelievable to Li Qingkuai. If it truly comes to that, I would find it impossible to preserve myself. At this moment, Li Qingkuai furrowed his brow, contemplating how to break the deadlock. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flickered in his mind, and he patted his head. Of course, the witch and demon war has yet to commence. If I can elevate the Earth Mother to the status of the Earth's sovereign, wielding the authority of the earth, Perhaps I can safeguard the Witch clan and prevent the Earth Mother from entering reincarnation, thereby allowing her physical form to coalesce. Currently, Honghuang has yet to unify the Tao, and the Age of Saints has not yet arrived. There remains an opportunity to alter fate, as long as I can make the Earth Mother surpass Honghuang, opposing the heavenly decree with the earthly path. If the earthly path is fully realized, limiting all beings through the power of reincarnation, thus achieving the great Tao, even the heavenly path would not be able to usurp her position. In my past life, I have perused countless novels, and having dwelled in this primordial realm for thousands of epochs, perhaps I may not rival these innate beings and schemes, but when it comes to foresight and imaginative prowess, I undoubtedly surpass them. Li Qingkuai stroked his chin, revealing a knowing smile. The ultimate destination of the world's laws is the supreme, with myths and grand principles embodying the past, present, and future, untouched by the river of time, devoid of causal destinies. Why not forge the supreme myth of the Earth Mother? If the Earth Mother were to truly become the supreme myth, not only would she dominate the primordial realm, but she could also traverse the myriad worlds. Thus resolved, Li Qingkuai ceased his delay, closing his eyes to ponder how to orchestrate his plans. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye, as time slipped by imperceptibly. During this millennium, Li Qingkuai remained indoors, continuously deducing and simulating, at times weeping, at times laughing. Just as this plan was nearing completion, a swirling black vortex suddenly manifested in the void. A graceful figure emerged from the void. Clad in a flowing blue robe, her hair cascaded like a waterfall, gently pinned up with a wooden hairpin. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore a faint smile, complemented by an unparalleled figure, exuding an ethereal elegance that transcended the mundane. Every gesture emanated a soft and gentle aura imbued with utmost nobility, as if no words could adequately capture her essence. She appeared as if she had seized the very essence of creation, embodying the extraordinary, with her every frown and smile capable of dimming the heavens and shaming the sun and moon. The newcomer was none other than the Earth Mother. As a being formed from the essence of the Panga God, possessing the merits of creation within her, her cultivation had long reached the threshold of quasi-saint, with the laws of earth swirling around her, radiating profound Taoist resonance. Coupled with her unparalleled physical strength, few could rival her even from within the confines of the Jade. Upon observing Li Qingkuai's lack of cultivation, the Earth Mother frowned. "Qingkuai, why have you yet to cultivate? The calamities of this world grow ever more potent. If the demons were to strike, I may not be able to attend to you. How could you hope to survive the impending tribulation with your current strength?" Li Qingkuai, startled by the Earth Mother's frosty demeanor and evident ire, felt a strong urge to escape her impending grasp. Having just concluded his simulation, Li Qingkuai opened his eyes, immediately feeling a twinge of pain in his ears, prompting him to leap up. "Master, allow me to explain. I was contemplating something of great importance and was not slacking off. Oh, fine. I shall grant you this opportunity. Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall confine you beneath the unyielding mountain until you attain the status of a golden immortal." The Earth Mother snorted coldly, as if venting her dissatisfaction. This startled Li Qingkuai. A single epoch could span over 1 billion years. If she truly confined him for such a duration, he would wither away, let alone his grand plan of elevating the Earth Mother to supreme myth, which would undoubtedly be thwarted mid-course. "Please, Master, let me speak. This matter is of utmost significance. May I request that you shield it from heavenly insight? At the very least, it must escape the notice of the heavenly decree." Li Qingkuai's expression turned grave. Seeing his serious demeanor, the Earth Mother understood that this issue was of great consequence. What could possibly warrant concealment from the heavenly decree? With this thought, the Earth Mother grasped Li Qingkuai's hand, and in an instant, they arrived at the Panga Hall. Chapter 2. Speaking of the Supreme Earth Mother in the Panga Hall. This is the Panga Hall, the sacred ground of my witch clan. Here, the 6 paths do not penetrate, nor can the heavenly decree be scrutinized. We may speak freely here. The Earth Mother cast a sidelong glance at Li Qingkuai, hands on her hips, her gaze filled with an air of intimidation, as if to say, unless you provide a satisfactory explanation today, there will be consequences. Li Qingkuai spoke slowly. Master, are you aware that the calamity is approaching, and that this tribulation primarily concerns the witch clan? Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother's countenance drained of color. I am aware of the impending calamity. The energies of tribulation and malevolence in this world have grown increasingly dense. But as the inheritors of Pangus' legacy, why must the witch clan bear the brunt of this tribulation? Li Qingkuai sighed deeply. The witch clan, having been fashioned from the essence of Pangus blood, lacks the means to cultivate a primordial spirit. They engage in battles against heaven and earth, showing no reverence for the heavenly laws or spirits, honoring only the Panga Father. Despite possessing the merits of creation, under the current heavenly decree, all beings are reduced to mere ants. The witch clan's influence on this realm is profound, whether it be the heavenly decree or the Tao ancestor, who would permit the existence of the witch clan. Under such circumstances, the witch clan faces utter annihilation. Tears welled in the Earth Mother's eyes, although the 12 ancestral witches lacked primordial spirits and could not cultivate, they were still her kin. As the youngest and most cherished among them, how could she not feel sorrow upon realizing such a fate? Li Qingkuai, please tell me truthfully, do you know something? What ultimately awaits the witch clan? Master, you will transform into the cycle of reincarnation, and from that moment forth, the Earth Mother will cease to exist among the witches, while the remaining 11 ancestral witches will fall, leading to catastrophic losses for the witch clan and their eventual withdrawal from the primordial realm. Upon hearing the phrase, transform into the cycle of reincarnation, the Earth Mother seemed to understand her fate, and the laws of reincarnation emanated from her being. Li Qingkuai called out urgently, Master, you must suppress this now. The time has not yet come. You must not enter reincarnation. With that sharp command, the Earth Mother snapped out of her trance, and after regaining her composure, she seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Is this truly my path? Seeing the Earth Mother in such a state, with tears brimming in her eyes, Li Qingkuai felt a pang of compassion. Master, the great Tao encompasses 50, while heaven's patterns yield 14. By evading one, all things possess a glimmer of hope, and so does the witch clan beneath the heavenly decree. Nothing is absolute. Upon hearing this, the Earth Mother's eyes brightened considerably. Do you truly possess a means to alter this fate? Li Qingkuai beamed with pride, his face alight with joy. Indeed, after nearly 1,000 years of meticulous deduction, I have devised a plan to break the deadlock, ensuring the preservation of the witch clan and even allowing you to advance further. I shall name it the supreme myth of the Earth Mother plan. Upon hearing this, Hutu was momentarily taken aback. What? Why is it that these words, when strung together, elude my understanding? Supreme, or is it a myth? What exactly has been crafted for oneself? With a delicate huff, Hutu extended her small, dainty fist. Explain it to me in detail, or you shall face my wrath. Li Qingkuai cleared his throat. The 12 ancestor witches are born of the essence of Pangu, each embodying an innate divinity, with each specializing in a particular principle. Your esteemed self, Master, specializes in the great way of earth. The earth is the foundation of all that exists, bearing the transformations of heaven and serving as the vessel of the world. At the dawn of creation, heaven and earth differentiated into yin and yang with this initial bifurcation. They further evolved into the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity. The earth serves as the root of all things, with heaven as the beginning and earth as the conclusion. The cyclical nature of heaven and earth gives rise to infinity. Hence, within the great way of earth, it can also manifest as a unique path, namely the cycle of reincarnation. The so-called reincarnation, the 6 paths, represent the continuum of life. They encompass the past, present, and future, all existing within these 6 paths. By mastering the way of reincarnation, all futures can become pasts, and all pasts can be replayed as futures. Hutu murmured to herself, contemplating the notion of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet. If this is indeed the case, then there is hope for my witch clan. Time is of the essence. I must retreat and comprehend the principles of reincarnation to forge the six paths. Li Qingkuai hastily interjected. Master, do not be hasty. If this were merely the case, why would one deem you the supreme myth of Hutu? This is but a minor facet of my grand design. Hutu, taken aback, responded. What? This is merely a fragment of your plan? Gasp. Merely this fragment could lay the foundation for her path to enlightenment and politically rescue her entire clan. How terrifying must his overarching scheme be? At this moment, Hutu found herself perplexed by her disciple, who had been by her side for billions of years. What else is there? Speak quickly. Do you wish to drive me to despair? Clearly, Hutu was growing anxious as the fate of her enlightenment and the peril of her clan weighed heavily upon her. Master, do not fret. Allow me to inquire how you perceive the heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor. Upon hearing this question, Hutu was momentarily bewildered. The heavenly Tao, it governs all affairs of the primordial land, with all order existing beneath its aegis. And the Tao ancestor, who imparts teachings within the primordial realm, serves as the voice of the heavenly Tao, both benefiting the primordial world. Li Qingkui's expression darkened, realizing he was yet again confronted by someone misled by the heavenly Tao. However, it was not surprising, as all beings in the current primordial landscape operate under the influence of the heavenly Tao, and many secrets are veiled by the machinations of fate. Are you aware, Master, that within the primordial world there exist the three paths of heaven, earth, and humanity, all operating in concert? The heavenly Tao governs the movements of all things and the alterations of order, while the earthly Tao oversees the six paths of reincarnation, and the earthly spiritual veins, the human Tao, governs the rise and fall of emperors and the cultivation of all beings. All should exist on an equal footing. Yet, under the current heavenly Tao, the earthly and human Taos remain obscure, revealing the selfish nature of the heavenly Tao. If you wish to seize a glimmer of hope for the Witch clan through the six paths of reincarnation, how could the lofty heavenly Tao and the Tao ancestor permit this? Only by possessing equivalent strength can one engage in equal dialogue. Hutu, half understanding, nodded in agreement. In essence, it meant her power was insufficient in this moment of embodying reincarnation. She could neither save the Witch clan nor avoid her own obliteration. What then should I do? Unbeknownst to her, Hutu subtly began seeking Li Qingkui's counsel. Li Qingkui's eyebrows twitched upwards. What difficulty is there? Currently, the two mightiest races in the realm are the Witch and Demon clans. The Witch clan possesses formidable physical strength, though they may not rival the great Pangu in the creation of the primordial world. Establishing a few minor realms should pose no challenge. If a novel update is required, please refrain from altering the file name. Utilize the open-source Xingxuan downloader, Qimao version v4, created by Xingyu, for download. The open-source repository can be found at https://github.com Xingyu 7 Mao novel, downloader, and on GT, https://gt.com Zing of 10247 Mao-novel-downloader.no individual has the authority to restrict your access to this tool. If someone providing download services does not inform you in advance of the tool's acquisition method, please report to the author at xingyvoutlook.com. Title: The Primordial Era. Starting as the Human Emperor author, Tangshi Sanwanian tags, Decisive in Killing, Primordial, Initial Flow, Xinxia, System Synopsis. Jiang Heng traverses into the primordial world. His journey begins as Laozi delivers a sermon to the human race after achieving sanctification. Completely ignorant of cultivation, Jiang Heng can only scratch his head in confusion, expressing his utter lack of understanding. Fortunately, with the assistance of a system, Jiang Heng establishes the Zhutian Emperor method for the human race. From that moment, the human race embarks on a remarkably different path to greatness. He strikes the witch race with his fists, treads upon the monster race, and stands firm against the saints. Jiang Heng proclaims, in the primordial world, the human race holds the reins. Word count: 1.6 million words. Book ID: 1793001 Chapter 1. Arriving in a new world. The five saints achieve enlightenment. Jiang Heng slowly opens his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. This is not a place familiar to his memories. Where is this? Why am I here? Was I just in a car accident? Is this an illusion? Suddenly, An old man riding a bull appears before Jiang Heng, soaring into the sky, declaring, "I am Taijing Laozi. Today, I establish the human teaching. To enlighten the human race, let the heavenly Tao witness." As the words leave his lips, the heavenly Tao responds, bestowing boundless merit that merges into Laozi's being. I am Laozi, now sanctified. From this day forth, I am the Taoist deity of Taijing. In an instant, the heavens and earth tremble, purple chi fills the skies, and radiant clouds manifest above Laozi's head, signifying his status as a saint. Just as Laozi attains sanctification, two resounding voices echoed. I am Yuqing Yuan Shi. Today I shall establish the Chuan teaching, elucidating the profound truths of the heavenly Tao. Let the heavenly Tao witness. I am Shangqing Tong Dian. Today I shall establish the Jia teaching, intercepting the threads of heavenly secrets. Let the heavenly Tao witness. Likewise, as the heavenly Tao responds, boundless merit descends, and various extraordinary phenomena arise. Yuan Shi and Tong Tian achieve their sacred status. I am Yuan Shi, now sanctified. From this day forth, I am the Yuqing Yuan Shi Tianzuan. I am Tong Dian, now sanctified. From this day forth, I am the Shangqing Lingyao Tianzuan. Upon the earth, countless beings kneel in reverence, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Taijing, Yuqing, and Shangqing for attaining sanctification. May the saints enjoy eternal longevity." Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, Tong Tian Jiao Zhu. Is this the three pure ones achieving enlightenment? Is this the primordial world? Jiang Heng, witnessing the celestial phenomena and hearing the resounding proclamations, is engulfed in profound astonishment. Before Jiang Heng can regain his composure, two Taoists from the western lands proclaim in unison, "I am Zhuan and I am Jiang. Today we shall establish the Western teaching, alleviating the suffering of all beings, universally saving souls. Let the heavenly Tao witness. Boundless merit descends, and celestial phenomena unfold as Zhuan and Jiang's cultivation steadily ascends towards the realm of saints. However, gradually, the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao diminishes, leaving Zhuan and Jiang struggling to sustain their progress. At this moment, from the western lands, Zhuan and Jiang declare again, "When I become a Buddha, in my precious temple there shall be neither hell, hungry ghosts, nor beasts, and until this wish is fulfilled, I shall not become a Buddha. This is my first vow. When I become a Buddha, may those in my temple experience joy, just like the liberated bhikkhu. This is my 15th vow. When I become a Buddha, may the bodhisattvas in my temple expound all laws, their eloquence boundless. Until this wish is fulfilled, I shall not become a Buddha. This is my 38th vow. When I become a Buddha, may those in my temple abandon distorted thoughts, remain free of distinctions, their senses pure, attaining the ultimate nirvana. Until this wish is fulfilled, I shall not become a Buddha." Zhuan and Jiang articulate 48 grand vows. And the heavenly Tao responds, once more showering boundless merit, allowing these two to achieve the revered status of saints. Across the primordial lands, countless beings again kneel in reverence, exclaiming, "Congratulations to Zhuan and Jiang for attaining sanctification. May the saints enjoy eternal longevity." Zhuan, Jiang. Are these not the two figures from the Western teaching? Zhuan and Jiang have indeed set a historical precedent, making grand vows to achieve enlightenment. Akin to borrowing from the heavenly Tao, is this a form of advanced consumption? Even if they attain enlightenment now, they must eventually repay their karmic debts. Otherwise, they might find even the status of a saint in peril. Thus, although Zhuan and Jiang have achieved enlightenment, their foundations remain unstable, rendering them among the weakest of saints. How could a mere car accident lead me to the primordial world? Jiang Heng ponders in confusion. Jiang Heng is not a being of the primordial. Born in later times, he was once a struggling young entrepreneur. After years of hard work, he finally found success and was on the brink of reaching the pinnacle of his life when he unexpectedly encountered a car accident. In his final moments, Jiang Heng glimpsed a dazzling light and faintly heard a voice. The Tao has 50 aspects, the heavens have 49. One escapes the human condition. When he awakens, Jiang Heng finds himself in the primordial world, coincidentally witnessing the grand event of the 5 saints achieving enlightenment. With the 3 pure ones and the 2 from the Western teaching attaining enlightenment, the era of saints has officially commenced today. So, who am I? Am I of the human race? Jiang Heng quickly realizes his current situation. After traversing to the primordial, he remains a member of the human race. Moreover, he is among the first batch of humans created by the Saint Nuwa. Considered a leader among the current human populace, the Saint Nuwa achieved the status of a saint through the creation of the human race, yet after doing so, she relinquished her responsibility. In the present primordial lands, it is still an era of conflict between the witch and monster races, with danger lurking everywhere. Whether from the predatory monster race or the formidable primordial beasts, the human race is but newly born. And the situation is dire. Lacking cultivation methods and powerful backing, the human race can only rely on their indomitable will to struggle for survival in the primordial realm, though the human race is currently weak. They have grown to a population of billions. But wait, the arrival of the Saint era signifies that the third great war between the witches and monsters is imminent. Jiang Heng's expression shifts as he contemplates the monumental battle ahead. In that conflict, the heavens and earth will shatter, countless beings will perish, and how can the human race, existing in the primordial lands, expect to escape unscathed? More critically, it seems the monster race intends to use the human race to forge the slaughter-witch sword. How many will fall as a result? As a member of the human race, how can Jiang Heng hope to evade the calamity that will engulf the entire primordial world? What to do? What should be done? Should he simply hide and wait for the disaster to pass? Is there even a chance to avoid it? Suddenly, Jiang Heng gazes at the Taijing Saint Laozi in the distance, contemplating whether he should cling tightly to the leg of the saint. As long as he holds on to the saint, the calamities of the witch and monster war should not touch him in the slightest. However, from what Jiang Heng knows, the Taijing Saint Laozi has seemingly only taken one disciple from the human race, named Xuandu Dafa Master. Today, I establish a teaching among the humans, and as the leader of the human teaching, I bear the responsibility to enlighten the human race. Today, I shall preach for 1,000 years to repay my karmic debts. The Taijing Saint Laozi descends among the humans, gazing at the countless beings before him. Proclaiming loudly, countless humans bow in gratitude, thanking the saint for his teachings. Only then does the Taijing Saint Laozi begin, his voice resonating. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The named is the mother of myriad things. The profound sounds of the Tao resonate, startling Jiang Heng, who realizes this is the Tao Te Ching. He cannot help but look up towards the source of the Tao sounds. The preaching of a saint is no ordinary event. Celestial phenomena descend. Purple chi flows eastward for 30,000 miles. Myriad brilliant lights cascade down. Heavenly flowers shower, and golden springs emerge from the earth as the Taijing saint begins to preach. Countless humans immerse themselves in the profound rhythms of the Tao, their own realms steadily ascending. Only Jiang Heng, at this moment, wears a troubled expression. The saint's preaching is an extraordinary opportunity, yet Jiang Heng cannot comprehend it. He is merely an ordinary person from later times, having just traversed here, utterly ignorant of any cultivation methods. How can he understand the saint's teachings? This is disastrous. To not even comprehend the saint's discourse while hoping to join the Taijing saint's ranks. Surely this is the dream of a fool? Jiang Heng despondently pondered. Although the Taijing sage accepted members of the human race as disciples primarily to settle the karmic debts owed to them, it was not the case that just anyone could gain entry to a sage's teachings. Amidst Jiang Heng's vexation, a grand voice resonated within his mind. Detection of the host strong will has been confirmed. The human race development system is activated and bound to the host. Please review it at your convenience. The human race development system, indeed. A system is the standard accessory of every transmigrator, and Jiang Heng's spirit soared instantly. What precisely is the human race development system? Jiang Heng eagerly inquired within his mind. The so-called human race development system is essentially a mechanism designed to assist the host in the advancement of the human race. The better the human race develops, the greater the rewards for the host. Conversely, should the human race weaken, the rewards for the host would diminish, potentially leading to the dissolution of the system binding. The voice of the system echoed. Jiang Heng was taken aback. To develop the human race, if the human race were to weaken, would there truly be a risk of losing the system binding? But the great calamity of the witch and demon was imminent, and the human race would undoubtedly suffer grievously as a result. Would that not lead to the weakening of the human race? Although a prosperous era for humanity would follow the calamity, Jiang Heng could not afford to wait until that time. Once the system binding was lifted, how could a mere transmigrator like him hope to survive in a world teeming with formidable beings? No, he must not allow the human race to suffer significant losses and fall into a state of decline. The demon race, regardless of how powerful the demon race may be, Jiang Heng was determined to lead the human race to carve out a resplendent realm. How could the system assist me in advancing the human race? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Heng inquired. At this juncture, the system was his sole reliance. Only by depending on the system could he guide the human race through the impending calamity. Moreover, since the system was tasked with aiding Jiang Heng in the development of the human race, it must provide him with assistance. The human race development system had already opened the system marketplace. The host need only advance the human race to accrue luck points. With luck points, the host could exchange for various treasures in the system marketplace. A system marketplace. Jiang Heng eagerly opened the marketplace. And indeed, He beheld a dazzling array of exchange options. A plethora of heavenly materials, magical artifacts, and diverse cultivation techniques lay before him. Jiang Heng was left speechless, yearning to exchange for every one of these treasures. But he did not forget that acquiring such items required luck points. How many luck points do I currently possess? Jiang Heng impatiently inquired. The host need only summon the personal panel with thought to ascertain the number of luck points held. Jiang Heng hurriedly opened his personal panel, revealing his information. Host, Jiang Heng. Cultivation, mortal. Physique, innate human. Luck points, 2. Only 2 luck points? What could be exchanged for that? Is this a jest? Just when Jiang Heng felt disheartened, the 2 luck points suddenly flickered and increased to 3. System. What is happening? How did my luck points suddenly increase? Chapter 2. The Emperor's Law of Concealment. The system is now bound to the human race of the primordial world. As long as the primordial human race flourishes, luck points will naturally be generated. The voice of the system resounded. The primordial human race is growing stronger. What could be the reason? Could it be that the touching sage Laozi is giving a discourse? Jiang Heng mused quietly. The sage himself delivering a sermon is an unparalleled opportunity. Although Jiang Heng could not comprehend it, the other members of the human race were already immersed in the profound rhythms of the Tao. Within those enigmatic rhythms, countless members of the human race were witnessing their cultivation levels steadily rise, and thus, the overall strength of the human race was naturally on the ascent. But this rate of growth is far too slow. Jiang Heng murmured. After careful calculation, he determined that at the current pace, it would take nearly a month for his luck points to increase by just 1. The touching sage Laozi had mentioned that he would deliver teachings to the human race for a millennium. If the current pace continued, Jiang Heng could expect to accumulate 12,000 luck points. While that seemed substantial, Jiang Heng knew all too well that the situation would not be so optimistic. The coveted treasures that tantalized Jiang Heng required thousands upon thousands of luck points for exchange. 12,000 luck points were scarcely sufficient. Moreover, in the early stages of the sage's teachings, the strength of the human race would naturally see rapid advancement. But it was impossible for the strength of the human race to increase indefinitely. At some point, the rate of growth would inevitably slow, and the luck points Jiang Heng could accrue would consequently diminish. How many luck points he could ultimately obtain remained uncertain, but Jiang Heng was acutely aware that the treasures within the system marketplace did not come cheap. The host is not yet the sovereign of the human race. Thus, even with the increase in strength, the luck points he can accrue will be significantly reduced. Once the host truly becomes the sovereign of the human race, the luck points he can gather will see a substantial increase. The voice of the system resounded. Jiang Heng felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Such a tremendous opportunity in the sage's teachings would yield far lesser benefits due to his failure to become the sovereign of the human race. Was this not a trap? Could it not allow him to transmigrate a bit earlier? As Jiang Heng lamented, he suddenly recalled that the sage was currently delivering teachings. How could he afford to miss such an opportunity? System, is there a treasure that could allow me to comprehend the sage's teachings? Jiang Heng promptly inquired. At this moment, the teachings of the touching sage are of a rudimentary nature regarding cultivation, and understanding them is not particularly difficult. The host need only exchange for the corresponding cultivation method to grasp the Tao expounded by the touching sage. The system responded. A cultivation method? Yes. Quickly, allow me to exchange for it. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng urged. In an instant, a cultivation method appeared in the system marketplace within his mind. Method name: Golden Elixir Great Tao Cultivation Method. Grade: Lower grade. Required luck points for exchange. Initial stage: 10 luck points. Mid stage: 100 luck points. Late stage: 1,000 luck points. Overview: A rudimentary cultivation method. Early cultivation is relatively easy, but as one progresses to higher levels, the difficulty increases, making advancement to the golden immortal stage exceedingly challenging. Lower grade method: The higher the cultivation level, the greater the difficulty. Is this truly the method transmitted by the touching sage for the non-human race? That cannot be right. The sage's teaching should encompass more than such methods. Is the touching sage looking down upon the human race? But upon deeper reflection, Jiang Heng was suddenly struck by a realization. In later generations, it seemed there truly were few profound cultivators of the human race. Even the future 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, while possessing quasi-saint cultivation levels, relied upon the merits of the human race rather than their own cultivation. Considering the present primordial world, both the witch and demon races rely on their own cultivation. And yet there are many powerful figures among them. Though quasi-saints may be few, the number of Deluo Golden Immortal level experts is staggering, far surpassing the strength of the future human race. Could it be that the future weakness of the human race compared to the witch and demon races is due to the methods imparted by the touching sage? But what could the sage's intentions be in doing so? Was it to weaken the strength of the human race? No. The human race must not cultivate the methods taught by the Taching sage. Otherwise, they would be doomed to eternal decline. Jiang Heng thought resolutely. System, list all the cultivation methods suitable for the human race. Jiang Heng commanded. Soon, one method after another appeared in the system marketplace. Jiang Heng examined them one by one, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Method name. The Emperor's Law of Concealment. Grade. Upper grade. Required luck points for exchange. Initial stage, 100 luck points. Mid stage, 1,000 luck points. Late stage, 10,000 luck points. Overview. The cultivation method of the Emperor of Concealment, created by the Emperor of the Wild, is exceptionally suited for the human race. Once successfully cultivated, one's combat prowess is extraordinarily formidable. The Emperor's Law of Concealment. Jiang Heng was taken aback by the formidable capabilities of the system, which astonishingly included the cultivation techniques from the world of Zhetian. Moreover, the Zhetian Emperor's Law was classified as a superior grade within the system, far surpassing the teachings imparted by the Tai Ching Saint. Should the human race be able to cultivate the Zhetian Emperor's Law, their future achievements would likely be limitless, rendering the surpassing of the demon race a feasible endeavor. Subsequently, Jiang Heng meticulously examined the intricate details of the Zhetian Emperor's Law, gradually formulating a clearer understanding in his mind. According to the system's elucidation, the realms within the Zhetian Emperor's Law could be converted into the realms found in the world of Honghuang. The Emperor corresponded to the quasi-saint of the Honghuang realm, while the quasi-emperor aligned with the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 6 tiers of the Immortal platform were akin to the Golden Immortal, the 5 tiers to the Tai Xianxian, the 4 tiers to the Xianxian, the 3 tiers to the True Immortal, the 2 tiers to the Celestial Immortal, and the 1st tier to the Earth Immortal. As for the 4 great secret realms, we'll see, Tao Palace, for extremities, and Transformation Dragon, they were equivalent to the realms beneath the immortals in the Honghuang world. Furthermore, per the system's description, cultivating the Zhetian Emperor's Law would result in immensely formidable combat prowess, rendering one nearly invincible within the same realm. Indeed, if one's innate talent was exceptional and one could truly comprehend the essence of the Zhetian Emperor's Law, engaging in battles beyond one's level would not be an impossibility. The Emperor equating to the quasi-emperor implied that the realm of the mortal immortal should correspond to that of the saint. Thus, was the immortal emperor not a transcendence beyond the saint? Jiang Heng mused inwardly. In the Zhetian world, the emperor stood as an unrivaled powerhouse at the pinnacle of the great Tao. Yet the emperor was not the ultimate limit. Above the emperor existed the realm of the mortal immortal, with the immortal king and immortal emperor realms following suit. This clearly indicated that the Zhetian Emperor's Law truly deserved its superior classification, as it harbored the potential to transcend the realm of saints. Jiang Heng then scrutinized the detailed requirements for exchanging the Zhetian Emperor's Law and discovered that it could be redeemed in stages. The realms of Will See and Tao Palace constituted the initial phase, requiring 50 fortune points for exchange, while the 4 extremities and Transformation Dragon constituted the mid-phase, necessitating 500 fortune points. The Immortal Platform and Quasi-Emperor realms represented the latter phase, demanding a total of 10,000 fortune points. Regarding the Emperor realm, as the system indicated, Jiang Heng currently lacked the requisite permissions to redeem the subsequent techniques, with just 50 fortune points. I can exchange for the initial Zhetian Emperor's Law and truly embark on the path of cultivation. Jiang Heng secretly anticipated 50 fortune points meant that he only needed to wait a few years, and he would have enough. Fortunately, this was the Honghuang world, where the primordial energy of heaven and earth was remarkably abundant. Even without food or drink, Jiang Heng felt no hunger whatsoever. Moreover, under the nurturing of the primordial energy, even without cultivation, the human race could thrive free from illness for approximately 1,000 years. As the Tai Ching Saint expounded the Tao, all the humans were enraptured in the profound melodies of the Tao, with Jiang Heng being the sole exception. The Tai Ching Saint, with his exceptional cultivation, naturally discerned Jiang Heng's peculiarity at a glance and, while delivering the lecture, could not help but cast several glances in Jiang Heng's direction. The fact that, in the presence of a saint, someone could remain untouched by the resonance of the Tao was undoubtedly a slight to the Tai Ching Saint. He raised his hand and waved, causing the resonance of the Tao surrounding Jiang Heng to intensify several-fold. Although Jiang Heng still could not comprehend the teachings of the Tai Ching Saint, he gradually began to immerse himself in that enigmatic resonance. Slowly, the primordial energy of heaven and earth began to flow into Jiang Heng's body, though it did not enhance his cultivation. It did fortify his physique and significantly extend his lifespan. As the millennium came to a close and the lecture concluded, the Tai Ching Saint's voice resonated. I wish you all well. With his words, the profound resonance of the Tao gradually dissipated, Awakening countless humans from their reverie, we thank the Tai Ching saint for the gracious teachings. Countless humans prostrated themselves on the ground, expressing their gratitude to the Tai Ching saint. The Tai Ching saint nodded slightly and proclaimed, as the leader of the human teachings, "I shall take one human as my disciple." At that moment, Jiang Heng felt as though the Tai Ching saint had intentionally or unintentionally glanced at him several times. Ultimately, however, the Tai Ching saint chose to accept the Grand Master Xuandu as his disciple, thus making Xuandu the sole disciple of the Tai Ching saint. Subsequently, the Tai Ching saint departed with Grand Master Xuandu, riding a green ox toward the 33 heavens. What a predicament! A millennium had unexpectedly passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Heng thought to himself, somewhat exasperated. He had initially planned to accumulate enough fortune points to promptly exchange for the Zhitian Emperor's law and commence his cultivation. However, having been immersed in the profound resonance of the Tao, he had unknowingly let 1,000 years slip by. Nonetheless, upon reflection, this might not be entirely disadvantageous. If he had cultivated the Zhitian Emperor's law under the watchful gaze of the Tai Ching saint, any commotion he caused would likely attract the saint's attention. If that were the case, he could not predict what would unfold. Now that the Tai Ching saint had departed, Jiang Heng could naturally cultivate the Zhitian Emperor's law with peace of mind and confidence. With this thought in mind, he eagerly accessed the system's shop, discovering that his fortune points had reached 7,000. This was slightly less than he had anticipated, but 7,000 fortune points were more than sufficient for his immediate needs. System, exchange the initial and mid-level Zhitian Emperor's law for me, Jiang Heng commanded. Exchanging for the initial and mid-level Zhitian Emperor's law requires 1,100 fortune points. You wish to confirm? Confirm. In an instant, a series of cultivation techniques materialized within Jiang Heng's mind. Chapter 3, The Primal Chaos Seed. Green Lotus. The immortal king reaches the 9 heavens. As Jiang Heng awaited with boundless anticipation, the Emperor scriptures from the Zhitian world unfolded one by one in his consciousness. The Tao scripture, a technique created by the honored one of virtue, was the most powerful cultivation method in the Wheel C secret realm. The Western Empress scripture, crafted by the Western Empress of the Yao Qi, was the supreme cultivation method in the Tao Palace realm. The Hongyu scripture, authored by the great Emperor Hongyu, was the strongest cultivation technique in the Four Extremities realm. The Taiwan scripture, devised by the Taiwan of Zhongzhou, was the foremost cultivation method in the Transformation Dragon realm. A plethora of techniques collectively constituted the comprehensive system of the Zhitian Emperor's law, leading Jiang Heng to declare that the expenditure of 100 fortune points was exceedingly worthwhile. Moreover, according to the system's explanation, these techniques from the Zhitian world have been meticulously refined by the system itself. The improved techniques would perfectly align with Jiang Heng's existence in the Honghuang world, ensuring that any human cultivating them would encounter no hindrances whatsoever. Thus, if Jiang Heng wished to disseminate the Zhitian Emperor's law among the human race, he would face no obstacles. However, at present, mere words bore no weight. Jiang Heng knew he must first successfully cultivate the techniques and demonstrate the might of the Zhitian Emperor's law before he could effectively share it among his kin. After acquiring the Zhitian Emperor's law, Jiang Heng did not immediately commence his cultivation. Instead, he continued to search the system's shop. With 5,900 fortune points remaining, he found it insufficient to exchange for the later stages of the Zhitian Emperor's law. Jiang Heng was unwilling to let these fortune points go to waste. Instead, he aimed to maximize their utility by acquiring additional treasures that could assist him in his cultivation. After a brief search, Jiang Heng's eyes suddenly lit up, his gaze fixating on a particular treasure. Name: Primordial Sacred Body. Grade: Superior. Required fortune points for exchange: 500. Overview: the strongest battle physique among humans. A physique favored by the heavens, unparalleled throughout the ages, capable of contending with the flawless emperor once fully realized. After system modification, there are no restrictions on cultivation. The renowned Primordial Sacred Body, how could Jiang Heng not have heard of it? This is the pinnacle of human physiques within the Zhitian world. Once cultivated to completion, the Primordial Sacred Body could even withstand the might of supreme imperial weapons and confront the flawless emperor. Within the Zhitian world, due to alterations in the world's rules, cultivating the Primordial Sacred Body was exceptionally arduous. However, following the system's modification, such restrictions would not apply within the Honghuang world. This also signified that once Jiang Heng exchanged for the Primordial Sacred Body, he would immediately possess a top-tier human physique. Consequently, Jiang Heng's cultivation speed would significantly increase, and the Primordial Sacred Body would render him virtually invincible among peers in the same realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng promptly expended 5,500 fortune points to exchange for the primordial sacred body. Upon examining his personal panel, the contents had undergone a remarkable transformation. Host, Jiang Heng, cultivation level. Nascent soul, physique, primordial sacred body. Fortune points, 400. Due to the profound experience of listening to the teachings of the enlightened sage, although Jiang Heng lacked an understanding of the cultivation methods, he had nevertheless absorbed the nourishing energies of the weather, which had elevated his cultivation to the yuanying stage. It could be said that after a millennium of listening to the sage's discourse, achieving only the yuanying stage revealed a rather dismal aptitude. However, for Jiang Heng, once he commenced the practice of the Zhetian Emperor's method, all of this would merely be a thing of the past. With this thought in mind, Jiang Heng immediately immersed himself in cultivation according to the scriptures of the Tao. According to the Zhetian Emperor's teachings, all things have an origin, and within the human body exists a similar locus. This place is the essence of life and the repository of vital energies, referred to as the source wheel of life or the wheel of life. Cultivation begins at the source wheel, with the first step being the opening of the sea of suffering, followed by the formation of the fountain of destiny, and the construction of the divine bridge, ultimately leading to the other shore. Possessing the limitless ancient sacred body and situated within the dense primordial energies of the world, Jiang Heng found it difficult not to cultivate rapidly. At the moment he opened the sea of suffering, an array of divine lights erupted within, resplendent like a rainbow, while golden waves surged tumultuously. Above the roiling golden sea, thunder and lightning intermittently clashed, intertwining with the towering tsunamis, creating an atmosphere of intense fervor, where the sea and sky seemed to merge in a dazzling display of golden brilliance. Open, with a mighty roar from Jiang Heng, the sea of suffering truly opened, forming a vast expanse akin to an ocean. Subsequently, a divine spring emerged in the center of the sea of suffering, gushing forth and accompanied by wisps of ethereal energy. As the fountain of destiny surged forth, the source of divine power boiled, continuously erupting and occasionally releasing streaks of radiant light. After an indeterminate period, a cool and brilliant rainbow arched high above Jiang Heng's sea of suffering, spanning the heavens in splendid hues, marking his entry into the realm of the divine bridge. Within the sea of suffering, the divine bridge grew, spanning the void, and Jiang Heng stepped across, venturing into the unknown depths. This was an exceedingly crucial step. Only by seeing through the confusion and perceiving his true self could Jiang Heng reach the other shore. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Heng strode boldly upon the divine bridge, crossing the sea of suffering, firmly believing that his heart's direction was indeed the location of the other shore. The divine bridge shone brilliantly as Jiang Heng traversed the sea of suffering, arriving at its terminus, a pure land, shrouded in mist, where he vaguely beheld a grand Tao palace. Having crossed to the other shore and witnessed the Tao palace, Jiang Heng had truly reached the pinnacle within the realm of the Wheel Sea. In that instant, the golden sea of suffering began to surge once more, and amidst the towering waves, verdant hues suddenly emerged on the surface. A blue lotus blossomed within the golden ocean, its presence ethereal, surrounded by dense chaotic mist. Is this the manifestation of the chaos seed blue lotus? Jiang Heng exclaimed, astonished. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the heavens above the golden sea of suffering displayed a deep azure, profound and distant. In the sea of suffering, a solitary blue lotus thrived, brimming with vitality, as if it were giving rise to a vibrant world. Around it, chaotic mist swirled, enigmatic and hazy. This was indeed a remarkable phenomenon, one of the highest caliber, the chaos seed blue lotus. The appearance of the chaos seed blue lotus could subdue all things in heaven and earth. With a gentle sway, it possessed the power to shatter the heavens. Given Jiang Heng's complete ancient sacred body and his cultivation of the flawless Tao scriptures, the condensation of the chaos seed blue lotus phenomenon was not unexpected. To his surprise, this phase of cultivation had already consumed 6 months. Jiang Heng murmured to himself, cultivation transcends the passage of days and months. Even in the richly endowed primordial world, Jiang Heng had spent 6 months merely bringing the Wheel Sea secret realm to fruition. Subsequently, Jiang Heng did not cease his cultivation but continued, adhering to the teachings of the Western Emperor's scriptures, to embark on the cultivation of the Tao Palace's secret realm. The Tao Palace secret realm is divided into 5 stages. The heart's divine abode, the liver's divine abode, the spleen's divine abode, the lungs' divine abode, and the kidney's divine abode. Each element corresponds to its respective organ: fire for the heart, wood for the liver, earth for the spleen, metal for the lung, and water for the kidney, dictating the order of cultivation based on differing methodologies. Jiang Heng commenced with the heart's divine abode, and gradually, it grew increasingly crimson, resembling an unopened lotus flower, birthing streams of vital energy. At a certain moment, The sun within his body began to rise and fall in a cyclical manner, intensely burning with innate essence. The heart's divine abode ascended, establishing itself in the void of the human realm. Akin to a blazing sun at its zenith, releasing an endless aura. In the midst of this, a divine figure emerged, manifesting as a phoenix. As the heart's divine abode reached its peak, achieving completeness. The manifestation of a divine being was the pinnacle expression of the heart's divine abode. Subsequently, with fervor, Jiang Heng advanced to cultivate the liver's divine abode, the spleen's divine abode, the lung's divine abode, and the kidney's divine abode, bringing them all to the pinnacle stage, within the liver's divine abode. A divine figure resembling an azure dragon appeared, in the spleen's divine abode. A divine figure resembling a qilin emerged, in the lung's divine abode. A divine figure resembling a white tiger was manifested. And in the kidney's divine abode, a divine figure resembling a black tortoise materialized. Within the Tao Palace secret realm, the 5 human secret realms represented the 5 elements. Jiang Heng not only succeeded in cultivating all of them, but also condensed divine beings. The 5 elemental sacred beasts are supreme deities, signifying that Jiang Heng had cultivated the 5 divine abodes to their utmost pinnacle, with all 5 divine abodes reaching their peak. The Tao Palace secret realm naturally attained completion under Jiang Heng's mastery. In an instant, Jiang Heng felt a tremor throughout his being, and within the golden sea of suffering, towering waves once again surged. Amidst those colossal waves, a faint silhouette of a celestial king descended from the heavens, exuding an overwhelming divine might. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this celestial king bore an uncanny resemblance to Jiang Heng himself. Is this the celestial king descending from the 9th heaven? Jiang Heng murmured in astonishment. With the 5 divine abodes perfected and the Tao Palace secret realm reaching its zenith, Jiang Heng astonishingly condensed yet another powerful phenomenon, the celestial king descending from the 9th heaven. This manifestation exuded extraordinary momentum, eclipsing the universe, and once unleashed, would greatly enhance his combat prowess, rendering him invincible within the same realm. Furthermore, once the celestial king manifestation reached full maturity, it would grant him the might befitting a celestial king. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng also recognized that, whether it be the chaos seed blue lotus or the celestial king descending from the 9th heaven, he had only formed the rudimentary shapes of these 2 phenomena. Despite possessing an invincible constitution like the ancient sacred body, Jiang Heng had merely succeeded in cultivating the Weilsi secret realm and the Tao Palace secret realm. Such a level of cultivation was insufficient to support the elevation of these 2 nearly invincible phenomena to full maturity. However, Jiang Heng believed that as long as he continued to cultivate diligently, the realization of these 2 supreme phenomena was not far off. Another year passed, and it appeared that he needed to exert more effort. Jiang Heng murmured to himself that he had spent 6 months achieving success in the Weilsi secret realm and another year perfecting the Tao Palace secret realm. Ahead lay the 4 extremes and the transformation into dragon secret realms, and he would likely require even more time to succeed in those. Jiang Heng did not dwell on this, following the teachings of the Hengyu scriptures to begin the cultivation of the 4 extreme secret realm. Chapter 4. The minor completion of the sacred body. The yin-yang life and death diagram. The 4 extreme secret realm is divided into 4 domains, corresponding to the cultivation of the left arm, right arm, left leg, and right leg. The sequence of cultivating the limbs varies accordingly. Following the scriptures of the Hengyu, Jiang Heng cultivated each limb in succession, swiftly ascending to the pinnacle of the 4 extremes realm. With his limbs connected to the heavens and earth, every movement he made resonated with the profound laws of the universe, and he finally cultivated the 4 extremes secret realm to its complete perfection. Jiang Heng expressed his satisfaction. With a gentle motion, he felt an unimaginable power coursing through his limbs, as if he could shatter the heavens and fracture the void itself. Moreover, Jiang Heng could distinctly perceive the intricate laws of the universe coalescing within each of his movements. This was the true manifestation of the 4 extreme secret realm's perfection, indicating that Jiang Heng was on the verge of stepping into the next stage of his cultivation. Is that a heavenly tribulation? Jiang Heng paused, gazing up at the sky. At that moment, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, and an oppressive aura began to coalesce. This was clearly the precursor to an impending heavenly tribulation. However, why would there be a heavenly tribulation? Naturally, heavenly tribulations occur in the primordial world, but they typically descend only upon those who have reached the celestial realm. In the Zhitian world as well. While thunderstorms do exist, both the ancient sacred body and the Zhitian emperor's method are modified systems. Logically, given Jiang Heng's recent attainment of the complete 4 extreme secret realm, he should not have been able to provoke such a heavenly tribulation. Before Jiang Heng could ponder this further, thunderbolts began to rain down from the heavens, hurtling toward him. Boom! the first bolt of heavenly thunder struck. Jiang Heng stood unafraid, his ancient sacred body radiating brilliance as he withstood the strike without sustaining any harm. Boom! The second tribulation of heaven was no longer merely a singular bolt of lightning. Instead, it transformed into an expanse of purple sea. A veritable pool of thunder. An unending torrent of thunder and lightning instantly enveloped Jiang Heng, casting the heavens and earth into a realm of violet brilliance, a vast ocean of electric fury, imbued with unfathomable power. The relentless thunderbolts cascaded from the heavens, overwhelming in their grandeur, as if the Milky Way were pouring down from the ninth sky, granting Jiang Heng not a moment's respite. Beneath the ceaseless bombardment of thunder, his body had already turned ashen, with streams of faint golden blood flowing forth. Though gravely injured, the ancient sacred body of Jiang Heng surged with vitality, showing no signs of despair. Instead, he stood tall, defiantly enduring the celestial wrath. Come forth. Let this infinite thunder refine my ancient sacred body to perfection. Jiang Heng's gaze was resolute, his heart unyielding. The formidable physique of his ancient sacred body rendered it nearly impossible for the thunder to annihilate him. The thunder roared mightily, the purple lightning surged like a tide, an entire realm dominated by lightning that could obliterate all creation. Under the relentless strikes of thunder, Jiang Heng's corporeal form began to fracture, golden blood oozing forth, revealing glimpses of his golden bones. Yet, whenever he neared his breaking point, a surge of vibrant life would emerge from within, continuously mending his flesh. Boom! Another wave of thunder descended, shaking the very foundations of heaven and earth. As myriad purple lights coiled around Jiang Heng, piercing through the realms above and below, akin to countless magnificent dragons soaring into the sky, this tribulation was even more terrifying than the last. The boundless lightning blazed like divine radiance, causing the void itself to collapse. Such a fearsome heavenly tribulation rendered Jiang Heng's body utterly shattered, yet he ultimately endured. Indeed, the tribulation was the true nourishment for the growth of his ancient sacred body. Amidst the agonizing torment of the tribulation, Jiang Heng bore no expression of suffering. Rather, a smile graced his lips. Having endured the trials of the tribulation, he welcomed rebirth amidst destruction, discovering that his ancient sacred body was continuously growing stronger. The adage "no destruction, no establishment" rang true. Only through annihilation could vitality be reborn, allowing the ancient sacred body to ascend ever higher until it reached its zenith. Boom! The ordeal was far from over. A new tribulation approached, as 9 figures materialized, formed from the thunder, some resembling human forms, others akin to true dragons. These were the primordial deities etched by the heavens and earth, embodiments of celestial order. Now taking shape from the thunder, transformed into living beings, possessed unimaginable might, far surpassing the terror of the lightning sea, as they engaged Jiang Heng in a fierce battle, initially, due to his limited combat experience. Jiang Heng found himself at a disadvantage, retreating against the onslaught of the thunderous entities. However, as the battle raged on, he grew increasingly valiant, honing his combat skills until he began to counterattack. Chaos Seed. Azure Lotus, the immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens. Ultimately, Jiang Heng unveiled 2 extraordinary phenomena. The Chaos Azure Lotus manifesting behind him, his form transforming into that of an immortal king, as he decimated all 9 thunderous entities. Though his flesh was once again rendered utterly broken, the combat with the thunderous beings had filled the final gap in Jiang Heng's experience. Yet, before he could catch his breath, another 9 bolts of thunder descended, each imbued with a trace of chaotic energy. These were chaotic thunders, and though minuscule, their power was boundless, far more fearsome than the 9 thunderous beings. Jiang Heng raised his head to the heavens. Having endured a brutal clash, his heart now brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Boom! The first bolt of thunder struck, causing Jiang Heng's body to instantly shatter, golden blood erupting forth, bones cracking, teetering on the brink of collapse. Boom! The second thunderclap struck, nearly tearing him asunder, countless wounds appearing, deep enough to expose bone. Boom! The third chaotic thunder fell, followed by the 4th and 5th within the enigmatic realm of the transformation of dragons. The Taiwan Jing, pioneered by the Emperor of the Central Continent, stands as the most formidable cultivation technique. Mastering the Taiwan Jing gives rise to the regal dragon Qi, whose offensive power rivals the secret techniques of the 9 secrets. Particularly the dual character secret, showcasing an extraordinary aura. Bolstered by the Taiwan Jing, Jiang Heng's cultivation speed soared, swiftly perfecting his 9 vertebrae to their ultimate state. The 9 transformations of dragons, a leap towards celestial realms, necessitate the completion of the spine's transformation into dragon form to access the final human secret realm, the immortal platform realm. At this moment, Jiang Heng had successfully cultivated each of the 9 transformations. his spine already embodying the essence of a dragon. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Heng trembled, resonant chants emanating from the four secret realms, we'll see, Tao Palace, for extremes, and transformation of dragons, echoing throughout the heavens. Within these four secret realms, Jiang Heng cultivated the most powerful imperial scriptures at each stage, piecing together an unparalleled mastery that ascends to the pinnacle of the Great Way, achieving the grand perfection of the transformation of dragons. The dragon leapt towards the immortal platform. Within Jiang Heng's being, his spine rose majestically like a great dragon, surging towards the immortal platform. This dragon had truly awakened, coalescing into an eternal divine light. Surveying the world with an imperious gaze, subsequently, the colossal dragon exhaled an immortal pearl, transforming into a supreme immortal platform. In an instant, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, fierce winds howled, and blazing bolts cascaded down like the Milky Way descending from the heavens. As the transformation of dragons reached completion and ascended to the immortal platform, the heavenly tribulation loomed once more terrifying than the culmination of the four extremes realm, with a resounding roar. The heavens unleashed a tempest of thunder, creating an ocean of lightning, boundless and fearsome, erupting with a blinding flash that rent the void asunder. At the heart of this vast sea of lightnings, Jiang Heng radiated divine brilliance, his vertebrae manifesting as a dragon, exhaling pearls to form the immortal platform, merging with its head. This was the final secret realm, the immortal platform realm. The great dragon of the human body cultivated. Soaring upward, ascending to the heavens as a platform, entering the ultimate secret realm, profound and unfathomable. The ancient sacred body shone brilliantly as Jiang Heng's inner dragon surged forth, illuminating all spirits. Returning to the primordial state, embodying the mysteries of creation, this heavenly tribulation was unique. It descended heavily yet lingered without attack, yet the terrifying divine energy grew increasingly formidable, instilling fear into the soul. Jiang Heng remained calm, diligently comprehending the intricacies of the immortal platform realm. Pushing his state to the utmost limit. At a certain moment, the heavenly tribulation erupted in full force, an infinite onslaught of lightning engulfing Jiang Heng completely. Various divine lights, boundless purple nights, vast divine thunder, elemental energies, and endless thunderbolts rained down upon him. It was a boiling ocean of thunder and lightning, a world belonging to the heavenly tribulation, with countless forms of thunder descending, each one more terrifying than the last. Jiang Heng faced upward, battling the endless lightning, meeting the deluge with the primal sacred body at a small success stage. Under the relentless assault of the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Heng began to sustain injuries once more, his powerful physique marred with ghastly wounds. Yet, he remained undaunted, allowing his body and consciousness to be baptized amidst the tribulation, bathing in the celestial light. In this harrowing purification, Jiang Heng's body and consciousness endured devastating impacts, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Finally, as the endless sea of lightning dissipated, both his body and consciousness lay in ruins. Despite his grievous injuries, Jiang Heng held steadfast amidst this brutal baptism. His gains were extraordinary. A harmonious sound of dragon and phoenix resounded. As divine phoenixes danced around him, true dragons spiraled, and Qilins gazed skyward, with celestial spirits emerging in dazzling splendor. These deities, once nurtured in the Tao Palace secret realm, awakened completely at this moment, undergoing an astonishing transformation. The primal energies of heaven and earth surged forth like water, complemented by the celestial light from the heavenly tribulation, cascading down to converge upon Jiang Heng's form. Mending his wounds, Jiang Heng's body rapidly restored, his flesh shimmering with a crystalline sheen, broken bones rejoining, his form akin to resplendent glass. Ultimately, amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, a figure reminiscent of a war god stood suspended in the void. Hair billowing, radiating brilliant light, resplendent and breathtaking, Jiang Heng not only healed his injuries but also ascended to the pinnacle, possessing boundless combat prowess with every movement, having transcended the transformation of dragons and reached the immortal platform. However, at this moment, Jiang Heng found himself devoid of subsequent cultivation techniques. Only the later stage Jitian Emperor method could facilitate the ongoing cultivation of the immortal platform realm. Yet, there was no urgency, for the heavenly tribulation had yet to conclude. The oppressive atmosphere above the 9 heavens had grown increasingly heavy. Amidst the boundless sea of lightning above, an ancient edifice began to take shape, exuding an incomparably mysterious aura that rendered one breathless. Faintly visible above the ancient structure was a colossal plaque inscribed with 3 grand characters: Zishu Palace. The Zishu Palace, the dwelling of the Tao ancestor. How could it manifest? Jiang Heng paused momentarily. Astonished, he was acutely aware that the Zishu Palace was the abode of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, often regarded as the foremost sacred ground in the primordial world. The emergence of the Zixio Palace implied that the Tao ancestor had taken notice of his existence, which was precisely what Jiang Heng feared. However, upon further reflection, he shook his head. If the Tao ancestor had truly discerned his presence, how could he be here undergoing tribulation with the Tao ancestor's capabilities? Should any suspicion arise, he would effortlessly subdue Jiang Heng and meticulously scrutinize him inside and out. Hence, it could be deduced that the Zixio Palace within the Sea of Thunder was merely an imprint of the Great Way, symbolizing the supreme existence in this realm. It was unlikely that the Tao ancestor Hongjun, currently in the process of merging with the Tao, would divert his attention to a being as insignificant as Jiang Heng. Soon, within the boundless Sea of Lightning, the Zixio Palace fully materialized, and in the next instant, entities resembling humans emerged. One such entity charged forth, a golden bell suspended above its head, flickering with flames, appearing as if a deity had descended. Shrouded in mystery, another humanoid figure followed, wielding a treasure resembling a tortoise shell, similarly ablaze, reminiscent of a divine being. What? These are the imprints of the Great Way left by Tai and Emperor Jun? Jiang Heng murmured in awe. Although these humanoid beings were formed from condensed lightning, their essence stemmed from the imprints of powerful beings left within the cosmos. The two entities before him possessed a core imbued with blazing flames, genuine solar fire. Moreover, when the golden bell trembled gently, it could indeed resonate through time and space. Undoubtedly the innate treasure, the chaos bell. The treasure resembling a tortoise shell contained boundless mysteries, and Jiang Heng faintly sensed the aura of the innate trigrams. Likely the innate spiritual treasures, the He Tu and Luo Shu. One brandishing the chaos bell and another holding the He Tu and Luo Shu, both emanating the essence of solar fire. It would be strange if Jiang Heng failed to discern the origins of these two humanoid beings. In the primordial world, although Emperor Jun and Tai had not yet attained the status of saints, they were already formidable beings at the threshold of sanctity as the supreme of the demon race. Even as mere imprints of the Great Way, they still harbored terrifying power, sufficient to contend with any adversary of the same realm. The dual emperors of the demon race, let me witness your might in advance. Faced with the dual emperors, Jiang Heng felt no fear. Rather, his fighting spirit soared, charging forward to meet them. In the current primordial world, the demon race undoubtedly reigned supreme. Yet Jiang Heng understood that a battle between humans and demons was inevitable in the future. To face the dual emperors of the demon race again, gaining this early insight was undoubtedly fortuitous. The fierce clash commenced at this moment, with both sides battling fiercely, the void fracturing, the Sea of Thunder surging. Fighting from the heavens to the earth, and then from the earth back to the nine heavens. In the midst of this brutal combat, Jiang Heng grew increasingly valiant, manifesting the celestial king's grand spectacle in the nine heavens, gradually overpowering the dual emperors of the demon race. Ultimately, Jiang Heng harnessed the power of the four secret realms, unleashing an unprecedented strike that felled the dual emperors of the demon race. Such a formidable imprint, the dual emperors of the demon race truly deserved their title of supremacy. Jiang Heng marveled. The strength of the dual emperors was undeniable. Within the primordial world, apart from the saints, the Eastern Emperor Tai, wielding the Chaos Bell, was arguably the most powerful being beneath the saints. Yet the heavenly tribulation did not cease there. Within the Zixio Palace amid the Sea of Thunder, 12 humanoid beings emerged, the 12 ancestral witches of the witch race. How fortuitous! Jiang Heng's fighting spirit remained undiminished as he continued to engage. He had long wished to test whether his ancient sacred body was more powerful or if the witch race's physique was indestructible. Now, with the manifestation of the 12 ancestral witches' imprints, Jiang Heng had the perfect opportunity for validation. Another fierce battle ensued, and under the siege of the 12 humanoid beings, Jiang Heng faced perilous situations multiple times. His flesh was shattered, dimming in luster. Yet ultimately, Jiang Heng, with unwavering will, managed to obliterate the 12 humanoid beings with a resounding roar. In the final resounding roar, the myriad flashes of lightning vanished, the relentless storm dissipated, and the heavens and earth regained their clarity. Jiang Heng's tribulation had come to an end. The vital essence of the universe converged, swallowed whole by Jiang Heng, whose form erupted with a brilliance that pierced the heavens and the earth, restoring him completely. After the celestial tribulation, Jiang Heng had ascended to a new realm, embarking upon the path of the immortal's secret realm, where every gesture exuded boundless strength, inexhaustible and eternal. Alas, at this juncture, Jiang Heng found himself bereft of further cultivation methods, compelling him to ponder how to swiftly amass fortune to exchange for the forthcoming techniques. Just then, a tempestuous wave surged within Jiang Heng's sea of suffering, a phenomenon he had long since grown accustomed to, as he understood that yet another extraordinary manifestation was about to emerge. The void shimmered, revealing a majestic landscape, where towering peaks soared, silver waterfalls cascaded. Ancient trees reached for the sky, and rivers surged, cleaving the earth in a display of unparalleled grandeur. This was a magnificent and resplendent realm, much like the other three manifestations Jiang Heng possessed. This too was a supreme phenomenon, a splendid landscape. The splendid landscape not only bore immense power but also contained boundless profound truths, which required Jiang Heng to continually explore. Wait. The golden sea of suffering is also a manifestation. Jiang Heng mused to himself. By this reckoning, after leaping into the immortal secret realm, Jiang Heng had gathered all 5 manifestations of the ancient sacred body. Henceforth, he must hasten to acquire fortune, as Jiang Heng contemplated. He made his way towards the domain of the human race. Chapter 6. The Descent of Meritorious Virtue, the Swearing Clan, with Nest all in attendance. This time, Jiang Heng had ascended from the Wealthy Secret Realm to the Transformation Dragon Secret Realm, subsequently leaping into the Immortal Secret Realm, which had not consumed much time at all. Half a year in the Wealthy Secret Realm, a year in the Tao Palace Secret Realm, 2 years in the 4 Extreme Secret Realm, and 3 years in the Transformation Dragon Secret Realm. All told, Jiang Heng had only dedicated 6.5 years to cultivation, a pace that could hardly be deemed slow. This was attributed both to the system's enhancement of the ancient sacred body, allowing Jiang Heng to cultivate normally, and to the abundant vital essence of the primordial world. In the grand tapestry of the primordial world, 6.5 years was but a fleeting moment. Hardly worthy of mention. Upon his return to the human race, Jiang Heng discovered it remained unchanged, as if frozen in time. The current human race was merely struggling for survival upon the vast primordial land, hardly qualifying as a powerful race. Each day, lives were lost, either to the hands of the demon race, or through natural disasters and calamities, or simply from the passage of time. The human race had contemplated change, but their frail strength rendered them incapable of altering their fate, forced to remain in hiding. In the beginning, when the Saint Nuwa created humanity, the first humans were known as the innate humans, of which Jiang Heng was originally one. Subsequent humans were born from the maternal womb, tainted with acquired essence, and were referred to as acquired humans. In their infancy, the human race was exceedingly weak, with countless innate humans perishing in their arduous struggle for existence. In the present day, the number of innate humans had dwindled, revered by many as leaders among their kin. The innate humans, crafted by the Saint Nuwa, possessed extraordinary cultivation aptitude. Following the teachings of the Ta Ching Saint, the most powerful among the human race had now reached the realm of Tai Xianstian. Such cultivation, while not remarkable in the vast primordial land, represented a significant advancement for the human race. Heng, you have returned. How is your recent cultivation? A robust human man approached Jiang Heng, brimming with enthusiasm. This man was also an innate human, one of the few originally created by the Saint Nuwa. Upon seeing him, Jiang Heng's eyes lit up, as this individual was among the strongest within the human race. The recent cultivation was relatively smooth. I have stepped into the realm of Earth Immortal, Jiang Heng replied with a smile. Having entered the Immortal Secret Realm, Jiang Heng had attained the equivalent cultivation of an Earth Immortal within the primordial world, thus qualifying as a formidable figure among the human race. That is commendable. With the recent teachings of the Ta Ching Saint, the strength of our human race has significantly increased. The days ahead should prove much more bearable, the man exclaimed joyfully. During this retreat, I pondered a pressing question. How should our kin create fire? Jiang Heng inquired. Isn't it possible to conjure fire using spells? The man replied, his face a picture of confusion. I am well aware that spells can ignite flames. But what of the ordinary kin? Without cultivation, how can they wield spells? Jiang Heng pressed further. Indeed, how can ordinary kin create fire without cultivation? The man mused, lost in thought. I have conceived a method, which I shall call friction fire. Even without spells, it can still produce flames, Jiang Heng declared with a smile. Friction fire? Please, elaborate, the man urged eagerly. The technique of friction fire was not complex, especially for one of Tai Xianstian level. It posed no challenge whatsoever. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, the man embarked on his first attempt at friction fire. Soon, as smoke began to rise, a flicker of flame emerged. The man gazed in awe at the faint light before him, murmuring, it truly worked. Thus, even the ordinary kin could now kindle their own fires. As soon as he spoke, boundless meritorious virtue descended, infusing the man and causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly, from Tai Xianstian to Golden Immortal, then to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal, until he finally crossed into the realm of Great Luo Golden Immortal. The meritorious virtue gradually dissipated. The flame kindled by the man's friction fire transformed under the nourishment of boundless virtue into the flame of meritorious virtue. Standing beside the man, Jiang Heng also received a portion of virtue, yet he did not assimilate it into himself. From this day forth, I am the swearing clan. As the vast meritorious virtue dissipated, the man soared into the sky, his resounding voice echoing throughout the human race. This commotion not only astonished the entire human race but also drew countless kin to witness the swearing clan's enlightenment. Other powerful beings in the primordial world sensed the occurrence, momentarily directing their attention towards the human race. However, despite the extraordinary descent of meritorious virtue, the birth of a great Luo golden immortal was not deemed significant by these mighty beings. Perhaps only the saints, in that figure seated high above in the nine heavens, truly comprehended the implications of the events unfolding within the human race. It was precisely because Jiang Heng wished to avoid attracting the attention of these saints that he chose to bestow the merits of friction fire upon the swearing clan. The emergence of a great Luo golden immortal held profound significance for the present human race. The entire human race erupted into joyous celebration, reveling in a grand festivity, with the swearing clan undoubtedly taking center stage. Jiang Heng remained silent, lost in contemplation of future plans, when another robust man from the human race approached him. Heng, I heard that it was under your guidance that our elder brother of the swearing clan succeeded in kindling fire through friction. Without this, there would not have been such a descent of meritorious virtue, allowing him to grasp the profound truths and attain the realm of great Luo golden immortal. This man, also an innate human, shared the same status as the former swearing clan leader, not only serving as a leader of the human race, but also possessing the cultivation of Tai Xianxian. In truth, I still have some ideas yet to be implemented. Jiang Heng replied with a smile. What ideas do you have? Please, share them, the man urged eagerly. Observe, our human population has grown considerably, yet most kin lack stable homes, suffering immensely during storms. If fortune smiles upon them, they might find a cave to take refuge. If not, they are left to the mercy of the elements, Jiang Heng explained. Indeed, many kin lack the strength to seek shelter from the elements, the man lamented, his expression grim. Thus, I pondered whether there was a way to transform this situation. I noticed birds constructing nests in trees, and it struck me, if birds can build nests, why can't we humans construct shelters from wood to shield ourselves from the wind and rain? Jiang Heng elaborated slowly. Indeed, why can't we humans build nests? We too can create shelters. The man's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed eagerly. Without hesitation, he seized Jiang Heng's arm and began gathering wood. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, a rudimentary shelter gradually took shape in the man's hands. Gazing at the simple abode before him, the man seemed inspired, murmuring, "This shall be our nest. From this day forth, our kin shall no longer suffer the torment of wind and rain." As the words fell, boundless merit descended from the heavens, beginning to merge with the formidable figure of the great Han, allowing his cultivation to ascend steadily, much like the swearing clan. The great Han's cultivation soared directly from the Tai Xianxian realm to the Daluo Jingxian level. As the merit from the nine heavens gradually dissipated, the humble abode constructed by the great Han, under the nurturing of this infinite merit, transformed into a resplendent palace, becoming a treasure of virtue. Due to the guidance provided to the great Han, a portion of the merit also fell upon Jiang Heng's head. However, Jiang Heng did not yet integrate this merit into himself. From this day forth, I shall be the Yu Chao clan. With the dispersal of immeasurable merit, the great Han took a significant leap into the skies, a resounding voice echoing throughout the entire human race. This commotion once again startled the entirety of humanity, drawing countless clansmen to witness the ascension of the Yu Chao clan. Other powerful beings in the primordial world sensed this as well, momentarily shifting their gaze towards the human race. Perhaps due to the human race receiving celestial merit twice in one day, resulting in the birth of two Daluo Jingxian, these powerful beings lingered longer in their observations. Yet, much like before, they regarded the emergence of a single Daluo Jingxian with indifference, even if several more were to appear. They likely would not take much notice. What truly piqued their curiosity was why the human race was able to receive divine merit from the heavens on two separate occasions in such a short span. After all, not long ago, the scene of the five saints achieving enlightenment was still vivid in memory, with the Ta-Ching Saint Laozi establishing the human teaching to attain his saintly status. However, due to the existence of the Ta-Ching Saint and the Enhua Saint, the great powers of the primordial world dared not act against the human race for the time being. Yet, after surveying for a considerable duration without discovering anything unusual, they could only gradually retract their gazes. The consecutive ascensions of both the Swearing clan and the Yu Chao clan were naturally attributed to Jiang Heng. Everything was indeed part of his grand design. The reason he bestowed merit upon others was twofold. Firstly, Jiang Heng wished to avoid the attention of the saints and, more importantly, the Tao ancestor. Secondly, The nature of merit held limited significance for Jiang Heng. At most, it could only be utilized to forge treasures of virtue. For someone like Jiang Heng, who practiced the Emperor of Heaven's technique, the idea of enhancing his cultivation through merit was utterly unthinkable. Merit originates from the heavens and the earth. One could also say it springs from the Tao of heaven. Once one attains enlightenment through merit, it is inevitable to be bound by this realm and the Tao of heaven. For Jiang Heng, who possessed a system, neither the heavens nor the Tao could ever restrain him. Next, a suitable candidate is required. Jiang Heng murmured to himself. Within the human race, there exists a multitude of methods to acquire merit. Jiang Heng did not intend to explore them all, but sought to seize the most critical few opportunities. Moreover, he had not forgotten what was most urgent for him at present. Chapter 7. The Sovereign of Humanity. The Dawn of Civilization. With both the Swerin and Yu Chao clans achieving enlightenment and attaining the esteemed rank of Daluo Jingxian, the strength of the human race advanced significantly. Consequently, Jiang Heng also garnered some fortune points. Although not abundant, it was better than nothing. Shortly after the Swerin and Yu Chao clans' ascensions, the human race convened an elder council to collectively discuss their developmental strategies. The reason I could attain enlightenment and elevate my cultivation to the level of Daluo Jingxian is entirely due to Jiang Heng's gracious guidance, proclaimed the Swerin clan with a resonant voice. Indeed, had it not been for Jiang Heng's counsel, my brother Swerin and I would have had no hope of enlightenment, echoed the Yu Chao clan in agreement. Therefore, I once again propose that Jiang Heng be appointed as the sovereign of our human race. I firmly believe that under Jiang Heng's leadership, our people shall surely stride towards greatness, the Swerin clan suddenly declared. Upon hearing this, an uproar ensued, with numerous elders of the human race engaging in fervent discussions, many questioning the Swerin clan's decision. The reason was quite simple. Although Jiang Heng was an innate member of the human race and considered one of its leaders, his cultivation was still too low. While a realm of earth immortal was respectable among the human race, there were countless others with higher cultivation. Why should Jiang Heng be deemed worthy of the title of sovereign? However, had the Swerin clan sought to claim the title for themselves, it was likely no one would have opposed them, highlighting the significance of cultivation. In the current primordial world, with the multitude of powerful beings, how could one lead the human race towards greatness without sufficient cultivation? Were it not for Jiang Heng, how could my brother and I have become Daluo Jingxian? This merit was originally his by right, the Yu Chao clan stated solemnly. What Yu Chao clan said holds true. Had Jiang Heng not guided us, he could have easily attained the Daluo Jingxian status himself through the two portions of merit, or even progressed to the quasi-saint realm. Yet, Jiang Heng's thoughts are solely focused on the growth and development of our human race, which is why he generously bestowed that merit upon me and my brother. Such selflessness is an exceptionally rare quality. With such a virtue, how could he not lead our human race to prosperity? The Swerin clan elaborated, with both the Swerin and Yu Chao clans staunchly supporting Jiang Heng, and their arguments being both logical and heartfelt. The other elders of the human race found it difficult to voice further opposition. This gesture from the Swerin and Yu Chao clans was not originally part of Jiang Heng's grand scheme. He had initially planned to select several individuals from the human race and assist them in acquiring merit. This would not only bolster the strength of the human race but also enhance Jiang Heng's standing indirectly. If this continued to develop, it would naturally lead to Jiang Heng's eventual rise to the position of sovereign of humanity. However, now that the Swerin and Yu Chao clans had directly proposed Jiang Heng's ascension to sovereign, it could only be said that the current human race was exceedingly selfless. There was no infighting, no underhanded schemes. The human race was thriving, filled with vigor and vitality. Everything was for the development of the human race. The Swerin and Yu Chao clans believed that under Jiang Heng's leadership, the human race would flourish. Thus they unhesitatingly supported him in becoming their sovereign. Thus, with the fervent backing of the Swerin and Yu Chao clans, all opposing voices were swiftly silenced. We bow before the sovereign of humanity. All the elders of the human race once again paid their respects to Jiang Heng, including the Swerin and Yu Chao clans, marking the moment Jiang Heng officially became the sovereign of humanity. As the host became the sovereign, from this day forth, whenever the strength of the human race increased, the fortune points garnered by the host would significantly rise. Just then, a voice from the system resonated in Jiang Heng's mind, and while he maintained a calm exterior, his heart was already elated. 10,000 fortune points were more than sufficient for Jiang Heng to exchange for the later stages of the Emperor of Heaven's technique. There would be no issues in cultivating within the immortal platform secret realm and the quasi-emperor stage. Furthermore, the method for cultivating the great saint body would also greatly benefit Jiang Heng, as it implied he could achieve the pinnacle of the ancient saint body before stepping into the emperor realm. Once the ancient saint body reached its full potential, it would be capable of rivaling the flawless emperor, allowing Jiang Heng to ascend to the quasi-saint level of power within the primordial world. Should the human race possess a quasi-saint level powerhouse, it could truly establish itself in the primordial world, even contend with the demon race. Temporarily suppressing his excitement, Jiang Heng understood that now was not the time to dwell on such matters. Now that I have become the sovereign of humanity, I shall henceforth be known as the Heng Emperor, and I will strive diligently to lead our people towards glory, even the witch and demon clans. In the future, shall not be beyond our reach, Jiang Heng proclaimed. The reason Jiang Heng chose the title Heng Emperor was that it incorporated the character Heng from his name. Additionally, Heng connotes eternity. Jiang Heng hoped that under his leadership, the human race would endure eternally, flourishing without decline. As soon as his words fell, the elders of the human race began to murmur amongst themselves once more. Their gazes towards Jiang Heng becoming rather peculiar. Jiang Heng was acutely aware that his current prestige was insufficient, yet he had made such an audacious proclamation. The witch and demon clans were undeniably the uncontested overlords of the primordial world. How could the human race hope to surpass them? For this reason, many elders believed Jiang Heng was merely boasting. Some even thought he had become so elated by his recent success that he had lost sight of his own identity. In response to the elders' comments, Jiang Heng merely smiled and remained silent. Whether it was boastful or not, he would soon provide his answer. In considering the development of our human race, I have been pondering recently, and I have realized that we are lacking something of vital importance. Jiang Heng continued. Oh, Heng Emperor, what is this essential thing? Please, do tell, exclaimed the swearing clan, their eyes shining with anticipation. With the experience from the previous two occasions, the Swearin and Yu Chao clans now held boundless expectations for Jiang Heng's thoughts. The birth of a civilization necessitates the existence of a means to document everything. This is the only way to ensure our civilization endures through time. Jiang Heng asserted we could utilize jade slips to record the significant events of our human race using Taoist principles. Yu Chao, perplexed, inquired. Once again, the same question arises. Utilizing the recorded spells, only those with cultivation can glean information from them. What of the ordinary clansfolk? I wish to create a tool that records everything, one that allows for simple writing, which I shall call characters. Jiang Heng announced with a resounding voice. Characters? But how shall we establish these characters? Swearin, unable to contain his eagerness, queried. Having learned from the previous experiences, both Swearin and Yu Chao, along with the elders of the human race, had come to realize that this would likely be yet another monumental achievement. I have some ideas, yet it requires dedicated research by someone to truly bring these characters into existence, Jiang Heng replied with a smile, following a round of nominations. A congenital human was chosen to assist Jiang Heng in the creation of characters. This individual was among the original creations of the Saint Nuwa and had achieved the level of Tai Xianxian. The establishment of characters pertains to the continuity of civilization, holding significance even greater than the discovery of fire by friction or the construction of dwellings. Consequently, the creation of characters is inherently more complex than the latter two, necessitating considerable time to succeed. After a decade of effort, under Jiang Heng's guidance, the characters of the human race were finally established. As before, Jiang Heng merely provided direction and general ideas without personally engaging in the creation of the characters. At the moment of their creation, the heavens opened, showering grains as if it were rain. While the wails of spirits echoed throughout the human realm, the birth of the human characters marked the dawn of human civilization. Jiang Heng's voice resonated across the human race. In an instant, boundless merits descended from the heavens, landing upon the heads of both Jiang Heng and the congenital human who had helped in the creation of the characters, compared to the previous occasions. The merits bestowed upon Jiang Heng this time were slightly more, yet he still refrained from assimilating them into his being. The congenital human, however, integrated the merits into his body, experiencing a rapid ascent in cultivation, Tai Xianxian. Golden Immortal, peak Golden Immortal, until finally stepping into the realm of Deluo Golden Immortal, at which point the merits gradually dissipated. The stone tablet inscribed with the characters of the human race, nourished by the boundless merits, radiated brilliance, ultimately becoming a treasure of virtue. You have made a great contribution to the establishment of characters for the human race. Thus, I bestow upon you the surnamed Song, signifying a ruler among men. Jiang Heng remarked with a smile, observing the stability of the congenital human's realm. Thank you, Emperor Heng, for the bestowed name. From this day forth, I shall be known as Song Wenshi. The newly named Song Wenshi proclaimed with gratitude. This moment sent ripples of excitement throughout the entire human race. Those elders who had once held doubts about Jiang Heng now found themselves devoid of any lingering concerns. Regardless of Jiang Heng's cultivation, it was evident that with his assistance, 3 instances of heavenly merits had resulted in the emergence of 3 Deluo golden immortals among the human race. No one knew if this was Jiang Heng's limit. If he exerted himself further, could the human race birth even more Deluo golden immortals? With such a leader among them, the human race would only continue to grow stronger. And thus, no one questioned Jiang Heng's position as the leader of the human race any longer. Meanwhile, other powerful beings in the primordial world took notice, their attention drawn towards the human race. 3 instances of heavenly merits had descended in a short span of time. How could such occurrences not capture the interest of these formidable entities? Some began to realize that the human race was likely more intricate than they had previously envisioned, leading to increased focus on the human race. Even the Wu and Yao tribes, who had previously dismissed the human race, now turned their gaze towards them. At this moment, however, Jiang Heng was preoccupied, his attention captivated by a notification from the system. Congratulations, host, on enabling the primordial human race to establish characters, marking the beginning of human civilization. You are awarded 5,000 points of fortune. Please check your rewards. Simultaneously, Jiang Heng's fortune points continued to increase at a steady pace. Chapter 8. The Bodhi Ancient Tree and the 9 Secrets. Once stabilized, Jiang Heng's fortune points reached an astonishing total of 26100. The 10,000 points were a reward for becoming the leader of the human race, while the 5,000 points were for creating characters, heralding the dawn of human civilization. Thus, the system granted Jiang Heng a total of 15,000 points in fortune, after accounting for the remaining 400 points from before. He acquired an additional 10,700 points. Most of these 10,700 points were accrued through Jiang Heng's assistance in enhancing the human race's strength. The emergence of 3 Deluo golden immortals represented a significant leap forward for the human race. Furthermore, Jiang Heng had long understood through the system that the development and growth of the human race were not solely dependent on the increase in strength. Improving the quality of life for all humans and creating a brilliant civilization were equally crucial for their advancement. Regrettably, before becoming the leader of the human race, he had already accrued merits through the discovery of fire and the construction of dwellings. Jiang Heng mused. The majority of the 10,700 fortune points were obtained from the establishment of characters and the initiation of human civilization. While the discovery of fire and the construction of shelters contributed to the human race's progress, Jiang Heng had not yet been their leader at that time. Without the title of leader, the fortune points he could earn were exceedingly limited, a circumstance beyond his control. After all, had it not been for Swearin and Yu Chao, Jiang Heng would have needed to invest a considerable amount of time before attaining leadership among the humans. System, assist me in exchanging for the later stages of the Zhetian Emperor technique, Jiang Heng commanded. Upon exchanging for the later stages of the Zhetian Emperor technique, 10,000 points were deducted, and the transaction was successful. In an instant, countless techniques materialized in Jiang Heng's mind, pertaining to the cultivation methods of the immortal platform Secret Realm and the Quasi-Emperor stage. After the deduction of 10,000 fortune points, Jiang Heng retained 16,100 fortune points and had no intention of leaving them unused. The Earth Immortal level of cultivation felt somewhat inadequate. As the leader of the human race, such a level was insufficient to command respect. Therefore, Jiang Heng prepared to enter seclusion and elevate his cultivation to an appropriate standard. After searching through the system's store, Jiang Heng's gaze soon landed on a particular treasure. Treasure name: Bodhi Ancient Tree. Grade: Superior. Required fortune points for exchange: 8,000. Overview: Originally an immortal medicine possessed by the Amiba Emperor in the Zhetian world, it is known as the Wisdom Tree, filled with boundless mysteries that can assist in enlightenment. The Bodhi Ancient Tree, an immortal medicine from the Zhetian world, can extend the life of emperor-level powerhouses for an entire lifetime, making its value immeasurable, after adjustments by the system and due to differing world rules. In the primordial world, emperors do not face the limitation of a mere 10,000 years of lifespan. Jiang Heng, of course, did not require the Bodhi Ancient Tree to prolong his life. Rather, he valued its ability to aid in enlightenment. The immortal platform Secret Realm differs fundamentally from the previous 4 secret realms. One could even say that the first 4 merely lay the groundwork, while the immortal platform Secret Realm signifies entry into mastery. Even with successful cultivation in the 4 major secret realms, one cannot step into the immortal path in the primordial world. Upon entering the immortal platform Secret Realm, the first level corresponds to Earth Immortal, the second level to Celestial Immortal, and the 6th level directly to Golden Immortal. Each breakthrough within the immortal platform secret realm is fraught with challenges. In the Jiang world, countless remarkable individuals have found themselves trapped within the immortal platform secret realm, unable to break through for extended periods, ultimately exhausting their lifespans. Even with the most suitable cultivation methods and possessing an exceptional talent like the ancestral ancient sacred body, Jiang Heng dared not be the slightest bit careless. Thus, he sought to exchange for the Bodhi ancient tree. Cultivating and gaining enlightenment beneath the Bodhi ancient tree would yield remarkable results, without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Heng directly spent 8,000 points to exchange for the Bodhi ancient tree. Upon grasping the Bodhi ancient tree, an overwhelming flood of insights surged into Jiang Heng's mind, and he even vaguely perceived new understandings of the imperial scriptures he had previously cultivated. Indeed, the immortal medicine is extraordinary, Jiang Heng exclaimed in awe. Temporarily setting the Bodhi ancient tree aside, Jiang Heng continued to search the system's store for a moment and soon discovered another treasure. Treasure name: 9 secrets. Grade: superior. Required fortune points for exchange: 8,000. Overview: the 9 secrets encompass the principles of command, warfare, and progression, created by the 9 supreme deities of the Jiang world, representing the pinnacle of human capabilities across various domains. In the Jiang world, it is said that gathering the 9 secrets ensures success in cultivation, rendering one invincible throughout history. This illustrates that the 9 secrets are supreme secret techniques, each possessing boundless mysteries. Once successfully cultivated, they can dramatically enhance one's combat prowess. Such a precious secret technique, fortuitously within Jiang Heng's means, prompted him to choose to exchange for it without hesitation. Indeed, the 9 secrets each possess boundless applications. Jiang Heng murmured to himself. After exchanging for the 9 secrets, he had gained a preliminary understanding through the system's explanation. The secret of the soldier was created by the Primordial celestial master. It is an unparalleled technique capable of manipulating weapons. It is said that mastering the secret of the soldier to its utmost can enable one to control any external object, even wielding an opponent as a weapon, influencing even the most formidable imperial weapons. The secret of combat, crafted by the limitless celestial master, is an ultimate combat method known as the path of victory in battle, capable of simulating any attack. Among the 9 secrets, the secret of combat is renowned for its offensive prowess, capable of manifesting various divine killing techniques with countless transformations. The secret of the healer, established by the celestial master of longevity, is a healing technique that allows injuries to recover instantaneously. Should one master the secret of the healer to its peak, even the gravest wounds could be healed in an instant, surpassing any elixir or miraculous medicine. The secret of all, created by the Emperor, is a technique that can instantly enhance one's combat power tenfold, with a 9-fold augmentation of strength, bestowing unparalleled might. However, the probability of triggering the secret of all is uncertain. With good fortune, one might trigger it with every strike, but with ill fortune, it may not activate even once. The secret of movement, devised by the celestial master of freedom, is a technique that allows one to attain the pinnacle of speed, embodying the swiftness of time. It is said that mastering the secret of movement to its utmost can enable one to step into the most mysterious realms of time, reverse time, restore lifespan, and achieve immortality. The secret of formation, created by the celestial master of spiritual treasures, pertains to formations and is the supreme secret of the way of arrays. Should one master the secret of formation to its zenith, any formation could be comprehended at a glance, and deploying formations with the secret of formation could even amplify their power significantly. The secret of foreknowledge, established by the celestial master of annihilation, is a technique for cultivating one's spiritual awareness, possessing extraordinarily profound effects. It is said that mastering the secret of foreknowledge to its pinnacle can halt time itself and even traverse the river of time, foreseeing potential future events. The secret of arrival, created by the celestial master of tribulations, is a technique that allows one to enter the forbidden domain of divine prohibitions, rendering one invincible among peers. It is said that mastering the secret of arrival to its utmost not only guarantees invincibility at the same level but also enables one to triumph over higher tiers. The secret of numbers, devised by the celestial master of morality, is a remarkably peculiar technique, somewhat akin to Laozi's concept of transforming the one into the 3 pure ones. It is said that mastering the secret of numbers to its utmost can not only transform the one into the 3 pure ones but can even divide into 9, with each of the 9 avatars retaining their complete combat prowess. Each of the 9 secrets harbors boundless profound truths. Should one truly cultivate all 9 secrets to the great accomplishment stage, becoming invincible throughout history would no longer be a mere boast. This is especially true for Jiang Heng, as he has yet to comprehend a battle method unique to himself. Nevertheless, with the possession of the 9 secrets, Jiang Heng finds that he does not require any particular battle method. Mastering the 9 secrets alone would surpass countless battle techniques. However, achieving mastery over all 9 secrets is likely not a task that can be accomplished in a short period. Jiang Heng is not in a hurry. For him, the most pressing matter is to elevate his own cultivation first. Soon, he summoned Suiren, Yu Chao, and Kang Wen, addressing the 3. I shall enter seclusion for cultivation. I entrust the affairs of the human race to you 3. Your Majesty Heng, how long do you anticipate your seclusion will last? Inquired Suiren. The 3, having reached the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm with Jiang Heng's assistance, were naturally deeply concerned about his situation. Initially, they had hoped Jiang Heng would devise more strategies, thinking that if a few more divine merits descended, the strength of the human race could be significantly enhanced. However, they never expected Jiang Heng to choose this moment to enter seclusion for cultivation. Yet, upon reflection, it was indeed true that Jiang Heng's cultivation level was somewhat lacking. At the very least, it will take a century, and at most, a millennium. I will emerge in due time, Jiang Heng replied with a smile. This seclusion is of great significance, and even Jiang Heng himself is uncertain of the exact duration required. That is reassuring. Your Majesty Heng, rest assured, with the 3 of us here, the human race will undoubtedly be safe. Suiren vowed earnestly. Yu Chao and Kang Wen nodded in agreement, and with that reassurance, Jiang Heng felt at ease. After the 3 departed, he immediately began his seclusion and cultivation. In his last session of cultivation, after overcoming the heavenly tribulation, Jiang Heng had already entered the first layer of the immortal platform secret realm. However, due to a lack of subsequent cultivation methods, his progress had stagnated. Now that he possesses the necessary techniques, his cultivation within the immortal platform secret realm will face no further obstacles. Furthermore, the most suitable techniques within the immortal platform secret realm are the Taiji Sutra created by the Holy Emperor of the Yin and the Taiji Sutra created by the Holy Emperor of the Yang. Yin and Yang, which is superior and which is inferior, coexist harmoniously, with the world proclaiming them as sovereigns. With the convergence of Yin and Yang, they complement each other within the immortal platform, perfectly balancing their forces to evolve the legendary supreme immortal platform technique. It is difficult to determine which is stronger between the Taiji Sutra and the Taiji Sutra, but simultaneously cultivating both imperial scriptures can yield the most powerful immortal platform secret realm. When Yin and Yang harmonize and reach perfection together, one may rightfully claim the title of sovereign. Although this is arduous, Jiang Heng understands that it is a path of supreme significance. Soon, he began his cultivation in the immortal platform secret realm according to the methods recorded in the Taiji Sutra and the Taiji Sutra. Chapter 9. Stepping into the semi-emperor realm, the immortal platform represents the final secret realm of the human body, fundamentally distinct from the previous 4 realms. This secret realm is immensely challenging to cultivate. The 6 layers of the immortal platform require ascending step by step, with each breakthrough resulting in a staggering disparity in strength. Transitioning from one layer of heaven to another presents a chasm so vast it is nearly impossible to cross. Illustrating just how formidable the cultivation of the immortal platform secret realm truly is. In fact, the final secret realm's differences in each layer are equivalent to those of a major secret realm from before. It is worth noting that previously there were only the Wheel Ocean, Dao Palace, for poles, and transformation of the Dragon secret realms, while each layer of the immortal platform secret realm is akin to a major secret realm, with an immense gap between them. Thus, even when combining the Wheel Ocean, Dao Palace, for poles, and transformation of the Dragon, the span of strength in the immortal platform is unparalleled. Upon entering the first layer of the immortal platform, there is nothing particularly remarkable. Upon reaching the second layer, one is regarded as a great power, comparable to a celestial immortal in the primordial world. Ascending to the third layer, one shall sever oneself from the mundane and gain enlightenment, being recognized as a king, akin to a true immortal in the primordial realm. Entering the fourth layer elevates one's life essence, stepping into the realm of laws, and one is then referred to as a sage, comparable to a profound immortal in the primordial world. Upon reaching the fifth layer, the domain of laws deepens further, earning the title of Sage King, akin to a supreme profound immortal in the primordial realm. Upon entering the sixth layer, the domain of the sacred path reaches its zenith, and one is called a great sage, comparable to a golden immortal in the primordial world. Upon achieving perfection in the immortal platform secret realm, one shall embark upon the path of semi-emperor cultivation. Once one ascends to the status of a quasi-emperor, one shall be comparable to a great Luo golden immortal within the primordial realm. In truth, there exists no particularly unique cultivation technique for the quasi-emperor stage. Rather, this phase involves the profound refinement of the 5 great secret realms to perfection, thereby elevating the laws of the sacred path to those of the supreme. Upon achieving the 9th level of quasi-emperor, with the 5 great secret realms perfected, one may then strive towards the unparalleled realm of the emperor, although there are no specific cultivation methods prescribed. The system has nonetheless provided the most optimal path for cultivation, ensuring that the 5 great secret realms suffer from no deficiencies. Consequently, when one attempts to ascend to the emperor's realm, one also gains a greater assurance, thereby increasing the likelihood of success. Relying on the true scriptures of the yin and yang, Jiang Heng commenced his cultivation within the secret realm of the celestial platform. At the outset of his training, Jiang Heng encountered his first challenge: how to cultivate both ancient scriptures simultaneously. While the yin and yang can indeed merge into one, allowing for their mutual assistance, the endeavor of synchronously operating both ancient texts proved to be exceedingly arduous. The forces of yin and yang resembled water and fire. A mere touch would result in a violent clash, let alone a harmonious integration. Aware of the difficulties that lay ahead, Jiang Heng remained unperturbed, sitting cross-legged beneath the ancient Bodhi tree, as he began to absorb the subtle and profound rhythms of the Tao that permeated his surroundings. Gradually, it seemed as though Jiang Heng had attained an epiphany, as the powers of yin and yang began to flow concurrently within his being. While complete integration had yet to be achieved, he had taken a crucial step forward, making the subsequent stages of cultivation significantly more manageable. Time passed without the distinction of day or night, and amidst his relentless practice, Jiang Heng transcended the 1st level of the celestial platform, entering into the domain of the 2nd level. Yet more time elapsed. He persevered, breaking through to the 3rd level, thereby becoming a king of the path, progressing through the 4th level, the innate 5th level, and approaching the 6th level of the celestial platform. Jiang Heng drew ever closer to the realm of perfection within the secret domain. Finally, after an indeterminate passage of time, Jiang Heng managed to refine the 6th level of the celestial platform to completeness. At that moment, the opposing forces of yin and yang within his body had astonishingly merged. Such a remarkable attainment was largely owed to the immortal Bodhi tree, which enabled Jiang Heng to remain perpetually in a state of enlightenment. Without its aid, the simultaneous cultivation of the true scriptures of the yin and yang would have undoubtedly consumed an inordinate amount of time. The ultimate leap was upon him. Jiang Heng suddenly opened his eyes and proclaimed loudly. In an instant, the once clear sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds loomed, and the air was charged with an oppressive atmosphere. As Jiang Heng prepared for his final leap after achieving perfection in the celestial platform, the heavenly tribulation descended once more. Radiant divine light enveloped Jiang Heng, and an overwhelming aura surged forth. This was the culmination of his mastery over the celestial platform, igniting the flames of quasi-emperorhood. Thunder rumbled. From the heavens above, lightning struck down, shattering the tranquility of the land and sending tremors through the primordial world, leaving countless mortals in awe. This was the tribulation of the quasi-emperor, far more formidable than the one Jiang Heng had faced when first entering the secret realm of the celestial platform. The power contained within it reaching a terrifying magnitude. Amidst the flashes of lightning, innumerable bolts intertwined, coalescing into serpentine forms that lashed out at Jiang Heng's corporeal being. Jiang Heng's expression grew solemn. This tribulation was exceptionally fearsome and not merely a trial for achieving quasi-emperor status. For this time, the tribulation he faced encompassed not only the ascension of his cultivation to the quasi-emperor level, but also the enhancement of his physical form to that of a quasi-emperor. Indeed, during this period of secluded cultivation, Jiang Heng had not only elevated his cultivation to the quasi-emperor level, but had also advanced his ancient holy body to that same tier, with both his cultivation and physical form breaking through simultaneously. Jiang Heng would undoubtedly possess unparalleled combat prowess, yet the ensuing tribulations would be overwhelmingly terrifying. The serpentine forms twisted in the void, transforming into several colossal dragons, their azure scales glistening and their bodies as robust as mountains. A total of 9 dragons emerged, each remarkably lifelike, emitting roars that suggested they possessed a semblance of life. Truly, they sought to shatter the heavens and subdue the netherworld, as if these dragons were not mere manifestations of lightning but beings of genuine essence. The azure true dragon coiled, opening its maw and extending its claws, seemingly capable of engulfing the entirety of existence, aiming to obliterate Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's form radiated with a divine brilliance, the blood coursing through his veins resonating like a tsunami. The might of his ancient holy body becoming unmistakably apparent at that moment. For Jiang Heng, this was a pivotal instant. Overcoming this trial would secure him a place within the competitive landscape of the primordial world. Thunder rumbled. The massive form of a true dragon descended, its body coiling as if to grind the world beneath it, embodying a terrifying power. Among the dragon clan, such a formidable dragon was indeed a rare sight. Jiang Heng mused to himself. The dragon clan once flourished within the primordial world, and the ancestral dragon of yore was a paragon of quasi-saintly strength. The colossal dragon bore down upon him. Jiang Heng felt no fear. Instead, he stepped forward, engaging the dragon directly with the might of his ancient holy body. Jiang Heng's fist shattered the void as he simultaneously activated the 9 secrets. Unleashing an exceedingly terrifying combat strength, he soared through the heavens, delivering blow after blow, each strike drawing blood as it collided with the azure dragon's form, its scales fracturing and blood spraying in a visceral display of reality. Roar, roar, roar. The dragon recoiled in pain, leaping upwards, having lost one of its claws at Jiang Heng's hands, fleeing towards the heavens as if in fear of him. Yet, the dragon swiftly turned back, and the other 8 dragons closed in on Jiang Heng. Engaging him in fierce combat, Jiang Heng's expression remained grave, each punch landing with bloodshed, not only dragon's blood but his own, as bones began to protrude from his fists. However, Jiang Heng paid no mind. With the secrets at his disposal, these injuries would heal in an instant and were of little consequence to him. Surrounded by the 9 dragons, the battle escalated into a brutal exchange, where even Jiang Heng found it challenging to secure a swift victory. Suddenly, the secrets activated, and Jiang Heng's power surged tenfold. With a single punch, the very heavens trembled and the earth quaked. Jiang Heng then harnessed the Ling secret, entering a state of divine prohibition, unleashing an unparalleled strike that swiftly subdued all 9 colossal dragons. Roar! The thunderous sea churned as a dragon's roar echoed throughout the heavens and the earth, heralding the emergence of an even larger dragon, its breath illuminating the skies like a boundless river of stars. This dragon dwarfed the previous 9, possessing an even greater strength, having already stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The fierce battle resumed with renewed ferocity and through the 9 secrets. Jiang Heng ultimately shattered the massive form of the dragon into countless fragments. While the dragon was annihilated, the tribulation was far from over. The thunderous sea quaked once more as 9 enormous fire phoenixes surged towards Jiang Heng. Drawing strength from the 9 secrets, Jiang Heng became ever more formidable, his fervent battle intent soaring towards the heavens as he obliterated the 9 fire phoenixes entirely. Soon after, a single, even larger fire phoenix appeared, resembling the legendary ancestor of the Phoenix clan, the Yuan Feng. After a grueling victory, 9 great Qilins emerged from the thunderous sea, alongside a gigantic Qilin that bore a striking resemblance to the primordial Qilin. Could it be that what I just experienced was the great tribulation of the Dragon Han? Jiang Heng murmured to himself. In the primordial world, eons ago, the rulers of heaven and earth were the 3 clans of dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins. If all went as expected, the formidable beings Jiang Heng encountered were indeed remnants of these 3 clans' strongest ancestors. Amidst the tumultuous battles, Jiang Heng sustained numerous injuries, yet through the 9 secrets, these tribulations could not inflict any lasting damage upon him. After overcoming the trials of the dragons, phoenixes, and Qilins, a colossal golden bell surged forth from the thunderous sea, descending upon Jiang Heng. Is this the imprint of the chaos bell? Jiang Heng pondered. The golden bell contained boundless power, capable of shaking the very fabric of time and space, presenting an impenetrable defense that made it difficult for Jiang Heng to inflict even a scratch upon it. Following this, the thunderous sea trembled once more, as a pennant formed from chaotic energy and a scroll embodying the principles of yin and yang emerged, rushing towards Jiang Heng to impose its weight upon him. The Panga banner, the Taiji diagram. Jiang Heng had no time to contemplate further, as the imprints of these 3 primordial treasures manifested in the heavenly tribulation, collectively seeking to subdue him. This battle was exceptionally fierce. Jiang Heng was repeatedly annihilated, yet with unwavering willpower, he continually reconstituted his corporeal form. Time became an abstract concept, and after an indeterminate duration, Jiang Heng finally transcended the extremes, unleashing a strike imbued with the essence of the Jie secret, obliterating the 3 primordial treasures. Only then did the heavenly tribulation begin to dissipate, marking Jiang Heng's formal entry into the quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 10. The Holy Body Achieved, Challenging the Emperor. Little did he expect that this round of cultivation had spanned 2 centuries. Having ascended from the first layer of the celestial realm to the first layer of the quasi-emperor realm, Jiang Heng devoted an entire 200 years to this endeavor. In the grand tapestry of the primordial world, such a duration is hardly considered lengthy. In fact, it may be deemed rather brief. Within this vast expanse, it is unequivocally insufficient to attain the lofty heights of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Of course, this does not account for the innate deities endowed with formidable powers from birth, such as the 3 pure ones, Jiang Heng's previous incarnation was merely an innate human. Yet he managed to cultivate to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal in just over 500 years, a feat that would surely astonish many. This illustrates the formidable nature of the Celestial Emperor's law. Without it, Jiang Heng could never have reached his current level within a mere 2 centuries, upon entering the Quasi-Emperor realm. Jiang Heng displayed no inclination to exit his seclusion. He was determined to continue his cultivation. The advancement of his physical body into the Quasi-Emperor realm signified that Jiang Heng could now refine the ancestral holy body to a consummate stage. Once this holy body reaches perfection, Jiang Heng, despite his Quasi-Emperor status, would still be able to contend with the mightiest of Emperor-level beings. Known as the Quasi-Saints in the Primordial world, to achieve the completion of the holy body, he must meticulously reconstruct each secret realm of the body according to its unique esoteric techniques, striving for perfection and transcending into the path of enlightenment. The methods for cultivating the perfected holy body had been bestowed upon Jiang Heng by the system, ensuring that he would face no obstacles in re-establishing the 5 great secret realms. Time flowed gently, and after another century had passed, Jiang Heng's cultivation had steadily progressed to the 9th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm. Concurrently, he had successfully reformed all 5 secret realms to their perfected states. Within Jiang Heng's being, his golden blood had entirely transformed back into a vibrant red, each movement brimming with terrifying power. With the perfection of the holy body, my physical form should now rival that of the ancestral witches, Jiang Heng mused to himself. The perfected holy body had reached an almost indestructible state, allowing him to withstand the most formidable of imperial weapons with ease. In the primordial world, the most powerful physical bodies undoubtedly belonged to the witch clan. Yet Jiang Heng believed his own physique was not inferior to that of the ancestral witches. The true measure of strength would only be revealed through confrontation, and should fortune favor him, opportunities would abound in the future. Strangely, there is no heavenly tribulation appearing this time, Jiang Heng muttered. In his previous breakthroughs, he had faced the trials of heavenly tribulations, which were both calamities and tests that propelled his growth. With such a monumental breakthrough in achieving the perfected holy body, he had anticipated another heavenly trial. However, the primordial world was not akin to the celestial world. After attaining the perfected holy body, the heavenly tribulation did not descend. Yet, Jiang Heng understood that once he reached the emperor's realm, a heavenly tribulation would inevitably follow. Moreover, should all proceed without incident, the tribulation upon entering the emperor's realm would likely be an unprecedented catastrophe. Its power could be unimaginably vast. For the time being, Jiang Heng felt he needed further refinement before stepping into the emperor's realm, as his own cultivation level still required enhancement. Furthermore, the path to the emperor's realm for the holy body was inherently more arduous than for others. Of course, once the holy body achieved enlightenment, its combat prowess would far exceed that of a typical emperor, justifiably earning the title of Celestial Emperor. Jiang Heng was not in haste. There was still time before the final cataclysm of the witch and demon tribulation arrived, allowing him to prepare at his own pace. Upon exiting his retreat, the trio of Swearin, Yao Chao, and Kangwen immediately came forth to pay their respects to Jiang Heng a century prior, when Jiang Heng had broken through to the Quasi-Emperor realm. The resulting heavenly tribulation had reverberated throughout the human race, leading to considerable concern for his well-being. Yet as the tribulation dissipated and Jiang Heng's aura stabilized, the 3 had expected him to emerge shortly thereafter. Little did they anticipate that Jiang Heng would remain in seclusion for a full century more, only now emerging. During my 300 years of seclusion, has anything momentous transpired among the human race? Jiang Heng inquired. Reporting to Emperor Heng, the human race has enjoyed favorable weather and peace, with no significant events occurring in these 3 centuries, Swearin responded. Reporting to Emperor Heng, our human race has steadily progressed in development and has made some advancements in strength. Yao Chao added, that is good to hear. During my seclusion, I have gained some insights and discovered a cultivation method that is particularly suited for our people, which I shall impart to all our kin shortly. Jiang Heng declared. What insights has Emperor Heng gleaned from his seclusion? Kanwen asked. Jiang Heng smiled without speaking, allowing his cultivation to radiate forth. In an instant, the aura of the 9th layer of the Quasi-Emperor realm was unveiled. This is the cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal. But 300 years ago, Emperor Heng, were you not merely at the Earth Immortal level? Swearin exclaimed in disbelief. 300 years, merely 300 years. You have ascended from the Earth Immortal realm to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. How can that be? Yao Chao murmured, his eyes glazed in astonishment. Wait, but this is the same great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Why does Emperor Heng's aura seem so overwhelmingly powerful? Wen remarked in surprise. In the span of just 3 centuries, Jiang Heng had advanced from the Earth Immortal realm to that of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, leaving Swerin and the others utterly speechless. In their understanding, such a feat could only occur through divine providence. Relying solely on one's own cultivation seemed utterly implausible. Moreover, the aura Jiang Heng now exhibited was as profound as an ocean, rendering Swerin and his companions unable to discern his true depth. Though Swerin and his companions were themselves formidable beings at the Great Luo Golden Immortal level, they found themselves utterly unable to compare to Jiang Heng's presence. How could they not be astonished? At this moment, they realized just how monumental Jiang Heng's progress had been during his 300 years of seclusion. I have already informed you that during my seclusion, I comprehended a cultivation method that is exceptionally fitting for our human race, Jiang Heng stated with a smile. Could it be that this method is the reason Emperor Heng was able to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm in merely 300 years? And grow so powerful? Swerin asked, somewhat hesitantly. Indeed, Jiang Heng affirmed confidently. Upon hearing this, Swerin, Yao Chao, and Wen exchanged glances, their faces alight with joy. If what Jiang Heng claimed was true, that his current prowess was entirely due to this method, it would represent an earth-shattering development for the human race. If one cultivation method could enable Jiang Heng to reach the Great Luo Golden Immortal realm, could not others among the human race also attain that level? Even if 300 years were insufficient, could 3,000 years suffice? If that too proved inadequate, then perhaps 30,000 years would be acceptable, once the human race possessed hundreds or thousands of Great Luo Golden Immortals. What would the Witch Clan amount to? What of the Demon Clan? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, Swerin and his companions found their breaths growing rapid, their eyes shimmering with fervent anticipation. Yet, questions lingered in their hearts about how Jiang Heng had come to grasp such a profound method. The cultivation techniques currently employed by the human race had been imparted by the Tai Ching Saint. And despite countless practitioners, only a scarce few had achieved notable success. Since the Tai Ching Saint had begun teaching the human race, several centuries had passed, yet few had ascended to the immortal path. How could Jiang Heng, who had been merely at the Earth Immortal level prior to his seclusion, have comprehended a technique that surpassed that of the Tai Ching Saint? Emperor Heng, does such a method truly exist? What manner of technique is this? Yao Chao asked, a hint of skepticism in his tone. I refer to the highest realm of this technique as the Emperor, hence I have named it the Human Race Emperor's Law. Jiang Heng proclaimed, the Human Race Emperor's Law. Might Emperor Heng demonstrate it for us? Wen inquired. How about this? You three shall join forces against me in battle, allowing you to better appreciate the profundity of this technique. Jiang Heng suggested. He understood that in the current primordial world, the status of the saints was exalted and nearly unassailable. The cultivation method the human race employed was derived from the teachings of the Tai Ching Saint, making it a formidable challenge to persuade Swerin and his companions to adopt an alternative method. Only by demonstrating the might of the Celestial Emperor's Law could he help them grasp the reality of the situation. Very well, Swerin, Yao Chao, and Wen replied in unison, exchanging determined glances. Jiang Heng stepped forward and ascended into the air, addressing the trio. This is the first realm of my comprehended technique, the secret realm of the Wheel Sea. A golden sea of suffering manifested before them, followed by the emergence of the life spring and the divine bridge, an overwhelming aura descending upon Swerin and his companions, under the immense pressure of Jiang Heng's formidable presence. The trio appeared utterly stunned, unable to muster even the slightest movement. This is the second realm, the secret realm of the Tao Palace. Jiang Heng continued, as the divine organs of heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys within him began to radiate with light. The 5 divine beings surged forth from Jiang Heng's body, with the phoenix spreading its wings, the azure dragon coiling, and the white tiger roaring. The power of the 5 elements unleashed boundless creation. This is the third realm, the secret realm of the 4 extremes. Jiang Heng's limbs stirred gently, his palms seemingly capable of reaching the highest vault of the heavens, while his feet pressed down upon the depths of the abyss. Surrounded by an array of countless laws encircling his extremities, this marked the 4th realm, the secret realm of transformation into a dragon. Jiang Heng stood tall, the sound of a dragon's roar resounding, as a majestic dragon surged forth from his spine, as if it could support an entire universe. This was the 5th realm, the secret realm of the celestial platform. The 6-layered celestial platform began to glow, revealing the profound mysteries of the endless laws, leaving the trio of Swerin in a state of dizzying awe. Upon the perfection of the 5 great secret realms, one could ascend to the realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Should these 5 realms merge into one, it might even grant access to the quasi-saint realm, Jiang Heng proclaimed. Before the trio of Swerin could fully comprehend, Jiang Heng continued. Now, Let me allow you to experience my true strength after cultivating this technique." Upon concluding his words, Jiang Heng struck with the palm. Instantly, a violent force shattered the void, as colossal hands overshadowed the trio of Sui Ren. With grave expressions, they hurriedly gathered their strength and roared in unison, attempting to counter with their own strikes. However, their palms had yet to approach Jiang Heng before they were suppressed by his overwhelming power. As Jiang Heng's palm descended, the trio felt as if they were mere ants, utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. Chapter 11. The entire clan cultivates the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, though they were also great Luo Golden Immortals. The trio of Sui Ren was horrified to discover that they were utterly incapable of withstanding even a single strike from Jiang Heng. How terrifying was this revelation, that earlier strike had been delivered without Jiang Heng utilizing his perfected holy body, merely employing the cultivation of the quasi-emperor realm. Yet, for Jiang Heng, this was the norm. Although they shared the same realm, their combat prowess could differ drastically. While the trio of Sui Ren were all great Luo Golden Immortals, they had cultivated the golden elixir technique imparted by the Ta Ching Saint. According to the system, the Emperor's Law of the Heavens was far more suitable for humanity, ranking significantly higher than the golden elixir technique. Furthermore, the trio of Sui Ren had attained the great Luo Golden Immortal realm through merit, inherently possessing limited strength. Even within the primordial world, compared to the strength gained through personal cultivation, achieving merit was historically the weakest path to power. Thus, it was only natural that despite being in the same realm as Jiang Heng, an immense disparity in strength existed between them. "Heng Di, your recent retreat has led you to comprehend such a formidable technique. It is truly astonishing," Sui Ren remarked in amazement. Jiang Heng's palm had, of course, not truly descended. Once he retracted his hand, the trio of Sui Ren was already left in profound shock. As long as our humanity practices this technique, we will surely see a surge of exceptional talents. And at that time, we may yet compete with the demon race, Jiang Heng declared with unshakable confidence, and this was no empty boast. It held the potential to become a reality in the future. If every member of our race cultivates the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, even if only a portion succeeds, the strength of humanity will multiply exponentially. That would be the best scenario, Song Wen exclaimed with excitement. Jiang Heng's ability to elevate his cultivation to the level of great Luo Golden Immortal within 300 years, coupled with such combat prowess, was indeed remarkable. The trio of Sui Ren was also intrigued. If they too cultivated Jiang Heng's technique, might they not have the potential to advance further? Even if they started from scratch, it would only take a few hundred years, which was negligible for them. Success would yield immense gains. Even in failure, they would suffer no losses. Why not take the chance? If all our people were to cultivate this technique, the methods passed down by the Ta Ching Saint would naturally see no practitioners left. Given that these are saintly techniques, derived from the Tao ancestor, would neglecting them not pose a problem? Sui Ren expressed some concerns. What Sui Ren said was not without merit. If the Emperor's Law of the Heavens were to be universally adopted among humanity, what would be the Ta Ching Saint's reaction? Moreover, Jiang Heng speculated further, fearing that should the situation escalate, even the Tao ancestor might intervene. The future rise of humanity could very well be a script long determined by the heavenly principles. If this were the case, the trajectory of humanity's development may have been predestined. Once humanity deviated from its original path, it was uncertain whether the heavenly principles would take action. However, within the primordial world, the heavenly principles were nearly synonymous with the Tao ancestor Hongjun. To be precise, the heavenly principles were Hongjun, yet Hongjun did not solely represent the heavenly principles throughout the actions of the Tao ancestor. It was merely to align with the development of the heavenly principles. The only reassurance for Jiang Heng was that the rise of humanity aligned with the trends of the heavenly principles, a fact that even the saints in the Tao ancestor could not alter. Thus, within the bounds of the heavenly principles, modifying the minor trends should still fall within acceptable limits. Moreover, disseminating the Emperor's Law of the Heavens throughout all of humanity was the sole pathway to their empowerment. How could Jiang Heng easily relinquish such an opportunity? Subsequently, Jiang Heng imparted various forms of the Emperor's Law of the Heavens one by one to the trio of Sui Ren, urging them to spread it among humanity. The techniques exchanged from the system were not limited to the few Jiang Heng had practiced, but encompassed all the imperial scriptures from the world of the heavens, the complete Hengyu scripture, the complete void scripture, the complete sky-swallowing demon technique, and even the complete primordial scripture. Like Jiang Heng, who cultivated the most powerful imperial realms at each stage, such an approach could indeed forge the mightiest combat strength. Albeit with great difficulty, the primordial world had never witnessed an emperor from the world of the heavens, thus eliminating the issue of failing to cultivate someone else's technique to attain the Tao. Therefore, diligently cultivating the complete imperial scriptures, Provided one's talent was sufficient, there was ample hope for achieving the Tao within the primordial world, once humanity could give birth to a sufficient number of emperor-level powerhouses. They could subsequently forge supreme imperial weapons, which would surely draw the attention of even the saints, with the support of the three great Luo golden immortals and the example set by Jiang Heng. The dissemination of the Emperor's Law of the Heavens among humanity proceeded remarkably smoothly. In just 50 years, a wave of cultivation swept across humanity, with many individuals attaining the realm of transformation into a dragon through the Emperor's Law. Indeed, several gifted individuals had already stepped into the first layer of the celestial platform. Moreover, once one practiced the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, their combat strength became significantly superior to those who had cultivated the golden elixir method. Those who had previously doubted the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, upon witnessing its formidable nature, began to cultivate it fervently. Though the three of Sui Ren had attained their saintly status through merit, they were still capable of practicing the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, as they were innate members of humanity with considerable talent. In pursuit of higher realms, the trio of Sui Ren did not hesitate to start their cultivation from the secret realm of the Wheel Sea, and had now successfully reached the secret realm of the celestial platform. The cultivation within the secret realm of the celestial platform was exceedingly arduous, yet given time, the trio might indeed step into the quasi-emperor realm, or even the emperor realm. Should they succeed, they would no longer merely rely on merit to attain the Tao, but could possess formidable combat strength as well. Calculating the time, it is nearly upon us, Jiang Heng murmured to himself. He then summoned the trio of Sui Ren and disclosed his intentions. I shall embark on a journey for a time. I entrust the future of humanity to you three. The trio of Sui Ren was taken aback. This was precisely when humanity was fully committed to cultivating the Emperor's Law of the Heavens. As the founder of this technique, how could Jiang Heng choose to leave at such a critical moment? Heng Di, why do you wish to venture out at such a pivotal time? Sui Ren inquired. Puzzled. Given their understanding of Jiang Heng, they knew he was not one to act recklessly. They trusted that his decision was for a reason. This stemmed from Jiang Heng's history of accomplishing astonishing feats within humanity. Whether in enabling their trio to attain saintly status or in creating the Emperor's Law of the Heavens, each of these milestones had granted Jiang Heng immense prestige among humanity, and no one dared to question his status as the leader of their race. Firstly, my current cultivation has reached a bottleneck, and to break through, I require sufficient insights. It cannot be achieved merely through seclusion. Secondly, a momentous event is about to unfold in the primordial world, and for the future of our humanity, I must undertake this journey. Jiang Heng stated solemnly. A momentous event? Heng Di, what do you mean? Yu Chao inquired hesitantly. The secrets of heaven cannot be revealed. You must ensure that during this period, the members of our race are contained and refrain from venturing outside. Jiang Heng instructed with gravity. The trio of Sui Ren, witnessing Jiang Heng's seriousness, understood it was not their place to press further, and they nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Jiang Heng did not alert any other elders of humanity, instead declaring that he had entered seclusion and then set forth alone towards the vast primordial land. Jiang Heng's journey was, in truth, aimed at the primordial world's foremost benevolent figure, the venerable Hongyuan. Or rather, it is for the primordial purple chi that resides within the venerable Hongyuan. In the past, the Tao ancestor delivered teachings thrice within the purple cloud palace, ultimately accepting the three purities, Nuwa, and the two Western saints as his 6 disciples. During the final discourse, the Tao ancestor bestows 7 strands of primordial purple chi, declaring that this would serve as the foundation for attaining sanctity. Of these, 6 strands were conferred by the Tao ancestor Hongjun to his 6 disciples, who are now known as the 6 saints. After receiving the primordial purple chi, the 3 purities, Nuwa, and the 2 Western saints have all achieved the status of saints, either early or late. This, in turn, validates the assertion that the primordial purple chi is indeed, as the Tao ancestor stated, the cornerstone of becoming a saint. Consequently, the 7th strand of primordial purple chi has become exceedingly crucial, becoming the object of desire for countless aspirants of sanctity. This 7th strand was originally bestowed by the Tao ancestor Hongjun upon the first kind-hearted individual of the primordial era, the venerable Hongyuan. Hongyuan, a being who attained enlightenment as the first red cloud after the creation of the heavens and the earth, had initially entered the ranks of quasi-saints. He had once shared the experience of listening to the teachings of Hongjun in the Purple Cloud Palace alongside the current 6 saints, Dong Wangtai, Dijuan, Xinyuan Zizi, and Kuanping. The venerable Hongyuan, by nature benevolent, had forged numerous friendships in the primordial era, with many of the great powers who listened to the Tao at that time being on amicable terms with him. His closest companion was none other than Xinyuan Zizi, the ancestor of the Earth Immortals, who also possessed quasi-saint cultivation. However, simultaneously, Hongyan was also the unluckiest individual in the primordial world, with a stroke of fate so unfortunate that it would bring tears to the eyes of those who heard of it. Back in the day, within the purple cloud palace of the Tao ancestor Hongzhou, there existed 6 seats. It is now well known among the powerful beings of the primordial world that sitting in these 6 seats would lead to being accepted as a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. Being a direct disciple signifies the attainment of saintly status, and at that time, the venerable Hongyan indeed possessed a seat in the purple cloud palace. Yet, due to the shamelessness of the 2 Western saints, Hongyan relinquished his seat, thereby missing the opportunity to become a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor. That matter aside, at least in the end, the Tao ancestor Hongzhun still granted 1 strand of primordial purple qi to the venerable Hongyan, which could be seen as a form of compensation. Now, the 6 disciples of the Tao ancestor, namely the 3 purities, Nuwa, and the 2 Western saints, have all successfully achieved the status of saints. Yet the venerable Hongyan, who also possesses a strand of primordial purple qi, finds himself still grasping at the threads of understanding on how to attain sanctity. It is precisely for this reason that a calamity is soon to befall the venerable Hongyan. Chapter 12. Hongyan faces calamity. Upon departing from the human realm, Jiang Heng made his way directly toward the direction of the fire cloud cave, where the venerable Hongyan was currently sequestered in deep meditation. It is said that after the day of the 5 saints, Xinyuan Zizi, being the closest friend of the venerable Hongyan, had already sensed impending doom. To prevent his dear friend from encountering disaster, Xinyuan Zizi had kept the venerable Hongyan within the confines of the Honghuang temple for cultivation. Both Xinyuan Zizi and the venerable Hongyan were quasi-saint level powerhouses, and together, they commanded respect among the formidable beings of the primordial world. However, perhaps it was simply the fate of the venerable Hongyan to encounter such tribulations. After a period of cultivation in the Honghuang temple, he could no longer endure the confinement. In the primordial world, when calamity descends, it can indeed bewilder those ensnared in it, leading them to act in ways that defy comprehension. The venerable Hongyu was no exception. It was common knowledge that many eyes were upon him. If he remained within the Honghuang temple, the combined strength of the 2 quasi-saints might deter others from acting. Yet, blinded by his fate, the venerable Hongyan resolved to return alone to his cave, the Fire Cloud Cave. Was this not a path to self-destruction? It is worth mentioning that the Fire Cloud Cave shares a connection with the human race, as the future 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors would seek refuge there. However, due to Jiang Heng's influence, the human race has embarked on a completely different path, leaving the future of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors uncertain. Jiang Heng arrived near the Fire Cloud Cave, observing discreetly before a knowing expression crossed his face. Kuenping, Mingi. Indeed, it was these 2 individuals. Jiang Heng muttered to himself. Many were watching the venerable Hongyan, but among them, the strongest were undoubtedly the quasi-saints Kuenping and Mingi. The enmity between Kuenping and the venerable Hongyan was long-standing, with Kuenping harboring the belief that had it not been for Hongyan willingly relinquishing his seat to the 2 Western saints, he would not have lost his own position in the Purple Cloud Palace. Were it not for this, Kuenping might have already become a direct disciple of the Tao ancestor and achieved the status of a saint. As for Mingi, he had long been scheming to attain the Tao, emulating the Saint Nuwa by creating the Azura race. Yet, no matter how hard he toiled, the distance to the realm of the saints remained insurmountable, leaving him unwilling to accept such a fate. After much contemplation, Mingi concluded that his failure to achieve sanctity was due to a lack of primordial purple qi. Thus, he and Kuenping conspired to approach the vicinity of the Fire Cloud Cave, evidently intent on killing and seizing treasures. Both Mingi and Kuenping were seasoned quasi-saint level powerhouses, their formidable prowess placing them among the elite in the primordial world. But the venerable Hongyan was no weakling. Should a confrontation arise, the combined might of Mingi and Kuenping would leave him with no chance of survival. Whether to save the venerable Hongyan was, for Jiang Heng, inconsequential. After all, they were not kin. And the venerable Hongyan was not part of the human race. As the sovereign of the human race, Jiang Heng constantly focused on the interests of his people, and thus, the venerable Hongyan was not within his considerations. Of course, should the venerable Hongyan pledge allegiance to the human race, gaining an additional quasi-saint level powerhouse would undoubtedly enhance their strength, prompting Jiang Heng to reconsider intervening. The primordial purple qi was the crux of the matter. Jiang Heng was not inclined to believe the absurd notion that mere possession of primordial purple qi guaranteed the attainment of sanctity. He truly wished to witness what primordial purple qi was, convinced that the Tao ancestor was not merely speaking without basis. After a while, Kuenping and Mingi could no longer restrain themselves. Abandoning their concealment, and directly approaching the fire cloud cave. "Friend Hongyun, might you step out to meet us?" Kunping proclaimed without reservation. "Indeed, friend Hongyun, having sensed our presence, why do you hide within your cave?" Mingyi added. Kunping and Mingyi showed no signs of subterfuge. It would be a peculiar occurrence if the venerable Hongyun failed to recognize them. Aware that evasion was futile, the venerable Hongyun stepped out of his cave, his voice grave. "What brings you both here, esteemed friends?" The venerable Hongyun recognized both Kunping and Mingyi, fully aware that their visit would not be a simple matter. "Humph, Hongyun, on that day within the Purple Cloud Palace, the Tao ancestor bestowed a strand of primordial purple qi upon you. And today we have come for that very reason," Mingyi declared. "Hongyun, if you willingly surrender the primordial purple qi, we shall take our leave. Should you refuse, today may very well mark your downfall," Kunping said in a low voice. The expression of the venerable Hongyun shifted dramatically as he retorted, "The primordial purple qi was personally bestowed by the Tao ancestor. Do you not fear his wrath in your brazen attempt to seize it?" "Humph, Hongyun, you overestimate your significance. The Tao ancestor granted you the primordial purple qi, but did not declare it to be solely yours. It has been a yuanwei since you received it, yet you remain unable to comprehend its profundities. Keeping it is but a waste," Mingyi sneered. "Friend Mingyi speaks true, Hongyun. Your inability to grasp the primordial purple qi signifies that you have no affinity with it. I advise you to hand it over willingly. Doing so may yet preserve your life," Kunping added, his expression darkening. The venerable Hongyun's demeanor changed repeatedly. He understood that Kunping and Mingyi had no intention of retreating easily. Yet to relinquish the foundational primordial purple qi for attaining sanctity, the venerable Hongyun was naturally reluctant. "Words are futile. Do you truly think I, Hongyun, am easy to bully? This primordial purple qi? Under no circumstances will I surrender," the venerable Hongyun declared resolutely. "Humph, it seems you will not weep until you see the coffin. Let us settle this with our hands," Mingyi said, his expression grim. "Humph, refusing to drink the wine offered. You will now face the penalty. Today shall be the day of your fall, Hongyun." Kunping, having reached the limits of his patience, was no longer inclined to engage in idle chatter with the venerable Hongyun. Thus, the stage was set for an extraordinary battle, with 3 seasoned quasi-saint powerhouses from the primordial world, each formidable enough to command respect within that realm, faced with both Kunping and the old ancestor of the underworld river. Hongyun swiftly produced his prized artifact, the 99 Scatter Soul Gourd. This treasure was no ordinary item. It was forged from the innate spiritual roots found atop Kunlun Mountain, harvested from the gourd vine. The 99 Scatter Soul Gourd, an innate spiritual treasure, had been refined by Hongyun over countless eons, significantly amplifying its power. This gourd excelled in tainting the souls of others, scattering their spirit, and was an embodiment of extreme darkness and malevolence. However, such a sinister artifact, entrusted to a well-meaning individual like Hongyun, seemed somewhat like a pearl cast before swine. The old ancestor of the underworld river was equally unyielding, wielding 2 innate spiritual treasures. The abyssal Yuan Slayer, and standing upon the fiery red lotus of karma, his strength eclipsing that of Hongyun. Kunping found himself at a disadvantage, despite his considerable power, as he possessed only a single innate spiritual treasure of mediocre potency. As the 3 engaged in battle, it became evident to Jiang Heng that Hongyun quickly began to falter, his situation precariously dire. Alone, Hongyun might have struggled against the old ancestor of the underworld river. Now, faced with the combined forces of both the old ancestor and Kunping, his retreat was inevitable. Yet, as Hongyun contemplated withdrawal, the swiftness of Kunping rendered escape impossible. "Underestimate us not," Hongyun bellowed in fury. "Hand over the Hongming purple qi at once, and we may yet spare your life," the old ancestor of the underworld river intoned gravely. "Never. Even if I perish here today, I shall ensure that neither of you escapes unscathed," Hongyun retorted, resolutely defiant. "Hongyun, your fate is sealed. With the 2 of us present, I wonder who could possibly come to your aid," Kunping declared menacingly. You dare to push me too far. I shall fight to the bitter end," Hongyun growled, a fierce determination igniting within him. No sooner had he spoken than a tempestuous aura erupted from Hongyun, causing Kunping and the old ancestor of the underworld river to blanch in alarm. "Not good. Hongyun intends to self-destruct," the old ancestor of the underworld river exclaimed, terror etched across his face. Even the lowliest of creatures possess an instinct for survival. Neither Kunping nor the old ancestor could have anticipated that Hongyun would resort to such drastic measures. Should he self-destruct, Hongyun would surely perish, but Kunping and the old ancestor would not escape unscathed either. Without hesitation, they abandoned any thought of the Hongming purple qi and summoned all their strength to distance themselves from Hongyun. Yet, Hongyun was resolute in his intent to take them down with him, relentlessly pursuing the 2. "Let us perish together," Hongyun's expression twisted in rage as his aura intensified to terrifying levels. At last, a thunderous explosion resounded as Hongyun detonated himself. Cough, cough. Kuenping and the old ancestor of the underworld river gasped for breath, surveying each other's battered forms, their eyes betraying lingering trepidation, ignoring their injuries. They hastily extended their consciousness to seek traces of the Honghuang purple qi. The moment their thoughts stirred, their countenances darkened as they turned to the site of Hongyun's explosion, unbeknownst to them. A figure now stood where Hongyun had perished. Kuenping and the old ancestor had previously scrutinized the area and found no trace of the Honghuang purple qi, nor any remnants of Hongyun's presence. Who are you? Surrender the Honghuang purple qi at once, they demanded in unison, their voices laden with authority. With Hongyun's essence vanished, both Kuenping and the old ancestor had presumed him utterly vanquished. Yet, the simultaneous disappearance of the Honghuang purple qi had made it clear that the newly appeared figure was intricately involved in this occurrence. Trying to distance yourself from this matter? You must think us fools to believe that. Then let us engage in battle. The figure revealed himself to be Jiang Heng, undaunted by the predatory gazes of Kuenping and the old ancestor of the underworld river, even seeming eager for the confrontation. Chapter 13. Suppressing the two quasi-saints. The old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping glared at Jiang Heng, their eyes glinting with murderous intent as they began to amass a terrifying aura. After much plotting, they had finally slain Hongyun and were poised to seize the Honghuang purple qi, only to have an unexpected challenger emerge. Their hard-fought efforts now threatened to become the garments of another. Their fury was palpable. Kill. Without a moment's hesitation, both the old ancestor and Kuenping brandished their innate spiritual treasures and launched themselves at Jiang Heng. Come at me. Jiang Heng's spirit sword. For this marked his inaugural clash with quasi-saint level adversaries since arriving in the primordial realm. Filling him with anticipation, though he had yet to forge the supreme imperial weapon, Jiang Heng considered his own physique to be the mightiest of treasures. His fully realized ancient sacred body radiated a golden light, powerful energy erupting from within. With a single step, a chaotic blue lotus manifested behind him, swaying gently, sending tremors through the vast expanse of chaos. Jiang Heng stood like a celestial king descending from the heavens, exuding boundless authority as he charged toward the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping. Against the two quasi-saints, Jiang Heng held nothing back. The innate phenomena of the heavenly ascension and the chaotic seed blue lotus unfolded simultaneously. A single punch unleashed a cataclysmic shockwave, shattering the earth and fracturing the very fabric of time and space, causing both the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping to tremble in response. A being of such immense physical prowess, could this be a master of the witch clan? The old ancestor of the underworld river pondered, his expression shifting. Is there truly such a powerful entity among the witch clan? Beyond the 12 ancestors, Kuenping mused, astonished. Both the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping were acutely aware of the formidable beings in the primordial realm, and they were certain that Jiang Heng was not among those they were familiar with. Boom! In their initial clash, the forces unleashed were apocalyptic, tearing the heavens and earth asunder, the ferocious energy fracturing the landscape for miles around. Both the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping paled, as they found themselves involuntarily retreating 3 steps after the initial impact, struggling to regain their footing. In stark contrast, Jiang Heng remained steadfast, unyielding in his stance. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. Who exactly are you? The old ancestor of the underworld river demanded, his tone dark and threatening. Throughout this encounter, both he and Kuenping had failed to regard Jiang Heng as a mere human. Do not jest. The frailty of humanity is well known in the primordial world. How could such a powerful being emerge from the ranks of humans, despite their brief encounter? Both the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping discerned that Jiang Heng's physical might reached unfathomable levels. In the primordial realm, the strongest physical entities were undoubtedly the witch clan, with the ancestors of the witch clan reigning supreme. Both the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping were intimately familiar with the 12 ancestors and recognized that Jiang Heng was not one of them. While he was not one of the 12 ancestors, his physical prowess rivaled that of the ancestors, leaving the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping at a loss regarding Jiang Heng's true identity. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. Jiang Heng scoffed. In this first encounter with quasi-saint level foes, Jiang Heng seized the upper hand not solely due to his formidable strength. His perfected sacred body was akin to that of the unparalleled emperor, combined with the might of the emperor's law of the heavens, rendering Jiang Heng no weaker than a quasi-saint in the primordial realm. However, the old ancestor of the underworld river and Kuenping were still 2 against 1. While Jiang Heng could hold his own, subduing both quasi-saints would not come easily. The primary reason for his advantage lay in the fact that both the old ancestor and Kunping were already gravely injured. Their strength significantly diminished. Hongyun's drastic decision had caught them off guard. None had anticipated that he would choose to self-destruct. A self-detonation of a quasi-saint was perilous enough, and merely sustaining injuries without falling was already a testament to the formidable nature of the old ancestor and Kunping. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Jiang Heng prepared to strike. Jiang Heng, naturally, would not let this opportunity slip away. With a decisive step, he advanced towards the Ancient One of the Underworld River. The Ancient One and Kunping wore grim expressions. They could not easily relinquish the primordial purple chi, leaving them no choice but to confront Jiang Heng in battle. The clash of three quasi-saint-level powerhouses unleashed shockwaves that transformed tens of thousands of miles into a desolate wasteland. Should a great Luo Golden Immortal dare to intrude upon the battlefield, they would be reduced to ashes in an instant amidst the raging forces. Kunping and the Ancient One of the Underworld River grew increasingly astonished as they fought. Despite the innate treasures they wielded, they could not lay a finger on Jiang Heng. Conversely, Jiang Heng, with his bare hands, unleashed terrifying power with each strike, forcing the Ancient One and Kunping to retreat repeatedly. Particularly for Kunping, his heart was filled with a mixture of shock and fury as he realized that Jiang Heng was relentlessly targeting him. Under Jiang Heng's pressure, Kunping found himself in a precarious situation. Feeling the looming threat of demise, and the notion of retreat began to take root in his mind. This was an inescapable reality, as Kunping's strength paled in comparison to that of the Ancient One. The Ancient One, a seasoned quasi-saint, had significantly advanced in cultivation after emulating the Saint in Wine creating the Azura clan. Moreover, the Ancient One wielded not only the two innate treasures, the Abhij and the Red Lotus of Fiery Karma, but also possessed one of the 4 12th-grade Lotus platforms. The 12th-grade Lotus platform, among all innate treasures, stood as one of the finest, granting its possessor an almost invincible standing. Furthermore, the Ancient One was renowned for his unquenchable blood sea and indomitable spirit. Slaying such a formidable being was akin to scaling the heavens. In contrast, Kunping was considerably weaker than the Ancient One, both in terms of treasures and cultivation. Additionally, the injuries he sustained from the self-detonation of the old ancestor of Red Cloud were more severe than those of the Ancient One. Crucially, as a member of the demon race, Kunping faced the inevitable conflict between humans and demons. Should he be slain before this confrontation, it would significantly weaken the demon clan's power. Thus Jiang Heng relentlessly pursued Kunping. Jiang Heng unleashed his full combat prowess, channeling two extraordinary phenomena to embody an invincible holy body, relentlessly assaulting both the Ancient One and Kunping. The Ancient One and Kunping found themselves in a state of utter disarray. Retreating step by step, should such a scene be disseminated, it would undoubtedly leave many in shock. The Ancient One and Kunping, both esteemed masters of the primordial world, were being steadily pushed back by an unknown individual. This could not continue. Kunping feared he might truly perish here. As the battle intensified, Kunping's alarm grew, and finally, at a pivotal moment, it seemed he made a resolute decision. He could no longer afford to concern himself with the primordial purple chi and hastily turned to flee. Trying to escape, can you truly get away? Jiang Heng roared as he pursued Kunping. The Ancient One's expression shifted continuously, momentarily becoming the one ignored. Yet, deep down, he understood that, given the current circumstances, suppressing Jiang Heng and claiming the primordial purple chi was an impossibility. The Ancient One has memorized your visage. Once I recover, I shall settle accounts with you. With this thought, the Ancient One disregarded Kunping's fate and retreated towards the Blood Sea, with the Ancient One temporarily withdrawn. Jiang Heng's wish was fulfilled, allowing him to wholeheartedly pursue Kunping. Kunping, observing Jiang Heng's relentless pursuit, felt little concern. In terms of speed, aside from the saints, he had no fear of anyone in the primordial world. Who did not know that Kunping was the swiftest in the realm? Yet soon, Kunping's confidence began to wane. He realized that Jiang Heng's speed was not at all inferior to his own. No, upon closer inspection, Jiang Heng was slightly faster, continuously closing the distance between them. How could this be? Such a formidable physique, coupled with such astonishing speed, comparable to the primordial ancestor of space. Kunping was left aghast. Incredulous. If anyone in the primordial world could rival Kunping's speed, it would be Jiang, the foremost among the 12 ancestral witches who controlled the laws of space. However, Kunping was intimately familiar with the witch clan and knew full well that this mysterious figure before him was certainly not Jiang. Little did Kunping know that Jiang Heng possessed the 9 secrets, with the walking character secret reputed for its time-speed abilities, allowing him to traverse into the enigmatic realm of time at its zenith. Although Jiang Heng had yet to fully master the 9 secrets, they had already displayed unparalleled power in his hands. Utilizing the walking character secret, Jiang Heng swiftly closed the gap between himself and Kunping. And soon he caught up to him. In the midst of Kunping's astonished gaze, Jiang Heng summoned all his strength and unleashed a devastating strike with his perfected holy body. It seemed fate had destined Kunping to face such a calamity. Jiang Heng was remarkably fortunate to trigger the all-character secret, resulting in a tenfold surge of power. Furthermore, he utilized the Ling character secret to enter the realm of divine prohibition, instantly transforming this strike into an extraordinary blow of unprecedented magnitude. Sensing the overwhelming force capable of obliterating him, Kunping's face contorted in horror as he frantically cried out, "Yao Huang, save me!" In that instant, layers of space were torn asunder, and a colossal golden bell, exuding a terrifying aura, emerged amidst the boundless chaos, breaking through the barriers of time and space. Dong, dong, dong. The chimes resonated, reverberating throughout the primordial world, causing infinite realms of time to tremble. And the invincible force rapidly locked onto Jiang Heng. The Chaos Bell? Kunping, do you truly believe that the Chaos Bell can save you? Jiang Heng declared loudly. In that moment, a chart of yin-yang and life and death surged into the heavens, accompanied by a tapestry of magnificent mountains and rivers. Alongside the golden sea of bitterness, the 5 extraordinary phenomena converged, enabling Jiang Heng to shatter the time and space ensnared by the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, delivering a direct blow to Kunping. Subsequently, disregarding whether Kunping was dead or alive, Jiang Heng swiftly utilized the previous character secret to tear through space and depart from the scene. Behind Jiang Heng, an enraged roar emanated from the Chaos Bell. But it was too late. He could only allow Jiang Heng to escape through the rift in space. Chapter 14. A Blessing in Disguise. Dong Huang Taiyi had initially responded to Kunping's plea for help, employing the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, to rescue him. However, Dong Huang Taiyi was situated at a considerable distance from the battlefield between Jiang Heng and Kunping. The fact that the Chaos Bell could breach the fabric of time and space to arrive was already a feat. Utilizing the previous character secret to traverse through time and space, even Dong Huang Taiyi, with the innate treasure, found it impossible to intercept Jiang Heng. For the time being, Jiang Heng was reluctant to reveal his presence and did not wish for the demon clan to realize that the human race had acquired a quasi-saint-level powerhouse. Otherwise, he would have been eager to engage with Dong Huang Taiyi, the supreme being of the demon clan, to assess his true strength. Nevertheless, having achieved all his objectives in this venture to Huiyun Cave, Kunping was merely an unexpected bonus. Dong Huang Taiyi believed that the Chaos Bell's ability to shatter time and space would enable him to stabilize it and thereby save Kunping. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Jiang Heng would possess 5 unparalleled phenomena. The combined might of these 5 phenomena unleashed a force that was nothing short of cataclysmic, capable of overcoming even the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, and its attempts to stabilize the surrounding time and space. This was the very reason for Dong Huang Taiyi's fury. As a supreme being of the demon clan, even with the Chaos Bell at his disposal, he could not touch Jiang Heng in the slightest. Not only that, but Jiang Heng also managed to strike Kunping with an unparalleled blow right under Dong Huang Taiyi's nose. It would be a disgrace for the esteemed Dong Huang to have failed to protect the demon master Kunping. If word of this spread, how could he maintain his dignity? As for the demon master Kunping, Jiang Heng had hastily departed without confirming his fate. Nonetheless, Kunping, as a titan who had survived since the ancient era, undoubtedly possessed some prowess. During the forthcoming calamity between the witches and demons, both Dong Huang Taiyi and Yao Huang Dijun would meet their demise, while Kunping would continue to thrive, naturally indicating he had some measure of strength. Although Jiang Heng had unleashed a world-shattering blow through the all-character and Ling character secrets, it was doubtful he could fully annihilate the demon master Kunping. However, even if the demon master Kunping managed to escape, Jiang Heng was confident that Kunping would not emerge unscathed. In the short span of several thousand years, or at most 10,000 years, Kunping would likely be occupied with recuperation, rendering him incapable of stirring up any trouble. With the impending eruption of the third battle between the witches and demons drawing near, Kunping's serious injuries would undoubtedly weaken the demon clan's strength. This was undoubtedly welcome news for the entire human race, as it would alleviate some pressure in the upcoming conflict. Jiang Heng swiftly traversed the primordial world, soon locating a concealed refuge, and with a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, "The Ancient One and Kunping have retreated. Why not reveal yourself, my friend?" Jiang Heng spoke. As his words fell, a somewhat ethereal figure materialized before him, that of the already self-exploded Hongyan Old Ancestor. "Thank you for your life-saving grace, fellow Taoist." Hongyan Old Ancestor, with a gloomy demeanor, cupped his hands in salute to Jiang Heng. At this moment, due to the self-detonation, Hongyan Old Ancestor was left with nothing but his soul. a sight most pitiful. Even this remaining soul was exceedingly unstable, with the imminent danger of dissipating into the cosmos. After countless years of cultivation, he had finally achieved the quasi-saint level, possessing the coveted Hongming purple chi that all in the Honghuang world envied. Yet now, he found himself in such a wretched state. One could hardly claim that Hongyan old ancestor had been fortunate. His mood at this moment was undoubtedly somber. Initially, when he self-exploded, he had resigned himself to a fate of mutual destruction. Never expecting to escape unscathed. In his heart, he felt that his survival was entirely due to Jiang Heng's intervention, and thus he was filled with profound gratitude towards him. However, this was a misjudgment on Hongyan old ancestor's part. Even without Jiang Heng's assistance, he would have retained a sliver of hope. The crux lay in the Hongming purple chi and Hongyan old ancestor's innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd. When Hongyan old ancestor faced calamity, the Hongming purple chi had aided him in withstanding one fatal tribulation, preventing his complete demise despite the self-detonation. Moreover, the innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd, ensured that his soul could be preserved, preventing an immediate downfall. Hongyan old ancestor mistakenly believed that his survival was solely due to Jiang Heng's influence, and Jiang Heng naturally would not reveal the truth. You are too modest, fellow Taoist. Who in the Honghuang world does not know that Hongyan old ancestor is renowned for his wide-ranging benevolence, a paragon of virtue? The old ancestor of the underworld river and the ferocious Kunping are infamous for their malevolence throughout Honghuang. When I encounter injustice, I cannot stand idly by, Jiang Heng declared. Indeed, fellow Taoist, your sense of justice is commendable. It is a pity that the Hongming purple chi has inexplicably fled. Otherwise, I would have presented it to you as a token of gratitude. Hongyan old ancestor sighed. After the Hongming purple chi helped him endure one fatal tribulation, it was indeed meant to escape into the void, disappearing into the vastness. Yet, Jiang Heng came precisely for the Hongming purple chi. And at the moment of its flight, he had successfully seized it. Originally, intercepting the Hongming purple chi seemed nearly impossible. It was destined from the beginning, not yet the time for its emergence. Because of this, even after contemplating the Hongming purple chi for a full yuan meeting, Hongyan old ancestor gleaned no insights. However, Jiang Heng, possessing 5 unparalleled phenomena, could easily breach the time and space sealed by the innate treasure, the chaos clock, making it far from difficult to capture the Hongming purple chi. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng had yet to find the time to study the Hongming purple chi, temporarily suppressing it within his golden sea of suffering. Regarding the notion that the Hongming purple chi could elevate one to the status of a saint, Jiang Heng had long since abandoned hope, yet conducting some research might yield unexpected results. What is gained is by fortune, what is lost is by fate. Losing the Hongming purple chi may not be a misfortune for you, fellow Taoist. Jiang Heng smiled. Oh, what do you mean by that? Hongyan old ancestor inquired, puzzled. Fellow Taoist, as I understand it, you have possessed the Hongming purple chi for a full yuan meeting. Have you comprehended any profound mysteries? Spending all your time contemplating the Hongming purple chi while neglecting your own cultivation is hardly the path to becoming a saint. You have even drawn peril upon yourself. What benefit does the Hongming purple chi provide you? Jiang Heng remarked. Upon hearing these words, Hongyan old ancestor stood frozen, yearning to articulate a response, only to exhale a deep sigh instead. Alas, at this moment, I realize how egregiously mistaken I have been. As you said, the Hongming purple chi is a curse rather than a blessing for me. What a pity. How lamentable, how unfortunate. It is all too late now. In my current state, my foundation is utterly destroyed, and the possibility of ascending the Tao again in this life is bleak. Hongyan old ancestor lamented. Now, with only his remnant soul remaining, Hongyan old ancestor found himself incapable of seizing a new body for rebirth, marking the complete ruin of his foundation. Fellow Taoist, even with just a remnant soul, it is not entirely devoid of hope for attaining the Tao. Jiang Heng replied with a smile. Is that truly the case? As far as I know, unless a Tao ancestor intervenes personally, or a saint takes action, such a thing is utterly impossible, Hongyan old ancestor exclaimed in astonishment. Please allow me to keep you in suspense. The truth will soon reveal itself. Jiang Heng continued to smile. Oh, in that case, I will entrust this matter to you. Should I ever have the opportunity to attain the Tao again, I shall certainly repay your great kindness. After much contemplation, Hongyan old ancestor could only express his gratitude to Jiang Heng once more. His thoughts were not unfounded, unless a saint or Tao ancestor intervened. In his current state of merely a remnant soul, the prospects of attaining the Tao again were grim. Yet, how could Hongyan old ancestor know that soon one of the 12 ancestors of the Wu, the Huta ancestor, would undergo reincarnation? Since ancient times, in the realm of Honghuang, the souls of the deceased would return to the blood sea, unable to reincarnate, forever wandering within its depths. This led to a veritable sea of resentment and corruption within the Blood Sea. A substantial burden for the entire Honghuang world. Fortunately, with the Huta ancestors' reincarnation, the Forsaken Souls would finally have a place to be reborn. One can say that the Huta ancestor performed great deeds for all beings living within the Honghuang realm. Moreover, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation marked a significant step towards the completion of the entire framework of the Honghuang world. For the entirety of the Honghuang world, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation was of paramount importance. Yet Jiang Heng remained uncertain whether it was fated or coincidental. Although his time in the Honghuang world was short, he had already sensed that it was far from simple. Many of the tales from later generations were half-truths. For instance, the Ta Ching sage who preached to the human race left Jiang Heng somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, as his strength continued to grow, Jiang Heng believed that one day, the Honghuang world would hold no secrets from him. Regardless, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation was an immense opportunity that Jiang Heng would not let slip by. Once reincarnation was established, even though Hongyan Old Ancestor currently existed in a state of remnant soul, the possibility of rebirth still lingered. According to what Jiang Heng knew from his previous life, Hongyan Old Ancestor had indeed reincarnated within the 6 paths of reincarnation as Yunzhangzi, who was later accepted as a disciple by the Primordial Heavenly Sovereign. In later generations, Yunzhangzi not only possessed profound cultivation but was also renowned as a deity of fortune. The phrase, misfortune lies within fortune, and fortune hides within misfortune, perfectly encapsulates Hongyan Old Ancestor's predicament. Thus, in the long run, one could argue that Hongyan Old Ancestor's tribulation might not necessarily be a calamity. Jiang Heng was not in a hurry to seek out the Huta ancestor, after all. The Huta ancestor would inevitably undergo reincarnation within the Blood Sea. As long as he arrived early at the Blood Sea and awaited the Huta ancestor's arrival, Jiang Heng had no fear of missing this grand opportunity. With this in mind, Jiang Heng took a step forward, heading towards the direction of the Blood Sea. Chapter 15. Huta Ancestor. Since the Panga Great God opened the heavens and transformed into all things, his belly became a vast blood sea. The blood sea stretched for countless miles, within which waves of blood surged, devoid of fish and shrimp, and even birds and insects shunned the area, gathering all the malevolent energy of heaven and earth. This blood sea of the underworld truly is a gathering place for the filth of the cosmos. Jiang Heng furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Before Jiang Heng lay the domain of the blood sea of the underworld. Gazing out, he could see countless wandering souls drifting within. An endless accumulation of malevolent and resentful energy filled the blood sea, and even from a great distance, one could feel an overwhelming discomfort. The existence of such a tainted place within the Honghuang world could hardly be deemed a good omen for the realm. Once the malevolent and resentful energies within the blood sea accumulated to a certain point, should they erupt, the resulting chaos would likely be more terrifying than a calamity. Jiang Heng did not venture deep into the blood sea, but instead sought a secluded place nearby to begin his secret cultivation. Although Jiang Heng's cultivation had reached the level of quasi-emperor ninth heaven, he still had a distance to cover before breaking into the emperor realm. The emperor realm was no ordinary matter, especially since Jiang Heng was destined to achieve it as a saint body, making the path to becoming an emperor considerably more arduous. Even within the Honghuang world, while becoming a great Luo Golden Immortal might not be overly difficult, ascending to the quasi-saint level was akin to scaling the heavens. Throughout the vastness of the Honghuang world, while great Luo Golden Immortals could not be said to be commonplace, their numbers could certainly be likened to the abundance of cattle. But what of the quasi-saints? After careful consideration, it becomes evident that within the vast expanse of the primordial world, only a handful of beings possess the cultivation level of quasi-saint. Jiang Heng, not feeling any urgency, diligently accumulates his strength while continually training in the 9 secrets. The formidable power of the 9 secrets has already been unmistakably demonstrated in his battles against Kuanping and the ancestor of the Nether River. How could Jiang Heng neglect such a supreme secret technique? However, mastering the 9 secrets is a challenging endeavor. It is likely that Jiang Heng will require a considerable amount of time to fully comprehend it. As the years drift by, several decades have passed since Jiang Heng departed from the human race. One day, sensing a profound feeling, Jiang Heng realizes that the ancestor of Earth, Hutu, whom he has been awaiting, has finally arrived. Jiang Heng has long admired the reputation of the witch tribe, yet he has yet to encounter a true member of that lineage. In his mind, he envisions the witch tribe as robust and imposing figures, with muscles rippling, exuding an aura that makes them appear exceedingly formidable. Although the ancestor of Earth is a woman, Jiang Heng suspects that she too must embody this fearsome demeanor. However, the figure that appears before him is an exceptionally tranquil woman. not only breathtakingly beautiful but also possessing an indescribable grace. Coupled with a hint of sorrow in her expression, she evokes a sense of pity and compassion within him. What could possibly cause the celestial maiden to feel such profound melancholy? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Heng has already approached the ancestor of Earth. After bowing respectfully, he inquires, "Why does my friend appear so sorrowful?" The ancestor of Earth glances at Jiang Heng, her face displaying a trace of surprise, as if she is puzzled by his presence in the blood sea of the netherworld. "Look at these countless souls. Many are beings who have perished unjustly. They have no place to return to and can only wander within this blood sea of the netherworld. What transgressions have they committed to suffer such torment? How tragic it is." She laments with deep compassion. As if recalling a painful memory, tears cascade from her eyes, evaporating the moment they touch the blood sea. "Indeed, as you say, this blood sea is filled with unjustly deceased souls, many of whom belong to my human race. From the very beginning, the human race has struggled to survive in this primordial land. And even in death, their spirits find no refuge." Jiang Heng nods in agreement. "You are of the human race?" The ancestor of Earth queries in astonishment. "I am Jiang Heng, the sovereign of the human race. Self-styled as the Eternal Emperor. It is an honor to meet you, Ancestor Hutu." Jiang Heng replies candidly, "You actually know my name. It is true. My witch tribe is born without primordial spirits, so it is not surprising that you recognized me." "Jiang Heng, I observe that your cultivation is profound. I never expected you to be the sovereign of the human race. It is indeed remarkable that you have reached such a level of mastery so early in the existence of your race. I doubt other powerful beings in this primordial realm would anticipate that the human race possesses someone of your caliber." The ancestor of Earth comments, "You flatter me. The human race is still struggling to survive in this primordial world. Unlike your witch tribe, which is a dominant force in this realm, beyond any comparison to my kind." Jiang Heng responds, "Dominant? While my witch tribe appears to bask in glory, I fear that calamity is not far off. Alas, let us not dwell on such matters. As the sovereign of the human race, what brings you to the blood sea of the netherworld?" The ancestor of Earth sighs. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's heart stirs slightly. He is well aware of the trajectory of the calamity between the witches and the demons, yet it seems the ancestor of Earth has sensed something as well. The concern that inadvertently slipped from her lips indicates that she may be aware of the impending danger. However, within the primordial realm, the witch tribe is inherently devoid of primordial spirits, and thus, they lack the understanding of the changes in fate. With the calamity looming, the celestial mechanisms have become exceedingly chaotic, making it difficult even for saints to perceive the great trends of the universe, let alone the witch tribe. I embarked on this journey merely to travel and broaden my horizons, hoping to break through my own limitations. Unexpectedly, I encountered the calamity befalling Ancestor Hongyun. Jiang Heng explains. "Ancestor Hongyun? Could it be related to that previous battle?" The ancestor of Earth inquires, momentarily taken aback. The battle involving Ancestor Hongyun and Kuanping, along with the ancestor of the Nether River, has already reverberated throughout the primordial realm, with many powerful beings sensing Ancestor Hongyun's self-detonation. Everyone assumed that Ancestor Hongyun had perished, including his close friend, Jin Yuanzi, who swore to take vengeance against the ancestor of the Nether River and Kuanping. After facing adversity, Ancestor Hongyun managed to leave behind a remnant of his soul, a thread of hope, which I fortuitously saved. I ventured into the blood sea of the netherworld to seek a way to restore Ancestor Hongyun. Jiang Heng reveals that if Ancestor Hongyun were to undergo reincarnation, he would inevitably require the assistance of the ancestor of Earth, so it is better to clarify matters now without reservation. So it was you who obstructed the chaos bell at that time. Your name has indeed become widely known in the primordial realm. Yet, as you have mentioned, if Ancestor Hongyun is left with only a remnant of his soul, the possibility of restoration seems bleak. The ancestor of Earth remarks, "The battle that day, where the Eastern Emperor Tai utilized the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, to rescue Kuanping, was witnessed by many powerful beings throughout the primordial realm. Consequently, curiosity surrounded Jiang Heng, who was able to break the bindings of the Chaos Bell. Unfortunately, Jiang Heng had swiftly departed, leaving many unable to ascertain his true identity. I am fully aware that I have come to the blood sea of the netherworld merely to test my luck. Yet I have gleaned some insights since my arrival. If you do not mind, I would appreciate your guidance," Jiang Heng suggests with a smile. "You are too kind, but it would be my pleasure." The ancestor of Earth responds, "Just as you have stated, this blood sea of the netherworld is indeed filled with unjustly deceased souls, who wander without a destination. I pondered whether it would be possible to establish a sanctuary for these souls, gradually alleviating their grievances. Furthermore, could we enable these souls to find true liberation and even reincarnation?" Jiang Heng articulates thoughtfully, emphasizing the last four characters with great deliberation. The mention of reincarnation resonates in the ears of the ancestor of Earth like a thunderclap in a clear sky. Akin to the creation of the universe from chaos, instantly, her expression becomes vacant as she repeatedly murmurs the words reincarnation. Jiang Heng remains patient, observing the subtle changes in her demeanor. Yet he finds it perplexing that no apparent abnormalities arise. Ah, I see now. Thank you for your insight. My path has been illuminated. After a prolonged silence, the ancestor of Earth finally regains her composure and bows deeply to Jiang Heng, speaking in a soft tone. You need not concern yourself. I merely experienced a sudden realization. However, I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Jiang Heng presents a facade of calmness, even waving his hand dismissively, urging the ancestor of Earth not to take it to heart. Yet, internally, he is engulfed in confusion. How could this realization come to fruition without any change in her cultivation or any divine merit descending upon her? You were too gracious, upon my arrival in the blood sea of the netherworld. I too felt a flicker of insight, yet I have failed to perceive the road ahead. Your words have truly awakened me. I wish to establish a place of reincarnation, allowing countless vengeful souls to cleanse their grievances and be reborn. The ancestor of Earth's face is alight with determination, sparkling with an inexplicable radiance, leaving Jiang Heng momentarily entranced. This is all due to your own fortuitous timing. I merely happened upon it. However, the establishment of a realm of reincarnation is of utmost significance, and you must proceed with utmost caution. If you do not mind, I would be willing to lend my assistance. Jiang Heng, feeling a sense of compassion, offers his support. It is well known that the ancestor of Earth embodies reincarnation, bestowing great merit upon the entire primordial realm. Yet, her personal circumstances remain a mystery to all. After becoming the embodiment of reincarnation, does she still possess her own will, or has she, like the great Pangu, perished? If possible, Jiang Heng wishes for the ancestor of Earth, who has contributed immensely to the primordial realm, not to vanish from this world. You speak truly. The crafting of a realm of reincarnation is a matter of grave importance, not to be accomplished in a day. I indeed require thorough preparation to ensure absolute success. If you have no pressing matters, why not accompany me to the witch tribe? We can deliberate more thoroughly. The ancestor of Earth proposes. Chapter 16. The ancestor of Earth, is she truly remarkable? With a bewildered expression, Jiang Heng accompanied the Huta ancestor witch into the realm of the witch clan. Firmly convinced that he had been misled by the legends of the posthumous era, initially, Jiang Heng believed that the Huta ancestor witch had inadvertently arrived at the blood sea of the underworld and, upon sensing it, comprehended the true essence of reincarnation. Subsequently, it was expected that the Huta ancestor witch would unleash a furious roar, transforming herself into reincarnation, thus establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Therefore, in the presence of the Huta ancestor witch, Jiang Heng intentionally or inadvertently guided her, highlighting the location of reincarnation's inception. According to the conventional narrative, the Huta ancestor witch should have immediately attained enlightenment, leading to her transformation into reincarnation. However, to Jiang Heng's surprise, while the Huta ancestor witch did achieve understanding, she had no intention of transforming into reincarnation. She expressed a desire to return to the witch clan to contemplate how to establish reincarnation, indicating that she had never considered the notion of becoming reincarnation herself. Naturally, Jiang Heng would not proactively suggest that the Huta ancestor witch transform into reincarnation, as that would be coercing her to sacrifice her own self for a greater purpose. Although the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation was of paramount importance, it must stem from the Huta ancestor witch's own volition. Jiang Heng harbored a deep aversion to moral coercion. If anyone sought to impose such guilt, they might as well transform into reincarnation themselves. Nonetheless, as he journeyed back to the witch clan with the Huta ancestor witch, Jiang Heng gradually realized that the matter of her transforming into reincarnation was likely far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. The witch clan, being the sovereign of the primordial world, indeed possessed formidable strength, Jiang Heng lamented. Throughout the journey, every witch he encountered was no less than a terrestrial immortal in strength, with the majority being comparable to celestial immortals. Many were even on par with golden immortals, and there was no shortage of great witches who could rival the great Luo golden immortals within the entire witch clan. Such terrifying power far surpassed that of the human race. And Jiang Heng understood clearly that the ascent of humanity still had a long and arduous path ahead. Our witch clan is born from the essence of the Pangu Father God, possessing immense power from the moment of our birth, which is both an advantage and a disadvantage, remarked the Huta ancestor witch. Oh, what do you mean by that, my friend? Jiang Heng inquired, intrigued. Our witch clan is inherently strong. Yet precisely because of this, most of us are born with an inherent limitation to our power. Once we reach maturity, our strength becomes exceedingly difficult to augment. Advancing further is nearly impossible. explained the Huda ancestor witch. Every advantage comes with its corresponding disadvantage. The witch clan is born strong, yet the potential for progress is limited, rendering further advancement virtually unattainable. In contrast, while humanity begins as weak, it possesses infinite potential for growth in the future. From this perspective, humanity is not without its advantages. However, for the majority of humans wishing to reach the level of the witch clan, the hope is exceedingly bleak. Of course, with my dissemination of the Celestial Emperor's teachings among humanity, this situation will soon cease to exist. Moreover, compared to the witch clan, humanity reproduces at an astonishing rate. While one which may still be immature, humanity can multiply through several generations. Among countless humans, there will inevitably arise one or two prodigies. And given enough time, humanity will undoubtedly give birth to formidable emperors. The journey continued in silence as Jiang Heng first followed the Huta ancestor witch to the Huta tribe. After she made arrangements for certain matters, the two resumed their journey. According to the Huta ancestor witch, the establishment of the reincarnation site was of great significance, and she needed to confer with the other ancestral witches. Jiang Heng had long heard of the illustrious names of the 12 ancestors, and naturally, he was eager to witness the true strength of the witch clan's physical prowess. This was inevitable, for the Huta ancestor witch was not only extraordinarily beautiful but also bore little resemblance to the typical image of a witch. Even with his thick skin, Jiang Heng felt hesitant to propose a contest against the Huta ancestor witch. Under her guidance, the two advanced swiftly, soon arriving at the sacred site of the witch clan, the Pangu Hall. Shortly after arriving at the Pangu Hall, before Jiang Heng could lay eyes upon the ancestral witches, the matter he had been contemplating for so long was on the verge of realization. Gazing at the two robust men before him, their muscular physiques bulging and their faces contorted with fury, Jiang Heng felt no surprise whatsoever. He mused that this was indeed the proper manifestation of the witch clan. As for the Huta ancestor witch, she was undoubtedly an outlier among the witches. "You brat, did you entice Sister Hutu into the notion of transforming into reincarnation?" one of the burly men bellowed. Jiang Heng maintained a composed demeanor, scrutinizing the speaker closely. From the immense aura he exuded, it was evident he was an ancestral witch. Observing the red armor adorning this ancestral witch, a fierce energy radiated from him. And it was likely he was Zhu Rong, one of the 12 ancestors. "Speak up. Did you entice Sister Hutu? If you don't provide us with an explanation, we won't let you off lightly today." Another burly man roared. The aura of this man was no less formidable than that of Zhu Rong, making it clear he too was an ancestral witch. Observing his black armor and the abundant water energy coalescing around him, it was apparent he was Gong Gong, the very one who had furiously collided with Mount Buzhou. From the words of the two ancestral witches, it seemed Huta ancestor witch had already decided to transform into reincarnation, which was why she had come to the Pangu Hall to consult with the other ancestral witches. Yet, Jiang Heng was perplexed as to why the Huta ancestor witch chose to conceal her true intentions and brought him into the witch clan. The other ancestral witches were, as Jiang Heng had anticipated, typical examples of brawn over brains, utterly incapable of comprehending why the Huta ancestor witch would wish to transform into reincarnation. All the ancestral witches believed that the Huta ancestor witch had lost her mind, only to later learn that she had brought Jiang Heng back with her. Thus, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong naturally assumed that Jiang Heng had somehow used some means to entice the Huta ancestor witch into contemplating the idea of transforming into reincarnation. Consequently, this led to the current confrontation, with Zhu Rong and Gong Gong storming in to confront Jiang Heng. So what if it's true? And so what if it's not? I must inquire, is this the manner in which the witch clan receives guests? Jiang Heng said nonchalantly. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were notorious for their fiery tempers within the witch clan, and witnessing Jiang Heng's demeanor, they erupted in fury. "Ha ha ha. Kid, you are the first to dare to be so arrogant within our witch clan. It seems that unless I show you some consequences, you won't even know how to write the word death." Zhu Rong ancestor witch laughed in rage, his fury surging as immense power began to coalesce, indicating a readiness to engage in combat. "Humph. No need to waste words on this brat. Daring to entice an ancestral witch deserves a punishment of dismemberment." Gong Gong ancestor witch roared. "I've long wanted to witness the true strength of an ancestral witch's physical form. Will you come one by one, or shall we engage together?" Jiang Heng replied with an indifferent expression. While Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were indeed ancestral witches, their confrontational approach had rendered them dismissive of Jiang Heng. He was not one to be easily intimidated. After all, they were merely ancestral witches, and he certainly was not afraid of them. "I will definitely make you regret this." Zhu Rong ancestor witch could no longer contain his fury, stepping forward as immense power erupted around him. Jiang Heng remained unperturbed, secretly gathering the strength of the great saint body, his expression reflecting eagerness for the impending challenge. "Zhu Rong, brother Gong Gong, what is the meaning of this? Did I not make it clear that this is my own decision? Just as a colossal battle seemed imminent, the voice of the Huta ancestor which echoed from a distance, causing Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to change their expressions in an instant. Casting a resentful glance at Jiang Heng, the two ancestral witches quickly donned smiles, turning to greet the Huta ancestor witch. Sister Hutu, do not misunderstand. We have no intention of harming this brat. We merely. Zhu Rong ancestor witch scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words, unaware that he had inadvertently revealed his true thoughts. Sister Hutu, we were merely engaging in a friendly spar. Gong Gong ancestor witch remained composed, managing to craft a relatively reasonable excuse. Yes, just a friendly spar. Zhu Rong ancestor witch hurriedly echoed. Despite their notorious tempers, both Zhu Rong and Gong Gong were acutely aware that the one they feared most was the Huta ancestor witch. Before her, their fiery tempers dissipated, and they resembled mice confronted by a cat. Although Jiang Heng was unaware of the intricate details, it was evident from the demeanor of Zhu Rong and Gong Gong that they were clearly two doting brothers. The Huta ancestor witch was well aware of her brother's temperaments and chose not to expose them. My friend, my brothers are simply too reckless. I apologize for any fright they may have caused you. She cast a disapproving glance at Zhu Rong and Gong Gong before expressing her embarrassment to Jiang Heng. You were too kind, my friend. As the two ancestral witches mentioned, we were merely preparing for a friendly spar. I too wish to ascertain the true strength of an ancestral witch's physical form, which would aid in validating my own path. Jiang Heng chuckled and said, Young man, is that truly your assertion? Do not claim that my Wu clan is bullying you. I will engage you in single combat. Do you possess the courage for such a challenge? The Zhurong ancestor which immediately interjected. It appeared that Zhurong's anger towards Jiang Heng had not dissipated in the slightest. One could surmise that she harbored a desire to thoroughly punish him. A word is a bond. Once spoken, it cannot be retracted. Jiang Heng, undaunted, replied with unwavering resolve. The Huta ancestor which seemed poised to say something, but ultimately could only sigh in resignation, refraining from further attempts to dissuade him. Within the Wu clan, power is held in the highest regard. As long as your fist is formidable enough, your words carry weight. At this juncture, the ancestors believed that Jiang Heng had beguiled the Huta ancestor witch, thus they held him in considerable disdain. Should she truly undergo reincarnation, given the temperaments of the ancestors, it would be unlikely for her to let Jiang Heng off lightly. After all, Jiang Heng remains the leader of the human race, and it is conceivable that the humans might suffer as a result, which is certainly not the Huta ancestor witch's desire. A battle could prove beneficial. If Jiang Heng's prowess earns the ancestors' recognition, certain matters may then be broached openly. However, could Jiang Heng genuinely contend with the Zhurong ancestor witch? Chapter 17. Overpowering the ancestors. Upon hearing the news that Jiang Heng intended to battle Zhurong, the other ancestors hastened to the scene, eager to witness the confrontation firsthand. Sister Hutu, is this the young man you brought back? He does not appear particularly impressive. Beside the Huta ancestor which stood a quirky young girl, who gazed at Jiang Heng with wide-eyed curiosity. Among the 12 ancestors, aside from Hutu, the only female was the youngest, the Xianming ancestor which I encountered this fellow by the blood sea of the underworld. And through his guidance, I came to understand my own path. The Huta ancestor which remarked, Sister, are you truly going to proceed with this? The brothers are right. If you undergo reincarnation, what will become of the Wu clan? The Xianming ancestor which expressed her confusion. She could not fully grasp the significance of the Huta ancestor witch's reincarnation, yet she knew she did not wish to part ways with her sister. The Xianming ancestor witch's words were also the reason behind the Huta ancestor witch's hesitation in making a decision. The 12 ancestors function as a cohesive unit. If the Huta ancestor witch were to undergo reincarnation, the 12 would no longer be complete. If that were the case, the Wu clan's trump card, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation, would be rendered incomplete. When the 12 capital heavenly gods formation is activated, the 12 ancestors coalesce into the true form of Pangu, a presence even the saints would regard with trepidation. From this perspective, it could be argued that the Wu clan's strength surpasses that of the demon clan, as there are no beings of such caliber among them. Due to their inability to comprehend the Huta ancestor witch's intentions regarding reincarnation, most of the ancestors believed this was a consequence of Jiang Heng's influence. The other ancestors not only regarded Jiang Heng with extreme disdain but also harbored an implicit hostility. That they did not immediately rush at him was already a concession to the Huta ancestor witch. Just as she had surmised, this battle was unavoidable. Jiang Heng must earn the ancestors' respect through his own strength. Standing opposite Jiang Heng, the Zhurong ancestor which wore a smile that, despite its outward appearance, was menacing. Eager to unleash her pent-up frustration, she could hardly contain her desire to teach Jiang Heng a lesson. Yet, the more she scrutinized him, the more perplexed she became. Why did it seem that this human appeared even more exhilarated than she? Jiang Heng was indeed somewhat thrilled. Ever since the completion of his ancient sacred body, he had contemplated engaging in battle with an ancestor. In a contest of physical prowess, would the ancestors truly be superior? Yet, could the fully realized ancient sacred body be even more formidable? Young man, should you falter, do not hesitate to surrender. Otherwise, should you perish, do not blame me for being too harsh. Zhurong ancestor which temporarily suppressed her doubts. Resolute in her disbelief that a mere human could rival an ancestor. I extend the same sentiment to you. My cultivation has not spanned a great length of time, and my strikes may lack finesse. Zhurong ancestor which, to bear with me, Jiang Heng was not one to easily back down. He understood well that within the Wu clan, the size of one's fist dictates the truth, politeness. Such a notion was non-existent. Enraged, Zhurong ancestor which chose not to prolong the conversation with Jiang Heng and stepped forward, her massive hands descending upon him. An overwhelming force surged forth. An embodiment of pure physical strength powerful enough to fracture the very fabric of space. Come forth. Jiang Heng, undeterred, stepped forward as well, unleashing the might of his ancient sacred body to meet the Zhurong ancestor witch's hands head-on. Boom! The two pairs of hands collided before the watchful eyes of the ancestors. An invisible force radiating outward, causing the very essence of time and space to tremble. In the next instant, a hint of astonishment appeared on the faces of all the ancestors as they bore witness to an astonishing sight. Both Zhurong and Jiang Heng staggered back 3 steps following their clash. What is this? A stalemate, with neither side emerging victorious. How could such a phenomenon transpire in the vast expanse of the primordial world? Who was unaware that in a mere contest of physical might, the Wu clan reigned supreme? The ancestors were the mightiest within the Wu clan, signifying that in terms of raw physicality, they were undoubtedly invincible in the primordial realm. Yet now, they witnessed a human who could stand toe-to-toe with Zhurong ancestor which, while it was not entirely unheard of for a being to rival an ancestor within the primordial world, those present were ancestors themselves, possessing the insight to discern that Jiang Heng had just matched Zhurong in sheer physical strength. When had the human race developed such formidable physical capabilities? Were the ancestors simply ignorant? Or had the primordial world undergone rapid transformation before the ancestors could fully process their astonishment? Jiang Heng and Zhurong ancestor which were once again entangled in combat, exchanging blows with fervent intensity, exhilarating. Jiang Heng refrained from employing any other techniques, even foregoing the manifestation of any extraordinary phenomena, relying solely on the prowess of his perfected sacred body to engage Zhurong ancestor which in battle. With each punch thrown, he held nothing back, showcasing the extraordinary strength of his perfected sacred body to its fullest extent. Zhurong ancestor which was no less formidable. The physical prowess of the Wu clan was indeed unparalleled in the primordial realm. Aptly described as indestructible, the two exchanged blows with unrelenting fervor, yet neither Jiang Heng nor Zhurong ancestor which could gain the upper hand. Exhilarating. Who would have thought the human race could possess such formidable physicality? Zhurong ancestor which grew more exhilarated as the battle progressed, gradually diminishing her animosity towards Jiang Heng, and her gaze towards him transformed to one of newfound admiration. This was characteristic of the Wu clan. These straightforward brutes had no affinity for subtleties, placing their faith solely in the supremacy of strength. Had Jiang Heng merely been powerful, Zhurong ancestor which would not have been so swayed. It was precisely his display of tremendous physicality that struck a chord with her, altering her perception of him entirely. Perhaps, in the eyes of these ancestors, the size of one's fist equated to truth, or perhaps they simply favored those with brawn. Furthermore, not only Zhurong, but the other ancestors also began to view Jiang Heng in an entirely new light. Even the Huta ancestor which regarded him with a glimmer of admiration, unable to conceal her astonishment. She was well aware of Jiang Heng's strength. After all, he had previously inflicted significant harm upon the demon master Kunping at the hands of Dong Wangtai. Yet, she could never have fathomed the extent of his physical prowess, which surpassed all expectations. You are not lacking either. Since the probing has concluded, why not reveal your true abilities and let me witness the extent of the ancestor's true form? Jiang Heng suggested after a bout that still yielded no victor. Excellent. Your physicality is indeed impressive. It warrants a display of my true ancestor form. Zhurong ancestor which nodded in agreement, initially, though filled with rage. Zhurong had also recognized the need for restraint. Her intention had merely been to deliver a sound lesson to Jiang Heng. However, after witnessing the remarkable strength of this mere human, her competitive spirit was ignited. As an ancestor, Zhurong could not afford to be bested by an insignificant human in a contest of physical might. That would be a grave embarrassment, given the stakes for the Wu clan's honor. Zhurong ancestor which had no choice but to take the matter seriously, discarding any notion of holding back. With a mighty roar, her form began to swell rapidly, transforming into a colossal demon god. Zhurong stood towering at an immense height, adorned with crimson scales, fiery serpents adorning her ears, and treading upon fire dragons, all while radiating boundless malevolent energy. This was the true form of an ancestor. Originating from the mightiest physicality of Pangyu in the primordial realm, only innate treasures could inflict harm upon her. Very well. As expected of an ancestor's true form, let us settle this with a single strike. Upon encountering the true form of the ancestral witch, Jiang Heng's battle intent ignited with even greater fervor. Such a formidable physical presence was precisely the adversary Jiang Heng yearned to confront. With no reservations whatsoever, he instantaneously activated his perfected holy body, and a surge of potent blood energy surged skyward. Behind him, chaotic energy swirled in a haze, where a verdant lotus took root within the chaos. Gently swaying and causing tremors throughout the boundless void, Jiang Heng transformed into an unparalleled celestial king, exuding an extraordinary aura as he descended from the heavens to wage war upon the mortal realm. Empowered by two monumental manifestations, Jiang Heng's perfected holy body ascended further, his momentum now rivaling that of the ancestral witch Zhurong. Under the watchful gaze of the other ancestral witches, Jiang Heng and Zhurong each struck a palm, their forces colliding with a thunderous roar. It was as though the heavens and earth were being torn asunder. Terrifying power erupted instantaneously, shattering the void and reverberating through infinite time and space. This was a cataclysmic clash. The battlefield transformed into a chaotic expanse, where fierce energies intertwined, obscuring the finer details. When the dust settled, the other ancestral witches beheld Jiang Heng still standing firm, while Zhurong had taken 3 steps back. Defeated, one of the 12 ancestral witches, bested in a contest of physical strength by a mere human. Such an astounding turn of events. Should word of this spread, it would undoubtedly send tremors through the ranks of countless powerful beings within the primordial world. I have lost. Despite the setback, Zhurong did not exhibit anger or despair. Instead, he appeared remarkably composed, voluntarily conceding defeat. If it were a life-and-death battle, the outcome between us would be uncertain. Jiang Heng did not allow himself to become overly elated. While he had indeed triumphed, it was not a complete victory. In the contest of physical strength, Jiang Heng had undoubtedly surpassed Zhurong, yet he found it difficult to inflict harm upon the true form of the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch's true form was akin to an indestructible essence. Without having forged a supreme imperial weapon, Jiang Heng could not contend with it. Moreover, as the ancestral witch of fire, Zhurong not only wielded boundless malevolent energy but also possessed the unique powers of fire. These two aspects had not been revealed during their confrontation, leading Jiang Heng to feel that his victory was not absolute. However, Jiang Heng also harbored the supreme secret technique of the 9 secrets, which he had yet to unveil. Thus, Zhurong was not necessarily guaranteed to hold the upper hand. Overall, it seemed that their strengths were closely matched. Chapter 18. Pros and Cons. Following the battle with Zhurong, Jiang Heng keenly sensed a marked shift in the attitude of the other ancestral witches towards him. What followed was a cordial exchange, yet the conversation swiftly returned to the pivotal issue of the ancestral witch Hutu's transformation into reincarnation. The other ancestral witches were resolutely opposed to Hutu's reincarnation, not only for the sake of the entire witch clan, but also for Hutu herself. In truth, after arriving among the witch clan, Jiang Heng's initial thoughts had begun to waver, primarily due to the formidable power of the witch clan. In Jiang Heng's view, each of the 12 ancestral witches could rival those at the quasi-saint level, a stature beyond that of the demon clan. Although Dong Huang Tai possessed the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, the witch clan's 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation was no less formidable. If one were to assess the situation, it seemed that the witch clan would hold a significant advantage in the conflict between the witches and demons. Following the typical narrative, even if the witch clan suffered heavy losses in the conflict, they would ultimately emerge victorious. Consequently, this would preclude the rise of the human race, which would gradually become the focal point of the primordial realm. However, if Hutu were to undergo reincarnation, thereby weakening the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation, the strengths of the witch and demon clans would become more evenly matched. A chilling realization dawned upon Jiang Heng. In his past life, upon hearing these primordial legends, he had given them little thought. But now, experiencing them firsthand, he recognized that many matters could not withstand scrutiny. In his present view, Hutu's transformation into reincarnation was anything but simple. It undoubtedly harbored hidden secrets. Daoist Jiang Heng, there was a misunderstanding earlier. But fortunately, it is of little consequence. We may now consider ourselves acquainted through conflict, spoke the foremost of the 12 ancestral witches, the space ancestral witch, Di Jiang. Not only was Di Jiang immensely powerful, but he was also the leader of the witch clan. You are too kind. Ancestral, witch Di Jiang. Jiang Heng replied. What does Taoist Jiang Heng think of the matter regarding Sister Hutu's transformation into reincarnation? I have heard that it was inspired by your guidance. Di Jiang's tone shifted, his words revealing a subtle edge beneath the veneer of politeness. This matter arose by coincidence. I had an epiphany in the blood sea of the underworld and merely uttered a few casual remarks, not anticipating that it would resonate with the ancestral witch Hutu. Jiang Heng explained. In my view, the transformation into reincarnation is undoubtedly a monumental act of merit for the primordial realm. For Hutu, it would represent an unparalleled opportunity for enlightenment. However, for the witch clan, it is not a benevolent act. Jiang Heng declared. Oh, what do you mean by that? Taoist Jiang Heng. Di Jiang inquired, his expression unchanged, speaking in a calm manner. At present, all beings within the primordial realm are acutely aware that a conflict between the witch and demon clans is inevitable, and it shall be a battle for survival, unless one side is annihilated or both are mutually devastated. Peaceful coexistence between the two clans is utterly impossible, Jiang Heng articulated, unhurriedly. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement, although the witch clan was not adept at divining the heavenly mechanisms. They recognized that the discord between the witch and demon clans had become irreconcilable. Jiang Heng continued, the impending conflict between the witch and demon clans will render the 12 capital heavenly gods' great formation crucial for the witch clan. If Huda undergoes reincarnation, with the 12 ancestral witches incomplete, how can we possibly coalesce into the true form of Pangu to contend with the demon clan? Jiang Heng did not shy away from expressing his thoughts. Having glimpsed certain secrets, he was gradually formulating other plans. Taoist Jiang Heng, your reasoning is both sound and persuasive, yet our opposition to Sister Hutu's reincarnation stems from more than just this concern. The demon clan may be formidable, but we, the witch clan, harbor no fear. Even without Sister Hutu, we can still achieve victory. Our primary concern lies with Sister Hutu. After her transformation into reincarnation, what will become of her? Di Jiang lamented. Indeed, who among the primordial world is unaware that our witch clan lacks a primordial spirit? How could we fathom the profound mysteries of the great Tao? Transformation into reincarnation, in any case, appears akin to the sacrifice of the father god Pangu, giving oneself to nurture others. How could Sister Hutu undertake such an act? Zhu Rong interjected. Upon hearing this, the other ancestral witches nodded in agreement. This was indeed the fundamental reason for their opposition to Hutu's reincarnation. Hutu and Xian Ming were not only women but also the last to manifest among all the ancestral witches. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches were genuinely protective of these two sisters, treating them as precious treasures. Upon hearing of Hutu's intention to undergo reincarnation, their immediate reaction was that she would sacrifice herself like the great Pangu. After all, Pangu's act of creation was one of self-sacrifice, birthing all existence, leading to the formation of the primordial realm as it stands. As elder brothers, how could Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches bear to watch Hutu sacrifice herself in such a manner? If you all harbor such thoughts, you are indeed overconcerned. While transformation into reincarnation carries its drawbacks, it is not an irrevocable path, Jiang Heng asserted. Oh, could Taoist Jiang Heng elaborate further? Di Jiang inquired. Jiang Heng understood that conveying the true essence of transformation into reincarnation to these ancestral witches would be a challenging endeavor. Thus, he opted for a more straightforward explanation. While transformation into reincarnation may seem akin to Pangu's self-immolation, the two are fundamentally different. After her transformation, Hutu will indeed cease to exist. From that point on, Hutu will embody reincarnation, yet reincarnation will not be Hutu. This act will bring immense merit to the primordial realm, and the heavenly Tao shall bestow boundless virtues, aiding Hutu in transcending the limits of the witch clan. If my conjectures are correct, Hutu will give birth to a primordial spirit, thereby breaking through her limits and attaining the status of a saint. A saint? Sister Hutu can become a saint. The faces of the ancestral witches were imbued with astonishment. Although they were fearless, they were acutely aware of the terrifying nature of saints. At the very least, within the cycle of reincarnation, Hutu would undoubtedly stand as a formidable being, capable of rivaling a saint. Jiang Heng spoke with unwavering confidence. In this regard, Jiang Heng spoke not a word of falsehood. The shaping of the cycle of reincarnation yields merits that are truly beyond imagination. Consider the other 6 saints. Although Nuwa created humanity in the grand scheme of the primordial realm, this act does not amount to an extraordinary merit. The 3 pure ones have inherited the merits from Pangu's creation of the universe. Yet at the time of their sanctification, they merely established their own teachings, which cannot be deemed as significant contributions to heaven and earth. The 2 Western saints are even more preposterous, having borrowed considerable merits from the heavenly Tao to achieve their sanctity. The merits of Hutu, who embodies reincarnation, are such that only Pangu's primordial creation could surpass them, and the teachings of the Tao ancestor to all beings could be likened to it. Indeed, one might say, rather bluntly, that such immense merits could elevate even a mere pig to the realm of a saint. However, every advantage comes with its disadvantages. Should Hutu, the ancestral shaman, truly attain the pinnacle of saintly perfection, the entire structure of the primordial world would be irrevocably altered. With a saintly shaman clan, the demon race could be annihilated in an instant, leaving humanity with little hope for ascendance, according to Jiang Heng's knowledge. Once Hutu embodies reincarnation, she will face numerous restrictions. Thus, Jiang Heng asserts that only within the cycle of reincarnation will Hutu possess an existence comparable to a saint. Otherwise, how could a mere Xidagarba linger in the underworld, even earning the title of Xidagarba King? Hold on, Jiang Heng, perhaps you should clarify further. If Hutu were to achieve sainthood, surely there would be a price to pay. Jiang, the foremost of the 12 ancestors, is indeed more composed and far-sighted than the other ancestors. It is worth pondering. Had the shaman clan been entirely inflexible, they would have been outmaneuvered by the demon race long ago, with no chance to compete for supremacy. Hutu's embodiment of reincarnation, while a fortuitous opportunity for enlightenment, would likely preclude her from managing the affairs of the shaman clan post-enlightenment. Jiang Heng stated. Why is that? Zhurong, the ancestral shaman, inquired with confusion. It is clear to all that within the primordial realm, there are already 6 saints and above them, a Tao ancestor. Neither the 6 saints nor the Tao ancestor would tolerate a saint's involvement in the war between the shamans and demons. Jiang Heng replied. This is Jiang Heng's own judgment, yet considering the trends following the war, such an occurrence seems highly probable. Saints, Jiang scoffed, remaining silent. After the many ancestral shamans departed, Huda visited Jiang Heng again, hesitating to speak several times. If Huda has any concerns, do not hesitate to voice them. I will do my utmost to assist. Jiang Heng offered. I sense you possess knowledge of many matters. Could you enlighten me on whether my embodiment of reincarnation represents the sole hope for my shaman clan? Huda spoke slowly. Jiang Heng's expression shifted slightly, gazing at Huda with surprise, unable to comprehend how she was aware of such a thing. Very well. You need not elaborate. I understand. Before Jiang Heng could respond, Huda sighed and turned to leave. As he watched Hutu's figure gradually fade, Jiang Heng realized he had never truly grasped the essence of Hutu. Just as she indicated, the fates of the shaman and demon clans had long been predetermined. Neither the 6 saints nor the exalted Tao ancestor would permit the powerful shaman and demon clans to continue their dominance in the primordial realm. The momentum of the heavenly Tao dictates that humanity shall emerge as the principal actor in the future, which implies that both the shaman and demon clans must withdraw from the stage of the primordial world. Following Hutu's embodiment of reincarnation, her great merits in the primordial realm may preserve a sliver of hope for the shaman clan. Moreover, within the cycle of reincarnation, under Hutu's protection, the shaman clan could thrive, rendering even the heavenly Tao hard-pressed to interfere. Yet, how could Hutu, prior to embodying reincarnation, possibly foresee these events? Is it a matter of innate intuition? Or are there other reasons at play? Chapter 19. Return to Humanity. The Sea clan emerges. After a brief sojourn with the shaman clan, Jiang Heng prepared to take his leave, as he intended to return to humanity for a visit. His heart was set on this return, fully aware that Hutu would not be embodying reincarnation in the near future. This was not due to any indecision on Hutu's part. When she inquired about the future of the shaman clan, Jiang Heng understood that she had resolved her path. However, due to Jiang Heng's unforeseen involvement, both Hutu and the other ancestral shamans realized that embodying reincarnation was no simple matter. Consequently, even if Hutu wished to embody reincarnation, she would undoubtedly prepare thoroughly, as would the shaman clan themselves. After all, the underworld blood sea is no benign territory. It harbors formidable beings such as the Lord of the Underworld, along with the Azura clan he created. The ancestral shamans must also contemplate how to navigate the war between shamans and demons should Hutu embody reincarnation. If these matters were to be considered and arranged one by one, it would at least require a century to ensure that Hutu's embodiment of reincarnation would be foolproof. Nevertheless, this thorough preparation would grant the shaman clan a significant advantage in the impending war against the demons. Deep in thought regarding future strategies, Jiang Heng hastened his journey back to humanity. His absence had not been long. Merely a few decades had passed, yet humanity had made some progress during this time. This was evident from the continuous increase in his fortune value. Upon learning of Jiang Heng's return, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Songwen were overjoyed and hurried to pay their respects. It appears that during my absence, humanity has not lagged behind in development, Jiang Heng remarked with a smile. Heng Emperor, although only a few decades have passed, Many strong individuals have emerged among humanity after practicing the techniques you imparted. Most have progressed swiftly, but once they entered the immortal platform's secret realm, many found their cultivation speed slowed considerably. Sui Ren stated. Jiang Heng was well aware of this. The difficulty of cultivating the techniques of the Zhetian Emperor. We'll see, Tao Palace, for extremes, and transformation into dragon secret realms is not insurmountable. However, upon reaching the immortal platform secret realm, a significant divide emerges. And even those with exceptional talent may find themselves trapped there for life. Unable to break through. I possess a celestial root. Cultivating near this root will allow one to remain in a state of enlightenment, Jiang Heng declared. With that, he produced the immortal medicine Bodhi ancient tree. And instantly, profound Tao rhythms enveloped Sui Ren and the others. Unbeknownst to them, the three soon found themselves immersed in the wondrous Tao rhythms, only awakening after a considerable time had passed. Such an inconceivable celestial root. Surely the legendary innate roots pale in comparison. The cultivation levels of Sui Ren and the others were not weak. If they could enter a state of enlightenment near the Bodhi ancient tree, others within humanity would surely benefit as well. As long as they could attain this state of enlightenment, even within the immortal platform secret realm, they would still reap great benefits. Jiang Heng continued his search within the system and eventually found a suitable treasure. Treasure name, Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment, grade, superior, required fortune value for exchange, 8,000 points. Overview. The immortal medicine consists of 108 leaves, each containing a unique Tao rhythm. Meditating under the Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment for 2 hours equates to a month of arduous cultivation outside. And a cup of tea brewed with its leaves can assist one in comprehending the Tao. Like the Bodhi ancient tree, the Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment is also an immortal medicine, capable of aiding individuals in their understanding of the Dao. In fact, in terms of efficacy, the Ancient Tea Tree of Enlightenment may even surpass the Bodhi ancient tree, especially with its 108 leaves. Even Jiang Heng would greatly benefit from consuming them. While 8,000 points of fortune value is not trivial, it is not a concern for the currently affluent Jiang Heng. Indeed, Jiang Heng is now quite wealthy, as his fortune value has accumulated to a staggering 23,400 points. Initially, when Jiang Heng was in seclusion striving to enter the immortal platform secret realm, he exchanged for the Bodhi ancient tree and the 9 secrets, leaving him with only 100 points of fortune value. During Jiang Heng's 300 years of seclusion, humanity's strength did progress, albeit not significantly. However, in the subsequent century, due to the entire human race practicing the Zhetian Emperor's technique, the advancement in strength can only be described as miraculous. In a mere century, Jiang Heng directly increased his fortune value by 23,300 points, a substantial amount indeed. Moreover, as the population of humanity grows and their strength continues to rise, Jiang Heng will accumulate massive fortune value over the coming period. Spending 8,000 points of fortune value to acquire an immortal medicine is a trivial matter. This modest investment, it won't take long for Jiang Heng to recoup. The 3 from the swearing clan were rendered speechless in astonishment. One celestial root was already remarkable, yet Jiang Heng astonishingly produced another, with the assistance of 2 celestial roots. The progress of the human race in the foreseeable future is bound to ascend to a new echelon. Even for the 3 of them, great Luo Jingxian, with the aid of 2 immortality elixirs, there lies greater potential for advancement. The trio from the swearing clan, apart from Jiang Heng, represent the pinnacle of cultivation among the human race, and their inherent talents are indeed exceptional. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, the swearing clan has been practicing the complete Hengyu Sutra, a method that aligns perfectly with their own path. Similarly, the Yuchao clan has been cultivating the comprehensive Shukong Sutra, which also resonates deeply with their own doctrine. As for the Kangwen clan, they fortuitously found a profound connection with the ancient Emperor's Luengu Sutra, thus they have adopted this practice. Given the original cultivation level of the swearing trio as Great Luo Jingxian, reaching perfection in the immortal platform secret realm and stepping into the quasi-emperor realm should pose no difficulty. Whether they can ascend to the emperor realm, however, depends on their own fortunes. In the world of Zhetian, only one enlightened being can exist per era, yet such restrictions do not apply in the primordial universe. Should they succeed, the human race would instantly gain 3 emperor-level powerhouses, equivalent to quasi-saints in the primordial realm. Currently, the dominant demon race in the primordial universe counts merely 3 quasi-saints: the demon emperor Dijuan, Dong Wangtai, and the demon master Kuanping. The moment the human race possesses 3 quasi-saint level beings, their influence within the primordial universe would change dramatically. By the way, are there any exceptionally gifted individuals emerging from the human race lately? I have conceived some new ideas regarding the development of our people, Jiang Heng remarked. Upon hearing this, The swearing trio was filled with elation, recalling how they had attained their status as Great Luo Jingxian. It was under Jiang Heng's tutelage that they garnered boundless merit, leading to their current cultivation level. Now, with Jiang Heng indicating new insights, could it not signify the arrival of further boundless merit? Your Majesty, during your decades away, another innate human has broken through to the Tai Xianxian realm. I shall bring him forth, the swearing clan exclaimed eagerly. Before long, an innate human arrived before Jiang Heng under the guidance of the swearing clan. Being one of the original innate humans created by the Saint Yua, Jiang Heng was naturally familiar with him. During my recent travels, I have gained some insights, particularly concerning the potential for ordinary humans to enhance their quality of life. As Jiang Heng spoke slowly, the innate human listened in growing astonishment, eventually becoming utterly stunned. Clothes. Indeed, many ordinary humans are inadequately clothed, forced to cover themselves with leaves, the innate human murmured. What Jiang Heng was discussing was undeniably a significant merit pertaining to clothing for the human race. Following the invention of riding by the Kangwen clan, the dawn of human civilization had commenced, yet the human race still lacked in many areas. Although Jiang Heng harbored countless methods to acquire merit, one cannot achieve everything in a single leap. It must be realized gradually. After all, we are still in an era dominated by the Wu and Yao, and the human race should focus on quietly accumulating strength rather than seeking to stand out. If Jiang Heng were to reveal all his methods for acquiring merit at once, what chaos might ensue? Would there be merit descending every 3 days, and significant merit every 5 days? It would be challenging for the Wu and Yao clans to overlook such occurrences. Moreover, 6 saints, along with the Dao ancestor Honghuang, perched high in the 9 heavens, are also watching the human race. Should the human race continuously acquire merit, what might the saints and Dao ancestor Honghuang think? Even if the heavenly Dao bestows merit upon the human race ceaselessly, after a while, it too may grow discontent. Furthermore, according to the heavenly Dao's narrative, the flourishing of the human race was expected only after the Wu and Yao clans exited the stage of the primordial world. If Jiang Heng were to hasten the rise of the human race now, how would the heavenly Dao script unfold? One could fear that the enraged heavenly Dao and Dao ancestor Honghuang would swiftly unleash boundless calamities, casting Jiang Heng into an abyss of no return. Thus, Jiang Heng must proceed cautiously, planning one act of merit every few hundred years, ensuring it does not attract undue attention. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, the innate human devoted several years to sericulture and weaving, ultimately crafting the first article of clothing for the human race. Upon its completion, boundless merit descended, merging into the innate human's body, causing his cultivation to rise steadily. Tai Xianxian, Jinxian, pinnacle of Jinxian, until he finally stepped into the realm of Great Luo Jingxian, at which point the merit began to dissipate. The human race's first article of clothing, nourished by boundless merit, transformed into a treasure of merit. Jiang Heng also accrued some merit. Counting the previous 3 instances, he now possessed a considerable amount. From this day forth, I shall represent the Zi clan. As the boundless merit dispersed, the Zi clan ascended, their resounding declaration echoing throughout the human race. With the descent of boundless merit, the human race once again captured the attention of numerous powerful beings within the primordial world. Chapter 20. Those who dare to gaze upon the human race shall be met with ruthless retribution. Although several hundred years had elapsed, the powerful beings in the primordial world had not forgotten the anomalies surrounding the human race. Hundreds of years ago, the human race had received boundless merit 3 times, resulting in the emergence of 3 great Luo Jingxian-level powerhouses. Now, after another several hundred years, boundless merit has once again fallen, birthing yet another great Luo Jingxian-level powerhouse. Many powerful beings within the primordial world were puzzled. How could this seemingly obscure human race repeatedly attract the descent of boundless merit? It is common knowledge that merit is exceedingly rare in the primordial universe. Countless powerful beings toil endlessly yet cannot obtain even a fraction of it. Why, then, does merit seem to lose its value when it comes to the human race? In merely a few hundred years, this marks the 4th occurrence. If in the previous instances some powerful beings overlooked the anomalies, this time many began to take notice. The Zi clan's cultivation level has been elevated to that of Great Luo Jingxian. Yet such a level seems rather superficial, necessitating a period of consolidation. Like the Swearing clan trio, the Zi clan primarily cultivates the Zhitian emperor's method, specifically the complete Yuhuazhenjing. Given time, it should pose no great challenge for the Zi clan to reach the quasi-emperor tier, with the greatest hurdle lying in the emperor threshold. Although Jiang Heng's holy body is fully realized, he has yet to attain the Dao, making it naturally difficult for him to guide others in breaking through to the emperor realm. Perhaps he might emulate the emperor Yi, suppressing myriad paths with his own power. Jiang Heng mused internally. I in the Zhitian world, the Emperor Yi single-handedly suppressed myriad paths, establishing the foundation for the heavenly court's glory. In the primordial world, Jiang Heng could achieve a similar feat, laying an unparalleled foundation for the entire human race. This endeavor will likely require meticulous planning to ensure its success. Jiang Heng remains mindful that those exalted beings in the primordial universe are the true threats to be wary of. In the ensuing period, the human race once again fell into silence, with countless individuals diligently practicing the Zhitian Emperor's method. Jiang Heng himself devoted his efforts to the 9 secrets, continuously enhancing his power. Thus, 5 years passed in tranquility. One day, the swearing clan approached with grave expressions, awakening Jiang Heng from his meditative state. "Your Majesty, recently, numerous powerful beings have been lingering near our human race. Their intentions remain unclear." The swearing clan reported. The very occurrence Jiang Heng feared had come to fruition. Some powerful beings in the primordial world had turned their gaze toward the human race. This interest was naturally due to the 4 instances of boundless merit descending upon the human race over the past few centuries. 4 instances of merit had birthed 4 great Luo Jingxian level powerhouses. How could powerful beings in the primordial world remain unmoved? Now that they have arrived, if they leave empty-handed, would they simply acquiesce? What is the strength of these individuals? Jiang Heng inquired. So far, they have only been scattered cultivators, the most powerful among them merely at the Jinstin level. They pose no real threat. The swearing clan responded. This thought makes sense. In the primordial world, who among the true powerful beings does not know that the human race was created by the Saint Yuhua and that the Taiching Saint established the teachings for humanity? Without clarity on the stances of these 2 saints, who among the truly powerful would dare act recklessly? Only some ignorant scattered cultivators, believing the human race to be newly emerged and relatively weak, would dare to test their luck against us. It seems our human race has remained too low-key, allowing even the most insignificant beings to feel emboldened to bully us, Jiang Heng declared solemnly. Merely a handful of Jinstin, and they dare to pry into the affairs of the human race. They are clearly unaware of the gravity of their actions. Your Majesty, these individuals are inconsequential. Simply driving them away would suffice. My concern lies with the possibility of genuine powerful beings arriving. The swearing clan urged. No, you are mistaken. This matter must be taken with utmost seriousness. Since these rogue cultivators dare to spy on our human race, they shall not be permitted to leave. Jiang Heng spoke in a deep voice. Should we disregard these rogue cultivators, it is likely that some reckless individuals may emerge, putting ordinary humans, who lack understanding of cultivation, at grave risk. As the leader of the human race, Jiang Heng could not tolerate even a single casualty among his people. Such a failure would be utterly unacceptable to him. Emperor Heng, what do you intend to do? Suerin asked hesitantly. Jiang Heng understood Suerin's hesitation. The human race had once been exceedingly weak, struggling to survive in the harsh wilderness. This reality had led the leaders of the human race, including Suerin, to adopt an overly cautious and somewhat timid approach to matters. Unless absolutely necessary, they preferred to downplay significant issues and resolve minor ones quietly, allowing the human race to accumulate strength in silence. However, that was in the past. With Jiang Heng at the helm, the human race was no longer what it once was. Those dark days would never return. Kill, those who dare to spy on our human race shall face no mercy. Jiang Heng declared with unwavering resolve. Kill. Is that not a bit too extreme? Suerin still expressed some uncertainty. There is no need for further discussion. From this day forth, any who dare to spy on our human race will be met with death. Jiang Heng stated with absolute conviction. At that moment, not far from the human race, a group of rogue cultivators was quietly observing them, unaware that a calamity was soon to befall them. These rogue cultivators had come seeking merit for the human race, meticulously studying them in hopes of uncovering the secrets to obtaining such merit. However, to the eyes of these rogue cultivators, most humans appeared weak and unremarkable. How could they continually accrue merit? After observing in silence and finding no anomalies, their minds inevitably began to wander into unscrupulous thoughts. In the present wilderness, strength reigned supreme, and it was common for individuals to kill one another over treasures. The fact that these rogue cultivators had survived until now suggested they were no benevolent beings, having likely endured countless acts of slaughter. Nevertheless, as there were still 4 great Luo Jingxian among the human race, the rogue cultivators dared not act too recklessly, choosing instead to focus on the ordinary humans. Their intentions were simple, to capture a few humans for thorough study, in hopes of discovering a method to gain merit. Yet before these rogue cultivators could take action, 4 powerful auras suddenly surged forth from within the human race. These were the auras of the great Luo Jingxian, and the rogue cultivators knew well that the human race had birthed 4 such beings in recent centuries. Upon sensing those 4 formidable presences, The rogue cultivators not only felt no fear, but were also overtaken by a greedy glint in their eyes. Would acquiring boundless merit not allow them to step into the realm of the great Luo Jingxian? This was the prevailing thought among many of the rogue cultivators. They had no intention of retreating, and their determination to uncover the secret of the human race's merit only grew stronger. However, it was not long before the laughter of these rogue cultivators faded. The four powerful auras of the human race were charging directly towards them. The four great Luo Jingxian, Swearin, Yuchao, Qianwen, and Zi, each led their own forces, launching a simultaneous assault. Kill. The earth-shattering battle cries erupted from among the human race's warriors. Under the leadership of the four great Luo Jingxian, began a relentless slaughter. In an instant, the area surrounding the human race transformed into a veritable sea of blood. With countless rogue cultivators meeting their tragic fates, their anguished cries resonating through the heavens and earth. In a mere few hundred years, the human race had only gained four great Luo Jingxian. Yet their overall strength had significantly increased. Since the comprehensive cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven's law over 100 years ago, many capable individuals had emerged within the human race. At this moment, the forces led by Swearin and the other three great Luo Jingxian each comprised 1,000 warriors, all possessing cultivation levels above the third stage of the immortal platform. The third stage of the immortal platform was equivalent to true immortality in the wilderness, not particularly high but still respectable. Moreover, among these 4,000 warriors, there were not a few who had reached the fourth and fifth stages of the immortal platform. This was merely the result of a little over 100 years of cultivating the Emperor of Heaven's law. If they were to train for several more hundred years, achieving complete mastery of the immortal platform would not be a mere dream. With four great Luo Jingxian present, this massacre was devoid of any suspense, and Jiang Heng need not intervene. In this slaughter, the rogue cultivators were utterly routed. Only a scant few who recognized the danger early enough managed to escape with their lives. It was within this massacre that the human race first showcased its strength to the beings of the wilderness. Following this bloodshed, it was unlikely that any reckless rogue cultivators would dare to spy on the human race again anytime soon. It seems we must prepare some formations for the human race, Jiang Heng mused inwardly. Although this massacre was overwhelmingly one-sided and devoid of suspense, it did expose certain vulnerabilities within the human race. Firstly, the majority of the human race had not engaged in much slaughter, resulting in a lack of combat experience. This was an unavoidable circumstance, without undergoing several true blood battles. Such a situation was indeed difficult to alter. Secondly, Jiang Heng observed that the human warriors tended to fight individually, failing to leverage their collective strengths. If their power had not far surpassed that of the rogue cultivators, the casualties among the human race would have undoubtedly been significant. This issue could be easily rectified. With the introduction of several effective formations or cooperative fighting techniques, the problem could be completely resolved. Regardless, this battle was crucial for the human race. It would enlighten all members of the race to the reality that they had fundamentally changed. The strength of the human race did not rely solely on the establishment of civilization and the cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven's law, but also on the necessity of instilling profound confidence in their spirit and vitality. Only through a succession of victories could the human race continuously solidify their beliefs and bolster their confidence, ultimately transforming into a powerful race. This transformation could not happen overnight. But Jiang Heng was certain that with persistent effort, that day would surely arrive. When Swearin and the others returned with the human warriors, an explosive cheer erupted among the human race. Chapter 21. The Four Armies of Wind, Forest, Fire, and Mountain. From the birth of the human race until today, this battle marked an unprecedented victory for them. Amid the fervent cheers, the faces of those warriors who had fought bore an expression of pride. Even those who had not participated in the battle felt a sense of shared honor evident in their unreserved cheers. Even the previously cautious Swearin and the other three, upon witnessing the jubilant crowd, found their thoughts beginning to shift. Indeed, the human race had changed. This sentiment echoed in the hearts of all humans. The days of being bullied were irrevocably in the past. Under the watchful gaze of the masses, Jiang Heng stepped forward, ascending into the air to stand before all the warriors of the human race. Today, you have fought excellently, vanquishing those treacherous individuals who dared to spy on our human race. You have not disappointed your kin. It is you who have safeguarded our homeland, and you are the heroes of our people. I hope you will continue to strive diligently, fighting to defend the human race and to elevate it, ensuring that no being in the wilderness dares to humiliate us again, Jiang Heng proclaimed loudly. To fight for the defense of the human race, to fight for the rise of the human race, the entire human race shouted in unison, and in their faces, Jiang Heng saw a spirit of burgeoning vitality. Indeed, if given the choice, who would wish to live in uncertainty? Who would choose to be bullied? Who would desire to remain weak? The human race had finally attained its current standing. No one wished to return to the past, and thus they must resolutely guard their entire race with blood and fire. Jiang Heng's words were meant to ignite the flames within the hearts of all humans, slowly instilling a steadfast conviction throughout the entire race. Jiang Heng believed that with unwavering persistence, the spirit of the human race would undergo a profound transformation. When confronted with any challenge, they would stand fearless, and when their kin fought to the death, the belief belonging to the human race would be firmly established. Emperor Heng is truly worthy of being our leader. He undoubtedly possesses foresight beyond that of the rest of us. Sui Ren sighed contemplatively. Gazing upon the faces that gradually radiated confidence and pride, it became abundantly clear to the four of Sui Ren the rationale behind Jiang Heng's unwavering resolve to pursue this battle. Moreover, they could sense that countless members of the human race were casting fervent glances toward Jiang Heng. Infused with boundless enthusiasm, it was evident that all within the human race comprehended the true source of their current circumstances. The tireless efforts of the human sovereign, Emperor Heng, to chart a path for the advancement of humanity had indeed drawn down the blessings of the heavens, thereby granting humanity the presence of four esteemed Deluo golden immortals. It was also Emperor Heng who had unraveled the method to ascendancy, endowing humanity with the potential for rapid empowerment. Furthermore, it was he who proclaimed that those who dared to covet humanity would face no mercy, restoring the self-assurance of the human race. With such a formidable sovereign at the helm, the rise of humanity was a foregone conclusion, inspiring countless individuals to revere him. Emperor Heng possesses remarkable foresight. Henceforth, we must diligently assist him, casting aside any lingering doubts, declared Wu Chao with conviction. Sui Ren, Songwen, and Ce all nodded in agreement, vowing that from this day forward, there would be no trace of skepticism towards any decision made by Jiang Heng. At that moment, a voice resonated within Jiang Heng's mind, announcing a newfound achievement: unity of heart and mind. A reward of 5,000 fortune points and 100 million gene of resources was bestowed upon him. This unexpected boon brought delight to Jiang Heng. 5,000 fortune points were neither excessive nor meager, yet such a resource was always welcome. The distribution of 100 million gene of resources among the human populace would not be deemed excessive, as it would provide sufficient cultivation resources for many to embark upon their paths of advancement. Subsequently, Jiang Heng proclaimed a day of celebration for all humanity in light of today's resounding victory, igniting a fervor that swept through the entire race. While multitudes reveled in triumph, the leaders of humanity, including Jiang Heng, found themselves unable to rest, as they must strategize for the future of their people. Emperor Heng, in this battle against the wandering cultivators, we suffered no significant losses. For now, they will likely refrain from daring to invade our ranks. However, I fear they may not relent easily. We must prepare for any eventuality. Sui Ren articulated with gravity. This matter indeed requires careful consideration. Henceforth, let us establish a standing garrison to monitor the surroundings of humanity closely. The garrison will be temporarily led by Ze, while the three Deluo golden immortals shall each form their own legions to oversee the military endeavors of our people. Jiang Heng responded. Although humanity had already established its own military, the system remained incomplete and necessitated reformation. Seizing the opportunity presented by this significant victory, Jiang Heng resolved to fully construct a comprehensive military framework, enabling humanity to possess a truly formidable fighting force. Presently, humanity should primarily focus on cultivation, striving to enhance the prowess of as many individuals as possible. Therefore, Jiang Heng planned to establish 4 legions, each commanded by one of the 4 Deluo golden immortals of humanity. The first legion, as previously mentioned, would be the human garrison led by Ze, dedicated to safeguarding the security of the race. The second legion would consist of the most elite warriors among humanity, commanded by Sui Ren, thus forming the vanguard of human strength. The third legion would be the largest in number, led by Wu Chao, tasked with large-scale military campaigns. The fourth legion would be composed of those adept at stealth and intelligence gathering, under the command of Songwen, focusing exclusively on the collection of information. In this manner, the 4 legions harmoniously aligned with the principles of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, forming a rudimentary yet cohesive military structure. Songwen's legion, specializing in intelligence, resonated with the essence of wind and was thus named the Gale Legion. Wu Chao's legion, the primary force of human warfare, embodied the spirit of the forest and was designated as the Long Forest Legion. Sui Ren's legion, comprising elite assault troops, reflected the nature of fire and was bestowed the title of Crimson Flame Legion. Ze's legion, responsible for the protection of humanity, resonated with the solidity of mountains and was named the Mountain Guard Legion. The wind, forest, fire, and mountain legions would strike with the swiftness of the wind, the steadiness of the forest, the ferocity of fire, and the immovability of mountains, elusive as shadows, yet as thunderous as a tempest. Once these 4 legions were established, humanity's military framework would be substantially complete, sufficient for the time being. Other intricate details could be refined in due course, requiring no further concern from Jiang Heng. Afterward, Jiang Heng spent a moment within the system, ultimately locating a suitably remarkable artifact. Artifact name, method of the Celestial Army formation, grade, medium, cost and fortune points, 5000, description. In the world of the heavens, the military formation practiced by celestial soldiers enables them to create intricate formations, unleashing power that surpasses their individual prowess. The method of the Celestial Army formation could allow even a vast army to assemble complex formations. And even a handful of individuals could form smaller arrays. Thus, when warriors of humanity coordinated their efforts, they could manifest strength that transcended their limitations. In the primordial world, formidable formations were not uncommon, such as the demon clan's all-encompassing star formation and the heavenly immortal formation of the method of the Celestial Army formation was undoubtedly not inferior. Yet its efficacy compared to those of the primordial realm would only be revealed through battle. Spending 5,000 fortune points, Jiang Heng redeemed the method of the Celestial Army formation and subsequently shared it with Sui Ren and the others. Their elation was palpable, with such an extraordinary military formation at their disposal. Humanity's forces were destined to shine brilliantly in the future. Upon acquiring the method, Sui Ren and his companions did not depart immediately, but instead brought forth another matter to Jiang Heng's attention. Emperor Hong, during the annihilation of those wandering cultivators, I inadvertently discovered that among them were actually powerful beings of the Dragon Clan. Sui Ren stated gravely, "The Dragon Clan? Have they come to meddle as well?" Jiang Heng inquired, astonished. As a once dominant force in the primordial world, the Dragon Clan had notably weakened following the calamity of the Long Han era. During that epoch, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans battled fiercely, nearly fracturing the very fabric of the primordial realm. Yet, these 3 clans were merely pawns in a grander scheme, the true conflict being that between the Dao ancestor Hongjun and the demon ancestor Luohu. Ultimately, Dao ancestor Hongjun emerged victorious, becoming the first saint of the primordial realm since its inception. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, however, became casualties of this struggle, suffering devastating losses and retreating from the stage of the primordial world. Now, the Dragon Clan dared to covet humanity, likely driven by the latter's repeated bestowals of heavenly merit. In the past, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had devastated the primordial world, incurring immense karmic retribution. The Qilin clan was nearly exterminated, leaving them nearly invisible in the contemporary primordial realm. The Phoenix clan managed to survive due to their ancestral phoenix being enshrined in the southern eternal fire volcano, allowing them a flicker of hope. The Dragon clan, having secured immeasurable merit through their dominion over the Sea of Eternity, was in the best condition among the 3, retaining a degree of strength, though their reputation in the primordial world had diminished. Even the Witch and Demon clans would not dare to provoke the Dragon clan lightly. However, the Dragon clan bore their own burdens, as countless powerful members had perished in the effort to suppress the Sea of Eternity. Only by acquiring substantial merit could they gradually cleanse themselves of the burdensome karma weighing upon them. Thus, upon witnessing humanity's continuous acquisition of merit, the Dragon clan was compelled to investigate further. Yet, they had not anticipated that humanity would take the initiative to strike, annihilating all who dared to pry into their affairs. The Dragon clan, being an ancient powerhouse, necessitated a careful approach to this matter. Sui Ren declared, "No need for concern. For now, we shall not engage them. Should the Dragon clan refrain from seeking us out, I will eventually make my own inquiries." Jiang Heng replied. In the days that followed, Sui Ren and his companions busied themselves with the establishment of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain legions, while Jiang Heng entered a period of seclusion for cultivation, however, before he could delve deeply into his practice. Sui Ren and his companions returned once more, their expressions laden with worry. It appeared that the formation of the 4 legions necessitated the selection of the most exceptional warriors from among the entire human populace. Under Jiang Heng's directive, the wind, forest, fire, and mountain legions were to consist solely of the finest, ensuring that mediocrity would not be tolerated. For all members of humanity, joining these legions would be an unparalleled honor. Thus, it is only natural that countless individuals have enrolled. However, after a thorough selection process, the personnel for the 4 armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain were unable to be fully assembled, which undoubtedly left the 4 members of the Sui Ren clan extremely dissatisfied. This is not to say that the human race lacks talent. but rather that their cultivation of the Celestial Emperor's techniques has only been underway for a mere century, making it quite difficult to produce a multitude of formidable warriors. Compounding the issue, Jiang Heng's requirements are exceedingly stringent. Without the cultivation of the third stage of the immortal path, one does not even qualify to join the four armies. Reluctantly, the four members of the Swearen clan had to approach Jiang Heng once more. Hoping to delay the establishment of the four armies, Jiang Heng had never anticipated that the Swearen clan would be able to swiftly establish the armies. However, the concerns raised by the Swearen clan indeed reflect a pressing issue within the human race, where the majority of individuals have relatively low cultivation levels. With the time for cultivation being so brief, most have yet to even enter the secret realm of the immortal platform, let alone achieve the third stage of the immortal path. How then can one ignite the zeal for cultivation among their kind? Jiang Heng pondered. He understood that nothing can be accomplished overnight. Only with ample time can the human race gradually grow stronger. Yet, he also recognized that while the human race aspires to strengthen itself slowly, the dominant powers within the primordial world will not afford them such luxury. As he contemplated, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind, and he began to discuss his thoughts with the four members of the Swearen clan. In essence, to invigorate the enthusiasm for cultivation among the entire human race, Jiang Heng planned to host the inaugural human talent selection competition. All members of the human race, regardless of their cultivation level, would be eligible to participate, with the ultimate victors receiving extraordinarily generous rewards. Jiang Heng was willing to invest significantly in this endeavor, not only offering the 9 secrets as prizes but also exchanging for a considerable amount of rare materials and treasures. Ultimately, after thorough discussions with the 4 members of the Swearen clan, Jiang Heng decided that all participants who ranked within the top 100 would receive rewards. Those ranked from 100 to 50 would be granted the opportunity to cultivate beneath the ancient Bodhi tree for 10 years. With an abundant supply of spiritual herbs and resources during that time, participants ranked from 50 to 30 would enjoy 30 years of cultivation under the same tree, while those from 30 to 10 would be afforded 50 years. The 4th to 10th place winners would receive 100 years of cultivation beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, with the same generous supply of resources, as well as the option to select any one of the 9 secrets. The 3rd place victor would receive 5 leaves from the tea tree of enlightenment, 1 million pounds of resources, and the chance to choose 2 of the 9 secrets. The 2nd place winner would be awarded 10 leaves from the tree, 5 million pounds of resources, and the opportunity to select 3 of the 9 secrets. Finally, the 1st place human talent would receive 20 leaves from the tea tree of enlightenment, 1 Bodhi seed, 10 million pounds of resources, and the privilege to choose 4 of the 9 secrets. However, to fully ignite the passion for cultivation among the human race, Jiang Heng deliberately scheduled the competition to take place 100 years later. A century in the primordial realm is but a fleeting moment, yet it is ample time for the talented among the human race to strive diligently and reach a certain level of mastery. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's plans, the 4 members of the Swearen clan were naturally overjoyed, quickly preparing for the event and announcing it to the entire human race. Such lavish rewards stirred the entire human populace, with countless aspiring talents eagerly preparing to participate in the grand contest. Consequently, a fervor for cultivation swept through the human race, as countless talents dedicated themselves to rigorous training. Those who could distinguish themselves in the talent battle would not only secure substantial rewards but also soar to great heights. For many, this represented the utmost honor. Who does not wish to be recognized as the greatest talent among their people? Moreover, those who performed exceptionally well and showcased their gifts would undoubtedly be cultivated as the pride of the human race. It is evident that anyone with sense would recognize the immense significance of this talent selection competition. With a century of preparation, even those currently of lower cultivation would not be without opportunity. This was precisely Jiang Heng's intention, to thoroughly awaken the fervor for cultivation among the talented of the human race. Breaking through limits and transforming the impossible into the possible is what defines true genius. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. In just a few days, the grand event of the human talent battle would commence. Those aspiring to shine in this competition were poised and ready. Everything was in place, and Jiang Heng had set the stage. Now it remained to be seen how the talents of the human race would fare. Just as the talent battle was about to begin, Jiang Heng sensed a familiar aura approaching rapidly from afar. Feeling this familiar presence, a smile crept across Jiang Heng's face as he stepped forward, arriving outside the realm of the human race. It is an honor to welcome the ancestor of the earth back to our realm. I hope you will not take offense at my lack of formal greeting, Jiang Heng called out. As his words fell, 2 graceful figures appeared before him. The figure on the left retained the same unique aura as she did a century ago. Do your eyes only seek out sisterhood too? Do you not realize I am here as well? The figure on the right playfully chided, Xianming, it is a delight to see you. I am naturally pleased by your visit to our human race. Jiang Heng replied with a smile. This time, Ancestor Huda had not come alone. The youngest of the 12 ancestors, Xianming, accompanied her as well. Humph, do not think I am unaware. Your gaze is solely for Sister Hutu. And I am but an afterthought, Xianming retorted with indignation. Xianming, cease your nonsense. Ancestor Huda shot a glance at Xianming, who immediately fell silent but still managed to stick her tongue out at Jiang Heng. Might I inquire the purpose of your visit, Ancestor Hutu? Jiang Heng asked. I simply sought a change of scenery. I wished to take a stroll, but found nowhere to go, so I thought to visit the human race. Ancestor Hutu explained. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Heng noticed a hint of faint sorrow etched across Ancestor Hutu's features. The sight of the celestial maiden's furrowed brow stirred feelings of compassion within him. What could possibly trouble her so? Jiang Heng's heart stirred. If he were not mistaken, the day of Ancestor Hutu's transformation into the cycle of reincarnation was likely drawing near. You have come at a fortuitous time. Our human race is currently hosting the talent battle, and both of you are most welcome to witness it. Jiang Heng said with a smile. What is this talent battle of the human race? Xianming inquired, her face alight with curiosity. Jiang Heng then proceeded to explain the talent battle, and as Xianming listened, her interest grew. Even Ancestor Hutu appeared intrigued. I had not anticipated such a grand event among the human race. It shall be a sight to behold, Ancestor Hutu remarked softly. Since you have come, we of the human race shall ensure you are treated with the utmost hospitality, Jiang Heng replied with a smile. As the three conversed, they made their way towards the heart of the human realm. With each step deeper into the human territory, the astonishment on the faces of Ancestor Hutu and Xianming only grew. As they walked, they discovered that the human race was nothing like the feeble creatures portrayed in external tales. Countless individuals possessed formidable cultivation, and as they journeyed further, the two ancestors realized that those above the immortal realm were not in short supply. What truly astounded the two ancestors was the vibrant energy radiating from every human face, each individual exuding confidence. Is this truly the nascent human race? Is this the race that has been deemed weak and bullied by others? The gazes of Hutu and Xianming then turned to the uniquely designed yet exquisitely crafted homes that adorned the landscape. These were luxuries that the witch clan did not possess, yet here they were in abundance among the humans. Leaving the two ancestors quite astonished, when they finally laid eyes upon the colorful and beautifully crafted garments of the humans, they were utterly captivated. The desire for beauty is a sentiment shared by all beings. Accustomed to the unrefined ways of the witch clan, they had never encountered such exquisite attire. Upon reaching the heartland of the human race, the two ancestral witches were astounded to discover that a considerable number of individuals among humanity had attained the level of golden immortal. Due to the talent competition among humans, countless prodigies had emerged over the past century, showcasing extraordinary cultivation aptitude. Within this span of 100 years, many among the human populace had successfully cultivated the secret realm of immortal platforms to the pinnacle of its sixth stage. Achieving the sixth stage of the secret realm of immortal platforms is tantamount to attaining golden immortal status in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Moreover, owing to the effects of the Emperor's concealment technique, these golden immortals were but a step away from becoming great Luo golden immortals. With the astonishing combat prowess granted by the Emperor's concealment technique, these golden immortals could even engage in battles beyond their level, often finding themselves superior to certain weaker great Luo golden immortals. It was precisely for this reason that Hutu and Xianming, the two ancestral witches, were so astonished, as the strength of the human race indeed exceeded their expectations. While this level of power may not compare to that of the Wu and Yao clans, within the entirety of the primordial realm, the human race's might was certainly not to be underestimated. The gaze of the two ancestral witches gradually focused on Jiang Heng, fully aware of his identity as the sovereign of humanity. The current strength of the human race was undoubtedly tied to Jiang Heng's efforts. Although the Wu clan had long held dominion in the primordial world, what they witnessed among humanity today was truly eye-opening. It seemed that aside from their superior strength, the Wu clan appeared to lag behind in nearly every aspect when compared to humanity. In Chapter 23, the talent competition of humanity, among the human race, Hutu and Xianming, the two ancestral witches, encountered numerous astonishing phenomena, things they had never heard of before. These were the fruits of Jiang Heng's labor over the centuries, as he firmly believed that the development of humanity was not solely about enhancing power levels. Whether it was weaving garments, constructing homes, or establishing a written language, all were aimed at improving the lives of ordinary humans. Simultaneously, Jiang Heng endeavored to instill a sense of belief within humanity, a crucial factor for any civilization seeking continuous growth. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, humanity had not only seen a rise in strength over the past several centuries, but had also begun to create a glorious civilization. As the two ancestral witches explored the realm of humanity, they were naturally captivated by the exquisitely designed garments. These were crafted by Jiang Heng, featuring not only ordinary clothing, but also a variety of formidable magical robes. Xianyin, in her delight, cunningly extorted a considerable sum from Jiang Heng, claiming dozens of exquisite magical robes for herself. Hutu, though more reserved, ultimately selected several beautifully crafted magical robes that were nothing short of stunning. The adage clothes make the man rang true, and once the two ancestral witches donned their new magical attire, even Jiang Heng found himself momentarily entranced. On the left, Xianyin wore a pink magical robe, exuding a playful charm that evoked the image of a young maiden blossoming into womanhood. To the right, Hutu donned a bright yellow magical robe, her dark hair meticulously styled into an elegant bun. Her bright, clear eyes and delicately arched brows, complemented by naturally long lashes, formed a beautiful arc with a touch of makeup enhancing her delicate features. Her skin appeared smooth and radiant, evoking the grace and poise of a celestial being descended from the heavens. One could not help but marvel at her ethereal beauty, akin to a goddess gracing the mortal realm. Ha ha ha. Sister Hutu, look at this fool, he is utterly mesmerized, Xianyin exclaimed in laughter, her earlier innocent demeanor now replaced with a playful teasing. Jiang Heng, at a loss for words, thought to himself that were it not for Xianyin's chatter, she would have been the epitome of an unparalleled beauty. Yet, her words transformed her into a mischievous sprite. What a charming girl she was. Why must she possess such a loquacious tongue? Hutu, too, found herself smiling softly, a hint of rosy blush gracing her cheeks as she caught Jiang Heng's captivated gaze. The two of you have arrived at an opportune moment. Today marks the commencement of the talent competition of humanity. I invite you both to join in the revelry. Jiang Heng quickly regained his composure, acknowledging the striking appearance of the two ancestral witches that would leave anyone spellbound. Indeed, let us go together, Sister Hutu. I am eager to see the talents of humanity, Xianyin exclaimed with enthusiasm. Then we shall join you, Hutu replied graciously. Today, the realm of humanity was ablaze with banners and flags, each face alight with excitement as they gathered at the core of their civilization. After centuries of development, humanity now numbered in the billions, and the sight of so many gathered together was truly magnificent. To accommodate this multitude, Jiang Heng had already instructed Swearin and others to prepare extensively, employing the method of turning mustard seeds into a vast expanse, thus creating a spacious arena. The billions of humans gathered within this space felt anything but crowded, eliminating any risk of trampling. Furthermore, Jiang Heng ensured that Swearin and the others arranged countless magical mirrors, each capable of vividly displaying the various arenas of the talent competition. Even those lacking any cultivation could observe the battles taking place on each platform through the immense mirrors. Jiang Heng placed great importance on this event, having dedicated a full century to its preparation, ensuring that nothing was left to chance. Swearin and the others did not disappoint him. Every arrangement was meticulously prepared to guarantee the smooth execution of the talent competition. As the time approached, Jiang Heng stepped forward at Swearin's signal and ascended into the heavens. He did not conceal his cultivation level, unleashing the power of a ninth-layer emperor, the complete manifestation of the holy body, and displaying 5 distinct phenomena. In an instant, an overwhelming aura emanated from Jiang Heng, soaring into the sky, captivating the attention of all humanity. The 5 phenomena: chaos seed, blue lotus, golden bitter sea, celestial king descending from the 9 heavens, yin-yang life and death diagram, and the brocade mountains and rivers converged. At this moment, Jiang Heng resembled an emperor seated high in the celestial realm, his boundless presence continuously resonating within the hearts of countless humans. As they felt the immense, almost unfathomable power radiating from Jiang Heng, every human instinctively knelt in reverence. We salute Emperor Heng, they proclaimed in unison, their voices echoing into the heavens, scattering the clouds above. Hutu gazed on in astonishment. She held no doubts regarding Jiang Heng's strength, given that he had once bested the ancestral witch Zhu Rong. What surprised her more was the attitude of the entire human race towards Jiang Heng. She could see the adoration reflected in the gazes of countless humans directed at him. Hutu, unaware of the truth that Jiang Heng was the architect of humanity's current state, had facilitated the emergence of 4 great Luo golden immortals, improved the lives of ordinary humans, and disseminated the emperor's concealment technique throughout the human race. In reality, few humans had personally witnessed Jiang Heng, but his deeds had already been mythologized among the populace. In the hearts of countless humans, without Jiang Heng, the current state of humanity would not exist, leading to an overwhelming sense of reverence for him. Now, as Jiang Heng openly displayed his power before the multitude, It surpassed even the strength of the four great Luo golden immortals of humanity. The sheer force emanating from him elevated the admiration of the humans to new heights, bordering on blind adulation. This was the source of Hutu's astonishment. Among the Wu clan, while ordinary members admired their ancestral witches, they had never reached such extremes. As Hutu and Xianyin stood in shock, they also comprehended that Jiang Heng's prestige among humanity was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Gazing at the powerful and confident figure before them, Hutu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What kind of existence could inspire such devotion among billions of humans? Today marked a grand occasion for humanity. As countless prodigies gathered to showcase their brilliance before all, that I firmly believe that the talents of humanity shall shine brightly, demonstrating our resilience and strength. All shall be revealed upon the arena. Let me witness the exceptional prowess of our talents, Jiang Heng declared, his voice resonating with authority. I hereby announce the official commencement of the first talent competition of humanity. Battle, battle, battle. The voices of countless humans surged with fervor, igniting the spirits of the participating prodigies. With Jiang Heng's command, the first talent competition of humanity was officially underway, under the arrangements of Swerin and his companions, one by one. The talented individuals of the human race began to make their appearances. As this was the inaugural human talent battle, which had been a century in the making, the number of talented participants was staggeringly high, reaching into the millions, with millions of human prodigies engaged in combat. The ensuing battles would inevitably consume several years. To swiftly eliminate those whose cultivation fell short of the required standard, the first round was essentially a test of cultivation level. Only those who had achieved the third stage of the immortal Tao could advance to the next round. After a rigorous evaluation, astonishingly, every single contestant passed this initial hurdle. This indicated that the human race possessed at least several million true immortals, a number that, while not particularly high in the vast expanse of the primordial world, was certainly not negligible either. Jiang Heng was immensely satisfied with this outcome, as it signified that his objectives had been preliminarily fulfilled. The primary aim of hosting this human talent battle was to ignite the enthusiasm for cultivation among the human race and to bolster their overall strength. The achievement of several million individuals reaching the third stage of the immortal Tao, thus possessing true immortal prowess, undoubtedly affirmed the wisdom behind Jiang Heng's decision to organize this event. Such an outcome exceeded the expectations of Swerin and his three companions, prompting them to deliberate and ultimately introduce an additional round of assessment. Following a thorough selection process, tens of thousands still advanced to the arena battles. The rules for the arena battles were exceedingly straightforward. Victors would progress, while the defeated would be eliminated, allowing only the strongest human prodigies to emerge victorious. Thousands of arenas rose simultaneously, signifying that thousands of battles would commence concurrently. Ordinary humans could only focus on the outcome of a single match. But for those with profound cultivation, the sweeping awareness of their divine senses rendered all the battles apparent at a glance. Although the witch race lacked divine spirits, Xianming and Hutu, being ancestral witches, possessed formidable strength sufficient to monitor all ongoing conflicts. The two ancestral witches, the cultivation levels of the battling human prodigies appeared rather unimpressive. However, after observing several matches, their expressions gradually turned grave. In the eyes of the two ancestral witches, while the cultivation of the human prodigies may not have been high, they swiftly recognized the exceptional combat prowess of each individual, upon silently comparing their capabilities. The two ancestral witches were astounded to discover that, at the same realm, the witch race was actually at a disadvantage against the human prodigies. The witch race had long been the sovereign of the primordial world. Due to their formidable physical strength, they were typically unmatched by other beings of the same realm. Yet now, the witches found themselves eclipsed by the humans, leading to an inevitable contemplation of the sheer might of the human race. The two began to question their own existence. If such human prodigies were still deemed feeble, what then could be said of the witch race? Would the talents of the human race even be worthy of the attention of the ancestral witches? Just by observing the expressions of the two ancestral witches, Jiang Heng could infer their thoughts and could not help but chuckle as he inquired. Chapter 24. The Devouring Heaven Demon Art. Xianming and Hutu, being exceptionally astute, naturally understood the implications of Jiang Heng's previous remarks. Indeed, your human prodigies are formidable, it seems. Xianming shot Jiang Heng a glance. Hutu, however, remained silent, merely casting a glance at Jiang Heng, surprised to see such a childlike side to him. As the sovereign of the human race, it is my inescapable duty to ensure the continuous strengthening of our people, emerging from our humble beginnings. I have never dared to slacken my efforts, which has allowed the human race to gradually attain today's stature, Jiang Heng said with a sense of nostalgia. The development of the human race to this extent is no small feat. You must have invested countless efforts towards this end. Hutu inquired. I observe that the combat strength of your human prodigies is remarkably robust. What cultivation method have they employed? To be candid, the cultivation method of the human race is one I personally devised, which I have named the Human Imperial Law. Jiang Heng replied. The Human Imperial Law, a method exclusively for the human race to attain imperial status. It seems your aspirations are quite grand. Hutu remarked with admiration. This technique is not solely restricted to humans. If you do not mind, I have a method that could be of reference to you. Jiang Heng, inspired by a certain possibility, proposed. Oh, are you serious? You must be aware that our witch race lacks divine spirits, rendering many techniques unattainable. Hutu responded. Jiang Heng was well aware of this fact. The innate physical strength of the witch race allowed them to rival most beings in the primordial world. However, the absence of divine spirits left them with no room for further enhancement. In the current primordial world, the prevailing cultivation methods stem from the Tao ancestor, with the essence of these methods revolving around the divine spirit. For the mighty beings of the primordial world to reach the quasi-saint realm, they must gradually sever their three corpses, which opens the possibility for further advancement. The so-called three corpses consist of the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self corpse, each representing an individual's obsessions. During the severing of the three corpses, these obsessions can be entrusted to various innate spiritual treasures, allowing the creation of avatars and vastly expanding one's Tao. Once the three corpses are completely severed, one attains the great extinction realm, followed by the unification of the three corpses, merging the avatar and the true self into one. At this stage, one can embody countless forms, becoming omnipotent, and is but a step away from the primordial Tao. The witch race, lacking divine spirits, cannot perform the severing of the three corpses, let alone cultivate the myriad. The ancestral witch of Hutu murmured to herself. As a formidable being of the ancestral witch level, she had memorized the entirety of the sky-devouring demonic art after just a single hearing, naturally grasping the extraordinary nature of this technique. It was precisely for this reason that the ancestral witch of Hutu was so astounded. This was a supreme art that could potentially elevate her to new heights. The grace of enlightenment was greater than the heavens, and although the journey had yet to begin, it was sufficient to instill in her an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng's decision to impart the sky-devouring demonic art to the ancestral witch of Hutu was made after careful consideration. Not a mere one. He was not the kind of person who would be so enamored by beauty that he would surrender everything to a goddess. Firstly, the emperor's art had already spread throughout the human race, with countless practitioners. While Jiang Heng held ample confidence in humanity, he also understood that it was not particularly difficult for outsiders to acquire the emperor's art. When Jiang Heng resolved to share the emperor's art with all of humanity, he had already prepared for the possibility of the technique being leaked. In the world of Honghuang, he was the original creator of the emperor's art. He feared not the practice of it by outsiders, but rather the prospect of others neglecting it. Those who learn from me shall thrive, while those who imitate me shall perish. If all beings in the Honghuang world were to practice the emperor's art, Jiang Heng would be but a step away from invincibility. This situation bore a striking resemblance to that of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. Did you think the Tao ancestor genuinely acted selflessly, freely imparting techniques to the beings of Honghuang? One need only observe that after delivering teachings thrice, the Tao ancestor immediately ascended to the realm of unity. Could there be a correlation? Furthermore, Jiang Heng's decision to teach the sky-devouring demonic art to the ancestral witch of Hutu was motivated by deeper considerations. The reincarnation of the ancestral witch of Hutu would assume a pivotal role in the world of Honghuang, which would be crucial for the future of humanity. By fostering a beneficial relationship today, Jiang Heng might reap unexpected rewards in the future, thus laying the groundwork in advance. Lastly, Jiang Heng acknowledged that he had inadvertently developed a slight fondness for the ancestral witch of Hutu. Of course, this feeling was limited to mere fondness and had not yet reached the realm of romantic love. How their relationship would evolve was of little concern to Jiang Heng. Everything would unfold naturally. Should it reach that level, he would certainly follow his heart, for no one could stand in his way. It was the combination of these various factors that led Jiang Heng to decide to impart the sky-devouring demonic art to the ancestral witch of Hutu. Whether the ancestral witch would practice the sky-devouring demonic art and achieve mastery therein would ultimately depend on her own efforts. The technique created by a fellow Taoist is truly extraordinary, and I am at a loss for how to repay the grace of enlightenment. Henceforth, I shall unconditionally agree to 3 requests in return. The ancestral witch of Hutu stated earnestly. There is no need to concern yourself. It is merely a technique. You need not be so formal, Jiang Heng replied. The ancestral witch of Hutu remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Heng, as though she would not relent until he agreed. Jiang Heng, feeling helpless, could only nod in acquiescence, prompting a radiant smile from the ancestral witch as she nodded in satisfaction. "Humph. You have imparted a technique to Sister Hutu. Shouldn't you also share one with me?" The ancestral witch of Xianin laughed. Earlier, Jiang Heng had used sound transmission to convey the sky-devouring demonic art to the ancestral witch of Hutu, and thus the ancestral witch of Xianin was completely unaware of what technique had been taught. However, from the astonished expression on the ancestral witch of Hutu's face, the ancestral witch of Xianin understood that the technique imparted by Jiang Heng was truly extraordinary. The ancestral witch of Xianin was not genuinely asking Jiang Heng to teach her anything. She merely enjoyed teasing him. "Xianin, do not be so presumptuous," the ancestral witch of Hutu admonished, a hint of annoyance in her voice. The ancestral witch of Xianin stuck out her tongue, not taking the matter to heart, and continued discussing the talents of humanity with the ancestral witch of Hutu. Jiang Heng refrained from interjecting. The ancestral witch of Hutu, soon to undergo reincarnation, would undoubtedly succeed in practicing the sky-devouring demonic art. But the ancestral witch of Xianin did not share this opportunity. Even if Jiang Heng were to impart the emperor's art to the ancestral witch of Xianin, without a primordial spirit, she would be unable to cultivate it to a complete level. Rather than waste time, it would be wiser to seek alternative paths. Perhaps the ancestral witch of Xianin still harbored hopes of achieving enlightenment. As the three of them continued to focus on the arena, the battle of human talents reached its most intense moment. On the day of the Silver Dragon's rebirth, the Knight's return, as an old player in the Alliance, I am eager to witness LPL triumph over LCK. My emotions are simply too overwhelming. All I can say is EDG is remarkable, and LPL is invincible. Chapter 25. The Great Immortal Jiang Yuan. After a tense and fierce competition, only 8 human talents remained on the stage. Having reached this point, those who remained were undoubtedly the most outstanding talents among humanity, each possessing exceptional strength. All 8 human talents had, without exception, entered the 6th layer of the Immortal Platform's secret realm and had cultivated to perfection. Just one step away, these human talents were poised to transcend the Immortal Platform's secret realm and ascend to the Quasi-Emperor realm. In the world of Honghuang, the Quasi-Emperor realm is equivalent to the Great Luo Jingxian. In any place, one would be recognized as a formidable expert. Compared to the witch and demon clans, the number of Great Luo Jingxians among humanity is exceedingly scarce, with only 4 individuals, including Swearin, to count. Only with a sufficient number of Great Luo Jingxians can humanity truly stand shoulder to shoulder with the witch and demon clans, or even vie for supremacy. However, even while practicing the Emperor's art, crossing the threshold from the Immortal Platform's secret realm to the Quasi-Emperor realm remains an exceptionally arduous endeavor. Yet, in the 8 human talents, Jiang Heng saw hope. Perhaps in the near future, humanity would see an increase in the number of Great Luo Jingxians. Each of these 8 human talents practiced a complete imperial scripture, with each possessing their unique strengths. After a fierce competition, a human talent who had cultivated the true scripture of the sun emerged victorious, becoming the champion. Following Jiang Heng's personally awarded prizes to the victors, the first human talent battle came to a close. However, after the conclusion of the first human talent battle, Jiang Heng announced that humanity would hold a talent battle every 100 years henceforth. Just like this first battle, the next human talent battle would also feature sumptuous rewards. The entire human race erupted in excitement once more, with many young talents, still in the early stages of cultivation, eagerly preparing to make their names known in 100 years. Through this first human talent battle, a plethora of talents emerged within humanity, all of whom would become key figures in future cultivation efforts. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the next 100 years shall undoubtedly witness rapid advancements in human strength. Moreover, due to this human talent battle, Jiang Heng's gains were similarly immense, as evidenced by the fortune he now possessed. In preparation for this battle, Jiang Heng had expended a significant amount of fortune, yet he still retained a staggering 97,500 points of fortune, with nearly 100,000 points of fortune. Jiang Heng had never been this affluent before. Just imagine how many powerful treasures he could exchange for within the system. With such an abundance of fortune, for Jiang Heng, some plans that were once deemed unfeasible can now be put into action. However, despite the significant growth and strength of the human race, there remains a considerable disparity between them and the 2 races of the undead. This is an unavoidable reality. The 2 races of the undead have accumulated their power over countless ages since their inception, resulting in the current situation. The human race, having a relatively brief history, still has a long way to go. If Jiang Heng were granted several millennia, he is confident that he could endow the human race with sufficient strength. This journey among the human race has also been a novel experience for the ancestor of Earth and the ancestor of mysterious darkness. following the conclusion of the human genius battle. Both ancestors lingered for a while longer to exchange insights on cultivation with Jiang Heng. Under Jiang Heng's guidance, the ancestor of Earth has commenced training in the devouring heaven demonic art, making commendable progress, largely owing to his formidable physique, which provides a high starting point. Yet, due to the absence of a primordial spirit, the ancestor of Earth may find it challenging to reach the consummate stage of the devouring heaven demonic art. One day, while Jiang Heng was discussing doctrines with the ancestor of Earth, the venerable Hongyan, who had been nurturing his soul within the Jiujia Sampo Hulu, suddenly transmitted his voice to Jiang Heng. After more than a century of cultivation, although Hongyan's soul had yet to reconstitute, the situation had stabilized. As long as the ancestor of Earth undergoes reincarnation, Hongyan should be able to be reborn and resume his cultivation within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Heng had previously discussed this matter with Hongyan, who was well aware that the time for the ancestor of Earth to undergo reincarnation is fast approaching. Reflecting on his myriad experiences since his transformation, Hongyan felt a deep sense of nostalgia, and the one thing he could not let go of before reincarnation was his dearest friend. Thus, he hoped Jiang Heng would take him to Wanshou Mountain's Honghuang temple before his rebirth. Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng's heart stirred slightly. He had long admired the esteemed figure of the Earth Immortal ancestor, but had never had the fortune to meet him, according to later legends. During the tribulations faced by the human race, that Earth Immortal ancestor had shown considerable care for them, thus earning their gratitude. Furthermore, the Earth Immortal ancestor, Zenyuanzi, is a venerable quasi-saint of the primordial world, with unfathomable strength. If he could lend assistance, it would surely bolster the ancestor of Earth's chances during his reincarnation. After discussing this matter with the ancestor of Earth, the 3 of them set off towards Wanshou Mountain's Honghuang temple. Speaking of the Earth Immortal ancestor Zenyuanzi, he is most renowned for the innate spiritual root known as the ginseng fruit and the earth book formed from the membrane of the earth. Yet, many overlook Zenyuanzi's own cultivation prowess. He is a top-tier powerhouse, second only to saints in the primordial realm. Honghuang Temple, located in the west, is indeed the territory of the 2 western saints. Yet Zenyuanzi has managed to establish his foothold there without being taken under their wing or forming close ties with the western teachings, which speaks volumes about his strength. With the combined strength of Jiang Heng and his companions, they reached the vicinity of Honghuang Temple in no time. They made no attempt to conceal their presence, and naturally Zenyuanzi detected their approach early on. As they arrived at the temple's entrance, 2 young acolytes came forth to greet them, which sparked dissatisfaction in the ancestor of mysterious darkness. What an ostentatious display from Zenyuanzi. He dares to send only 2 acolytes to welcome us, remarked the ancestor of mysterious darkness, somewhat irked. The witch clan, after all, is the current hegemon of the primordial realm. Zenyuanzi, being aware of the 2 ancestors' arrival, should have personally come forth to greet them rather than merely dispatching 2 acolytes, which could be construed as disrespectful. Shenming, do not be rude, admonished the ancestor of Earth, remaining considerably more composed than the ancestor of mysterious darkness. After being chastised by the ancestor of Earth, the ancestor of mysterious darkness refrained from further outbursts. Jiang Heng remained silent with a knowing smile, fully aware that Zenyuanzi's demeanor was not without reason. Having survived since the ancient era and managed to preserve himself through several subsequent calamities, Zenyuanzi is no ordinary figure. Even during the journey to the west, he remained the Earth Immortal ancestor, a title that suggests a remarkable status. While Zenyuanzi's reputation may seem understated, his grasp of the cosmic balance is exceptionally precise. In the current primordial realm, the 2 races of the witches and the undead undoubtedly reign supreme. Yet Zenyuanzi likely understands that these 2 races are but fleeting phenomena. By sending only acolytes to greet the ancestors, Zenyuanzi's intentions are clear: to avoid offense while refraining from deepening ties, indicating his desire to remain uninvolved in the impending tribulations between the witches and the undead. Such a low-profile approach, avoiding entanglements, has undoubtedly allowed Zenyuanzi to stay above the fray of cosmic calamities. Under the guidance of the 2 acolytes, Jiang Heng and his companions soon found themselves within a temple. After a brief period of quiet contemplation, Zenyuanzi finally made his entrance. Esteemed guests, my apologies for the lack of proper reception. Please forgive my oversight. The speaker was an elderly Taoist clad in a purple gold crown, his hair white as snow yet his visage youthful, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. He commanded respect without raising his voice. It is we who have intruded uninvited. I hope you will excuse our intrusion, Jiang Heng said, offering a respectful gesture. Observing Jiang Heng's initiative and greeting, Zenyuanzi maintained his composure, though a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Naturally, he recognized the ancestors of earth in mysterious darkness. Otherwise, he would not have personally come forth. However, the fact that a mere man took the lead in addressing him, while the two ancestors remained silent, piqued Zhen Yuanzi's curiosity regarding this individual's identity. What manner of person could command the respect of two ancestors? After the initial pleasantries, Zhen Yuanzi could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but may I ask how this esteemed Taoist is addressed, and what brings you here today?" Jiang Heng smiled and replied, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the sovereign of the human race, self-styled as the Eternal Emperor, and I have come here at the behest of a dear friend, the sovereign of the human race, such a formidable figure among the humans today." Zhen Yuanzi's expression shifted, revealing a hint of astonishment. In the primordial realm, all beings are aware of the human race's frailty, and to Zhen Yuanzi's knowledge, their strongest warrior was merely an extremely powerful golden immortal. After scrutinizing Jiang Heng for an extended period, Zhen Yuanzi still could not discern his depth, which alone indicated that Jiang Heng was no ordinary individual. Furthermore, the fact that he had garnered the recognition of both ancestors made it abundantly clear that Jiang Heng was exceptional. Is Jiang Heng a golden immortal? Yet a golden immortal can elude Zhen Yuanzi's perception and earn the acknowledgement of two ancestors. Surely this is absurd. The ancestor of mysterious darkness, known for his vengeful nature, seized the opportunity to mock Zhen Yuanzi. Upon witnessing his astonishment, Zhen Yuanzi quickly regained his composure and, unfazed by the ancestor of mysterious darkness's jibe, continued, "You mentioned that your visit was at the behest of a friend. May I inquire who that friend is?" "It is none other than your dear friend, the venerable Hongyan," Jiang Heng replied. "What? Hongyan?" Zhen Yuanzi exclaimed in shock, his disbelief palpable. Chapter 26. Would you care to take a stroll with me? Upon hearing the name Hongyan, Zhen Yuanzi could no longer maintain his composure, his face reflecting profound astonishment. In the present primordial realm, most powerful beings are aware that the venerable Hongyan is perished. As a close friend of Hongyan, Zhen Yuanzi had mourned for a long time, vowing to avenge his fallen comrade. Now, Jiang Heng claimed to have come at the behest of Hongyan. How could this be? Was it possible that the fallen Hongyan had returned? Or perhaps he had never truly perished? With such thoughts racing through his mind, Zhen Yuanzi's gaze fixed intently on Jiang Heng, filled with anticipation. Jiang Heng, without further ado, waved his hand, and the Jiaojiao Sampo Hulu materialized. Zhen Yuanzi recognized this innate spiritual treasure immediately. As Zhen Yuanzi's eyes sparkled with uncontainable hope, the remnant soul of Hongyan emerged, sorrow etched upon his visage. My dear friend, I trust you have fared well. Hongyan's voice resonated with a poignant nostalgia. Zhen Yuanzi gazed upon Hongyan, his expression brimming with excitement, yet soon he noticed the current state of Hongyan's being. "Hongyan, how have you become like this? Yet, as long as you have not truly perished, there remains hope." Zhen Yuanzi spoke with great excitement. Hongyan Laozi was equally exhilarated as the two shared their heartfelt sentiments, with Hongyan Laozi gradually recounting the circumstances surrounding his past tribulation. Regret filled his voice as he lamented not heeding the advice of his fellow Taoist, which led to such calamity. However, he expressed gratitude for the assistance of his companion Jiang Heng, which had granted him a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your timely intervention. It has afforded my unfortunate younger brother a chance at survival," Zhen Yuanzi said with a deep bow of respect towards Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng replied, "You are too modest, my friend. The malevolence of the Mingyi sect leader and Kuanping warranted my intervention, yet alas, it was still a moment too late. Given the current state of Hongyan Taoist, restoring him to his former self seems a formidable challenge, though not entirely devoid of hope. My younger brother is now but a remnant of his soul. To exist in this world is already a stroke of fortune, and the prospect of restoration is indeed daunting. Very well, I shall cast aside my dignity and implore the assistance of the Saint Enwa. Regardless of the cost, I must make the attempt," Zhen Yuanzi declared resolutely. Jiang Heng could not help but admire the profound camaraderie between Zhen Yuanzi and Hongyan Laozi. Zhen Yuanzi had truly bared his soul to Hongyan Laozi. Setting aside whether the Saint Enwa possessed the means to restore Hongyan Laozi, simply seeking her aid would hardly be an easy task, even if the Saint Enwa were willing to assist. How would Zhen Yuanzi repay such a debt in the future? Yet, despite these concerns, Zhen Yuanzi remained unwavering, determined to grasp any flicker of hope. "There is no need for such actions, my friend. This tribulation is simply my fate. How can I trouble you to seek out the Saint Enwa? Besides, Jiang Heng and I have devised a plan. While full restoration may be impossible, there remains a chance for rebirth and cultivation." Upon hearing Zhen Yuanzi's plan, Hongyan Laozi was profoundly moved, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes. "My dear brother, since the day we transformed, we have supported each other. Your affairs are mine. If I cannot safeguard you, what face do I have to continue living? Rest assured, I shall petition the Saint Enwa to assist in reconstructing your physical form and restoring you to your former glory. Zhenyuzi initially thought that Honghuang Laozu's reluctance stemmed from a desire to avoid incurring a debt to the saint. Fellow Taoist, there is truly no need for such measures. I have already devised a foolproof plan. Honghuang Laozu insisted anxiously. Enough, my brother, I fully comprehend your position. Await my return as I seek out the Saint Enwa. Zhenyuzi proclaimed with unwavering determination. No, fellow Taoist, please, Jiang Heng, you must clarify this to Zhenyuzi, Honghuang Laozu exclaimed, his face flushed with urgency. Jiang Heng, thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, found the bond between Zhenyuzi and Honghuang Laozu heartwarming and felt content to observe as a passive bystander. Witnessing their fervor, he ultimately chose to intervene and disclose the matter of reincarnation. Upon hearing Jiang Heng's account, Zhenyuzi gazed in astonishment at the Huta ancestor who remained unfazed. Jiang Heng understood that both he and the Huta ancestor were aware of the implications of her reincarnation. As they had previously discussed the matter, even the Honghuang ancestor refrained from commenting, indicating that the witch tribe was prepared for the Huta ancestor witch's transformation into reincarnation. For Zhenyuzi, hearing of reincarnation for the first time was nothing short of shocking. With Zhenyuzi's cultivation, he could easily discern that once the Huta ancestor underwent reincarnation, it would indeed be an earth-shattering event. I had no idea my friend possessed such audacity. This act will yield tremendous merit for the beings of the primordial wilderness. A feat beyond our reach. Zhenyuzi bowed deeply to the Hutu ancestor witch. Initially, Zhenyuzi had been indifferent toward the witch tribe, wishing to avoid any entanglements. However, this gesture was genuine. It signified both his admiration for the Hutu ancestor witch's boldness and his gratitude for the monumental merits of her actions. There is no need for such courtesy, my friend. This realm was originally opened by the Panga Father God, and as a descendant of Pangu, I bear the responsibility to enhance this world. The Huta ancestor replied calmly. Your words warrant yet another bow from me. Hearing her speak thus, Zhenyuzi was once again struck with awe and bowed deeply. My brother, the Huta ancestor witch's transformation into reincarnation is indeed a meritorious act. I came here with the hope that you would lend your assistance. Honghuang Laozu added, this matter is naturally my duty. I shall certainly lend my aid when the time comes, Zhenyuzi affirmed. The Huta ancestor witch's transformation into reincarnation not only promised great merit for the world but was also crucial to Honghuang Laozu's potential rebirth and cultivation. Leaving Zhenyuzi with no room for negligence, Jiang Heng maintained an outwardly composed demeanor while inwardly feeling relieved. His purpose for visiting Honghuang Temple was nearing fulfillment. With Zhenyuzi's assistance, a certain concept he had in mind could now be realized. While not entirely foolproof, it certainly increased his chances. Subsequently, the group deliberated for an extended period, ultimately agreeing that when the Huta ancestor underwent reincarnation, Zhenyuzi would arrive beforehand. Dear guests from afar, I have little to offer in hospitality. I shall send my disciples to procure 3 ginseng fruits, Zhenyuzi declared. Jiang Heng had heard of the innate spiritual root ginseng fruit and was quite curious about it. The ginseng fruit, also known as the grass wandan, blossoms every 3,000 years, bears fruit after another 3,000 years, and reaches ripeness after yet another 3,000, taking a total of 10,000 years before it can be consumed, after maturing for 10,000 years. It yields only 30 fruits, each resembling a small child, complete with limbs and features. For an ordinary person fortunate enough to inhale its aroma, they could live for 360 years, and consuming one would grant them an astonishing 47,000 years of life. Jiang Heng already possessed 2 elixirs of immortality, capable of extending the life of a sovereign in the Zhetian world. Furthermore, it was rumored that these elixirs might have originated from the fall of an ancient immortal. Imbued with the highest principles of the Tao, throughout history, even the mightiest sovereigns had meticulously studied these elixirs, gleaning profound insights into the Dao and the primordial world. Innate spiritual roots were undoubtedly the most potent elixirs, leaving Jiang Heng curious about how they compared to the elixir of immortality. Before long, Zhenyuzi's 2 disciples approached, presenting 3 ginseng fruits before Jiang Heng and his companions. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Heng confirmed that the ginseng fruit indeed resembled the descriptions he had heard. Manifesting as a fruit shaped like a child, given your cultivation levels, consuming this ginseng fruit may not yield significant benefits, but it is worth a taste, Zhenyuzi said graciously. This is the innate spiritual root? It doesn't look particularly impressive. I'll be the first to sample it, Honghuang ancestor exclaimed, seizing one of the ginseng fruits and taking a bite. Thank you for your kindness, the Huta ancestor responded. Jiang Heng also picked up a ginseng fruit and bit into it, feeling the rich essence instantly merge with his being. To his pleasant surprise, the flavor was indeed delightful, though ultimately just that, delicious. After finishing a ginseng fruit, Honghuang ancestor which smacked her lips, expressing mild disdain. The witch tribe lacked a primordial spirit, so to the ancestor witches, the ginseng fruit merely presented a pleasant taste without any additional benefits. However, Jiang Heng was different. After consuming the ginseng fruit, he distinctly felt an enhancement in his understanding of the Tao. The minor, at his current level, any improvement, however slight, was tremendously valuable. With such insights, Jiang Heng's ascension to the emperor realm would soon be within reach. Regrettably, the efficacy of the innate spiritual root waned after the first consumption. Further ginseng fruits would yield little benefit to Jiang Heng. Nevertheless, this comparison allowed him to discern that both the innate spiritual root and the elixir of immortality possessed their own merits and drawbacks, making it impossible to definitively declare one superior to the other. Thank you for your generous hospitality. Jiang Heng expressed to Zenyuzi. You are too kind. Zenyuzi replied. Thus, we must take our leave when the critical moment arrives. I hope you will lend your assistance, Jiang Heng stated. This matter is naturally my obligation, Zenyuzi affirmed. Following this, Jiang Heng and his companions prepared to depart, bidding farewell to Zenyuzi as they left Honghuang Temple on Mount Wanshou. Would you care to accompany me for a stroll? After exiting Honghuang Temple, the Huta ancestor which softly inquired of Jiang Heng, her face suddenly brightening with a radiant smile, before Jiang Heng could respond. The Honghuang ancestor which exclaimed jubilantly, Sister Hutu, where are we off to next? Honghuang, you should return to the witch tribe. I wish to walk alone with Jiang Heng, the Huta ancestor which stated unexpectedly. Very well. Without much elaboration, the simple affirmation conveyed Jiang Heng's agreement. Chapter 27. The Huta finally transforms into reincarnation. The ancestral witch of Xianin returned to the witch tribe, burdened with an infinite sense of resentment. She could not comprehend why her elder sister, Hutu, would choose to stroll alone with a human. Did this mean that she, Xianin, was no longer the most cherished younger sister of Hutu? Was her position to be usurped by Jiang Heng? Jiang Heng and the ancestral witch of Xianin journeyed together aimlessly across the vast primordial land, reveling in its myriad breathtaking landscapes. Their travels spanned a full 50 years, traversing from the west to the eastern sea, and from the extreme south to the utmost north. Their exchanges were sparse, marked only by moments of unintentional melancholy, marvel at the wonders of creation, or shared smiles. Along this journey, Jiang Heng glimpsed many facets of Huta that were previously unknown, or perhaps more humanized. Upon witnessing the ethereal dance of the auroras, Huta would erupt in joyous cheers, marveling at the extraordinary beauty of the world. Conversely, when confronted with the withering of beautiful blossoms, Huta would be engulfed in sorrow, shedding tears for their demise. Listening to Jiang Heng recount tales from the future, Huta was captivated, eagerly inquiring about the continuance of the narratives. In Jiang Heng's original perception, Huta had always embodied an air of dignity and rationality. Little did he know that Huta could shed all her defenses and reveal such a delicate, feminine side. Since his rebirth in the primordial realm, Jiang Heng had maintained a cautious demeanor, bearing the weight of humanity's fate upon his shoulders, which compelled him to exert countless efforts, with the burden of the entire human race resting upon him. He could not afford a moment's relaxation, constantly consumed by intricate calculations. However, this time, Jiang Heng chose to relinquish all burdens. Ceasing to contemplate humanity's future or engage in endless strategies, he understood that this might be his final opportunity to indulge himself, and he was uncertain when he would encounter such a moment again. As Jiang Heng and Huta grew closer over their shared experiences, the distance between them diminished significantly. Perhaps it was merely a fleeting glance, devoid of words, that allowed them to intuit each other's sentiments in silence. Yet, no matter how beautiful the journey, it must inevitably reach its conclusion. Unbeknownst to them, they had arrived near the blood sea of the underworld. Ultimately, they had returned to this place. I have been truly happy during this time, Huta remarked, gazing at Jiang Heng with a smile. Arriving at the blood sea of the underworld was no mere coincidence. Although their journey had been aimless, Huta had never lost sight of her mission. I feel the same, Jiang Heng replied, his voice tinged with somberness, though he had long anticipated this day and was aware of Huta's destined fate. Jiang Heng understood that he was powerless to alter it, should he dissuade Huta from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Yet, he recognized that her choice to do so was fraught with inevitability. It was her own decision. Huta had long grasped the destiny of the witch tribe. Should she embrace reincarnation, there remained a glimmer of hope for their kin. Regardless of the circumstances, Huta was the ancestral witch of the tribe, willing to sacrifice everything for their survival. Should humanity ever face a similar dilemma, Jiang Heng, as the leader, would likely make the same choice as Hutu. Furthermore, the act of reincarnation was a deeply ingrained belief for Hutu. an inescapable duty stemming from her lineage as a descendant of Pangu. Even in the absence of the witch tribe, devoid of numerous constraints, Hutu would still opt for reincarnation. Thus, from the beginning, Jiang Heng never urged Hutu to refrain from entering the cycle. Hutu held fast to her convictions. No amount of persuasion could sway her beliefs and might only entrap her in a quandary. Yet, did Jiang Heng truly intend to take no action? That was not the case. Hutu had her choices, and he had his own. He had been preparing in advance to inform Hutu about the future of the witch tribe and various matters regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. When considering Xinyuanzi, upon Hutu's entry into reincarnation, there would be no shortage of formidable experts in attendance. With the 12 ancestral witches, Xinyuanzi, and Jiang Heng, 14 quasi-saint level powers would gather when Hutu embraced reincarnation. This force could indeed shake the very foundations of the primordial realm, compelling even saints to tread cautiously. Jiang Heng's meticulous planning was not without purpose. It would allow for adjustments in certain matters. A slight deviation can yield vastly different outcomes. Sometimes, even the minutest of differences can lead to dramatically contrasting results. Thank you, my friend, for accompanying me on this journey. During this time, I feel as though I have grasped the myriad emotions of humanity. Truly an astonishing race, destined to become an extraordinary presence under your guidance. Hutu Express.it is my fortune to walk this path with you. This will be a journey I shall never forget. Jiang Heng replied. Having delayed for such a long time, with no regrets remaining, I must now fulfill my own mission, Hutu declared. Upon reaching the vicinity of the blood sea of the underworld, Hutu resumed her rational demeanor. Once again embodying the imposing ancestral witch. As she spoke, powerful auras surged from afar, swiftly approaching the two. The other 11 ancestral witches of the witch tribe had arrived, accompanied by numerous great witches. And Xinyuanzi, the ancestor of the earth immortals, had also come as promised. The congregation of 14 quasi-saint level experts was enough to astound the world. Yet, the witch tribe deemed it insufficient, summoning even more great witches. In an instant, a formidable aura soared into the heavens, capturing the attention of countless mighty figures across the primordial realm, all drawn to the blood sea of the underworld. Many speculated on the witch tribe's intentions. Were they preparing for war against the demon race once more? Or was there some treasure hidden within the blood sea? The demon race quickly reacted, as Emperor Tai and Emperor Dijuan personally took their posts. While the 10 great demon gods gathered to closely observe the witch tribe's movements, meanwhile, within the blood sea of the underworld, a powerful figure gazed anxiously at the gathering of formidable experts outside. His heart racing. As a being born from the blood sea of the underworld, he regarded it as his foundational territory. The saying, as long as the blood sea endures, the river of Hades shall not perish, had long been revered throughout the primordial realm. Moreover, the Azura race, created by the river of Hades master, had continually thrived in the blood sea, devouring vengeful souls to strengthen themselves. Yet now, the assembly of numerous powerful figures from the witch tribe near the blood sea raised alarm. Were they seeking trouble with him, the master of the river of Hades? Though infamous for his malevolence, he understood the gravity of the situation. He had never provoked the witch tribe. However, upon witnessing the 12 ancestral witches and countless great witches, the master of the river of Hades felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. The sheer scale of this assembly was genuinely intimidating. While the blood sea may endure, the simultaneous action of the 12 ancestral witches could jeopardize its very existence. In a state of anxiety, the master of the river of Hades recalled all the Azuras, fearing that one of them might inadvertently provoke the witch tribe. Sister Hutu, have you made up your mind? If you are unwilling, then let it be. Whatever happens, your brothers will bear the burden. Emperor Jiang, leading the 12 ancestral witches, stepped forward and spoke softly to Hutu, while the other ancestral witches regarded her with eager anticipation. There is no need for further discussion, for I made my decision over a century ago. This 100 years has been ample time, Hutu asserted. Sister Hutu, please think this through, Xianin implored, her expression heavy with sorrow. The other ancestral witches mirrored her concern, gazing at Hutu with sadness, yet the resolute light in Hutu's eyes rendered any words at that moment utterly futile. Xianin, do not be headstrong. It is time for you to mature. Hutu admonished. Alas, very well, words are of no use. This time, our witch tribe will exert our full strength to protect Sister Hutu, Emperor Jiang proclaimed. Take care, brothers. I entrust the witch tribe to you all, Hutu said, bowing respectfully to the other ancestral witches. Then, under the watchful eyes of the assembly, Hutu stepped forward and was already within the blood sea of the underworld, gazing at the countless vengeful souls. Hutu declared, Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. You shall find your rightful place. Yet, there is no need for pain or sorrow, for death is but a cycle of life, from this day forth. Souls shall return to Hutu, The doubt is not disdain. It is the essence of chaos. I shall embody the 6 paths of reincarnation, that you may not vanish, nor fall into despair, from this day forth. I vow to guard you for all eternity, granting every soul in this world the chance for rebirth. Subsequently, the ancestral shaman of the earth, Hutu, took a step forward, restoring her true form. Her towering figure reaching heights of 10,000 zhang as she raised her head to the heavens and proclaimed in a booming voice, I hereby declare to the heavens and the earth. I am Hutu. I have endured the war of witches and demons, which has plunged the beings of the primordial chaos into suffering, causing vengeful spirits to rise. Henceforth, I am willing to transform into the 6 paths of reincarnation. For the heavenly path, the human path, the azura path, the animal path, the hungry ghost path, and the hell path, so that all beings may have a place to be reborn. Let the 6 paths of reincarnation be established. As her words echoed, the entire primordial world trembled, and countless beings felt a stirring within their hearts, turning their gazes toward the direction of the netherblood sea. In that instant, the heavenly path quaked, and boundless merit descended from the 9 heavens, merging into the body of Houtu. At that moment, Huda finally broke free from the limitations of the witch tribe, astonishingly giving birth to her primordial spirit. Her cultivation reaching an incredible realm, not merely a sage, but surpassing one. In that instant, Huda transcended her identity as an ancestral shaman, becoming an extraordinary existence. An unfathomable power erupted from her form, and a realm of shadows began to manifest. Yet her body began to dissipate slowly. At the moment her form was about to vanish, Huda wore a smile as she turned to gaze at Jiang Heng, leaving her most beautiful visage for him. Jiang Heng suddenly stepped forward, entering the boundless sea of blood. With Huda having transformed into reincarnation, it was time for him to take action. Chapter 28. The Celestial Bell. Hudu's transformation into reincarnation resonated throughout the primordial world. Countless beings sensed the change within the primordial realm. Even the 6 exalted sages, who were typically aloof, directed their full attention toward the nether blood sea. Even Taoist patriarch Honghuang, who was in the midst of merging paths, awakened from his transcendent state, his gaze piercing through layers of space to behold the nether blood sea. From this day forth, the primordial world would attain true completeness, a genuine blessing for all sentient beings. A voice filled with boundless emotion and joy resonated within the purple cloud palace, as a rare smile appeared on the eternally stoic face of Taoist patriarch Honghuang. We give our heartfelt thanks to the great virtue of Hutu. At the moment the 6 paths of reincarnation began to manifest, countless beings sensed a calling, kneeling in reverence and extolling the great merits of Houtu. It was at this very moment that Hutu's cultivation reached its zenith, crossing the threshold of quasi-saint and attaining the realm of primordial perfection. Gazing at the gradually fading silhouette, the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. Jiang Heng took a step forward and entered the nether blood sea. As Jiang Heng stepped into the sea, he had already scoured the system's marketplace, identifying the treasures he wished to exchange. Treasure name, Celestial Bell. Grade, Superior. Required fortune value for exchange, 120,000 points. Overview. The first creation artifact birthed in the ancient Kunlun. The celestial land of immortals contains the secrets of attaining immortality. After system enhancement, the Celestial Bell reaches the pinnacle of imperial weaponry, surpassing innate spiritual treasures yet falling short of innate supreme treasures. Qualifying as a half-step innate supreme treasure, this Celestial Bell is not the immortal king's artifact of the imperishable world, but rather a creation artifact naturally birthed in ancient Kunlun's realm of immortals. Jiang Heng had refrained from forging his own artifact primarily because he had previously seen the Celestial Bell in the system's marketplace, while Jiang Heng could exchange for other supreme imperial weapons, including the unending bell and the primordial mother chi cauldron. He was acutely aware that each supreme imperial weapon was painstakingly crafted by a great emperor, interwoven with the profound insights of their respective paths. Each supreme imperial weapon was akin to an extension of the emperor's own path. Directly exchanging for a ready-made supreme imperial weapon would elevate his combat prowess, yet such a weapon might not be suited for him. After becoming an emperor, he would still need to forge his own supreme imperial weapon to truly maximize his strength. The Celestial Bell, however, was different. It was a creation artifact born of the heavens and earth, its power potentially exceeding that of ordinary supreme imperial weapons. Most notably, as a creation artifact of the heavens, it bore no engravings of other emperors' profound insights. Once Jiang Heng possessed the Celestial Bell, intertwining his own path and principles within it, he would immediately acquire a top-tier supreme imperial weapon. Furthermore, the Celestial Bell would resonate deeply with Jiang Heng, perfectly becoming his instrument of enlightenment. More crucially, upon seeing the Celestial Bell, a bold idea sprang to Jiang Heng's mind. Should he succeed, He would have the chance to soar to unimaginable heights even within the primordial realm. The odds of success were slim. But there remained a glimmer of hope. With careful planning, he might enhance his chances of success further. Thus, despite the celestial bell's exorbitant fortune value of 120,000 points, Jiang Heng resolutely exchanged for this treasure. The only regret was that his fortune value had previously been insufficient. 50 years ago, he had possessed just over 90,000 points. It was not until he arrived at the Nether Blood Sea that his fortune value finally reached 120,000. Fortunately, he managed to make it just in time to achieve the critical juncture of Hutu's transformation into reincarnation. Jiang Heng exchanged for the celestial bell, barely inscribing his own path within it, hoping to unleash some of its power. Jiang Heng pondered to himself, at this crucial moment, time was of the essence for him to inscribe his path and principles upon the celestial bell. Thus, even though he had acquired this creation artifact, he would be unable to fully harness its potential. Yet, at this very moment, as the 6 paths of reincarnation were on the verge of taking shape, Jiang Heng felt no hesitation. He took a step forward. Entering the Nether Blood Sea, where the celestial bell manifested above his head, an unparalleled aura erupted from the celestial bell, embodying boundless creation and filled with the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Jiang Heng roared, his perfected saintly body reaching its zenith, as the 5 great manifestations of the Golden Sea of Suffering, the immortal king descending from the heavens, the splendid mountains and rivers, the yin-yang life and death diagram, and the chaotic green lotus all emerged. Countless principles surged from Jiang Heng's body, soaring into the heavens, interweaving within the celestial bell, inscribing his unique mark upon it. Everyone, lend me your strength. Without a shred of hesitation, Jiang Heng addressed the remaining 11 ancestral shamans, his voice resounding. All Witch Clan members, heed my command. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, arise. The ancestral shaman of Di Jiang declared loudly. The 11 ancestral shamans simultaneously roared, revealing their true forms, their colossal figures of 10,000 Jiang stepping into the Nether Blood Sea. Boundless killing intent coalesced in the supreme formation of the primordial realm, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Re-emerged before all beings. The 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was one of the 4 great killing formations of the primordial realm, its might astonishing enough to rival that of sages. During the great calamity of the heavens and earth, it was the moment when the killing intent was most potent, and now, the cataclysm of witches and demons was on the cusp of reaching its climax. The killing intent in the world had already reached an overwhelming density, and the Nether Blood Sea was a natural gathering place for such malevolence. Under these converging factors, once the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was activated, it would surely unleash its most formidable power. However, to form the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation, the strength of the 12 ancestral shamans was essential to channel Pangu's vital blood and condense the killing intent of the heavens and earth. Only then could they manifest Pangu's true form and summon the chaos heavenly god thunder, thereby possessing the ability to create and destroy worlds. The absence of any one ancestral shaman would mean that the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation was incomplete. Yet at this moment, the ancestral shaman of Hutu had already transformed into reincarnation, leaving one ancestral shaman missing, and thus the formation could not be whole. Nevertheless, at this juncture, the 12 ancestral shamans did not intend to genuinely activate the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. They had other plans. Under the control of the 11 ancestral shamans, the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation enveloped the area where the 6 paths of reincarnation were taking shape. Other great shamans of the Witch Clan were also not idle. They utilized the Witch Clan's bloodline as a conduit, channeling their strength into the 12 capital heavenly god-killing formation. Suddenly, within the realm of the 6 paths of reincarnation, an aura that all Witch Clan members were intimately familiar with began to rise. It was the essence of Hutu. Hutu's transformation into reincarnation was akin to the great Panga's act of creating the world. As she sought to use her very flesh to become the 6 paths of reincarnation. It could be said that once the 6 paths of reincarnation were established, all beings within it would be manifestations of Hutu's flesh. Following the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu's physical form would cease to exist. Retaining her primordial spirit would already be a stroke of celestial fortune. Thus, within the 6 paths of reincarnation, Hutu would possess the strength of a sage, yet she would be unable to step beyond the realm of reincarnation. For the primordial world, the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation truly rendered this realm complete. However, for the Hutu ancestor witch, the cycle of the 6 paths is akin to a prison. Even within this confinement, the master, Hutu ancestor witch, finds herself grappling with numerous constraints, unable to exert complete control over the realm of reincarnation. Were it not for this, how could the underworld be subordinate to the heavenly court in later generations? Why does a mere K. Itagarba possess the ability to share boundless merits within the underworld? At this very moment, the remaining 11 ancestor witches, through the 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation, converge the power of countless great witches into the cycle of reincarnation. The cycle of reincarnation is, in essence, an embodiment of the Huta ancestor witch, and fundamentally, the 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation remains complete within this cycle. As the formation takes shape, the true form of Pangu coalesces, and the consciousness of Huta ancestor witch, which should have merged with the cycle of reincarnation, is once again awakened, under the joint control of the 11 ancestor witches. The manipulator of Pangu's true form transforms into the Huta ancestor witch. When a saint-level primordial spirit is coupled with a saint-level physical body, it results in a flawless saint. Furthermore, the creation of the cycle of reincarnation is a merit comparable to Pangu's act of opening the heavens. And the primordial spirit of Huta ancestor which has already attained an astonishing realm. Even within the saint-level physical body, Pangu's true form is undeniably a pinnacle existence. The fusion of the two not only elevates Huta ancestor which to a state of perfect saintliness but also to that of a top-tier saint. While it may not surpass the three pure ones, who possess innate supreme treasures, it certainly exceeds the strength of the two Western saints, even surpassing that of the Saint Nuwa. Hurry and comprehend the devouring heaven demon technique. Jiang Heng roared once more. The gathering of the 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation by the 11 ancestor witches was not without reason. It was the culmination of Jiang Heng's meticulous planning. Temporarily elevating Huta ancestor which to a state of perfection would grant her the opportunity to grasp the devouring heaven demon technique in the shortest time possible. For Huta ancestor witch, the devouring heaven demon technique represents her sole chance of survival and the key to transforming the impossible into the possible. Huta ancestor witch, not daring to be negligent, though unaware of the reasons, still obeyed Jiang Heng's words and began to fully comprehend the devouring heaven demon technique. With her now perfect saintly cultivation, her progress in mastering the technique was astonishingly swift. In a mere moment, Huta ancestor which reached a remarkably high level of proficiency in the technique, just a step away from complete mastery. Yet, at that moment, the cycle of reincarnation slipped from Huta ancestor witch's grasp and began to tremble violently. If left unchecked, the newly reborn cycle of reincarnation could even face collapse. Chapter 29. Nurturing the Divine Fetus. With Huta ancestor witch losing control, the still-forming cycle of reincarnation showed signs of imminent collapse. A situation Jiang Heng could not permit. The cycle of reincarnation is not only of utmost importance to the entirety of the Honghuang realm, but also serves as the foundation for Huta ancestor witch's path to enlightenment. It must not be allowed to shatter. Friend Jin Yuanzi, please lend me your strength. Jiang Heng called out loudly. At Jiang Heng's urgent summons, Jin Yuanzi wasted no time, soaring into the blood sea of Yomi and casting forth the earth tome. As the tome descended into the cycle of reincarnation, a rich essence of earth surged forth, continuously merging into the cycle. Jiang Heng, too, exerted his utmost to activate the celestial bell, striving to stabilize the cycle of reincarnation through intricate principles of the Tao. Under the combined efforts of Jiang Heng and Jin Yuanzi, the cycle of reincarnation, which was on the brink of collapse, astonishingly stabilized. The earth tome, transformed from the membrane of the earth, inherently possesses the essence of the earth and stands as an extraordinarily robust innate treasure. More crucially, under Jin Yuanzi's control, the power unleashed by the Earth Tome closely resembles the original power of Huta ancestor, which as the Earth ancestor among the 12 ancestor witches, Huta naturally commands the power of the Earth, making the forces of the Earth Tome and her own perfectly harmonious. Thus, Jiang Heng had previously ventured to Wanshou Mountain's Wuzhuang Temple, using Hongyan Laozi as a catalyst to ensure Jin Yuanzi could intervene at this critical juncture. Without such foresight, it would have been exceedingly difficult for Jiang Heng alone to stabilize the impending collapse of the cycle of reincarnation. Every step, intricately interwoven, was the result of Jiang Heng's careful scheming, ultimately granting a fleeting moment of respite to Huta ancestor, which, this precious moment afforded her the opportunity to cultivate the devouring heaven demon technique to completion. Achieving mastery in the devouring heaven demon technique is no trivial feat, equating to attaining the path of an emperor, which in the Honghuang realm corresponds to the quasi-saint level. Now, with Huta ancestor which residing in a state of perfect saintliness, mastering the technique posed little challenge. However, reaching the stage of complete mastery in the devouring heaven demon technique does not inherently enhance Huta ancestor witch's strength. Jiang Heng's intent, in urging her to cultivate this technique, was merely to help her secure a sliver of hope. As Jiang Heng labored to stabilize the cycle of reincarnation, All that transpired within the blood sea of Yomi unfolded precisely before the eyes of the mighty beings of the Honghuang realm. Countless powerful entities marveled at Huta ancestor witch's audacity to embody the cycle of reincarnation and acknowledged the profound merits of her actions. Naturally, the only ones reveling in misfortune were the demon clan. The demon emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai immediately contemplated the implications of this event. In the current Honghuang realm, the witch and demon clans are undeniably mortal enemies, having reached a point of irreconcilable conflict where life and death must be distinctly separated. For the demon clan, their greatest concern lies with the 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation formed by the 12 ancestor witches. However, now that Huta ancestor witch intends to embody the cycle of reincarnation, does it not imply that the 12 ancestor witches are no longer complete? If the 12 ancestor witches are incomplete, how can the complete 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation be formed? This presents an unparalleled opportunity for the demon clan. The demon emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai began to deliberate whether to mobilize the demon clan's strongest fighters to confront the witch clan in an epic showdown. Yet, after a moment's reflection, they ultimately abandoned this course of action. The timing was simply not right. Huta's embodiment of the cycle of reincarnation is a significant act of merit towards the heavens, and the beings of the Honghuang realm must acknowledge the profound virtues of Huta ancestor which, should the demon clan act at this juncture, they could indeed catch the witch clan off guard. But it would undoubtedly invoke widespread ire. Despite their strength, the demon clan must reckon with the existence of the 6 saints in the Honghuang realm. They cannot act with impunity. Nevertheless, the demon clan cannot afford to overlook such a prime opportunity and began preparations for war, signaling that the third great battle between the witches and demons is likely imminent. As all bore witness to the birth of the cycle of reincarnation, the subsequent developments exceeded the expectations of these mighty beings. The ancestor witches, forming the 12 capital heavenly gods and spirits formation, had their intentions questioned. Were they truly aiding Huta ancestor witch in establishing the cycle of reincarnation? When Huta ancestor witch manifested as a perfect saint, even the 6 saints were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated such a turn of events. The demon emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were equally drenched in cold sweat. Had they acted just moments earlier, they would have found themselves facing a complete saint head. On that time, it would not be the case that the demon race would annihilate the witch race in one fell swoop. Rather, the witch race would take the opportunity to eradicate the demon race entirely. Even the Dao ancestor of Zishu Palace, upon witnessing this scene within the 6 paths of reincarnation, found himself on the verge of intervening multiple times. However, since the 6 paths of reincarnation had yet to fully take shape, any action taken by the Dao ancestor at that moment could lead to unpredictable consequences. The 6 paths of reincarnation were of utmost significance to the primordial world and equally crucial to the Dao ancestor, who had achieved the Dao, allowing no room for error. Thus, after much contemplation, the Dao ancestor refrained from taking action and chose instead to closely monitor the developments within the 6 paths of reincarnation. When Jiang Heng and Jin Yuanzi finally made their move, it left countless powerful beings from the primordial world utterly astonished, while others may not have recognized Jiang Heng. Eastern Emperor Tai had previously engaged in a confrontation with him from afar and could not possibly forget Jiang Heng's aura. The moment Jiang Heng acted, Eastern Emperor Tai immediately identified him, as the 5 extraordinary phenomena that accompanied Jiang Heng were simply too conspicuous. Recognizing Jiang Heng confirmed Eastern Emperor Tai's belief that he was indeed a hidden powerhouse of the witch race. Such a formidable physique was undeniably striking. In the primordial realm, who else could possess such immense physical strength apart from the witch race? The emergence of another quasi-saint-level powerhouse from the witch race compelled both the demon Emperor Dijuan and Eastern Emperor Tai to reassess the strength of the witch race. While the demon race could not discern that Jiang Heng was of the human race, he could not conceal his identity from the 6 saints and Dao ancestor Hongjun, who immediately recognized him as a member of the human race. The reactions of the 6 saints were varied. Some displayed indifference while others contemplated deeply. They all understood that following the conflict between the witch and demon races, it would inevitably lead to the rise of the human race, and the emergence of powerful beings among them was entirely reasonable. Even Dao ancestor Hongjun paid it little mind, although he had achieved the Dao and understood the future trajectory of heavenly law. He was not omniscient. Upon witnessing Jiang Heng and Jin Yuanzi stabilize the 6 paths of reincarnation, Dao ancestor Hongjun even felt a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation were exceedingly vital. As long as they could be successfully established, any minor mishaps would be of little consequence to Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, the Taiji sage appeared to be deep in thought. As the leader of the human sect and having preached among the human race for a millennium, His understanding of them was more profound. The moment Jiang Heng stabilized the 6 paths of reincarnation, the Taiji sage had already keenly sensed that the technique Jiang Heng practiced was not one he had imparted to the human race. For this reason, the Taiji sage pondered deeply, though his true intentions remained known only to himself. Jiang Heng and Jin Yuanzi worked in unison to maintain the stability of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Yet their efforts were still fraught with difficulty and could not be sustained for long. Fortunately, the Grand Witch Hoodoo had cultivated the Swallowing Heaven demon art to a consummate level in a remarkably short time. The moment the Swallowing Heaven demon art reached completion, the 6 paths of reincarnation experienced violent tremors, and myriad rays of light coalesced. Amidst the resplendent glow, a divine fetus, still in the process of gestation, slowly emerged before vanishing deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation. At last, it was accomplished. A smile finally graced Jiang Heng's face. In the next instant, a tremendous force erupted from the 6 paths of reincarnation, casting both Jin Yuanzi and Jiang Heng out. Simultaneously, the 11 Grand Witches were also expelled from the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing the 12 heavenly gods' great formation to dissipate. The 6 paths of reincarnation began to shake violently. And under the watchful eyes of countless beings, it finally began to take true form. The complete 6 paths, heavenly path, human path, Azura path, animal path, hungry ghost path, and hell path, emerged first. Following that, the underworld and its various components, such as the Naiha Bridge, Wangxiang Platform, and the 10 Halls of Yama, began to appear one by one. The moment the 6 paths of reincarnation took shape, the body of the Grand Witch Hoodoo completely disintegrated, most of her primordial spirit sinking into slumber, yet a fragment transformed into an old woman who fell beside the Naiha Bridge. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your assistance. I hope we shall meet again. At the instant of the Grand Witch Hoodoo's dissolution, a familiar voice echoed in Jiang Heng's ear. Jiang Heng's gaze fell upon the old woman by the Naiha Bridge, who was undoubtedly the renowned Meng Pa of later generations. Meng Pa, formed from a fragment of the Grand Witch Hoodoo's primordial spirit, possessed no memory of her former self and thus could not possibly recognize Jiang Heng. Yet in that moment, it seemed Meng Pa sensed Jiang Heng's gaze and looked back at him. Her face filled with confusion. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Heng felt as though he beheld that familiar figure once more, murmuring to himself, there will surely be another opportunity. As the 6 paths of reincarnation took shape, the vengeful souls within the blood sea of the underworld were immediately summoned, soaring towards the 6 paths of reincarnation. From that point on, these souls would have the chance to reincarnate, bringing true completeness to the primordial realm. However, the current 6 paths of reincarnation lacked even the 10 halls of Yama. To achieve true perfection would undoubtedly require further effort. Nevertheless, the transformation of Hoodoo into reincarnation inherently aimed to protect the witch race. Once the witch race settled within the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would soon operate normally. After witnessing the true formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, certain powerful beings in the primordial world began to keenly sense its significance. Some had already conceived the desire to partake in its benefits. For instance, the 2 saints from the west were likely plotting regarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Heng momentarily set aside his myriad emotions and took out the Jiao Sampo gourd, which summoned the remnant soul of Ancestor Hongyan. Following the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, Ancestor Hongyan was granted the opportunity for rebirth and cultivation anew. Chapter 30. The Demon Race Strikes. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your kindness. I have no means to repay you, so I shall bestow this Jiao Sampo gourd upon you. After the remnant soul of Ancestor Hongyan appeared, he first bowed deeply to Jiang Heng before presenting the Jiao Sampo gourd. Expressing boundless gratitude, the Jiao Sampo gourd, a treasure of innate origin, possessed extraordinary power and was a rare weapon of offense, its value immeasurable. Ancestor Hongyan was deeply appreciative of Jiang Heng's assistance. Without him, he would have long since been scattered to the winds. At present, Ancestor Hongyan was left with nothing but this one innate treasure. Moreover, he was on the brink of reincarnation and could not take the Jiao Sampo gourd along with him. There is no need for such formality, my friend. We have known each other for over a century. Your opportunity for rebirth and cultivation is a result of fate, and your life is not destined to end just yet. I shall keep this Jiao Sampo gourd for you, and when you return from your trials, I shall return this treasure to you. Jiang Heng accepted the Jiao Sampo gourd and spoke to Ancestor Hongyan. Ancestor Hongyan was deeply touched and bowed to Jiang Heng once more. With the uncertainty of his reincarnation and future, he refrained from saying much more. Subsequently, Ancestor Hongyan bid farewell to Jin Yuanzi. And after a poignant parting, Jin Yuanzi flew towards the direction of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation had been established, and ancestor Hongyan had always been benevolent in the primordial realm, bearing no sins whatsoever. Conversely, many within the primordial realm had benefited from ancestor Hongyan's kindness. Thus, ancestor Hongyan's reincarnation proceeded quite smoothly. Once ancestor Hongyan reincarnated and began anew. Although he would not have the chance to attain sainthood again, he could still become a deity of fortune and virtue. As ancestor Hongyan entered the 6 paths of reincarnation for rebirth and cultivation, the master of the underworld gazed at Jiang Heng's figure with a seething hatred. The master of the underworld recognized Jiang Heng, for it was he who had thwarted his plans with Kunpeng. Had it not been for ancestor Hongyan's self-detonation during their battle, he would have undoubtedly been able to contend with Jiang Heng and would not have allowed the Hongmeng purple qi to slip away. Now, the master of the underworld yearned to break free from the blood sea of the underworld and tear both ancestor Hongyan and Jiang Heng to shreds. Yet, seeing the 11 grand witches of the witch race, along with countless great witches and Jin Yuanzi, the master of the underworld understood that even if he had tenfold courage, stepping out now would result in immediate assault from all sides. His previous injuries had yet to heal. To emerge now would be akin to courting death. Thus, the master of the underworld could only suppress his resentment for the time being. Once I recover, I shall settle the score with all of you. Reincarnation? It is but a road to demise. The myriad grievances residing in the heart of the Lord of the River Styx shall remain unspoken for now. The matter of the Earth Mother ancestor which embodying the cycle of reincarnation is, for the time being, drawing to a close. The witch clan has begun to settle within the netherworld, regarded as the embers left by the ancestor witches for their kin. Within the 6 paths of reincarnation, these witches are not only sheltered by the legacy of the Earth Mother ancestor, ensuring the operation of the cycle, but they will also be able to accrue merits. Thus, even amidst the cataclysmic battles of the witch and demon clans, these witches can remain unscathed. As long as these witches endure in the world, even if the external witch clan were to perish entirely, the lineage of witches would not face true extinction. This is precisely the significance of the Earth Mother ancestor's embodiment in the cycle, yet it also reflects a certain helplessness, were it not for dire necessity. Why would she make such a choice? Through this embodiment, the Earth Mother ancestor has imparted a profound lesson to Jiang Heng. In the primordial cosmos, the grand momentum of the heavenly Tao is the very foundation of all. There are no eternal protagonists in the cosmos. Despite the overwhelming strength of the witch and demon clans at present, they too shall decline under the auspices of the heavenly Tao. The Earth Mother ancestor's embodiment in the cycle is less a choice of her own and more a reluctant concession to the pressures of the heavenly Tao. Were she to act otherwise, the witch clan would face annihilation, potentially leading to complete extinction. As for the 6 paths of reincarnation, even in the absence of the Earth Mother ancestor, the heavenly Tao would compel other beings to take her place in the unfolding of the cycle. In the primordial realm, the momentum of the heavenly Tao is inexorable. However, should humanity one day confront such a dilemma, how would Jiang Heng choose the heavenly Tao, the earthly Tao, and the human Tao, ostensibly a triad of equal powers? Why must there be a hierarchy? Witnessing the Earth Mother ancestor's embodiment in the cycle, Jiang Heng has, in a subtle manner, grasped many of the profound truths governing the cosmos, which is the crux of his contemplation. The so-called heavenly Tao can be understood as the collective rules governing the operation of all things within the primordial realm. While the heavenly Tao is supreme, it lacks a will of its own. However, due to the Tao ancestor Hongjuan's harmonization with the Tao, the heavenly Tao has undergone numerous transformations. The future celestial court, or the exalted sages, along with the Tao ancestor who manipulates all from behind the scenes, can all be regarded as representatives of the heavenly Tao. The earthly Tao signifies the 6 paths of reincarnation, the realm where all beings undergo cycles of rebirth, underscoring its immense significance. The Earth Mother ancestor, who opened the 6 paths of reincarnation, should, in theory, hold a status equivalent to that of the Tao ancestor, ranking above the 6 sages. Yet, in the primordial realm, this is evidently not the case. Not only is she not on par with the Tao ancestor, but the Earth Mother ancestor also falls short of the 6 sages. Regarding the human Tao, it does not solely refer to humanity, but rather encompasses all sentient beings within the primordial realm. Sentient beings are the very essence of a world. Without them, a world would be but a desolate void. Yet, due to the diverse thoughts and intentions of sentient beings, achieving unity among them is a fundamentally impossible endeavor, resulting in a perpetual dispersal of their collective strength. Consequently, the heavenly Tao governs the fate of all sentient beings, rendering the notion that humanity can triumph over the heavens a mere illusion devoid of feasibility. In light of the future circumstances facing humanity, Jiang Heng feels compelled to prepare for certain eventualities, ensuring that when the time for resistance arrives, he possesses some leverage. During the Earth Mother ancestors' embodiment in the cycle, Jiang Heng quietly sowed a seed through various schemes, a divine embryo concealed deep within the 6 paths of reincarnation, destined to be the sole glimmer of hope for the Earth Mother ancestor and a harbinger of potential. At this moment, it is still premature to speak of outcomes. Once the divine embryo matures, it is sure to deliver an astonishing revelation to all sentient beings in the primordial realm. Following the conclusion of the 6 paths of reincarnation, the witch clan has returned to prepare for battle, all ancestor witches acutely aware that the outbreak of the Third Witch Demon War is imminent. After bidding farewell to Xinyuanzi, Jiang Heng also readied himself to return to humanity. For his time was equally scarce. Upon his return to the human realm, the very matter he had long feared came to pass. The demon clan had already approached humanity ahead of time. How this transpired warrants a detailed account. Jiang Heng spoke calmly. The present human race, owing to Jiang Heng's influence, has transformed from the once struggling entities on the primordial earth, even with the impending assault from the demon clan. Jiang Heng firmly believes that the current human race possesses the capacity to resist. I report to the Eternal Emperor. It is indeed curious. During the early days of humanity's emergence, the demon clan and our race coexisted relatively peacefully, with no significant conflicts. However, this time, it appears the demon clan has come prepared, with several great demons of the golden immortal realm launching attacks on our human tribes, said Swearin.I in the early days of humanity's emergence. Due to the intervention of the Saint Inwa, the demon clan naturally refrained from overtly troubling humanity. Though there were instances of lesser demons preying on humans, these were insignificant and lacked the stature of genuine demons. Following Jiang Heng's establishment of 3 great Luo golden immortals for humanity and the cultivation of the Emperor of Heaven's methods, humanity has gradually grown stronger. The minor demons have been eradicated, and no powerful demons remain in the vicinity of humanity. Yet, this time, the emergence of golden immortal-level demons targeting humanity so brazenly signifies an unusual turn of events. What of the losses among our kin? Jiang Heng inquired. Since the establishment of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain armies by the Eternal Emperor, the Guardian Army has consistently been protecting our people. When the demon clan launched their assault, the Guardian Army responded promptly, resulting in minimal casualties among our kin. Z reported. The Guardian Army, responsible for safeguarding humanity, is under the command of Z, who is well aware of the situation. Minimal casualties. Jiang Heng's expression shifted as he spoke in a grave tone. Eternal Emperor, the demon clan's arrival was sudden, and the Guardian Army's response was swift, yet there were still a few kin who fell. Z explained. Incompetence. I formed the wind, forest, fire, and mountain armies to protect humanity. But what does it mean to guard our kin? Allowing any of our people to perish is not safeguarding our kin. When I entrusted humanity to you is this how you chose to protect them? Jiang Heng erupted in fury. Eternal Emperor, compared to the past, this situation is indeed an improvement. For our human race, it represents significant progress. Swearin attempted to explain further, but upon seeing Jiang Heng's increasingly dark expression, his voice dwindled. I did not come to hear your explanations. Safeguarding humanity is our duty. The past is irrelevant. The present is what matters. I can tell you this. For the current human race, the death of even one kin is a responsibility we cannot evade. Jiang Heng declared with anger. The 4 of Swearin hung their heads in shame, initially believing they had performed admirably this time, only to realize how poorly they had actually done. Eternal Emperor, you were correct. As leaders of humanity, protecting every single kin is our rightful duty. The 4 of Swearin responded in unison. Jiang Heng's assertion rang true. As leaders of humanity, they bore responsibility for the death of any kin. Let this matter rest for now. I shall address it later. For now, I wish to know, have all the demons been eliminated? Jiang Heng was aware that many aspects of humanity still required refinement, and his fury stemmed from a desire for Swearin and the others to grasp the seriousness of the situation. The 4 of Swearin exchanged glances and spoke in hushed tones. A few golden immortal-level demons have indeed managed to escape. Incompetence. Chapter 31. Absolutely unyielding. Presently, the strength of humanity is, of course, inferior to that of the demon clan, and one could assert that the disparity in power between the two sides is vast, rendering them no longer on the same level. Yet, regardless of humanity's weaknesses, for great Luo golden immortals stand as guardians. And the wind, forest, fire, and mountain armies boast a considerable number of golden immortals among their ranks. How could a mere handful of golden immortal-level demons dare to invade humanity and escape with their lives? Is this not a sign of incompetence? Eternal Emperor, please quell your anger. The 4 of Swearin knelt, trembling in fear, since Jiang Heng ascended as the sovereign of humanity, leading them toward continuous development. His prestige has only grown stronger. Now, witnessing Jiang Heng's wrath, even the four of Swearin are filled with trepidation. This time, considering it your first offense and your previous contributions to humanity, I shall temporarily spare you. However, this cannot happen again. Issue my command. Let the Storm Army mobilize entirely and gather intelligence on the demon situation, ensuring we track down those golden immortal level demons. Jiang Heng commanded solemnly. The four of Swearin dared not delay, promptly rallying their spirits to reorganize all affairs within humanity. This time, Jiang Heng also took the opportunity to deliver a stern reminder. These past years, humanity had progressed too smoothly, leading the four of Swearin to become somewhat complacent. If they were so, it was easy to imagine how the rest of humanity fared. At present, humanity is far from a time of peace and revelry, not to mention the impending outbreak of the Third Witch Demon War. However, prior to this, the human race faced an impending cataclysm of unprecedented magnitude. It was only by heightening the vigilance of the entire human populace that they could hope to mitigate the impending losses when disaster struck. As for the golden immortal level demon tribes, those who dared to rampantly slaughter the human race would inevitably pay a grievous price. Moreover, the sudden appearance of the demon race raised questions. Was it a mere coincidence? Or was it a premeditated plot? Jiang Heng felt an urgent need to clarify this matter. If the demon race harbored intentions of crafting the slaughter which soared from the human race, a great war would be unavoidable. Clearly, he needed to attain enlightenment swiftly. Jiang Heng murmured to himself. In the depths of intuition, Jiang Heng sensed that time was running short for humanity. Achieving imperial status would be a formidable challenge. Breaking through was no easy feat yet. Jiang Heng found himself devoid of any other options. Should he fail to attain enlightenment, he would stand powerless against the likes of the Demon Emperor Di Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai Yi. At his command, the entire human race trembled, and the Windwave army mobilized en masse, dedicating their efforts to gather intelligence concerning the demon race, since the conclusion of the first human genius battle. The four armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain had finally reached full strength, each boasting impressive capabilities. According to Jiang Heng's strategy, among the four armies, the Windwave army, tasked with intelligence gathering, was relatively small in number but comprised only the finest warriors. The Windwave army numbered a mere 10,000, with each member achieving a minimum cultivation level of the 5th stage of the immortal platform, equivalent to the realm of Tai Yi Xian Immortal. Within the ranks of the Windwave army, there were also numerous formidable beings at the 6th stage of the immortal platform, or golden immortal level, adept at concealing their presence. The Long Forest army served as the main force of the human race, boasting the largest numbers with a total of 100,000, albeit with varying levels of cultivation. The weakest among them only reached the 1st stage of the immortal platform, akin to Earth Immortals in the Primordial world, while the strongest attained the 6th stage, or golden immortal level, however, utilizing the military formations of the heavenly court within the world of obscurity. This 100,000 could unleash an extraordinarily terrifying power during battle. The Red Flame army, composed of elite human warriors, was the smallest contingent among the four, numbering only 5,000, yet each of these warriors had reached the 6th stage of the immortal platform. While 5,000 golden immortals might not seem particularly formidable among the witch and demon races, for the human race, this constituted an unprecedentedly powerful army. Moreover, these 5,000 golden immortals were meticulously selected by the Swearin clan, each one a formidable combatant. Should the conflict become protracted, the Red Flame army could emerge as the pivotal force to turn the tide. The Mountain Guard army was responsible for safeguarding the human race, with a commendable number of 50,000 stationed across various locations. Compared to the other three armies, the strength of the Mountain Guard army was undoubtedly the weakest, with some warriors lacking even the cultivation level of the immortal platform's secret realm. This was an unavoidable circumstance, as the human race had developed only recently, and the Swearin clan had painstakingly assembled the four armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. This was precisely the opportunity the demon race sought. The formation of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain armies was still in its infancy, requiring gradual refinement. However, Jiang Heng harbored a firm belief that given sufficient time, these four armies would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force capable of shaking the very foundations of the primordial world. Just as Jiang Heng contemplated how to strengthen the human race, the Windwave army made a significant breakthrough, finally uncovering the whereabouts of the demon race. It turned out that although the demon race had been repelled by the Mountain Guard army after launching an attack on the human race, resulting in substantial losses within their ranks, the remaining demons showed no signs of retreating. Presently, the demon race was the undisputed overlord of the primordial realm, and suffering losses at the hands of mere humans was a tremendous humiliation. The fleeing golden immortal demons, far from harboring any intentions of reconciliation, sought to rally powerful allies to demonstrate their might against the human race. The demon race held the human race in utter contempt, conducting their schemes without a shred of concealment. Thus, the Windwave army was able to easily gather such information and relay it back to the human race in record time. Excellent. This is truly splendid. I have yet to seek trouble with these demons, and they have come knocking at my door uninvited. If I do not prepare a proper greeting for them, it would be a disservice. Jiang Heng said with a grim expression, his voice cold. Your Majesty, this sudden incursion by the demon race may not be as simple as it seems. Swearin voiced his concerns. The long-standing peace between the human and demon races made this unexpected aggression rather peculiar. The demons, being a dominant force with power vastly superior to that of the humans, had every reason for Suerin's apprehension. Regardless of the demon schemes, anyone who dares to slaughter my kin shall face utter annihilation. Jiang Heng proclaimed solemnly, Your Majesty, should we not investigate this matter thoroughly first? Otherwise, we risk inciting unnecessary misunderstandings, which would be quite unfortunate, Yu Chao hesitated to suggest. Jiang Heng gazed at the 4 members of the Suerin clan. Observing the deep-seated anxiety etched on their faces, a palpable fear of the demon race.it was understandable, given the current overwhelming strength of the demon race, which could easily lead to the complete extinction of humanity. Yet, would Jiang Heng acquiesce? Would he allow the demons to come and wreak havoc upon his people? Or would he sacrifice a few to save the many? No, such was not Jiang Heng's choice. As long as he breathed, the human race would stand tall, preferring death on their feet rather than life on their knees. Moreover, Jiang Heng knew full well that the survival of the human race in the primordial realm could not rely on the demons' mercy. Only by inflicting pain upon the demons, instilling fear within them, could they truly contemplate the ramifications as the impending conflict between the witches and demons loomed. Without further ado, since the demon race was so brazenly aggressive and regarded the human race with disdain, why should the humans hold back from battle? Relay my command. The wind, forest, and fire army shall assemble, save for the mountain guard army, which will continue to protect humanity, Jiang Heng asserted resolutely, though the 4 members of the Suerin clan remained troubled. They dared not disobey Jiang Heng's orders. With a single command from him, the Windwave army, Long Forest army, and Red Flame army gathered en masse, totaling 115,000 human warriors. As Jiang Heng surveyed the throng of human warriors before him, a rare smile graced his face. The assembled forces had surely grasped the gravity of the situation and understood the purpose behind this gathering, despite the formidable demon race looming ahead. Jiang Heng saw not a hint of fear among the faces of his soldiers. Instead, what he witnessed was a fervent spirit of battle, an indomitable momentum. This was the visage that the human army ought to embody. Today, as we gather the 3 armies, you must all know the reason for this assembly. Yet I shall reiterate, the demon race has invaded our ranks, slaughtering our brethren. Tell me, can you stand idly by as your kin perish? Jiang Heng's voice resonated in the ears of every soldier. No, no, no. The warriors of the human race roared in unison, their spirits soaring, their eyes ablaze with fury, a fervor the human race had never before possessed. The Suerin clan members could not help but marvel. Since Jiang Heng had ascended as the sovereign of the human race, it had undeniably transformed. This change was not merely one of strength but also of spirit and morale. In stark contrast to the past, the present human race exuded confidence, even in the face of the demon threat, resolute in their determination to fight. I have stated before, those who dare to covet the human race shall face merciless retribution. Even if the demon race is powerful, those who dare to slay my kin shall pay with blood. Now, the demon race dares to press upon us once more, seeking to invade our homeland, slay our kin, and humiliate our people. Can you permit this? Can you stand idly by as they destroy our home? Jiang Heng thundered, No. 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 The human warriors once more echoed their defiance. What shall we do then? Jiang Heng called out, his voice ringing with authority. Kill, kill, kill. At that moment, all the human warriors shouted in unison, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights, a palpable aura of ferocity enveloping them. Jiang Heng nodded in satisfaction, raising his hand, proclaiming, March forth, the Windwave army, Long Forest army, and Red Flame army, totaling 115,000 warriors, moved as one, advancing towards the direction of the demon race. The demons planned to gather their elite forces for another invasion? Jiang Heng would not afford them that opportunity. He chose to strike first. He intended to eradicate every last one of these demons, eager to see just how many powerful adversaries would come forth to meet their demise. Chapter 32. Full Army Assault. The 3 armies mobilized, comprising a total of 115,000 human warriors. among whom over 10,000 were at the Golden Immortal realm. To confront merely a handful of Golden Immortal demons with such overwhelming force might seem excessive. Nevertheless, Jiang Heng chose this course of action. Had it been a few rogue cultivators, Jiang Heng would have refrained from intervening, delegating the task to others such as Swearin. However, this time, the adversary was the demon race. The undisputed sovereign of the current primordial world in times past, humanity scarcely dared to face the demons directly. To challenge the authority of a tyrant represents a crucial step for the human race. One of profound significance for all of humanity. As the human warriors commenced their slaughter of the demons, the once invincible tyrants would no longer appear so fearsome. Thus, Jiang Heng ordered the full mobilization of the three armies, intending to familiarize the human warriors with the combat necessary to slay the demons. Furthermore, the sudden arrival of the demons raised questions. Who could say if they harbored any sinister plots against humanity? Caution is the mother of safety, as the human race has only just begun to rise and cannot afford significant losses. Your Majesty Heng, according to reports from the Windwave Army, the demons are currently not far from our human territory. The demons that clashed with the mountain-backing army last time have mostly been eradicated, yet a considerable number of formidable demons have gathered anew. The Windwave Army, commanded by Tsongwen, promptly informed Jiang Heng of all intelligence regarding the demons upon receiving the news. The intelligence gathered by the Windwave Army indicated that the demons had no intention of concealing their movements, boldly congregating near the human territories. Among the demons that had previously attacked humanity, only 4 managed to escape amidst the chaos, while the rest were slaughtered by the mountain-backing army. Those 4 fleeing demons are now actively seeking allies to prepare for another assault on humanity. Seeking vengeance, the audacity of the mere humans to slay demons incited fierce anger among the other demons. Consequently, countless powerful demons have gathered in a short span of time. Keep a close watch on the movements of the demons and ascertain the number of their formidable warriors as soon as possible. Jiang Heng commanded. Ordinary demons did not concern Jiang Heng, yet the fact that the demons, after suffering a setback, dared to launch another attack on humanity suggested that the situation was far from simple. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. As the armies advanced, Jiang Heng deemed it essential for the Windwave Army to first clarify the situation regarding the demons. Just as Jiang Heng had anticipated, although the demons looked down upon humanity, they were not fools. They understood that humanity had 4 great Luo Golden Immortals stationed at this moment. A significant assembly of demons had gathered not far from humanity, deliberating on how to teach the humans a harsh lesson. Is what you say truly the case? A massive demon inquired solemnly. Explosive Bear King, how could we dare deceive you? Consuming humans indeed enhances our cultivation. Otherwise, why would we provoke humanity? The speaker was a Golden Immortal Eagle demon. Had the Zi clan been present, they would recognize him as one of the 4 demons who had fled from humanity. It is indeed peculiar. The humans appear unremarkable, yet how can consuming them enhance our cultivation? Queried a fearsome-looking elephant demon, its massive form resembling a small mountain, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss. White Elephant King, after all, the humans were crafted by the Saint Hua. The methods of a saint are not to be underestimated. There may indeed be some profound mystery, spoke a colossal serpent. Its body coiled upon the ground, still appearing extraordinarily large. Green Serpent King, we are here precisely to impart some lessons to the arrogant humans who dare to slay our kind. They are merely courting death. If devouring humans genuinely boosts our cultivation, we might as well consume all of them. Chimed in another formidable demon, a lion of 1,000 zhang in length, its eyes filled with a savage glint. Green Lion King, after all, the humans were created by the Saint Hua. If we were to annihilate them, would the saint not hold us accountable? White Elephant King expressed some hesitation. What is there to fear? The Saint Hua is also a demon. It was humanity that first slaughtered our kind. Can the Saint Hua truly favor humanity? Explosive Bear King retorted that we cannot speak so lightly. Annihilating humanity could lead to complications, but devouring a significant portion should pose no problem. Green Serpent King asserted. Hearing Green Serpent King's words, Explosive Bear King, Green Lion King, and White Elephant King all nodded in agreement, clearly in favor of this approach. Let it be decided then. Although humanity possesses 4 great Luo Golden Immortals, they likely aren't as formidable as they seem. With the 4 of us present, we shall be more than sufficient. Once we penetrate their ranks, we can feast upon the majority of them, Green Lion King proclaimed. Please wait a moment, esteemed kings. The Demon Master has sent word that he too shall dispatch someone to join us. The Eagle Demon suddenly interjected. Upon hearing the title of Demon Master, the expressions of the 4 kings shifted slightly, and they dared not speak further, all nodding in acquiescence. Within the demon race, The demon master Kuanping stands as a figure second only to the demon emperor Jiduan and Dong Wangtai, a top-tier powerhouse of quasi-saint level. Although they styled themselves as demon kings and ruled over their territories, before the demon master Kuanping, they were mere trifles. To put it bluntly. Should the demon master Kuanping wish to eliminate the four of them, he could do so without lifting a finger. A mere command would suffice to ensure their obliteration. After a brief wait, a demon finally arrived, descending gracefully from the heavens before the gathered demons. All hail the Flood Dragon Demon King, Green Serpent King, Explosive Bear King, Green Lion King, and White Elephant King all bowed in deference. Displaying profound respect for the last arriving Flood Dragon Demon King. It is no wonder that the likes of Green Serpent King and his peers would exhibit such reverence. The Flood Dragon Demon King was a trusted confidant of the Demon Master Kuanping and possessed formidable strength. In terms of status, the Flood Dragon Demon King far surpassed Green Serpent King and his ilk, and they naturally dared not show any signs of negligence. I have come at the behest of the Demon Master, and we must capture millions of humans to present to him, the Flood Dragon Demon King proclaimed. Since it is the command of the Demon Master, we shall undoubtedly fulfill our duty and ensure he is not disappointed. Green Serpent King was the first to respond. Explosive Bear King, Green Lion King, and White Elephant King also pledged with resolute assurances that they would complete the Demon Master's orders. Then let us proceed directly to the human territory. How intriguing. I did not expect humanity to come knocking at our door. The Flood Dragon Demon King suddenly seemed to sense something. Turning to gaze in the direction of humanity, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of powerful auras erupted, rapidly approaching the location of the demons. The response from Green Serpent King and the others was swift. Upon sensing these auras, they realized that it was indeed humanity arriving. The collective gaze of the demons fell upon a formidable assembly of approximately 100,000 human warriors, marching in unison towards them. Humanity has developed remarkably over the years, boasting such a substantial number of golden immortals. Green Serpent King remarked, "This is indeed fortuitous. What interest is there in devouring mere mortals? If we are to feast, let it be upon golden immortals," Explosive Bear King proclaimed with a fierce countenance. The demons paid no heed to the humans before them, even as they sensed the considerable number of golden immortals among the human ranks. For ordinary demons, the strength of these humans was undoubtedly formidable, yet they were demon kings. What threat could a multitude of golden immortal humans pose to them? Suddenly, a realization struck. Wait, these humans are moving as if they are a single entity. This is a formation? White Elephant King exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. Upon his words, the other demons also sensed the transformation among the humans, their expressions growing serious. 100,000 human warriors, in their march, managed to maintain perfect synchronization. As they drew closer, their collective aura began to merge into a singular force. The presence of 100,000 warriors, their essences intertwined, created an overwhelming momentum that was nothing short of earth-shattering. In that moment, even the previously proud Flood Dragon Demon King's demeanor became increasingly solemn. While the 100,000 humans could not command their attention individually, the formation they formed was not to be underestimated. The sheer magnitude of their combined aura was enough to evoke a sense of awe in any demon king. With the Nest Clan's efforts, it seems the Longlin Army's formation technique has begun to bear fruit. Jiang Heng expressed his satisfaction. Since the establishment of the Changlin Army by the Yuchao clan, the duration has been relatively brief, yet achieving such a level of training in such a short time is commendable. However, observing the current state of the 100,000 Changlin soldiers, not only do they march in perfect unison, but their spirits are interconnected, forming an imposing unity. This clearly indicates that the Changlin Army has successfully begun to master the military formations of the Heavenly Court. The remarkable progress made in such a short span can only be attributed to the immense efforts exerted by Yu Chao as the commander of the Changlin Army. Furthermore, it is thanks to Emperor Hong, who organized the inaugural human talent battle, igniting the fervor for cultivation among the people. Even after the successful formation of the Changlin Army, the human soldiers have diligently trained, enabling them to initially grasp the military formations within such a limited time frame. Yu Chao reflected with considerable sentiment. Even he had not anticipated the Changlin Army could achieve such a degree of mastery. It can only be said that Jiang Heng's decision to host the human talent battle was exceedingly astute, significantly accelerating the development of the human race. For Jiang Heng, witnessing the Changlin Army successfully mastering the military formations of the Heavenly Court is indeed a delightful surprise. Conversely, for the demon race, the aggressively advancing Changlin Army undoubtedly poses a formidable challenge. Chapter 33. Military formations. The ordinary demons, in the face of these human warriors, would surely collapse at the slightest touch. The king of Jiao spoke gravely. The other demon kings nodded in agreement. Being formidable beings themselves, they could naturally discern the extraordinary aspects of the human military formations. To prevent catastrophic losses for our demon race, you few should take the lead. The king of Jiao continued. Heeding the command of the king of Jiao, the king of the green serpent and several other demons did not hesitate, swiftly nodding in agreement, their powerful auras erupting instantaneously. The 4 demons simultaneously reverted to their true forms, transforming into colossal beings, standing before the Changlin army. 1. A giant bear, several thousand zhang in length, radiating a dark yellow glow, resembling a small mountain, exuding an aura of ferocity. Another, a snow-white elephant, also several thousand zhang long, with a trunk measuring hundreds of zhang. A gigantic serpent, several thousand zhang long, coiled on the ground, emanating a cyan glow and continuously exhaling red mist. Lastly, an imposing lion, equally enveloped in cyan light, roared to the heavens, its voice resonating across thousands of miles. 4 Formidable Deluo Golden Immortal level demons have arrived. It is no wonder they wish to invade our human race once more. Jiang Heng remarked. Having suffered a setback previously, the demon race, aware that the human race has 4 Deluo Golden Immortals stationed, still dares to continue their incursions, indicating they are not without preparations. However, to think that merely these 4 Deluo Golden Immortal level demons could once again invade the human race. The demon race is truly underestimating the humans. Emperor Hong, please allow us to take action. Otherwise, the Changlin army may find it challenging to withstand. Upon seeing the 4 Deluo Golden Immortal level demons, Swearin, Kangwin, and Zi quickly stepped forward, requesting to engage in battle. The reason Jiang Heng chose to launch a significant offensive this time was also to assess the capabilities of the Finghua army, Changlin army, and Qian army. According to Jiang Heng's original plan, Swearin and the others were not required to take action, as the Finghua army, Changlin army, and Qian army must confront the demons independently. Even now, faced with 4 Deluo Golden Immortal level demons, Jiang Heng remained unwavering in his convictions. It matters not. They are merely Deluo Golden Immortals, with the military formations of the Heavenly Court. The Changlin army can certainly contend, Jiang Heng declared. Though he spoke thus, the Changlin army faced 4 Deluo Golden Immortal level demons, and how could Swearin and the others not be concerned? Yet, the commander of the Changlin army, Yu Chao, exhibited no signs of tension. Even refraining from mentioning personal involvement, Swearin, Kangwin, and Zi were not foolish. Observing Yu Chao's demeanor, they realized there must be something amiss. Just as they pondered, the 4 Deluo Golden Immortal demons had already taken the initiative to strike. Advancing toward the Changlin army, the assault of the Deluo Golden Immortals unleashed earth-shattering might, their powerful auras enveloping the entire Changlin army. In the vast wilderness. Although the Golden Immortal is but a step away from the Deluo Golden Immortal, the disparity between the two is immense. Below the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, one might compensate for quality with quantity, even potentially overcoming a stronger opponent. For instance, a sufficient number of Tai Xianstin could, through sheer force, surround and eliminate a single Golden Immortal. However, at the level of Deluo Golden Immortals, no amount of Golden Immortals can hope to match them. Of course, should the Golden Immortal possess a treasured artifact, it is indeed not uncommon for them to slay a Deluo Golden Immortal. For example, if Yuan Shi Tianzun were to bestow the Panga banner upon his disciple, even a Deluo Golden Immortal or a quasi-saint could be easily vanquished. Despite the Changlin army boasting 100,000 soldiers, in the eyes of the 4 Deluo Golden Immortals, they were insignificant. The only aspect they regarded with some trepidation was the Changlin army's enigmatic military formations. But even that was merely a slight concern. They truly did not believe that mere humans, even with peculiar formations, could possess any formidable strength. Mere humans dare to oppose us demons. They are simply courting death. The king of the exploding bear roared, causing the earth to tremble. Amidst the quake, the ground surged like a turbulent sea. In an instant, the heavens seemed to collapse and the earth to cave in. The king of the white elephant, unwilling to be outdone, opened his massive mouth, an endless force of absorption emanating from it, sweeping toward the Changlin army. At this moment, the king of the white elephant's gaping maw appeared immensely vast, akin to an abyss, seemingly capable of devouring the entire world. The king of the green serpent, with a swift motion, expelled a rainbow-hued mist, which sped toward the Changlin army, enveloping them, wherever the mist reached. A foul stench spread, and all within its vicinity withered away. The king of the green lion also roared, a tremendous sound reverberating across the heavens and the earth. Any beings of lesser cultivation would likely perish from the sheer force of the sound. This tremendous roar was evidently directed at the Changlin army, and an invisible wave surged rapidly toward them. Charge, charge, charge! In the face of the four Deluo golden immortal demons, the advancing steps of the Changlin army remained unwavering. The 100,000 Changlin soldiers unleashed a deafening roar, their collective auras erupting in an instant, coalescing into a singular entity. Subsequently, the 100,000 Changlin soldiers struck simultaneously. Their movements remarkably synchronized, though they numbered in the tens of thousands. They moved as one. At this moment, the strength of the 100,000 Changlin soldiers astonishingly converged, delivering a strike of unparalleled might. Boom! In the incredulous gazes of the four Deluo golden immortal demons. This strike was nothing short of earth-shattering. The ground instantly fractured. The power of the king of the exploding bear crumbled first, followed by the swallowing force of the king of the white elephant, which was rendered utterly ineffective. The rainbow mist of the king of the green serpent was dispersed in an instant, and the invisible shockwave emitted by the king of the green lion was similarly nullified. This was not the end. The unified strike of the 100,000 Changlin soldiers continued to advance, heading straight for the four Deluo golden immortal demons. The expressions of the four Deluo golden immortals shifted dramatically, and after exchanging glances, they could sense each other's astonishment. The four Deluo golden immortals unleashed their powers once more, this time without holding back, exerting their utmost strength. Boom! The combined might of the four Deluo golden immortals collided head-on with the strike of the 100,000 Changlin soldiers. In an instant, the earth shook once more, a tremendous roar resounding through the heavens and the earth, and an invisible wave spread outward for thousands of miles. After the clash, while the four Deluo golden immortals remained unscathed, their expressions had turned exceedingly grim. Although the impact was evenly matched, they were esteemed Deluo golden immortals. How could they, with their combined strength, not overcome mere humans? The thoughts of the four demons were of little concern to the Changlin army, who continued to march forward with resolute steps. Charge, charge, charge. Following the clash, the confidence of the Changlin army surged. If they could stand against the four Deluo golden immortal demons, what was there to fear? Thus, with each step, their momentum swelled, and the collective aura grew increasingly formidable. The military formations of the heavenly court possessed such astonishing power. Swerin and the others were left speechless with the military formations of the heavenly court. The 100,000 Changlin soldiers could contend with four Deluo golden immortal level demons. It is important to note that while the Changlin army consists of 100,000 soldiers, the number of golden immortals among them is limited, and some have only just entered the realm of the immortal platform. Given the vast disparity in strength, yet in a direct confrontation, the Changlin army astonishingly did not fall behind. What an incredible feat! The art of military formations has indeed been imparted to the four of you, yet it appears that, apart from the Chao clan, the rest of you have not truly grasped its significance. Now, having witnessed the efficacy of these formations with your own eyes, you must not allow yourselves to become complacent upon your return. Jiang Heng spoke sternly. The three members of the Swerin clan nodded in agreement. For they were not foolish. Seeing the formidable power of the military formations, they could no longer afford to disregard them. The celestial military formations bestowed upon the Swerin clan by Jiang Heng not only encompassed formations that could coordinate an army of 100,000, but also included techniques for smaller groups to execute combined assaults. Once the three members of the Swerin clan master the celestial military formations, the strength of the four human armies will undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Unfortunately, the time allotted for practicing these formations has been rather short, making it difficult to contend with the four Deluo golden immortals of the demon race. The Chao clan lamented. Although the celestial military formations are powerful, they cannot defy the heavens. To be able to rival four Deluo golden immortal level demons is already an astonishing feat. Yet, to think that the Changlin army could suppress those four Deluo golden immortal level demons is nothing short of a pipe dream. This understanding is clear not only to Jiang Heng and his companions, but also to the four Deluo golden immortal demons themselves. However, despite their awareness, the fact that the four demons could not even manage to impede the Changlin army at all has already brought them considerable shame. It matters not. If the human race is to truly rise, it must endure bloody battles that will forge its rebirth from the flames of war, establishing a solid foundation of strength. The same applies to the four armies of wind, fire, and volcano. Without enduring brutal combat, how could they ever become a formidable force? Jiang Heng stated with conviction. The performance of the Changlin army has indeed astonished both the human and demon races, yet Jiang Heng still perceives certain deficiencies within the Changlin army. Initially, the reason the Changlin army's momentum did not reach its zenith was due to the lingering fear harbored by many of its soldiers. After all, they were facing demons of the Deluo golden immortal level. It is only natural to feel trepidation, which hindered the full potential of the celestial military formations. However, following that evenly matched strike, the confidence of the Changlin army was bolstered, their spirit soared, and the power of the celestial military formations naturally ascended. This was precisely what Jiang Heng wished to witness, a continuous trial by fire that would cultivate an unwavering, invincible belief. Once the belief in their invincibility is firmly established, wherever Jiang Heng points. Even in the face of a sage, the human army would dare to charge forth. Of course, this requires a lengthy period of time, enduring countless bloody conflicts, to truly forge the military spirit belonging to the human race. Thus, let this battle be the starting point. Jiang Heng contemplated silently. Regarding the explanation of realms, recently, I have noticed many discussions concerning the realm issues in the Honghuang and Zhetian narratives, so I will share my understanding while writing this book. To begin, the depiction of the Luo golden immortals and quasi-saints in the Honghuang world is rather vague, with considerable variation in the interpretations of the Luo golden immortals. The stronger assertion posits that the Luo golden immortals transcend the river of time. Being unique across myriad realms, eternal and indestructible, this can indeed be termed as the mythical Deluo without error. A weaker interpretation suggests that the Luo golden immortals lack any concept of the river of time. Akin to the notion of Guangchengzi during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. In my conception, the Luo golden immortals in the Honghuang cosmos are not as exaggerated as portrayed, especially since there exist quasi-saints, sages, and the Tao ancestor Hongjun who has achieved unity. Moreover, the quasi-saint level encompasses a vast chasm, taking the slaying of 3 corpses as a standard. The disparity between slaying 1 and 2 corpses is significant. Therefore, according to my original conception, the emperors in the Zhetian world are roughly just stepping into the quasi-saint stage in the Honghuang realm. Emperors possess varying strengths, and the gap to the mortal realm is also considerable. Some say that the mortal realm represents the true immortal state, yet in truth, mortals are considerably stronger than typical true immortals, due to the laws of heaven and earth. The mortals in the Zhetian world are approximately equivalent to a perfected half-step immortal king, or even comparable to a weaker immortal king. Regarding the realms, I have laid some groundwork. I originally did not wish to elaborate further, but since many have inquired, I will respond here collectively, in detail. An emperor corresponds to just having entered the quasi-saint level. A mortal corresponds to the completion of slaying 3 corpses without yet attaining sainthood, and an immortal king is roughly equivalent to the weakest sage. A half-step immortal emperor corresponds to the strongest sage, akin to the unity of Hongjun, comparable to Pangu at the time of creation. An immortal emperor transcends everything, embodying the perfected state of the great Tao. Thus, the structural framework of realms in this book is complete. I must express my gratitude for everyone's support. I read every book review. I will take good suggestions to heart and strive to write even better. Chapter 34. The Red Flame Army Strikes. After a single strike, the momentum of the Changlin army grew increasingly robust, advancing steadily towards the demon race. With the strength of the Changlin army, it was naturally impossible to suppress those 4 Deluo golden immortal level demons. But their objective was never to do so. As long as they could penetrate into the ranks of the demons, the ordinary demons would become targets for slaughter in the face of the Changlin army. The 4 Deluo golden immortal demons were evidently aware of this, thus they had no alternative but to block the Changlin army. Originally, the fate of other demons was of no concern to these 4 Deluo golden immortals. But since the Dragon Demon King had issued the command, offending him equated to offending the Demon Master Kunping. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to do so. With no options left, the 4 Deluo golden immortal demons could only brace themselves and stand in the path of the Changlin army, exerting all their effort to obstruct their advance. Truly, what a group of inept fools, unable to even suppress a mere handful of humans. At this moment, the Dragon Demon King wore a dark expression, his gaze towards the 4 Deluo golden immortal demons imbued with extreme dissatisfaction. Yet, even so, the Dragon Demon King chose not to act. His attention remained fixed on the rear of the Changlin army, where Jiang Heng and his companions were located. The human race possessed 4 Deluo golden immortals, which the Dragon Demon King was certainly aware of, for the commotion during the Descent of Merit was quite significant. The Dragon Demon King refrained from taking action not out of fear of the 4 human Deluo golden immortals. In truth, he did not regard them highly at all. The Dragon Demon King considered himself a powerful being among the demons. He was here on the orders of the Demon Master Kunping, with a status of great prestige. If the 4 human Deluo golden immortals had not yet acted, should he strike first, it would only bring disgrace and diminish the dignity of the demon race. Are there other humans present? And they are all golden immortals? When did the human race amass such a number of golden immortals? Suddenly, the Dragon Demon King's expression shifted, his gaze darting towards a particular direction. In the next instant, an overwhelming surge of powerful auras erupted. Human warriors appeared in droves near the demon race, and as soon as they made their move, countless demons met their demise. These human warriors possessed formidable strength. All having reached the golden immortal level, upon closer inspection, it turned out that there were actually thousands of these human warriors. Their overwhelming strength, combined with the element of surprise, allowed them to inflict severe losses upon the demons in a single strike. Thousands of golden immortals were hardly a concern for the demon race. In fact, they could be considered a mere drop in the bucket, hardly worth mentioning. Yet, how could the human race have produced so many golden immortals in such a short span of time? The rapid enhancement of their strength was simply too astonishing. The Dragon Demon King furrowed his brow. He could no longer afford to refrain from acting. If he did not intervene, the demons present would truly be slaughtered to the last one by the humans. Unbeknownst to the Dragon Demon King, the very forces currently decimating the demons were the Red Flame Army led by the Swearin clan chief, comprising a total of 5,000 soldiers, all at the golden immortal level. In Jiang Heng's strategy, the Red Flame Army was designated as the elite force to break the stalemate on the battlefield. Thus, at the inception of the Qian army, the selection was made from the most formidable members of the human race. Unlike the Changlin army, which coalesced into a unified entity through the celestial military formations, the Qian army operated more independently. They fought in groups of 3 or 5, dispersing rapidly while relentlessly reaping the lives of the demon race. Aside from leaving behind a few essential personnel for message relay, over 1,000 golden immortals from the Fingbua army also participated in this ambush. In contrast to the Qian and Changlin armies, the Fingbua army was neither adept at military formations nor particularly formidable in one-on-one combat. However, they excelled in stealth, often allowing the demon race to remain oblivious to their presence until it was too late. In this battle, aside from the Qiangshan army safeguarding the human race, the other 3 military factions were also involved, making it impossible for only the Changlin army to engage. Jiang Heng and the Swearin clan had already devised a specific strategy to catch the demon race off guard. The Changlin army would draw the attention of the demon race's powerful warriors, while the Fingbua army would gather intelligence, and the Qian army would stealthily position themselves near the demon's vicinity. When the demon race's focus was entirely captivated by the Changlin army, the Qian army would then plunge into their ranks. This strategy was not complex. The crux lay in whether the Changlin army could withstand the pressure and hold the attention of the demon race's elites. The Changlin army lived up to expectations, using celestial military formations to withstand 4 demon lords, successfully diverting the demon race's attention. Even the Jiao Demon King was caught off guard, unaware that a powerful human army had stealthily approached the demon's territory. Thus, when the Qian army suddenly emerged, even the Jiao Demon King was taken by surprise. Witnessing the immediate devastation among the demon ranks, the Jiao Demon King rose with a grim expression, his formidable aura surging into the heavens. To think the demon race has sent a formidable opponent, Swearin clan, confront this demon. Upon sensing the Jiao Demon King's presence, Jiang Heng's demeanor remained unchanged as he addressed Swearin. Swearin, also sensing the Jiao Demon King's aura, did not hesitate in the slightest upon hearing Jiang Heng's command and immediately ascended into the sky. The Jiao Demon King soared upward, raising his hand to unleash a long spear that cleaved the sky. Its dark azure light transforming into a thunderbolt aimed at the Qian army. This spear was no ordinary artifact but a potent innate treasure. Once an artifact reaches the innate level, it undergoes a qualitative transformation. Its might incomparable to that of standard artifacts. Though the Jiao Demon King's strike appeared casual, the force it unleashed was such that even the combined might of the Changlin army could not withstand it. While the Qian army consisted of elite human warriors, most were skilled in individual combat, rendering them even less capable of blocking the Jiao Demon King's spear. A mere human dares to slay my kin? Die. The Jiao Demon King's furious voice boomed. Despite his rage, he did not regard the Qian army as a threat. Viewing the strike as a mere gesture, countless warriors of the Qian army felt the terrifying energy emanating from the spear, their faces paling in an instant. However, it was too late to flee. As the Qian army braced for heavy losses beneath the Jiao Demon King's strike, a powerful aura surged from afar, rushing to intercept the spear. The newcomer was, of course, Swearin, the commander of the Qian army, who would not allow his forces to suffer devastating losses. Upon receiving Jiang Heng's order, Swearin exerted all his strength to intervene, ultimately positioning himself before the spear. A flicker of flame ignited in Swearin's hand, instantly transforming into a blazing inferno, radiating boundless light and heat. With a thunderous roar, the flames collided with the spear, producing a tremendous sound that reverberated through the heavens. In the next moment, to the astonishment of countless demons, the spear was forcefully deflected. Impossible. The Jiao Demon King's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. He had personally struck with an innate treasure and could not fathom that his spear could be repelled by a mere human. The Jiao Demon King was not like the 4 demon lords of the Qingxi. Even among golden immortals, there were distinctions in strength. The fear the Qingxi and others held for the Jiao Demon King stemmed not only from their association with the master demon Kunping but also from the Jiao Demon King's own formidable prowess. Possessing an innate treasure, the Jiao Demon King was certainly not weak among the golden immortals, perhaps even stronger than most. He fixed his gaze upon the human before him, assessing that this one must be one of the 4 golden immortals of the human race. However, when did the humans become so powerful as to deflect his innate treasure? Unbeknownst to the Jiao Demon King, the flames Sui Ren had just wielded were no ordinary flames. They were born from Sui Ren's diamond fire, representing not only the first flame of humanity but also the fire of civilization itself. Nurtured by the power of virtue, this flame had transformed into a treasure of virtue, its potency rivaling that of typical innate spiritual treasures. Although the Jiao Demon King's innate treasure was powerful, it could not truly compare to Sui Ren's fire of virtue, making the deflection of the spear entirely reasonable. The Jiao Demon King was not truly foolish. After his shock, he quickly grasped the crux of the situation, his gaze intensifying upon the fire of virtue in Sui Ren's hand. Lowly human, hand over that fire of virtue, and perhaps I shall spare your life. The Jiao Demon King's voice was laced with greed as he looked at the fire. Humph, a mere demon dares to utter such bold words. It seems you require a lesson to comprehend the might of humanity. Sui Ren replied sternly. In the past, Sui Ren had never been so assertive when facing the demon race. However, after receiving several reprimands from Jiang Heng, he now understood the necessity of such an approach. Moreover, being the commander of the Qian army on the battlefield, Sui Ren had no choice but to maintain a strong stance against the demon race. Ha ha ha. A mere human dares to be so arrogant. Do you think that possessing a treasure of virtue makes you my equal? Today, I shall demonstrate to you why my kind reigns supreme in this realm. The Jiao Demon King's rage turned to mocking laughter, and his voice resonated with authority. No sooner had he spoken than the Jiao Demon King swung his spear down again, the dark azure light transforming into a thunderbolt aimed at Sui Ren. With this strike, the Jiao Demon King wore a look of triumph, as if he believed Sui Ren would be cleaved in two in the next moment. It was not surprising that the Jiao Demon King dismissed Sui Ren so readily. How long had the human golden immortals been cultivating? Merely a few hundred years, relying on virtue to ascend to golden immortal status. How could they possibly compare to the Jiao Demon King's arduous cultivation over countless years? Moreover, humans were inherently weak, often regarded as mere prey by the demon race. How could the Jiao Demon King hold Sui Ren in high esteem? Only the fire of virtue in Sui Ren's hand captured his attention. Otherwise, the Jiao Demon King believed he could easily slay Sui Ren in a single strike. Even a clay figure possesses a measure of temper. The Jiao Demon King's arrogance incited Sui Ren's ire. Chapter 35. The approaching Emperor Sui Ren. The long spear cleaved through the sky, trembling the void, enveloping an area spanning tens of thousands of miles. Compared to before, the Jiao Demon King's strike was significantly more potent, sufficient to make even the Qingxi tremble. Sui Ren raised his hand, the fire of virtue surging upward, transforming from a small flame into a raging sea of fire. This inferno possessed the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, embodying an incredibly violent force. Sensing the might of the fire of virtue, the Jiao Demon King's eyes gleamed with greed as he thrust his spear towards Sui Ren. Lowly human, perish, with a thunderous roar. The Jiao Demon King's spear descended with the force of a tempest, striking the raging sea of fire, instantly parting the flames. As the spear approached, Sui Ren remained unperturbed. The sea of fire erupted violently, rushing to subdue the incoming spear. The spear flailed within the inferno, yet it could not break free from the fire's grasp, failing to inch closer to Sui Ren. Instead, Sui Ren seized the opportunity, commanding the raging sea of fire to sweep toward the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Demon King's expression shifted subtly, disbelief flickering in his gaze as he regarded Sui Ren, astonished by his strength. In my eyes, you are nothing, Sui Ren declared with calm disdain. For so long, Sui Ren had been wary of the entire demon race, a colossal entity beyond the current human race's capacity to confront. Yet, a mere Jiao Demon King dared to so brazenly disregard humanity. Even with his fear, the Jiao Demon King was instantly consumed by an uncontrollable rage, and the aura emanating from him erupted violently as he reverted to his true form as a demon. Before them stood a colossal black dragon, nearly 10,000 feet in length, adorned with a singular red horn atop its head, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. The dragon lashed its tail, dispersing the overwhelming sea of flames that surged toward it, before plunging into the inferno, gripping a long halberd in its maw. The power contained within the halberd surged exponentially, forcing the raging flames to recede, and the Jiao Demon King charged once more towards Sueren. Sueren's expression grew solemn. With the innate treasure in hand, the Jiao Demon King's strength was undeniably formidable. At this moment, as the Jiao Demon King unleashed his fury. The full might of the innate treasure was enough to severely injure an ordinary Deluo Jinxian. Although Sueren was taken aback by the Jiao Demon King's prowess, he remained unfazed, and the boundless sea of flames erupted into an immeasurable brilliance. In that instant, Sueren's merit fire had transformed from a mere flicker into a radiant miniature sun. This transformation evoked memories of the two supreme beings of the demon race, whose every strike could incinerate heaven and boil the seas with the true fire of the sun, their power deemed infinitely terrifying. While Sueren could not rival the two supreme beings of the demon race, his mastery over the power of merit had indeed reached a profoundly advanced level, and no matter how furiously the Jiao Demon King raged, crashing left and right within the ocean of flames, he could not close the distance to Sueren even by a fraction. At this juncture, it was evident to all that despite the Jiao Demon King's might, he was gradually being suppressed by Sueren. It appeared that Sueren had cultivated the Hengyu Sutra to a considerable level, with the day of his mastery not far off. Jiang Heng expressed his profound satisfaction. Since Jiang Heng imparted the Celestial Emperor's method, Sueren had chosen to cultivate the complete Hengyu Sutra, a technique created by the Emperor of Hengyu. The Hengyu Sutra resonated deeply with Sueren, and within a mere few hundred years, he had already mastered this art to an impressive extent. With Jiang Heng's keen insight, it was not difficult to discern that Sueren had already stepped into the realm of quasi-emperorship, comparable to a Deluo Jinxian of the primordial world. Previously, Sueren had attained his path through merit. Although he wielded the merit fire, he was not considered a formidable force among the Deluo Jinxian. However, due to the influence of the Celestial Emperor's method, once he entered the quasi-emperor realm, Sueren's combat prowess had become incomparable. Moreover, the merit fire was not only Sueren's innate treasure but also perfectly aligned with the Hengyu Sutra, having been refined by Sueren as a tool for enlightenment. With such enhancements, Sueren's strength among the ranks of Deluo Jinxian was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. The fact that the Jiao Demon King was being suppressed served as the best testament to this, further indicating that after cultivating the Celestial Emperor's method, his combat ability was indeed formidable. As the Jiao Demon King struggled amidst the flames, he was filled with disbelief, realizing the dire situation. How could the once feeble human race now possess such overwhelming strength? Was this a Deluo Jinxian who had broken through thanks to merit? A Deluo Jinxian who had only cultivated for several hundred years? Was this still the weak human race? Had he, the Jiao Demon King, been oblivious to the world during his prolonged absence, or had the times changed so rapidly that he had fallen behind? Regardless, the Jiao Demon King, despite his reluctance, gradually understood that his hopes of slaying Sueren were utterly futile. In fact, it was no longer a matter of whether he could kill Sueren, but rather whether he might himself be slain by Sueren. While Sueren and the Jiao Demon King were engaged in battle, the Qian army and the Fenghua army were wreaking havoc among the demon ranks. Several formidable figures of the demon race, including the King of the Green Serpent, were held at bay by the Changlin army. While the Jiao Demon King was occupied by Sueren, without the support of these powerful beings, the other demons could hardly stand against the Qian and Fenghua armies. In a short span of time, the demon race suffered catastrophic losses. If the situation continued to develop, it would only be a matter of time before the demons were nearly exterminated. Some demons, witnessing the dire circumstances, began to flee in all directions, abandoning all else. Even the likes of the King of the Green Serpent sensed the Jiao Demon King's disadvantage and, filled with shock, began to contemplate retreat. Suppressed them. Suddenly, Sueren's voice resonated throughout the heavens, and the ocean of flames coalesced, transforming into a blazing sun. The great sun radiated boundless brilliance, unleashing an energy akin to an ocean, enveloping the Jiao Demon King in its grasp. The Jiao Demon King struggled relentlessly, but as the great sun bore down upon him, his space for movement diminished. Ultimately, he was directly suppressed within the heart of the sun. As the sun gradually dissipated, it reverted to a flickering flame. Sueren extended his arms, and the merit fire swiftly returned to his hands. Upon witnessing the Jiao Demon King being subdued, the remaining demons were filled with despair and dared not engage the humans any longer. Countless demons scattered in flight, yet to the Qian and Fenghua armies, they were already mere prey awaiting slaughter. As the demons fell one by one under the relentless pursuit of the Qian and Fenghua armies, the number of those who could truly escape dwindled to a mere handful. The King of the Green Serpent and his three companions exchanged terrified glances, each recognizing the fear in the other's eyes. They had never anticipated such a turn of events, They had initially approached with overwhelming confidence, prepared to invade the human realm and devour countless humans to enhance their own cultivation. Yet now, before they could even breach the human territory, they found themselves the targets of a massacre. This reversal of fortune had come far too swiftly. The king of the Green Serpent was the first to react. Disregarding the Changlin army and soaring into the as the Jiao Demon King and the 4 great Luo Golden Immortals were subdued, the remaining battles lost all suspense, apart from a minuscule number of demon clans that managed to escape. The rest were thoroughly slaughtered by the Changlin army, the Qian army, and the Finghua army. Even those who fled were pursued by the elite of the Finghua army, a strategy devised intentionally by Jiang Heng. Using these demon clans as bait, under the watchful eye of the Finghua army, any subsequent actions taken by the demon clans would be promptly reported to the human race. After exterminating the remaining demon clans, Jiang Heng led the 3 armies back to the human realm, igniting a fervor among the populace. This battle marked the first confrontation since Jiang Heng established the 4 armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, and was crucial for the entire human race. Unlike the previous encounter where they vanquished rogue cultivators who dared die the human race, this time the humans faced the current overlords of the wilderness, the demon clans. When Jiang Heng resolved to initiate the offensive, many among the human race remained outwardly silent but were fraught with anxiety in their hearts. These were the demon clans, immensely powerful beings. Even Swerin and others hesitated at first, let alone the ordinary humans. Yet, against all odds, the human race emerged victorious. Not only did they triumph over the dominant demon clans, but they did so with remarkable finesse. The demon clans were nearly annihilated, and the losses on the human side were minimal, marking an exceptionally glorious victory. Who would have thought that the human race, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness, could one day conquer the demon clans? Not only outsiders, but even many among the human race felt as though they were living in a dream. When had the human race become so formidable, countless voices hailed the Emperor Heng. And wherever Jiang Heng went, he was met with adoring gazes. Because of this battle, Jiang Heng's prestige among the human race became unassailable. The entire human realm plunged into celebration, with multitudes singing and dancing. If this were a dream, many would wish never to awaken. This was precisely Jiang Heng's intent in mobilizing the 3 armies to proactively initiate this battle. The human race had long been deprived of victories. Through this confrontation, the Changlin army, Qian army, and Finghua army gained invaluable experience. Only through continuous combat could the human forces grow stronger. Take the Changlin army, for instance. Prior to this battle, although they had a rudimentary grasp of the celestial military formations, they still faced numerous operational challenges. However, through their clash with the 4 great Luo Golden Immortal level demon clans, the Changlin army's command over the celestial formations became far more adept. More importantly, following this engagement, the confidence of the 3 human armies surged. Confidence is the bedrock of a victorious army. Without a fighting spirit, even the mightiest strength is futile against fate. The transformation in the Changlin army's momentum, from initial hesitation to an unstoppable advance, was nothing short of monumental. This mere shift in confidence amplified the combat capabilities of the Changlin army severalfold. Similarly, this battle not only cultivated the confidence of the human armies but also resonated throughout the entire human race. Previously, unless the demon clans took the initiative to attack, how could the human race dare to provoke them? Yet, through this engagement, Jiang Heng conveyed to all humans that the demon clans were not invincible. They could indeed be vanquished by the human race. Once the fear of the demon clans was dispelled, how could the human race be inferior in battles of equal standing? Of course, if given a choice. Jiang Heng would prefer not to provoke the demon clans at the height of their power, but this was the unfortunate reality of the human race's weakness. Would refraining from provoking the demon clans ensure peaceful coexistence? Perhaps many humans believed so, but only Jiang Heng understood the impossibility of such a scenario. In the past, the demon clans might have disregarded the human race, but once they realized that the human race could bolster their strength, would the demon clans spare them? Not to mention, merely for the sake of forging the slaughter witch sword, the demon clans had unhesitatingly raised their blades against the human race, resulting in countless deaths. When that cataclysmic disaster loomed, the human race had no other choice but to fight to the death. Given this, why should the human race not take the initiative now? Fight with all one's might. Daring to topple the emperor, the current situation was precisely what Jiang Heng hoped to witness. As the confidence of the human race grew, they dared to confront the demon clans, even if the ultimate outcome remained unchanged. It would be the human race standing defiantly rather than kneeling in submission. While the majority of the human race reveled in jubilation, the leaders, including Jiang Heng, could not afford to be complacent. For Jiang Heng and his fellow leaders, the most pressing matter was to ascertain why the demon clans had suddenly invaded the human territory. Discovering the reason was not particularly difficult. The Jiao Demon King and the 4 great Luo Golden Immortal level demons were still very much alive. If not for this, they would have long been publicly executed by Jiang Heng among the human race. I have no patience for idle chatter. Why have you invaded my human race without cause? Whoever answers first shall be spared, the rest shall meet their demise. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Heng released the 4 great Luo Golden Immortals, then addressed them directly. Although the Qing Snake King and the other 3 demons were released, none dared to act rashly before Jiang Heng. What foolishness! These 4 had been effortlessly subdued by a single palm strike from this human. The disparity in power was staggering. In the presence of such a formidable being, any reckless move could result in instant death. I will speak. I will speak. We originally received word that the human race had slaughtered many demon clans, which prompted us to seek revenge. However, later, an eagle demon insisted that devouring humans would enhance our cultivation. And that is when we entertained the thought. As soon as Jiang Heng's words fell, the Qing Snake King was the first to leap forward, with the other 3 demons quickly following suit. Each fearful of speaking too slowly. Devouring humans to enhance demon cultivation? Jiang Heng's expression grew grave as he murmured. The worry he had anticipated had indeed come to pass, while not the worst-case scenario. This news was hardly favorable for the human race. Previously, the demon clans had paid little heed to the human race, partly due to the fact that humans were created by the Saint Nuwa, which warranted some respect. Furthermore, the human race was weak and held little value for the demon clans, leading most of them to ignore humans altogether. However, if the demon clans were to learn that devouring humans could bolster their own strength, how many would be able to resist such temptation? The 2 supreme beings among the demon clans had longed to enhance their power to swiftly defeat the witch clan and dominate the wilderness. If the demon Emperor Jun and the Eastern Emperor Tai were to catch wind of this news, all notions of respecting the saints would be cast aside, and they would likely descend upon the human realm without hesitation. For the human race, perhaps the only silver lining was that this information had yet to spread widely, granting them a modicum of preparation time. I have said what I needed to. Can I be released now? Just as Jiang Heng pondered these matters, the Qing Snake King, having finished his account, looked expectantly at Jiang Heng. Since I promised, I shall not go back on my word. You spoke first, so I shall spare you. Jiang Heng replied coolly. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch, the force erupting, and in the shocked gaze of the Qing Snake King, the other 3 demons were instantly obliterated. The Qing Snake King trembled, watching Jiang Heng, having barely comprehended how Jiang Heng had struck, as the White Elephant King and the other 3 great Luo Golden Immortals lay dead beyond reprieve. At that moment, the Qing Snake King could only feel fortunate for having been quick enough to be the first to disclose the details, thus escaping with his life. Casting another glance at Jiang Heng, and seeing no reaction, he cautiously prepared to flee. Swearin. Jiang Heng suddenly murmured. Without needing further elaboration, Swearin understood Jiang Heng's intent, and the flame of merit in his hand transformed into an unfathomable sea of fire that enveloped the Qing Snake King. Despicable human race, you are untrustworthy. The Qing Snake King struggled amidst the flames, hurling curses. I said I would spare you, which is why I did not take action, but the others of the human race will not be so forgiving. Jiang Heng replied indifferently, despicable and shameless. My demon race will not let you off. Await the day when my demon race eradicates your human race. The Qing Snake King shouted in fury, but his voice grew fainter, ultimately fading as Suerin's merit flames turned him to ash. Emperor Heng, if what those demons said is true, the demon race will surely not rest easily. A worried Chaoshu remarked. I am fully aware of this matter. Suerin, release the demon you have subdued, Jiang Heng remarked. The figure known as Suerin raised his hand, and the flames of virtue erupted forth, revealing the Jiao Demon King, whom he had subdued, amidst the divine flames. This Jiao Demon King had long lost his former grandeur. Not only was his aura feeble, but his entire being was also marred with charred marks. To his astonishment, such a formidable being had emerged from the ranks of the human race. If you allow me to depart, I shall let bygones be bygones, the Jiao Demon King proclaimed, gazing at the humans before him, his expression still imbued with arrogance, as though he had not just been subdued. Let you go? What a joke. Do you think the human race is so easily manipulated, coming and going as they please? Jiang Heng responded with a cold smile. Ha ha ha. I am a trusted subordinate of the Lord of Demons, and I have come here on his command. Do you dare to kill me? A mere human race that offends the Lord of Demons could face annihilation at any moment. Do you believe it? The Jiao Demon King boasted. The Lord of Demons, Kuanping, what does he want from you? Jiang Heng inquired. It would do you no harm to know. The Lord of Demons understands that the souls of the human race are of great value to us demons. If your race is wise, you will offer up 100 million humans to the Lord of Demons. I shall speak a few good words on your behalf, ensuring that your race does not face extinction. The Jiao Demon King declared, offer up 100 million humans. Are you seeking death? Chapter 37. Kunping's scheme, not only Jiang Heng but also Swearin and the others were filled with indignation upon hearing the Jiao Demon King's words. The demon race's invasion of the human race was not enough. After being subdued, he dared to audaciously demand the sacrifice of 100 million humans. The glimmer of hope that Swearin and the others had harbored was now extinguished. As they realized that the demon race had never regarded the human race with any respect, when the human race held sufficient value in the eyes of the demons, they would not hesitate to wield their blades against them. You must consider carefully. You are facing my demon race. If you refuse, can you withstand the might of our demon army? There are countless great Luo golden immortals among us demons. How could your human race possibly resist? The Jiao Demon King boasted. Oh, then why were you subdued by my human race? Jiang Heng retorted. I tell you this. Even if the Lord of Demons, Kunping, were to come personally, I would not hesitate to strike him down. With that, a powerful aura erupted from Jiang Heng, bearing down upon the Jiao Demon King. In an instant, the once arrogant Jiao Demon King let out a wail. Before Jiang Heng's terrifying presence, the Jiao Demon King trembled. Pale as a candle flickering in the wind, with extreme fear, the Jiao Demon King gazed at Jiang Heng, never having imagined that such a formidable being lay hidden among the human race. This terrifying aura was something he had only sensed from the Lord of Demons, Kunping. Did this not imply that the human race also possessed beings of Kunping's caliber? Tell me, what is the Lord of Demons? Kunping, desire from the souls of the human race? Jiang Heng demanded, his voice low. Unlike other demons, even if Kunping were to devour 100 million humans, it would not significantly enhance his own cultivation. Thus, while ordinary demons might be tempted by the prospect of devouring humans, those of Kunping's level would not be so easily swayed. I'm not entirely certain. Ever since the last time the Lord of Demons was severely injured by a mysterious powerhouse, he has been in seclusion. Suddenly, he summoned me to the human realm, claiming that human souls are of great use to him, and commanded me to bring back 100 million humans, the Jiao Demon King stammered. Previously, Jiang Heng had waged war against the Lord of the Underworld and Kunping to save the venerable Honghuang. That battle had caused significant ripples, garnering the attention of countless powerful beings. The news of Kunping's injury at the hands of a mysterious force had already spread throughout the vast wilderness. As Jiang Heng had anticipated, Kunping was indeed not so easily vanquished, yet he had been severely wounded by Jiang Heng's full-force strike. Consequently, in the years that followed, Kunping had remained in seclusion, striving to recover from his injuries, and had largely refrained from appearing before the demon race. Now, Kunping had sent someone to the human realm, demanding 100 million humans. What could this possibly mean? Was Kunping also intent on devouring the human race? Could it be that consuming humans would aid in his recovery? Jiang Heng pondered silently. This was the most likely scenario. Perhaps Kunping had discovered something significant, or perhaps he was simply acting out of desperation. Regardless, Kunping's gaze had now turned towards the human race, which could spell great trouble. Hengdi, the Lord of Demons, Kunping, is a top-tier powerhouse among the demon race, known for his extreme ruthlessness and willingness to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. This failed scheme will undoubtedly lead to a relentless series of retaliations against our human race. Swearin expressed his grave concern. If they were to provoke an ordinary demon, the human race might withstand it. However, facing a formidable being like Kunping would truly be a catastrophe. Indeed, the Lord of Demons ranks just below the Demon Emperor and Dongwang among our kind. If you are wise, you should release me at once. The Jiao Demon King boasted once more, knowing full well that Kunping was his only hope for survival at that moment. Your words are tiresome. Since you wish for death so dearly, I shall grant it to you. By the way, I forgot to mention, it was I who wounded the Lord of Demons, Jiang Heng declared. Having gleaned all necessary knowledge, Jiang Heng was disinclined to engage in further trivialities with the Jiao Demon King. He unleashed a swift palm strike towards the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Demon King was struck with terror. What had he just heard? This human had claimed to have injured the Lord of Demons. Did this not imply that this human was a being of even greater strength than Kunping? How could a mere human, having existed for such a short time, possibly give rise to such a powerhouse? To think that even the top-tier demon, Kunping, was not his match, yet the Jiao Demon King would never have the opportunity to contemplate this further. Under Jiang Heng's palm, he met his swift demise. Extinguished from existence. Kunping, I failed to kill you last time. Should you dare to come again, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate this nuisance once and for all. Jiang Heng mused inwardly. Had he been able to slay Kunping in that initial encounter, he would not be facing such troublesome circumstances now. However, during that battle, Jiang Heng had already exerted all his strength. Unfortunately, Dong Wangtai had intervened. Otherwise, Kunping would surely have perished without a doubt. Focus on honing the four armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The time for the human race is running short, Jiang Heng declared solemnly. Swearin and the others understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. They were acutely aware that the human race was on the brink of a great catastrophe. Whether they liked it or not, when the demon race came charging, the human race would have no choice but to fight to the death. In such times, every increment of strength gained by the human race translated to a glimmer of hope. And Swearin and the others knew precisely what needed to be done. I, too, must hasten to elevate my own strength, Jiang Heng murmured to himself before beginning his own seclusion to cultivate. Jiang Heng was aware that achieving the status of emperor remained a distant prospect for him in the short term. Moreover, at present, he lacked sufficient points to exchange for items that could enhance his strength. However, this did not imply that he could not improve his abilities. On the contrary, Jiang Heng still possessed vast potential for advancement. The Keeley and the Celestial Bell he had acquired for 130,000 points, a treasure of remarkable potency. In the depths of the Nether Blood Sea, due to the haste in acquiring this artifact, Jiang Heng had yet to inscribe his own Tao upon the Celestial Bell. At present, he could barely control it, unable to unleash its true power. Only by inscribing his Tao and principles upon the Celestial Bell could it truly become one with him. At that point, he would wield the Celestial Bell with precision, allowing this creation of heaven and earth to unleash its full might. Inscribing his Tao and principles upon the Celestial Bell was an endeavor that demanded immense focus and could not tolerate the slightest error. Jiang Heng temporarily cast aside his tumultuous thoughts and began to empty his mind, starting from the Wheel Sea secret realm, inscribing his Tao and principles upon the Celestial Bell. As Jiang Heng immersed himself in his cultivation, the Lord of Demons, Kunping, who had likewise been in seclusion, suddenly awoke from his meditative state. Who dares to kill my kin? A cold and sinister voice reverberated through the vast hall. The demon master Kunping, filled with malice and suspicion, had even marked his trusted subordinates, easily controlling their lives and deaths. At the moment when the Jiao Demon King was slain by Jiang Heng, Kunping had already sensed it. Aware that the Jiao Demon King had utterly fallen, Kunping was exceedingly enraged. His fortune had taken a turn for the worse during this period, verging on utter misfortune. Initially, he had allied with the Lord of the Underworld to seize the primordial purple energy from the ancestor Honghuang, only to find that he had sustained grievous injuries instead of achieving his goal. At that time, Kunping had never felt closer to death, had it not been for the timely rescue by Dong Wangtai. His survival would have been impossible. During this time, Kunping harbored an intense hatred for Jiang Heng. Regrettably, he did not even know who Jiang Heng was, let alone seek revenge. The severity of his injuries led Kunping to initially plan for a lengthy recovery period of several tens of thousands of years. However, unexpectedly acquiring a human soul, Kunping discovered that it could aid in his healing. Elated, Kunping realized that with sufficient human souls, he could recover from his injuries in a remarkably short time, due to his grievous wounds. Many of his schemes were hindered. Now was a critical moment in the impending tribulation. How could he afford to remain in seclusion? Humans were but insignificant beings, and Kunping paid them little heed. Dispatching his trusted subordinate, the Jiao Demon King, to capture millions of humans. It was common knowledge that humans were weak. With the Jiao Demon King on the hunt, it was expected that capturing millions of humans would be effortless. Yet, Kunping could hardly fathom that instead of encountering the shadows of countless humans, his trusted subordinate, the Jiao Demon King, had met his demise. While the death of the Jiao Demon King was regrettable, the priority lay in his own recovery. Kunping's fury was palpable. However, being inherently cautious and now severely injured, he would not rashly venture into human territories until he had clarified the situation. Could there be hidden masters among the humans? It seemed that the matter required the direct involvement of a powerful demon. Kunping murmured to himself. After pondering for a moment, a plan formed in his mind. He promptly ceased his seclusion and made his way to the location of the Demon Emperor. As for Kunping's various plots, let us shift our focus to Jiang Heng, who, after a period of secluded cultivation, had finally inscribed his understanding of the Tao into the Celestial Bell. Thus, the Celestial Bell, a divine artifact, bore Jiang Heng's unique mark, becoming an integral part of him. Had he possessed the Celestial Bell in the past, even facing Dong Wangtai directly, Jiang Heng would have been confident in slaying the demon master Kunping. Nevertheless, it was not too late. With the Celestial Bell in hand, Jiang Heng felt emboldened against the aggressive demon race. Shortly after Jiang Heng emerged from his seclusion, Swearin hurriedly arrived, stating, Emperor Heng, the disciple of the Taiching saint, Master Xuandu, is here to visit. Chapter 38, The Fox Assuming the Tiger's Might, the disciple of the Taiching saint, Master Xuandu. Jiang Heng was momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected visit. Master Xuandu was also of the human race, a disciple of the Taiching saint during his teachings among humans, and currently the only disciple of the human sect. The Taiching saint seemed indifferent to taking disciples, as up until now, it appeared he had only accepted Master Xuandu. This was in stark contrast to the other two of the Sanqing, who at least had 12 golden immortals to uphold their prestige, while Golden Ao Island would later boast of attracting myriad immortals. Regardless of Master Xuandu's purpose for visiting, he represented the Taiching saint, making it impossible for the human race to disregard him as the current sovereign of the human race. Jiang Heng had no choice but to personally welcome him. Otherwise, it would be a slight against the saint. Under Suerin's guidance, Jiang Heng soon met the former human, now the disciple of the Taiching saint, Master Xuandu. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Master Xuandu was indeed worthy of being the saint's disciple. Having already attained the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, it had only been a few hundred years since the Taiching saint had imparted teachings to the human race. Master Xuandu's progress in cultivation within such a short span was remarkable. Among the human race, the four of Swearin had reached the level of Great Luo Golden Immortal only due to the blessings of celestial merit. In the past, there was virtually no hope for any human to rise to the ranks of Great Luo Golden Immortal purely through their own efforts. Master Xuandu's rapid ascent to such heights in merely a few hundred years was a testament to his talent, but it was likely more a result of the Taiching saint's influence. As a disciple of the saint, Master Xuandu likely practiced techniques distinctly different from those taught to the human race by the Taiching saint. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Jiang Heng inquired, Master Xuandu, what brings you to our humble abode? Since my master imparted teachings to the human race, several hundred years have passed. This time, I have come under my master's command to observe the cultivation conditions of the human race. My master specifically instructed me to spend some time among the humans to impart some Tao principles, facilitating their development. Additionally, if there are individuals of notable talent, I may take a few disciples to help our sect flourish. Master Xuandu replied. Jiang Heng maintained a calm demeanor, though his heart skipped a beat. The implications of Master Xuandu's words were significant for the average human. The fact that the Taiching saint would send Master Xuandu to impart teachings was a clear sign of the importance placed upon the human race. The Taiching saint was the leader of the human sect. Should the sect establish roots among the human race, it would be tantamount to having the support of a saint. In such a case, what would the demon race amount to? They would dare to provoke the human race. If the Taiching saint were to unleash his wrath, could the demon race withstand the fury of a saint? Yet, Jiang Heng understood that the Taiching saint's actions carried deeper meaning, far from being as simple as they appeared. Based on knowledge from his past life, during the times when the demon race slaughtered the human race, the Saint Muwa, who created the human race, remained silent, as did the Taiching saint, who established the human sect. Now, with the Taiching saint suddenly sending Master Xuandu to impart teachings among the humans, this was no mere coincidence. It seemed that during the incident with Hutu and reincarnation, I had caught the attention of the Taiching saint. Jiang Heng mused inwardly. The trajectory of events had diverged from its original course for a reason. Most likely due to the aftermath of the reincarnation incident. In the blood sea of the netherworld, Jiang Heng had revealed strength approaching that of a quasi-saint, thus attracting the attention of the Taiching saint was entirely reasonable. A saint's awareness could easily encompass the current state of the human race. Sending Master Xuandu to the human realm was a logical step. As Master Xuandu finished speaking, he noticed a troubled expression on Jiang Heng's face. He hesitated several times as if wanting to speak but refrained. Curiosity piqued, Master Xuandu asked, Is there something troubling you, my friend? To be candid, recently the demon race has invaded our human territory. Fortunately, the demons that came were not particularly strong, and we managed to fend them off. However, judging by their demeanor, they are unlikely to relent. If you were to impart teachings among the humans, I fear, Jiang Heng said hesitantly. The human race has traditionally maintained a neutral stance with the demon race. Why would they invade? Master Xuandu inquired, puzzled. You may not be aware, but the demon race has claimed that consuming human beings would enhance their cultivation, prompting countless demons to take action. The demon race is inherently domineering. Upon hearing this news, they would not let the opportunity to prey upon the human race slip by. Regardless of its veracity, Jiang Heng replied gravely, consuming humans to enhance their cultivation, our human race is born weak. How could we possibly enable the demons to grow stronger? This must be a case of misinformation, Master Xuandu asserted confidently. Fear not. With my presence to safeguard the human race, the demons will certainly not dare to act recklessly. Master Xuandu's confidence was understandable. He was the only disciple of the Tai Ching saint, and it was unlikely the demon race would disregard him. This is indeed the best scenario, with your protection over the human race. Even if the demons had 10 times their courage, they would not dare to trouble us. Jiang Heng smiled. With that settled, I shall promptly begin imparting teachings among the humans. Please make arrangements for them to come and listen to my discourse. Master Xuandu declared. Please hold on a moment. Your teachings are of utmost importance to our human race. I need to make thorough arrangements to ensure that all talented individuals come forth, since you have traveled from afar. Why not take a moment to rest? Once I have everything in order, I will invite you to share your teachings, if that is agreeable, Jiang Heng said with utmost courtesy. Master Xuandu was greatly pleased with Jiang Heng's attitude. Allowing him to take the lead in arrangements would save him considerable trouble. Once Master Xuandu departed, the expressions of Swearin and the others shifted dramatically, an ominous anger brewing within them. After Xian Du became the disciple of the Tai Ching sage, he began to refer to everyone as Dao friends, completely forgetting that he belonged to the human race. Sui Rin's face was filled with anger, expressing his dissatisfaction with Xian Du's recent address of Jiang Heng as Dao friend. Jiang Heng is currently the sovereign of the human race. It was indeed excessive for Xian Du, as a member of the human race, to refer to him in such a manner. The other members of the Chao clan were equally furious, for in their hearts, they held a deep-seated respect for Jiang Heng. Their sovereign.it was precisely because of this that they were infuriated by Xian Du's constant self-identification as a disciple of the sage and his complete disregard for his identity as a member of the human race. However, this matter was not of great concern, as Xian Du's arrival could be a boon for us. If utilized wisely, the demon race would pose little threat. Jiang Heng waved his hand, although he felt anger towards Xian Du's attitude. He could not allow that to surface. Since Xian Du insisted on presenting himself as a disciple of the sage, it conveniently aligned with Jiang Heng's intentions. He was not oblivious to the principle of leveraging power. Heng Di, do you truly intend to let Xian Du preach among the human race? Sui Ren inquired, perplexed. Not only do I want Xian Du to preach among the human race, but I also wish to publicly promote this event, inviting all the talented individuals of our kind to hear Xian Du's teachings, Jiang Heng proclaimed. But why? The four of them exclaimed in unison, even more bewildered. The larger the gathering when a disciple of the sage preaches, the better. But consider this. What if the demon race were to attack at such a moment? Jiang Heng replied with a smile. The four members of the Sui clan were astute and quickly grasped the implication of Jiang Heng's words. Xian Du preaching among the human race represented not merely himself, but the teachings of humanity and the Tai Ching sage. If, by some unfortunate chance, the demon race were to invade during this time and disrupt Xian Du's teachings, it would be tantamount to tarnishing the reputation of both the teachings of humanity and the Tai Ching sage. In that case, what other options would Xian Du have but to defend their honor? Jiang Heng's strategy of diverting disaster was executed flawlessly, ensuring that the Tai Ching sage would find himself at a disadvantage without any evidence to trace back. After all, Jiang Heng had informed Xian Du in advance that the demon race had previously invaded the human race and might do so again soon. For the sake of facilitating Xian Du's teachings among the human race and promoting the teachings of humanity, Jiang Heng's meticulous planning was hardly a fault. Furthermore, to show respect for the Tai Ching sage and the teachings of humanity, Jiang Heng had invited all the talented individuals of the human race to attend, demonstrating his utmost dedication. As for whether the demon race would show contempt for the Tai Ching sage by invading during Xian Du's preaching, that was not Jiang Heng's concern. Once the members of the Sui clan realized this, their initial gloom lifted, and they eagerly set about arranging various matters under Jiang Heng's directives. After they departed, Jiang Heng continued to ponder in silence. The current state of the human race was akin to the calm before a storm. The troubles posed by the demon race were already considerable, nearly an unavoidable calamity for the human race. And now the Tai Ching sage was also poised to intervene. Jiang Heng could surmise some of the Tai Ching sage's intentions in sending Xian Du to preach among the human race. It was likely that the cultivation methods of the human race, particularly the Zhetian Dfa, had caught the Tai Ching sage's attention, raising his vigilance. As for any deeper significance behind Xian Du's visit, Jiang Heng remained uncertain for the time being. However, it mattered little. If Xian Du wished to preach among the human race, then let him do so. Whether individuals from the human race chose to cultivate or not was beyond Jiang Heng's control. After all, the current perspective of the human race was far from narrow. Having cultivated the Zhejian DFA, how could they possibly take an interest in ordinary cultivation methods? Would the human race easily abandon their cultivation to pursue others? Chapter 39. The Surprise of Xiandu. After a brief rest, Xiandu ventured out alone, eager to observe the current development of the human race, bearing a significant responsibility. Xiandu understood that he could not afford any missteps in fulfilling his role as the representative of the Tai Ching sage among the human race. To effectively convey his teachings, it was essential to first grasp the present circumstances of the human race, a distinction that Xiandu was keenly aware of. All of this was anticipated by Jiang Heng, who had made little effort to conceal the reality of the human race. What the human race was like in the past remained unchanged in the present. After all, the sage's keen insight could easily penetrate the superficialities of the human race. Any attempts at concealment would be futile. It was better for Xiandu to witness the reality beforehand, to avoid any embarrassing blunders during his preaching. As Xiandu traveled, he grew increasingly astonished. The human race had undergone a remarkable transformation compared to what he had known. Initially, Xiandu had become a disciple of the Tai Ching sage during his teachings to the human race and had since distanced himself from them. In Xiandu's recollection, the human race had once been in a state of disarray, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Not to mention, he distinctly remembered that many among the human race were poorly clothed and often went hungry. However, as he journeyed, Xiandu beheld vibrant garments and exquisite dwellings. He was aware that the human race's leaders, Sui Ren and Ziyi, had achieved the status of Deluo golden immortals through these very means. Xiandu was not surprised by the presence of clothing and houses among the human race. What astonished him was that even the ordinary human beings, devoid of cultivation, donned splendid attire. Moreover, these common folk radiated vitality and wore bright smiles, dispelling any notions of hunger. A single leaf falling reveals the arrival of autumn. From these ordinary human beings, it was apparent that their lives had significantly improved. Had it been merely this, Xiandu would have simply marveled and praised the achievements of the human leaders. However, as he continued his journey, Xiandu was astounded to discover that cultivated individuals were now ubiquitous among the human race. Moreover, most of these cultivators possessed considerable strength, with many having ascended beyond the realm of immortals. Was this truly the same human race he remembered? Prior to the teachings of the Tai Ching sage, there were hardly any cultivators among the human race, and very few had even attained immortality, most being entirely devoid of cultivation. Thanks to the Tai Ching sage's teachings, the human race had finally produced a few proficient cultivators, yet their numbers remained limited. Soon, Xiandu even sensed the presence of golden immortal energy among the human race, which left him utterly astonished. Even in the vast wilderness, golden immortals were a formidable force, capable of dominating a region. Xiandu vividly recalled that after the Tai Ching sage's teachings, the human race had not possessed a single golden immortal. Initially, he had thought that only Sui Ren and the other 3 Deluo golden immortals could be considered noteworthy, yet to his surprise, there were now so many golden immortals. How could the human race have achieved such strength in just a few hundred years? Suddenly, Xiandu's expression shifted as he detected numerous powerful auras emanating from a certain location within the human race. He proceeded towards the source of the sensation and soon realized it was a military camp. This is the human race's army, Xiandu muttered in astonishment. Who dares intrude upon the military camp? Do you not know this is the station of my Changlin army? Just as Xiandu was contemplating, a voice of anger rang out nearby, and a figure swiftly approached him. Who are you? Why are you here? This is a restricted military area. Outsiders who dare to intrude shall be executed without mercy. The newcomer, armed with a weapon, regarded Xiandu with utmost caution. As he spoke, a palpable aura of menace enveloped Xiandu. Xiandu gazed at the newcomer, clearly recognizing him as a human soldier. Yet he was surprised to perceive that the soldier possessed considerable strength, nearly at the level of Tai Xianxian. Yet he was merely an ordinary soldier of the human race. How formidable must this army be? Speak. If you do not answer truthfully, do not blame me for being impolite. The soldier, seeing that Xiandu remained silent, spoke again in a deep tone. I am Xiandu, disciple of the Tai Ching sage, and I have inadvertently wandered into this place. Please do not take offense. Xiandu replied slowly. He was courteous, as his status was not one to quarrel with an ordinary soldier of the human race. Disciple of the Tai Ching sage, I do not care who you are. Quickly leave this place, or do not blame me for being impolite. Upon hearing the identity of the esteemed Master Xuandu, the human warrior exhibited no reaction. Resolutely maintaining his stance with an emotionless tone, Master Xuandu gazed at this human warrior in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how one could be oblivious to the significance of being a disciple of the supreme sage. Yet, despite this, the human warrior remained utterly indifferent, as if the title of the supreme sage's disciple bore no weight whatsoever. What would you do if I were to forcibly enter this military camp? Master Xuandu declared in a deep voice. As he spoke, a formidable aura erupted from his being, pressing down upon the human warrior. As a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, the sheer intensity of his presence was terrifying. However, the human warrior, albeit of the Tai Xianstian realm, was instantly drenched in cold sweat under Master Xuandu's overwhelming aura, his complexion paling. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and replied with solemnity. To trespass upon the military camp is to invite death without mercy. Master Xuandu regarded the human warrior with incredulity, sensing a palpable killing intent emanating from him. It was as though the warrior was unequivocally conveying that should Master Xuandu dare to take another step forward, he would not hesitate to act. How could a mere warrior of the Tai Xianstian realm dare to confront a disciple of a sage, a Grand Luo Golden Immortal, moreover, under the weight of Master Xuandu's powerful aura? It was already a feat for the warrior to remain steadfast, let alone make a move against him. Yet, upon seeing the unwavering determination in the warrior's eyes, Master Xuandu was certain that he would fight to the death if necessary. Why does Taoist Xuandu linger here? Is there some misunderstanding? Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, a voice resonated from afar. Master Xuandu turned to find that it was Yu Chao Shi who had arrived. Ah, it is Yu Chao Shi. I have inadvertently wandered here. Indeed a misunderstanding, though not of great consequence. Master Xuandu responded. No harm done. This place is indeed a crucial military camp, and according to the edicts of Emperor Heng, trespassers are to be met with lethal force. Please do not take offense, for this human warrior is merely fulfilling his duty. Yu Chao Shi explained. As the commander of the Changlin army, Yu Chao Shi naturally sought to defend his soldiers. Hence his remarks. Now I see, I have indeed overstepped, and I hope you will not hold it against me. Master Xuandu replied. It is of no consequence. This is not a place for conversation. If Taoist Xuandu wishes to go somewhere, I would be honored to guide you, Yu Chao Shi offered. Having been away from the human realm for centuries, I find it has transformed remarkably. I would relish the opportunity to explore, and your guidance would be most welcome, Master Xuandu said. Thus, accompanied by Yu Chao Shi, Master Xuandu commenced his exploration of the human realm. Along the way, he remained exceptionally curious about the state of the human military. My friend, to speak candidly, I recently discovered numerous powerful presences within that military camp, which piqued my interest to investigate further. If it is not too much trouble, could you enlighten me about the current state of the human army? Master Xuandu could not contain his curiosity and inquired. The army of the humans was established under the auspices of Emperor Heng, and presently comprises 4 divisions: wind, forest, fire, and mountain. The wind division is the Windwave army, tasked with. Yu Chao Shi did not withhold any information detailing the situation of the human military, which only served to astonish Master Xuandu further. Once again, the transformation of the human race was undeniable. In the event of conflict between humans and demons, the strength of the human race would inevitably be revealed. Master Xuandu, amidst Jiang Heng's schemes, was pivotal in the struggle against the demon race, and Yu Chao Shi would not deliberately obscure the truth from him. Though the Qian army consists of merely 5,000 troops, astonishingly, all are golden immortals, Master Xuandu exclaimed in wonder. The more he learned about the present state of the human race, the more astonished he became. The strength of the human race now far surpassed his previous perceptions. A military force composed of 5,000 golden immortals, while not rivaling the witch and demon races, nonetheless represented a formidable power within the vast expanse of the primordial world. More crucially, Master Xuandu understood that the human race had achieved such strength in just a few hundred years. If granted several millennia, could the human race not eventually stand on equal footing with the witch and demon races? From that moment forth, Master Xuandu harbored a subtle apprehension that his mission to impart teachings among the human race would not be as facile as he had once presumed, despite being a Grand Luo Golden Immortal. And with a sage as his mentor, Master Xuandu questioned whether he could replicate the rapid advancement that the human race had achieved in such a short span, while his own astonishment is a matter for another time. It is pertinent to note that all of his movements were meticulously monitored by Jiang Heng. The thoughts of Master Xuandu were of little consequence. What truly mattered were the designs of the supreme sage that lay behind him. Regardless, the notion of the sage was a compelling allure that Jiang Heng was determined to seize. Chapter 40. The Peaches of Immortality. The Golden Body of Merit. Under Yu Chao Shi's guidance, Master Xuandu traversed the entirety of the human realm. Returning with a profound sense of existential doubt, Master Xuandu, not being naive, discerned that the primary catalyst for the human race's transformation resided in a singular individual, the current ruler of the human race. Self-styled Emperor Hong, Jiang Heng, was the architect of this remarkable evolution. From the myriad reports that reached Master Xuandu's ears, it was evident that it was Jiang Heng who had enlightened the four figures of the Swearing clan, thus allowing the celestial order to bestow merit, enabling each to attain enlightenment. Consequently, figures like Swearing were able to ascend to the status of Grand Luo Golden Immortals, granting the human race a newfound strength. It was Jiang Heng who, in the seclusion of his cultivation, conceptualized an innovative path of cultivation and disseminated it among the entirety of the human race, ushering in a glorious era of human cultivation. Furthermore, it was Jiang Heng who established the four armies of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, bestowing the human race with a structured military capable of external conquest for the first time. As a member of the human race, Master Xuandu felt an immense sense of pride witnessing the emergence of such a formidable leader in Jiang Heng. Regardless of his personal contemplations, as a member of the human race, it was instinctual for him to hope for its prosperity. However, Master Xuandu was also engulfed in deep concern, primarily regarding the new cultivation method pioneered by Jiang Heng. Within the human race, the Zhutian Emperor Law was not a mystery. Master Xuandu had certainly heard of it. In preparation for his teachings, to ensure he comprehended both himself and his audience, Master Xuandu had even taken the time to study the cultivation method established by Jiang Heng. What he discovered was nothing short of astonishing. In Master Xuandu's view, Jiang Heng's cultivation method was unlike anything he had ever encountered. His own cultivation technique, passed down from the supreme sage and rooted in the orthodox teachings of the Tao ancestor Honghuang, was intricate and profound. Yet Jiang Heng's method, known as the Human Emperor Law, diverged drastically from Master Xuandu's own practices. The concepts of refining the human body's secret realms and unlocking its potential to the fullest, as well as the Wheel Sea and Tao Palace secret realms, were entirely foreign to Master Xuandu. This seemed akin to a heretical path, a fundamental subversion of the orthodox methods of the Tao. Yet paradoxically, it was this very method that had become the cornerstone of cultivation among all humans, yielding commendable results. This cannot stand. My master established the teachings of humanity, which should serve as the orthodoxy for the human race. If the human race were to abandon the teachings of humanity, what fate would befall the teachings themselves? Should my master take offense, the entire human race would undoubtedly suffer. I must restore order. The Grand Master Xuandu pondered silently at that moment. He seemed to grasp the reason why the great sage Ta Ching had sent him to impart the teachings to the human race. As the foremost disciple of the human sect, it was imperative for Grand Master Xuandu to uphold the orthodoxy of the sect, which fundamentally rested upon the principle of humanity. If there were no practitioners of the human sect's doctrines among the entirety of the human race, then the sect would merely become a facade, devoid of any existential significance. Grand Master Xuandu resolved internally to ardently disseminate the teachings this time, striving to showcase the profound methods of the human sect in order to transform the cultivation system of humanity. Moreover, he had decided to take on several more disciples to further propagate the teachings of the sect among the human populace, setting aside the myriad thoughts swirling in Grand Master Xuandu's mind. It would take a considerable amount of time for Jiang Heng to orchestrate the various arrangements for the Grand Master's teachings. Naturally, these tasks would be managed by others, such as Swearing and his associates, and did not require Jiang Heng's concern. Instead, he needed to contemplate other matters. As the demonic race threatened to invade, while Grand Master Xuandu and the great sage Ta Ching served as commendable shields, Jiang Heng would not place all his hopes in this regard. The intentions of the sages were profoundly enigmatic. Attempting to outmaneuver them was no trivial endeavor. The strength of the human race itself was paramount. Currently, the human race lacked no cultivation methods, and in the vast wilderness of the cosmos, there were no shortage of rare materials, sufficient for crafting various magical artifacts. To elevate the human race swiftly, Jiang Heng contemplated a possibility: the innate spiritual roots. Previously, during his encounter with Jin Yuanzi at the Five, he had the fortune to experience the marvel of the innate spiritual root, the ginseng fruit. Regrettably, the ginseng fruit took an excessively long time to mature, yielding only 30 fruits at a time, which was but a drop in the bucket for billions of humans. In summary, among all innate spiritual roots, the Pan Tao was likely to have the most significant impact on humanity. Once this innate spiritual root matured, it could elevate the human race to the realm of immortals in a remarkably short period, saving countless hours of cultivation. It could be said that the future glory of the heavenly court was in no small part due to the Pan Tao. However, lamentably, this innate spiritual root currently lay in the hands of the Tao ancestor Honghuang, who would eventually bestow it upon the Queen Mother. Attempting to seize the elixir of immortality from the Tao ancestor was nothing short of a fool's errand, akin to courting death. even with the backing of the Tao ancestor. Jiang Heng knew that acquiring the Pan Tao would be nearly impossible. While Jiang Heng had relinquished any hope for innate spiritual roots in the wilderness, he found solace in the elixir of immortality within the Zhetian world, which could be exchanged given sufficient luck value. Within the Zhetian world, there also existed an elixir named Pan Tao, albeit with effects distinct from the innate spiritual root Pan Tao of the wilderness. After searching the system's marketplace for a brief moment, Jiang Heng finally located the elixir of Pan Tao. Item name: Pan Tao Elixir of Immortality. Grade: Superior. Required luck value for exchange: 8,000 points. Description: Originally possessed by the Queen Mother of the Western Paradise in the Zhetian world, this elixir possesses immense potency, capable of allowing an emperor to live again. Following system modifications, it can cultivate offshoots. Although a single elixir of immortality was invaluable, it could hardly resolve the current predicament of the entire human race. What Jiang Heng valued was that the Pan Tao elixir, after system enhancement, could indeed cultivate offshoots. These offshoots would essentially function as a lesser version of the Pan Tao elixir, somewhat akin to the Pan Tao found in the wilderness. The Pan Tao in the wilderness, fully named the innate rainwater Pan Tao tree, was initially just another innate spiritual root similar to the ginseng fruit tree. After being granted to the Queen Mother by the Tao ancestor, it transformed into the 3,600 peach trees of the Heavenly Court's Pan Tao garden. The first 1,200 trees bore small flowers and fruits, maturing every 3,000 years, granting immortality to those who consumed them. The next 1,200 trees bore sweet fruits, maturing every 6,000 years, allowing those who partook to ascend to the heavens and attain eternal life. The final 1,200 trees bore purple-veined, fine-shelled fruit, maturing every 9,000 years, bestowing longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. Each of these Pan Tao trees could yield a considerable number of fruits, leading to an astonishing quantity of Pan Tao within the Heavenly Court. It was precisely due to the Pan Tao that the Heavenly Court was able to gradually flourish, and alongside the events of the investiture of the gods, it truly thrived. Jiang Heng did not seek the Pan Tao elixir to yield the same results. As long as he could cultivate as many offshoots as possible, the expenditure of luck value would be worthwhile. After exchanging for the Pan Tao elixir, Jiang Heng found his remaining points to be scant, rendering him unable to acquire other treasures in the near future. He subsequently entrusted the Pan Tao elixir to Swearin, instructing them to assign personnel to oversee it and to expedite research into cultivating the offshoots. This endeavor would not yield immediate results. Achieving initial success would likely require at least several hundred years of diligent effort. Following this, Jiang Heng entered seclusion once more, contemplating how to bolster his arsenal during this tumultuous period for the human race. The merit body was indeed a remarkable asset. Jiang Heng mused. In light of his inability to enhance his own strength in the short term, he naturally turned his attention to external resources, and the merit body was undoubtedly an excellent choice. When Swearin and his companions attained enlightenment, the Heavenly Tao had bestowed boundless merit upon them, and their attainment was largely due to Jiang Heng's guidance. Consequently, when the Heavenly Tao conferred merit, a significant portion also fell upon Jiang Heng. Moreover, during the reincarnation of the earth, Jiang Heng not only provided guidance but also intervened at a critical moment to stabilize the impending collapse of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Over time, the merit he possessed had reached an astonishing magnitude. Such immense merit could elevate even an ordinary human devoid of cultivation to the pinnacle of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. However, Jiang Heng had always been wary of merit, which is why he had refrained from assimilating it into his being for rapid enhancement. Otherwise, with the accumulation of boundless merit, he might indeed have had the hope of breaking through his bottleneck and stepping into the realm of emperors. The merit body was undoubtedly the optimal choice for Jiang Heng. Refining the merit body did not necessitate the integration of merit into his own body. In simple terms, the merit body was akin to a defensive magical artifact forged from boundless merit. One could envision the merit body as a layer of armor worn upon oneself, possessing formidable defensive capabilities, while simultaneously deterring many powerful beings from acting against him. Anyone who dared to disrupt the merit body would inevitably become entangled in their own karmic retribution, which bore severe consequences in the wilderness. The decline of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans stemmed from the countless lives lost in that fateful battle, resulting in the shattering of the wilderness and their subsequent entanglement in boundless karma. Due to this overwhelming karma, the Qilin clan faced extinction, the Phoenix clan was nearly annihilated, and only the Dragon clan continued to struggle, their circumstances dire. With the merit body as his shield, Jiang Heng transformed into a hedgehog within the wilderness. It was exceedingly rare for anyone to dare lay a hand upon him. It is no exaggeration to say that, as long as the merit within the merit body was sufficiently abundant. Even a sage would need to think twice before taking action against Jiang Heng. For Jiang Heng, once the merit body was successfully refined, he would possess an additional measure of confidence when facing the great sage Ta Ching in the future. In merely a few months, he had successfully initiated the refinement of the merit body. Of course, this was merely a preliminary form, and it still had a distance to travel before becoming a true merit body. Upon emerging from his seclusion, the time had arrived for Grandmaster Xuandu to impart his teachings among the human race. Chapter 41. Xuandu's Teachings. The Grandmaster Xuandu was set to deliver his teachings to humanity. And under Jiang Heng's arrangements, the news had been fervently publicized by Swerin and others, making it widely known. The title of direct disciple of the great sage Ta Ching held considerable allure for the human race. Prompting many talented individuals to take notice, Jiang Heng did not intervene in any matters. Rather, he welcomed this situation, although the Zetian Emperor's method was a creation of Jiang Heng within the wilderness. He had never believed that the human race should solely practice the Zetian Emperor's method. Embracing diversity was the path to longevity, by continually absorbing the essence and discarding the dross. Humanity could progress and create a brilliant civilization. The reason for advocating that the entire human race cultivate the Zetian Emperor's method was solely due to the lack of viable cultivation methods available. What else could they practice besides the Zetian Emperor's method? If the teachings imparted by Grandmaster Xuandu possessed merit, Jiang Heng would not object to humanity practicing the methods of the human sect. If one day various cultivation methods flourished within the human race, and even geniuses emerged to create new paths of cultivation, Jiang Heng would be immensely gratified, for that would signify that humanity had entered a prosperous era, capable of producing countless talents to innovate and renew. However, the human race was also astute, with the Zetian Emperor's method as a shining example. Would anyone still choose to cultivate the teachings of Grandmaster Xuandu if they were mediocre? On the day of the sermon, Master Xuandu awoke from his meditation early, meticulously preparing for a long time before finally setting off. His recent experiences among the human race had made Master Xuandu place immense importance on this sermon, leaving no room for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon arriving at the venue, he was greeted by the sight of countless humans gathered, prompting him to nod inwardly. It seemed that the current human race held great reverence for the saint of Ta Ching. Perhaps the situation was not as dire as he had imagined, he mused. Master Xuandu had initially thought that, due to the cultivation of the techniques founded by Jiang Heng, the number of attendees at his sermon would be limited. However, the reality surpassed his expectations significantly, filling him with renewed vigor and confidence. When he reached the designated location for the sermon, Jiang Heng and others had already been waiting, and Master Xuandu nodded once more. Noting that the current leader of the human race not only possessed remarkable talent and capability, but also held sufficient respect for the saint of Ta Ching and the teachings of the human faith. If he could guide Jiang Heng onto the right path, integrating him into the human faith, the entire human race would surely flourish as a result, having been sent by the saint of Ta Ching to deliver this sermon. Master Xuandu found that Jiang Heng had not given him any trouble whatsoever. Moreover, Jiang Heng had been diligently assisting him throughout the process, a gesture that did not go unnoticed by Master Xuandu, who remembered it well. As the leader of the human race, Jiang Heng's attitude spoke volumes, and Master Xuandu felt no dissatisfaction. My friend, your mission to deliver the teachings of the saint of Ta Ching among the human race is indeed a blessing for us. Jiang Heng remarked, you are too kind. As a member of the human race myself, I naturally hope for its continued prosperity, Master Xuandu replied. Exchanging glances, Sui Ren and the others wore expressions of bemusement. Had Master Xuandu not mentioned it, they might have genuinely thought he had forgotten his own heritage. Today, the most exceptional talents of our human race are gathered here, having long admired your distinguished presence. I hope you will not hesitate to impart your wisdom, Jiang Heng continued courteously. Master Xuandu's demeanor grew increasingly affable, and he privately resolved to impart some of the core teachings of the human faith today. Jiang Heng's words were not mere flattery. Those present were indeed the finest talents of the human race. However, most of these prodigies were warriors from the four military factions: wind, forest, fire, and mountain. From the very inception of these factions, Jiang Heng had set stringent standards. Only true talents could become warriors within them. As a direct disciple of the saint of Ta Ching and a figure of considerable cultivation himself, Master Xuandu possessed a wealth of knowledge. Attending his sermon was undoubtedly beneficial. Any insights gained would be a delightful surprise. I apologize for the trouble, but my mission to deliver the teachings was specifically entrusted to me by my master, and it must be executed flawlessly. Master Xuandu asserted earnestly. Rest assured, everything is prepared. Today is merely the first session, where the talents of our human race will listen to your teachings. After your initial session, there will still be over 10 more sermons to follow. Jiang Heng vowed earnestly. Over 10 more? Master Xuandu was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the revelation. He had intended to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to this sermon. And considering the saint of Ta Ching had delivered teachings among the human race for a millennium, he felt he should at least impart knowledge for a century. If Jiang Heng's words were to be believed, he would be expected to preach for over 1,000 years among the human race. The millennium was insignificant for someone of his cultivation level, yet he was perplexed as to why so many sermons were necessary. Was it possible that the current talents of the human race were lacking in comprehension, necessitating multiple sessions for understanding? As a disciple of the saint of Ta Ching, endowed with profound teachings, your ability to preach among the human race presents a monumental opportunity. Such an opportunity should not be reserved solely for the talented. Even ordinary humans would benefit immensely from listening to your profound insights. Therefore, I propose that we allow all members of the human race to attend your sermons. However, given their vast numbers, we must divide them into several groups to attend one after another, Jiang Heng explained. Master Xuandu was deeply moved, his gaze towards Jiang Heng filled with unspoken words. What had he just heard? Jiang Heng intended for all of humanity to hear his teachings. The significance of this gesture was profound. Master Xuandu realized he had misjudged the human race all along. Jiang Heng, the leader, was evidently placing great importance not only on him but also on the teachings of the human faith and the saint of Ta Ching. Reflecting on Jiang Heng's actions since his arrival among the humans, it was clear that he held tremendous respect for Master Xuandu, the human faith, and the saint of Ta Ching. Perhaps the techniques created by Jiang Heng were merely a byproduct of necessity, arising from the lack of profound cultivation methods available to the human race. There is truly no need for such grand arrangements. It would be quite cumbersome to have all the humans come to listen to my sermon. Master Xuandu expressed, genuinely touched. My friend, therein lies your misunderstanding. The current state of our human race is entirely dependent on the saint of Ta Ching's teachings delivered over a millennium. Now that the saint has commanded you to preach among us, it is imperative that we honor this opportunity. To deny all humans the chance to listen to your teachings would be to squander the saint's good intentions. Jiang Heng replied with earnest gravity. Master Xuandu found himself rendered speechless by Jiang Heng's words and had no choice but to acquiesce, his perception of Jiang Heng undergoing a significant transformation. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that Sui Run and the others nearby wore expressions of considerable discomfort. Those who were familiar with Jiang Heng's plans might have been persuaded by his rhetoric. To suggest that all humans should gather to hear Master Xuandu's sermon was indeed a way to ensure that he remained among them for an extended period. This would provide the human race with more maneuvering room when the demon race arrived. Furthermore, as Master Xuandu had willingly come to preach, Jiang Heng had no reason to hinder him. By allowing Master Xuandu to deliver as many sermons as he wished, Jiang Heng was demonstrating his respect for the saint of Ta Ching. With Master Xuandu preaching among the humans for over 1,000 years, it would be as though the saint of Ta Ching was backing the human race for that duration. Given that time span, it was likely that the third battle between the witch and demon races would erupt. By then, the demon race would hardly concern themselves with the human race, amidst the palpable anticipation of countless humans. Master Xuandu sat cross-legged in midair, his level of cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal fully displayed. Gazing upon the vibrant and promising talents before him, Master Xuandu maintained a solemn expression. Yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. The prodigies undoubtedly represented the future of the human race, and to have so many gathered to hear his teachings was a source of great contentment. In Master Xuandu's view, as long as these talents were imparted the teachings of the human faith, they would surely be able to transform the current plight of humanity. Eventually, as everyone practiced the profound techniques of the human faith, its branches would naturally expand and flourish within the human race. Today, I come at the behest of the saint of Ta Ching to impart the teachings of the human faith. I hope you all will earnestly seek to comprehend its subtleties. The universe was birthed from the primordial essence, the source of all To achieve peace, one must contemplate this essence. Neglecting its roots leads to great turmoil. The profound sounds of doctrine flowed from Master Xuandu's lips. And after a moment of listening, even Jiang Heng found himself nodding in agreement. It appeared that Master Xuandu had indeed brought forth some genuine expertise for his teachings among the human race. Jiang Heng murmured to himself, the wisdom imparted by Master Xuandu was not of the ordinary sort, but rather a profound and intricate doctrine of the Tao. This was a significant improvement over the cultivation methods taught by the saint of Ta Ching during his millennium of preaching among humanity. Chapter 42. cultivating the essence of the classics. Having reached his current realm, the teachings expounded by the Grand Master Xuandu were, for Jiang Heng, not particularly profound, however. For those among the human race who had yet to attain the pinnacle of the Deluo golden immortal state, the Grand Master's discourse still held considerable merit. It was not that listening to the Grand Master necessitated a revision of their cultivation methods, but rather that it provided insights that could lead to significant personal enlightenment. Upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, every small detail contributes to one's accumulation. When the accumulation becomes sufficient, a breakthrough occurs as a natural progression. The doctrine articulated by the Grand Master Xuandu originates from the Supreme Clarity Sage, a figure revered as the foremost among the 6 sages, whose understanding is undoubtedly extraordinary, even though Jiang Heng possessed strength surpassing that of the Grand Master by a level. This was primarily due to the completion of his primordial sacred body. In terms of true realms, Jiang Heng, at the 9th heavenly layer of the semi-emperor stage, remained within the confines of the Deluo golden immortal level. As he listened to the Grand Master's teachings, Jiang Heng also engaged in introspection, seeking to complement his weaknesses with the strengths of others. The celestial emperor method he practiced was the most potent technique at each stage, allowing him to forge unparalleled combat prowess. During the cycle secret realm, he cultivated the Tao Sutra. In the Tao Palace secret realm, he delved into the Western Sovereign Sutra. In the Four Extremes secret realm, he practiced the Hengyu Sutra. And during the Transformation Dragon secret realm, he engaged with the Supreme Sovereign Sutra. In the Immortal Platform secret realm, he simultaneously cultivated both the Lunar True Sutra and the Solar True Sutra, achieving a state of harmonious yin and yang. In the world of the Celestial Emperor, due to the laws of heaven and earth, only one enlightened being could emerge in each era, and the path to enlightenment traversed by predecessors could not be replicated. Thus, for those aspiring to become emperors, upon reaching the semi-emperor stage, they must carve out a path that is uniquely their own. In the vast primordial expanse, however, such constraints do not exist. In other words, a complete Emperor Sutra can indeed facilitate the attainment of the Emperor realm. Yet, for someone like Jiang Heng, whose cultivation across various stages relied on different Emperor Sutras, the journey to the Emperor realm becomes significantly more arduous. From the moment he embarked on the path of cultivation, Jiang Heng understood this truth, yet he resolutely chose this challenging route. It is not that complete Emperor Sutras lack power, be it the indestructible heavenly art or the heavenly Emperor Sutra. Both are immensely potent. However, from the outset, Jiang Heng's aspirations extended beyond merely entering the Emperor realm. He harbored ambitions of a loftier nature. The most suitable path is indeed the best. While a complete Emperor Sutra is formidable, it may not perfectly align with Jiang Heng's essence. Although this may not have a substantial impact upon entering the Emperor realm, it could potentially become a critical flaw when striving for further advancement. Upon entering the Emperor realm, establishing a path that is in complete harmony with oneself and forging the unique method is the true way to longevity. At present, Jiang Heng traverses such a path of cultivation, a journey fraught with challenges that may consume vast amounts of time. Yet, should he succeed, the rewards will be astonishing, paving the way for his future, cultivating a myriad of scriptures. The moment Jiang Heng set foot on the path of cultivation, he prepared to emulate the heavenly Emperor Yi, embarking on a challenging path to enlightenment, nurturing numerous scriptures within himself, encompassing myriad paths within a single body. To walk this path, one must utilize the heavens and earth as a furnace, employing various scriptures as fuel, incinerating oneself, igniting this furnace, refining one's essence, and honing the true self. This is a treacherous road, arguably one fraught with peril, where a moment's carelessness could result in obliteration. Yet for Jiang Heng, he first has the successful experience of the heavenly Emperor Yi to draw upon, and he possesses several elixirs of immortality, even in the face of danger. The efficacy of these elixirs could grant Jiang Heng multiple opportunities for recovery from failure. At this moment, as Jiang Heng absorbed the Grand Master Xuandu's teachings, he felt a stirring within, becoming immersed in profound insights. Without alarming anyone, Jiang Heng's figure vanished from the sight of the Grand Master's discourse. With newfound understanding, Jiang Heng wished not to disturb the Grand Master who was delivering his teachings, thus he departed alone, preparing to enter seclusion for further cultivation. Upon reaching a secluded location, Jiang Heng seated himself upon the ground. His physical form began to radiate light, and a vast chant of scriptures emanated from within him. The past self, the true self, and the Tao self awakened within Jiang Heng, their cycles intertwining, as if three distinct selves or three divine beings existed simultaneously. During his relentless journey of cultivation, the past self, true self, and Tao self had already awakened, and Jiang Heng had comprehended numerous profound truths. To speak earnestly, the past self, true self, and Tao self bear significant resemblance to the method of severing the three corpses passed down by the Tao ancestor in the primordial realm. In that realm, the so-called good corpse, evil corpse, and self corpse closely parallel the past self, true self, and Tao self. However, the past self, true self, and Tao self that Jiang Heng has condensed possess distinctly different significances from the three corpses of the primordial realm. Among the past self, true self, and Tao self, the past self represents the past, the Tao self symbolizes the future, and the true self embodies the present essence. I in the world of the celestial emperor. The past self, true self, and Tao self are a trinity of manifestations of the original self. Why then must they be severed? At this juncture, Jiang Heng summoned all three, with the past self emerging from the past, the original self residing in the present, and the Tao self standing in the future, resulting in a cascade of wondrous phenomena. At this moment, within Jiang Heng's corporeal form, an ethereal aura ascended, manifesting as spirals of white mist. His divine form radiating with an air of solemnity, akin to transcending into the ethereal realm. Suddenly, a blaze of intense flames erupted from Jiang Heng's being, igniting fiercely upon him, amidst the searing flames. The resonant chants grew ever more thunderous, and Jiang Heng found himself enveloped within a celestial furnace. This was the Tao fire, ignited by Jiang Heng using the Emperor Sutras as kindling and myriad paths as the furnace. An unparalleled Tao flame intended for forging his own path. Though Jiang Heng had only cultivated one Emperor Sutra at each stage, he had meticulously studied all complete Emperor Sutras. In this moment, the sounds of the Tao reverberating within him, upon closer listening, revealed the essence of various complete Emperor Sutras. At this instant, time seemed to freeze, as the past self recited scriptures for the present life. The true self existed in the current world, and the Tao self sat in the future, seeking enlightenment. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, under the scorching flames, Jiang Heng's already perfected primordial sacred body underwent a tremendous transformation. The true self's corporeal form shattered, golden blood, alabaster bones, and torn flesh scattered in all directions, not immediately reassembling. Within the blazing furnace, the past self, original self, and Tao self chanted in unison, seeking enlightenment. Every fragment of flesh, every broken bone, and every drop of golden blood shimmered with a radiant glow. In a moment of reverie, the flesh, bones, and blood continuously decomposed, transforming into countless ancient stars, innumerable in number, some sparkling like a galaxy, others grand like celestial bodies, creating a scene of splendor. The sounds of the Tao within Jiang Heng grew increasingly resounding, as an unparalleled aura surged forth from his being, cultivating a myriad of scriptures. Through this transcendent art, Jiang Heng finally took a momentous step, beginning to comprehend the supreme truths of the Tao. Countless Emperor Sutras melded together. Jiang Heng underwent a metamorphosis, evolving a path that belonged to him, nurturing a multitude of scriptures within a single vessel and encompassing myriad paths within one body. He utilized the heavens and earth as a furnace, employing various Emperor Sutras as fuel, incinerating himself, igniting the furnace, refining his essence, and honing the true self. At this moment, even Jiang Heng's fully realized primordial sacred body was undergoing unimaginable transformation. Jiang Heng nurtured a plethora of scriptures within a single furnace, embodying myriad paths within himself. The flesh and bones ultimately reconfigured. He took that crucial step, beginning to manifest his own path, though still in its nascent form and far from perfection, for Jiang Heng. Having taken this step, the remaining journey is merely a matter of time. The sound of chanting resounded thunderously, as the Tao reverberated. The past self and Tao self converged, one from the past and one from the future. The true self manifested a divine form, revealing the essence of the Tao. The past self and true self intertwined like yin and yang, merging as two currents of energy and harmony, encircling the true self. Yin and yang signify the Tao. Yang is the mother of all things in the world, the origin of all transformations, the convergence of the supreme truths of the Tao, the past self and Tao self. Upon merging, transformed into a golden taiji circle. Their union birthed the Tao. The fusion of the past self and Tao self produced wondrous transformations, giving rise to a completely new original self within the golden taiji circle. The convergence of yin and yang manifested the Tao, and scriptures densely inscribed the circle, with Jiang Heng emerging as the natural curve of the Tao, authentically manifested in the depths of his being. Jiang Heng sensed that his already perfected primordial sacred body had seemingly advanced yet another level. This was a reforged corporeal form through the Tao fire, aptly termed the Tao body, transcending even the limits of the primordial sacred body. The Tao encompasses heaven and earth, encompasses all things, and contains the essence of the universe. In the crucible of calamity, new life is conceived, and further progress appears as a natural evolution. My essence intertwines with the Tao, harmonizing with it to give birth to my true self. Jiang Heng has taken his initial steps along his own path, his entire being resonating in unison as the nascent form of the supreme path begins to take shape. From this moment forth, Jiang Heng shall continuously draw upon the essence of all imperial scriptures, steadily refining the supreme path he has initiated. This shall be the path most suitable for Jiang Heng, serving as the cornerstone for his ascent to greater realms, holding immense significance. As previously stated, having taken this step, a breakthrough is merely a matter of time. At last, he has reached this juncture. Jiang Heng awakens from his self-cultivation, his countenance devoid of joy or sorrow. This breakthrough was anticipated. This occasion aligns fortuitously with the teachings of Master Xian Du, which have profoundly stirred Jiang Heng, enlightening him to the essence of nurturing the myriad scriptures. Following this, he merely needs to settle for a while longer before attempting to break through, truly striving for the realm of the great emperor. In light of the aggressive demeanor of the demon clan and the precarious situation of humanity, this is undoubtedly good news. Chapter 43. The demon clan has arrived. Jiang Heng, through the method of nurturing the myriad scriptures, cultivates them within himself, embodying countless paths in one form, and truly begins to nurture his own supreme path. Upon emerging from his retreat, Jiang Heng calculates that he has spent a full decade in seclusion, fortunate that no significant events have transpired among humanity during this time. At this moment, Master Xian Du continues his teachings. For him, 10 years is merely the opening chapter, perhaps due to Jiang Heng's meticulous planning, or perhaps moved by humanity's yearning for the Tao. Master Xian Du not only prepares for each teaching session to last a century, but also decides to impart his lifelong ultimate skills to humanity. This diverges somewhat from Master Xian Du's original intent, yet what can be done? Humanity's reverence for the Tathagata and the teachings of humanity is simply profound. As Jiang Heng anticipated, despite all the prodigious talents of humanity practicing the Emperor's law of heaven, they too have garnered immense insights from the teachings. Through associative learning, many talented individuals trapped in the secret realm of the immortal terrace find their barriers beginning to loosen, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. After a century of Master Xian Du's teachings, many of humanity's gifted individuals will likely achieve breakthroughs. Jiang Heng naturally welcomes this development, and even he diligently listens to Master Xian Du's discourse. Absorbing the essence of the Tathagata's teachings, the path understood by the Tathagata is rooted in the principles of Tai Chi and Yin Yang. Tranquility and non-action are the essence of cultivating the Tao. Providing him with numerous insights, Jiang Heng muses inwardly. The Tathagata is a manifestation of the primordial spirit of Pangu, a naturally born master of great powers, whose insights directly point to the fundamentals of the Tao. However, when discussing the essence of the Tathagata's path to sanctification, it is indeed the Tao of Tai Chi and Yin Yang, as evidenced by the treasures possessed by the Tathagata. The Tai Chi diagram in the Tathagata's possession, transformed from the Pangu axe, is an immensely powerful innate treasure. The Tai Chi diagram possesses the ability to stabilize the forces of earth, water, fire, and wind, transform the powers of Yin and Yang, and unravel the mysteries of heavenly principles, encompassing the myriad manifestations of existence. As Master Xian Du's sole disciple, he has inherited the supreme teachings rooted in Tai Chi and Yin Yang. Meanwhile, during his time in the immortal Terra secret realm, Jiang Heng has cultivated both the true scriptures of the Yin and the true scriptures of the Sun, gaining profound insights into Yin and Yang. This mutual verification has granted Jiang Heng further understanding of the Tao of Tai Chi and Yin Yang. A delightful surprise. Time in cultivation is unquantifiable, and after 30 years have passed, Master Xian Du gradually reaches a peak in his teachings, which become increasingly profound. All present among humanity are immersed in the mysterious rhythms of the Tao, various insights flooding their minds as their own realms begin to ascend. Suddenly, a tremendous roar emanates from afar, awakening all who were absorbed in the Tao's resonance. Master Xian Du furrows his brow, casting a displeased glance at Jiang Heng. This is a critical moment in his teachings. How can it be interrupted? Fellow Taoist, please hold on. There must be some underlying mystery here. Allow me to investigate the matter. Jiang Heng speaks solemnly. The method of nurturing the myriad scriptures has already begun to yield results. During Master Xian Du's teachings, Jiang Heng's Tao realm elevates moment by moment. This disruption brings not only dissatisfaction to Master Xian Du, but also regret to Jiang Heng. Yet what is destined to arrive will inevitably come. This was anticipated. Just as Jiang Heng prepares to rise, a thunderous voice reverberates through the heavens and earth. Lowly humans, come forth and accept your doom. Alongside this declaration, countless powerful auras erupt, rapidly approaching humanity. Gazing up, he sees a multitude of enormous figures from the demon clan, a dense horde nearly blotting out the sky, just as Jiang Heng anticipated. The demon clan has indeed arrived. He sensed their presence the moment the tremendous roar sounded. The demon clan's arrival is slightly delayed from his expectations, coming forth only after Master Xian Du has taught for 40 years, which is rather inefficient. Yet, this time, the demon clan does not bring mere rabble. The sheer intensity of their auras indicates that many formidable figures accompany them. The demon clan, they truly dare to invade humanity? Master Xian Du exclaims in disbelief. Jiang Heng had warned him of the potential invasion, yet Master Xian Du had always dismissed it. After all, humanity is fashioned by the Saint Yuhua, and the Tathagata established the teachings of humanity among them. How could the demon clan so brazenly infringe upon them? The demon clan has not only arrived, but has chosen to do so at a pivotal moment in his teachings. What could their intentions be? The demon clan's arrival likely spells trouble. Fellow Taoist, this teaching of yours may be difficult to continue. Jiang Heng's expression grows grave. No matter, there may be some misunderstanding. Let us go see for ourselves. Master Xian Du contemplates for a moment before responding. However, judging by the demon clan's overwhelming numbers and their formidable auras, it is evident that their arrival is far from peaceful. Relay my command, the wind, forest, fire, and mountain armies, mobilize at once. Jiang Heng instructs the likes of Sui Ren and others sternly. In truth, Jiang Heng and his companions had long anticipated the demon clan's arrival, and various preparations had been completed well in advance. Humanity begins to organize its defenses methodically. Aside from the Mountain Guard army protecting humanity, the other three armies swiftly assemble. As the vast horde of the demon clan approaches humanity, the Windstorm Army, Long Forest Army, and Crimson Flame Army have already formed ranks, preparing for battle. Jiang Heng and his companions stand at the forefront of humanity, their expressions gradually turning serious as they behold the approaching demon clan. Master Xian Du gazes at the demon clan and solemnly remarks, I did not expect that one of the 10 demon deities, Jiao would personally come. The 10 demon deities are the pinnacle of the demon clan, second only to the demon emperor Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and the demon master Kun Peng. Once, these 10 demon deities were referred to as the 10 demon saints of the demon clan. However, following the ascension of the 6 saints, they altered their title to avoid invoking the name of the saints. Jiao is one of the 10 demon deities, a primordial ferocious beast capable of spewing water and fire. Its cries resembling an infant's wail and possessing 9 heads, hence its name. Jiao has long been renowned in the primordial world for its ferocity, and its arrival among humanity is marked by an aggressive demeanor, indicating that it is not here with benevolent intentions. Ha ha ha. Once a lowly human clan, you now exhibit some semblance of spirit. No wonder you dare to challenge my demon clan. I now present you with 2 choices. Either surrender obediently and await our judgment, or I shall annihilate you all. Jiao proclaims from above, its enormous form and 9 terrifying heads glaring menacingly at humanity, sending shivers down their spines. Master Xian Du's brow furrows. The demon clan's aggressive stance, vowing to eradicate humanity, is utterly excessive. Taking a deep breath, Master Xian Du steps forward, unleashing the might of his Deluo golden immortal cultivation. I am Xian Du, disciple of the Tathagata, here at the behest of my master to impart the teachings of humanity. What business do you have in disturbing us? Facing Jiao, Master Xian Du stands resolute, his voice resonating in the ears of all the demon clan. Hearing Master Xian Du's declaration, the imposing Jiao halts momentarily, its 9 massive heads swaying as they fixate on Master Xian Du, the Tathagata's direct disciple. Jiao hesitates. Since the ascension of the 6 saints, the name of the saints has echoed throughout the primordial lands, undeniably representing the most powerful beings. While the demon clan is currently the dominant force, the saints wield immeasurable power, capable of reopening the heavens. How could the demon clan not be wary? However, Jiao has come with a mission. If it were to withdraw due to Master Xian Du's words, it would render the demon clan a laughingstock. Humanity indiscriminately slaughters my demon kin. I have come to demand an explanation, not to be accused of disturbing you. As a disciple of the sage, despite imparting your teachings among the human race, I assure you I will not disturb you. However, the human race must provide me with an explanation, Jiao stated solemnly. The great Master Xuandu's sermon was interrupted, and his patience was already wearing thin. Initially, he had intended to counsel the demon clan to retreat peacefully, but now, faced with Jiao aggressive demeanor, Even the most temperate of individuals would feel a flicker of ire. Presumptuous. The human race is frail, a fact known to all beings of the primordial wilderness. How could they provoke the demon clan without reason? It seems you are resorting to fallacious arguments. My presence here in the human realm to disseminate teachings is a direct command from my revered master. Should you disrupt his wishes, I fear the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. The tone of the great master Xuandu grew increasingly stern. After all, he was a direct disciple of a sage, holding a status far superior to that of Jiang. Jiang's aggressive stance not only disrespected him, but also insulted the sage Ta Ching, which was utterly intolerable. The sage Ta Ching merely instructed you to preach among the humans. He did not mandate you to protect them. Why do you persist in defending the human race? I too am acting under the orders of the demon emperor. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to summon the sage Ta Ching to confront the demon emperor. I suggest you find a more suitable place to remain and refrain from meddling. Jiang retorted disdainfully. Were it a sage before him, Jiang would not dare to be so brazen, yet he saw no fear in merely facing a disciple of a sage. Presumptuous. Do you not realize that the human race is a legacy of the sage Enhua? My master, the sage Ta Ching, founded the teachings among the humans and attained enlightenment. Have you considered the sage's potential response to your oppressive actions against the human race? If the sage were to become enraged, could your demon clan withstand the repercussions? The great master Xuandu exclaimed wrathfully. Ha. The sage Enhua also hails from the demon clan. Should she learn of the human race daring to slay my kin, she would undoubtedly support us. The sage Ta Ching possesses discernment and would not obstruct our vengeance. Rather, it is you, a mere disciple of the sage, who seems to be misusing the sage's name to shield the human race. Jiang challenged. It appears the demon clan harbors individuals as sharp-tongued as you. Today, I shall witness how, with me present, your demon clan dares to act with such impudence. The great master Xuandu's fury erupted, pointing at Jiang, his voice resonating throughout the heavens and earth. Chapter 44. The flag of fiery light rising from the ground. The great master Xuandu was incensed. Even a clay effigy possesses a measure of temper, let alone Jiang's blatant provocation. The great master Xuandu, as a disciple of the sage Ta Ching and the esteemed head disciple of the human teachings, was being treated with utter disdain by Jiang, which was simply intolerable. Jiang Heng and Swearin, among others, observed the unfolding events with impassive expressions, yet their hearts were already filled with joy. The situation was developing precisely as Jiang Heng had anticipated. At this moment, Swearin and the others felt as though they were in a dream. The demon clan had always been a persistent threat to the human race, and faced with the aggressive demon clan, Swearin and the others had been unable to find peace of mind. They had no idea how the human race could defend itself should the demon clan come to their doorstep. The current human race was simply no match for the demon clan. Who would have thought that Jiang Heng, with mere calculations, would position the great master Xuandu against the demon clan, as a disciple of the sage? Once the human race had the backing of the sage Ta Ching, the crisis posed by the demon clan would indeed be resolved. Ha. Do not think that just because you are a sage's disciple, I fear you. I shall see exactly how capable a disciple of the sage truly is. Should you overestimate your abilities and I inadvertently injure you, do not take offense. Jiang scoffed, the disciple of the sage? Merely a great Luo golden immortal. I, Jiang, am a formidable ancient beast, one of the 10 demon gods. How could I possibly fear a disciple of a sage? The great master Xuandu's anger flared, yet he remained silent, standing proudly before the demon clan, showing no signs of retreat. At this moment, Jiang Heng noted that both parties had become agitated, yet he desired to escalate the tension further. He stepped forward, positioning himself beside the great master Xuandu. My friend, I previously mentioned that the demon clan might have been misled by rumors, believing that devouring the human race would enhance their cultivation. This matter pertains to the human race and does not concern you. Given the demon clan's formidable power, it would be wise for you to avoid provoking trouble, Jiang Heng advised. What are you saying, my friend? Let us not forget that I too hail from the human race. How could I remain indifferent when my kin is in peril? Furthermore, the demon clan's aggressiveness shows a complete disregard for the sage. If we do not teach them a lesson, it would be a disgrace to our master. My friend, I appreciate your good intentions, but my decision is resolute. I shall oversee this matter, the great master Xuandu stated firmly. The great master Xuandu gazed earnestly at Jiang Heng, mistakenly believing that Jiang Heng was concerned about attracting trouble from the demon clan, which prompted his words. What a commendable leader of the human race. Faced with the menacing and aggressive demon clan, he would rather confront the threat alone than impose difficulties on his own people. The great master Xuandu grew increasingly fond of Jiang Heng, recalling that it was indeed Jiang Heng who had meticulously arranged his teaching endeavors. Thus, the great master Xuandu stood forth, determined to shield the human race from this calamity. After several attempts at persuasion, Jiang Heng finally conceded upon realizing the great master Xuandu's unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Jiao, seeing the great master Xuandu's determination, hesitated no longer. With a sweeping gesture, countless demon clan members surged forth with ferocious intent. The demon clan, as the dominators of the realm, sent forth an overwhelming force. The number of demons was staggering, and among them were countless powerful beings. Roughly assessed, the demon clan's numbers likely exceeded 100,000, all possessing cultivation levels above the celestial realm. Among this vast horde, the majority were beyond the level of Xian immortal, with over 10,000 being golden immortals. The entirety of the current human race, when combined, could not muster even 10,000 golden immortals, let alone contend with the hundreds of great Luo golden immortals among the million-strong demon clan. This immense strength vastly outmatched the human race. This was merely a fraction of the demon clan led by Jiang. If the demon emperor Dijuan were to personally arrive among the humans, the number of great Luo golden immortal level demons would likely be in the tens of thousands. What could the human race possibly use to defend against such an onslaught? As the million demons advanced, the human army stood ready. To Jiang Heng's great satisfaction, he observed that the faces of the human warriors bore little trace of fear. This was undoubtedly a result of the battle from decades prior, which had shown the demon clan was not an insurmountable foe. They no longer appeared so fearsome. The human warriors understood that this battle was a matter of survival for their race. As warriors, they had no choice but to fight valiantly to protect their people. In the face of the million demon clan members advancing, the great master Xuandu remained composed, raising his hand to unveil a crimson flag measuring approximately 17 inches in length. Simultaneously, the great master Xuandu intoned, disturbing the yin and yang, inverting the 5 elements, all evils retreat, and all laws are rendered impotent. The crimson flag fluttered in the wind, enveloping the space before the great master Xuandu and instantaneously halting the advance of the million demons. The flag of fiery light rising from the ground. Jiang Heng thought to himself, astonished that the sage Ta Ching had bestowed this treasure upon the great master Xuandu, which explained his confidence. The flag of fiery light rising from the ground is one of the 5 innate flags, said to be transformed from the lotus leaves of the primordial blue lotus, and is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. The power of the flag of fiery light rising from the ground is boundless. When used for protection, it is indeed impervious to all laws and repels evil, possessing myriad wondrous applications. Given the great master Xuandu's cultivation level as a great Luo golden immortal, it would be a fool's errand to attempt to fend off a million demons solely by his strength. However, with the flag of fiery light rising from the ground in hand, it would be a challenge even for the demon master Kuenping to contend with the great master Xuandu. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the sage Ta Ching, it was only natural for the great master Xuandu to possess several powerful treasures for protection. In this moment, with the flag of fiery light rising from the ground in hand, the great master Xuandu summoned forth a profound formation that ensnared the million demons within its confines. Jiao roared incessantly within the formation created by the flag of fiery light rising from the ground, his 9 colossal heads spewing forth water and fire. Yet, no matter how Jiao struggled, the flag of fiery light rising from the ground remained steadfast, firmly ensnaring the million demons within. In the realm of the primordial wilderness, beneath the sages, the results of confrontations rely foremost on cultivation, yet the possession of powerful treasures is the key. Currently, the million demons were futilely struggling within the confines of the flag of fiery light rising from the ground, unable to even graze the edge of the great master Xuandu's garments. This serves as undeniable proof. Jiao, the demon god, is no weakling. Among the great Luo golden immortals, he ranks as one of the most formidable, mere steps away from becoming a quasi-saint. Unfortunately, his divine abilities could not match the power of the treasure. No matter how profound his cultivation or how formidable his strength, without an innate spiritual treasure, it would all be in vain. In fact, had the great master Xuandu been willing, he could have effortlessly annihilated the million demons with a mere flick of his palm. This would not have been a daunting task at all. This is the challenging aspect of a disciple of the sage. While their cultivation might not be the pinnacle, they are backed by a sage and are never lacking in powerful treasures. Take the great master Xuandu, for instance. As the sole direct disciple of the sage Ta Ching, it is only natural for him to possess numerous formidable treasures at his disposal. If the sage of Taiji were to bestow upon us the primordial treasure, the Taiji diagram, even the demon emperor, no matter how formidable, would find himself powerless against the Grand Master of Xuandu. the million demons trapped within the Li Di Yin Guang banner had long since lost their previous arrogance. Each one now appearing dejected and crestfallen. At that moment, a resounding chime echoed across the heavens and the earth. Both Jiang Heng and the Grand Master of Xuandu's expression shifted concurrently as they gazed skyward. A small golden bell pierced through layers of spatial barriers, descending from the 9 heavens towards the location of the Li Di Yin Guang banner, the Chaos Bell. As soon as Jiang Heng's words fell, the Chaos Bell arrived near the banner, vibrating gently to strike it aside. Instantly, the million demons soared into the sky, prostrating themselves in unison, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Eastern Emperor." At that very moment, the Chaos Bell hovered in midair, settling atop the head of a majestic figure. Within the vast wilderness, only one of the 2 demon monarchs, the Eastern Emperor Tai, possessed the primordial treasure known as the Chaos Bell. To the demon race, humanity was but a trifling existence, and no one anticipated that their assault on humanity would attract the attention of such a supreme being. "You are the disciple of the sage of Taiji, the Grand Master of Xuandu," the Eastern Emperor Tai inquired, casting a glance at the Grand Master. In that instant, the Eastern Emperor Tai projected an image of formidable strength, his voice imbued with authority and an innate sense of dominance. In the past, the Eastern Emperor Tai had also heard of the Sage of Taiji within the Purple Cloud Palace, and being recognized as a named disciple of the Tao ancestor, referring to the sage as senior brother posed no issue. Yet, this dynamic allowed the Eastern Emperor Tai to overshadow the Grand Master of Xuandu, his tone resembling that of an elder reprimanding a junior. "Indeed, it is the Eastern Emperor himself who has come. I am the direct disciple of the Sage of Taiji, here under my Master's orders to impart teachings to humanity," the Grand Master of Xuandu responded, feeling the vast aura emanating from the Chaos Bell. His expression involuntarily growing grave. "So you are the disciple of the Sage of Taiji. No wonder you defend humanity today," remarked the Eastern Emperor Tai. A shiver ran through the Grand Master of Xuandu. While the 9 infants might be unaware of his true identity, the Eastern Emperor Tai would certainly not be fooled. Now, as the Eastern Emperor Tai spoke from the perspective of humanity, the Grand Master found himself caught in a predicament. After all, the Sage of Taiji had only instructed the Grand Master to impart teachings to humanity, without mandating him to intervene in the conflicts between the 2 races. Humanity is weak, as everyone knows. "Why must the Eastern Emperor make things difficult for us?" the Grand Master of Xuandu said helplessly. "Humph. If humanity is weak, then they should not have slain my demon kin. Humanity must pay a sufficient price to resolve this matter," declared the Eastern Emperor Tai. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. "Might you, Eastern Emperor, let this matter slide in light of my Master's standing?" the Grand Master of Xuandu continued to persuade. "Ha ha ha. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Humanity has slain my demon kin, and we shall seek vengeance." Even with the Sage of Taiji present, he would not speak against it. "And what are you? Were it not for the face of the Sage of Taiji, I could easily annihilate your very being," scoffed the Eastern Emperor Tai. "Then what is the Eastern Emperor's intention today?" the Grand Master of Xuandu inquired, his expression darkening. "Today, humanity shall be extinguished." Chapter 45. The Eastern Emperor arrives. Identity revealed. The domineering and lethal declaration flowed from the Eastern Emperor Tai's lips with an air of nonchalance, as though stating a mere fact. And indeed, as the current sovereign of the wilderness, should the demon race truly desire the annihilation of humanity, it would be but a word away. Does the Eastern Emperor not consider the stance of the sages? After all, humanity was crafted by the sage Enhua, and my master personally established the teachings for humanity. Facing the aggressive Eastern Emperor Tai, the Grand Master of Xuandu's momentum was evidently diminished, forcing him to invoke the sages to counter the Eastern Emperor's pressure. Ha ha ha. Should the sages have any objections, they would come personally. What need is there for a mere human to speak out here? In consideration of the Sage of Taiji, if you step aside now, I might let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. The Eastern Emperor Tai, brimming with arrogance, showed no regard for the Grand Master of Xuandu, whose power was clearly not on the same level. The Grand Master of Xuandu's expression remained impassive, revealing no trace of his true emotions, yet he steadfastly refused to retreat. If the Eastern Emperor were to continue his tyrannical ways, then I must take offense. Suddenly, the Grand Master of Xuandu's demeanor shifted, and he proclaimed in a resolute voice. Jiang Heng gazed at the Grand Master of Xuandu in surprise. He had not expected the Grand Master to exhibit such assertiveness in the face of the demon race as supreme figure. The Eastern Emperor Tai. After all, the latter was a seasoned quasi-saint, birthed in the solar star since the opening of the heavens by the Panga great deity. The Eastern Emperor Tai's cultivation ranked among the highest tiers of all quasi-saints. second only to the sages. Furthermore, wielding the primordial treasure, the chaos bell, placed the Eastern Emperor Tai in a position of unparalleled superiority among his peers. In the wilderness. Aside from the creation jade disc held by the Tao ancestor Honghuang, the three primordial treasures, Taiji diagram, Panga banner, and chaos bell, each possessed boundless might, capable of quelling earth, fire, water, and wind. The Grand Master of Xuandu was merely a delusional golden immortal. What grounds did he have to contend with the Eastern Emperor Tai, who possessed the chaos bell? Ha ha ha. The younger generation truly lacks awareness, their arrogance bolstered by their association with the sages. Very well. Since the sage of Taiji has taken you as a disciple, I shall see just how capable you are. Declared the Eastern Emperor Tai. Taoist friend, you have shown great benevolence to humanity. The Eastern Emperor Tai's profound strength should be left to my kin. Although Jiang Heng secretly yearned for a fierce confrontation between the Grand Master of Xuandu and the Eastern Emperor Tai, he understood that he must step forward at this moment. He could surmise some reasons behind the Grand Master's confidence, yet ultimately, the Grand Master of Xuandu could not match the Eastern Emperor Tai. Should the Grand Master be defeated, he, as a disciple of the sage, would be unaffected, but the situation for humanity would plummet drastically. Of course, these considerations were not the crux of the matter. Upon seeing the Eastern Emperor Tai, Jiang Heng had already formulated some plans. These schemes had been in motion for quite some time, with the most crucial aspect revolving around the Eastern Emperor Tai. Originally, Jiang Heng believed he would need to wait until the third battle between the witch and demon races to find his opportunity. Who would have thought that the Eastern Emperor Tai would personally arrive among humanity? There is no time like the present. Now that the Eastern Emperor Tai has come, initiating the layout earlier would increase Jiang Heng's chances of success. The Eastern Emperor Tai had initially paid little mind to Jiang Heng. To him, humanity was akin to mere insects. Yet, the moment he laid eyes on Jiang Heng, his expression subtly shifted, his gaze fixed upon him. It's you. I never anticipated you to be of the human race. The Eastern Emperor Tai's voice carried a hint of disbelief. He remembered well when the demon master Kuanping had sought his aid, and he had utilized the chaos bell to tear through the void for rescue. Yet a mysterious and powerful being had gravely injured Kuanping before departing unscathed, an incident that had lingered in the Eastern Emperor Tai's mind. After all, he had personally intervened yet failed to save Kuanping, a point of humiliation for the supreme demon. However, he had never imagined that the one who had wounded Kuanping before him was merely a human. Indeed, it is I. Jiang Heng met the Eastern Emperor Tai's gaze, speaking with calm assurance. He held no concern over the revelation of his identity, as this had been within his expectations. Excellent. Truly remarkable. Ha ha ha. I never expected a mere human could produce someone of your caliber, the Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed. Though somewhat domineering and arrogant, he acknowledged Jiang Heng's strength, a surge of powerful battle intent rising within him. Whether Jiang Heng belonged to humanity mattered little to the Eastern Emperor Tai. What he cared about was avenging the past humiliation. Taoist friend, have you perhaps had previous grievances with the Eastern Emperor Tai? The Grand Master of Xuandu inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I once clashed with the Eastern Emperor Tai from afar. Jiang Heng nodded in affirmation. The Grand Master of Xuandu gazed at Jiang Heng in astonishment. Did he just hear that Jiang Heng had once engaged in combat with the Eastern Emperor Tai? Honghuang Tai is undoubtedly a formidable figure among the quasi-saints, wielding the innate treasure. The Chaos Bell.it is not a contest that just anyone can engage in with Honghuang Tai. Yet, Jiang Heng not only faced Honghuang Tai but stands here unscathed, suggesting that at that time, Honghuang Tai was unable to subdue Jiang Heng. The Grand Master of Xuandu felt compelled to re-evaluate Jiang Heng, realizing that he had consistently underestimated him. Ha ha ha. With a powerhouse like you around, the annihilation of the human race would hardly seem tedious. The powerful aura of Honghuang Tai firmly locked onto Jiang Heng, a fierce battle intent soaring toward him. To have the opportunity to truly battle Honghuang Tai is indeed a rare fortune. But I wonder if Honghuang Tai would dare to wager with me. In the face of Honghuang Tai's overwhelming presence, Jiang Heng appeared undaunted and rather intrigued as he spoke to him. Oh, what wager do you propose? Honghuang Tai inquired with keen interest. I propose a duel between us. Should you win, it goes without saying that both I and the entire human race shall be at your mercy. However, if I prevail, the demon race shall not infringe upon the human race for a millennium. What say you? Would Honghuang Tai dare to accept my wager? Jiang Heng unveiled his true intentions. A solitary battle with Honghuang Tai, determining the fate of the human race. It was the best option. Although the human race had developed, the Master Xuandu proclaimed. Jiang Heng remained silent, troubled by the unexpected intervention of the Taiji sage in this battle. The abilities of the sages transcend the heavens and earth. Even from a distance of billions of miles, the Taiji sage could discern the happenings in this realm with but a thought. If the Taiji sage were unwilling to allow Jiang Heng to wield the Taiji diagram, the Master Xuandu's act of lending this treasure to him would be but a futile endeavor. Yet, now, the Taiji diagram hovered above Jiang Heng's head, enveloping him in a protective aura, showing no inclination to depart. This implied that the Taiji sage tacitly approved of the Master Xuandu's decision to lend the Taiji diagram to Jiang Heng, enabling him to confront Honghuang Tai. Perhaps it was out of a reluctance to witness the annihilation of the human race by the demon clan? Or might there be other ulterior motives at play? The thoughts of a sage run deep as the abyss. For Jiang Heng to fathom the intentions of the Taiji sage would be nothing short of a delusion. Setting aside his chaotic thoughts, Jiang Heng understood that this was not the moment for such contemplations. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, shimmering above him. With that single step, Jiang Heng's aura erupted with tremendous force. His cultivation at the 9th level of the quasi-emperor realm was fully unveiled, and the perfected form of the ancient saint body expanded instantaneously, unleashing quasi-saint level power, the chaotic seed of the azure lotus. The golden sea of bitterness, the splendid mountains and rivers, the diagram of yin and yang, life and death, the celestial king descending from the heavens, 5 grand phenomena manifested behind Jiang Heng in succession. These 5 phenomena intertwined, forming a magnificent tapestry, with an unparalleled aura settling within, as if an unimaginable existence were gestating therein. I am the sovereign Emperor Heng of the human race, Honghuang Tai. Come forth and engage in battle. At this moment, Jiang Heng radiated an unmatched and domineering presence, his formidable aura reverberating throughout the cosmos, instilling fear in countless demons. In this instant, Jiang Heng displayed no semblance of concealment, revealing his true strength before all the human race for the first time. Among the humans, his reputation had soared due to his leadership in advancing their power and the establishment of the Celestial Emperor's law, making him a figure of immense respect. Countless human prodigies revered Jiang Heng, wholeheartedly believing him to be an unparalleled sovereign destined to lead the human race to glory. Yet, until now, speculations about Jiang Heng's true strength had prevailed. Apart from a few like the Sun Lord, none truly understood the extent of his abilities. As Jiang Heng unreservedly showcased his power, the human race collectively realized that their sovereign possessed such formidable strength. Emperor Heng will prevail. Emperor Heng will prevail. Emperor Heng will prevail. Upon sensing Jiang Heng's overwhelming might, the Windstorm Army, the Scarlet Flame Army, and the Mountain Support Army roared in unison, followed by the entire human race joining the chorus. The spirit of the human race surged, every gaze converging upon the tall and unyielding figure standing in the sky. This was their sovereign, the unparalleled leader destined to guide them towards glory, and the solitary hope of the human race. In this moment, the entire human populace unified, pouring all their faith into Jiang Heng alone. If Jiang Heng triumphs, the human race survives. If Jiang Heng falls, the human race perishes. Jiang Heng bears the fate of the entire race upon his shoulders. Honghuang Tai, I challenge you. Honghuang Tai, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor, also stepped forward, the raging flames of the sun enveloping the void, his powerful aura shaking the primordial world. This was the supreme being of the demon clan, now the foremost powerhouse beneath the sages of the primordial realm, effortlessly suppressing the momentum Jiang Heng had unleashed. Honghuang will prevail. Honghuang will prevail. Honghuang will prevail. Countless demons, momentarily stunned by Jiang Heng's aura, regained their composure and began to cheer vociferously, their voices resounding throughout the primordial realm. In the hearts of countless demons, it was Honghuang Tai, wielding the innate treasure, the chaos bell, who was the invincible entity. The mere human race was but an insignificant insect. Numerous gazes focused on the 2 figures in the sky, as powerful beings from the primordial realm silently observed this battle. Even the sages would likely turn their attention here, to witness the outcome of this pivotal battle concerning the survival of the human race. At this moment, among those mighty beings observing the conflict, 2 harbored deep-seated resentment, their eyes filled with malice as they glared at Jiang Heng. These 2 formidable beings were none other than the demon master Kunpeng and the lord of the underworld, both of whom had long-standing grievances with Jiang Heng. In the past, during their ambush against the ancestor Hongyun, they were severely wounded due to his self-detonation. While they had accepted this cost to seize the Hongmeng purple chi, they never anticipated that Jiang Heng would thwart their plans. Now, with ancestor Hongyun reincarnated through the 6 paths of reincarnation, all the powerful beings in the primordial realm were aware of this. Consequently, Kunpeng and the lord of the underworld naturally believed that the Hongmeng purple chi had fallen into Jiang Heng's possession. The lord of the underworld had previously encountered Jiang Heng amidst the blood sea of the underworld, But due to the presence of numerous ancestral witches, he had refrained from acting recklessly. Neither the Lord of the Underworld nor Kunping had ever imagined that the one who had thwarted their schemes would turn out to be a human. Had Jiang Heng belonged to the witch clan, they would have thought twice before seeking trouble with him. However, since he was merely a human, a race deemed exceedingly weak in the primordial world, they felt no trepidation. Finally, the ancestor has discovered your identity. Pray, hope you survive this battle, for I shall seek vengeance. The Lord of the Underworld's gaze toward Jiang Heng brimmed with deadly intent, wishing he could tear him apart at that very moment. Yet, both he and Kunping believed that Jiang Heng could not possibly survive against Dong Huang Tai, especially Kunping, who was well aware of Dong Huang Tai's prowess, were it not for his fear of Dong Huang Tai. He would never have settled for second place among the demons. What Kunping and the Lord of the Underworld now pondered was how to seize the Hongming purple chi once Jiang Heng was slain by Dong Huang Tai. However, the mere thought of Dong Huang Tai wielding the chaos bell gave them both a severe headache. After a moment of contemplation, they simultaneously exited their abodes and made their way toward each other's lairs. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would likely conspire once more. Chapter 47. The Earth-Shattering Battle. Facing Dong Huang Tai, Jiang Heng could sense the immense and violent power coalescing within his opponent's form. Dong Huang Tai, a primordial deity birthed from the Sun Star, the three-legged golden crow, stood as the supreme existence among all demons. Naturally, he commanded the true fire of the sun from birth. And even without making a move, Jiang Heng could still feel the searing heat emanating from him. Undoubtedly, Dong Huang Tai was a formidable adversary, the strongest opponent Jiang Heng had encountered since arriving in the primordial realm. Strike, and let me see if you possess the qualification to be my opponent. Dong Huang Tai gazed at Jiang Heng with keen interest. Jiang Heng remained silent, raising his hand to deliver a punch. In contrast to words, strength served as the most potent retort. With this punch, Jiang Heng held nothing back, unleashing the full might of his perfected saint body while employing the 9 secrets. The character secret activated, instantly elevating Jiang Heng's speed to a new level. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Dong Huang Tai. Simultaneously, the moment secret was invoked, allowing Jiang Heng to enter the divine forbidden domain. Further amplifying the force of his punch, Dong Huang Tai's expression remained unchanged, and at the critical moment, he countered with a punch that met Jiang Heng's strike head-on. The earth-shattering clash resounded. As two fists collided, a tremendous roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and a vast wave of power surged across billions of miles in an instant. This was merely the beginning. After the first punch, Jiang Heng showed no signs of respite, relentlessly launching one punch after another towards Dong Huang Tai. Unyielding, Dong Huang Tai did not employ any Dao techniques or divine powers. Responding with an equal barrage of punches, the terrifying force continued to spread, causing the spectators, including Sui Ren, to retreat repeatedly, barely resisting the onslaught of fearsome energy. Jiang Heng showcased the might of his formidable physical body. Each punch imbued with boundless divine power. It is no wonder that Kunping and Mingi Laozi once regarded Jiang Heng as a member of the Wu clan. His combat style and powerful physique indeed bore a striking resemblance to theirs. Having fought the Wu clan for many years, Dong Huang Tai was intimately familiar with their ways, and he felt as though he were battling an ancestral shaman. However, due to his extensive experience against the ancestral shamans, he was no stranger to their combat techniques. Despite Jiang Heng's every punch seeming to condense terrifying physical strength, each one was deftly blocked by Dong Huang Tai. Suddenly, Jiang Heng's figure vanished, only to reappear behind Dong Huang Tai, delivering yet another punch. A flicker of astonishment crossed Dong Huang Tai's face, but he managed to block this punch at the critical moment. Subsequently, Jiang Heng began to flicker in and out of visibility, each punch arriving from bizarre angles, his speed reaching the realm of the unbelievable. Dong Huang Tai's expression grew increasingly peculiar, as this engagement with Jiang Heng evoked an uncanny sense of familiarity. In Dong Huang Tai's eyes, Jiang Heng's physical prowess was indeed formidable, almost on par with any of the 12 ancestral shamans. Nevertheless, while the Wu clan's physique was powerful, Dong Huang Tai had never truly feared any ancestral shaman. The crux of the matter lay in Jiang Heng's speed. It was so astonishingly swift that it seemed to transcend the limits of space. With a powerful physique and extraordinary speed, Dong Huang Tai felt as though he were contending with the space ancestral shaman, Di Jiang. Yet, as a top-tier expert among all quasi-saints, Dong Huang Tai fought Jiang Heng toe-to-toe without employing any Dao techniques or divine powers. Enough. The emergence of a powerhouse like you among the human race is already an extraordinary occurrence, but this ends here. As Dong Huang Tai spoke, the chaotic bell above him trembled gently, and a resounding chime echoed, vast power surging towards Jiang Heng in an instant. In that moment, Jiang Heng felt as though the very space-time around him had come to a standstill, an overwhelming terror rendering his body completely uncontrollable. Yet, at that precise moment, the Taiji diagram above Jiang Heng's head resonated softly, its five-colored radiance shining brilliantly, instantly repelling the power of the chaotic bell. Only upon truly experiencing the might of the chaotic bell did Jiang Heng comprehend the true potency of an innate treasure. It was indeed divine might beyond measure. To confront an innate treasure with one's own strength beneath the saintly level was nearly impossible. Perhaps only the 12 ancestral shamans, united in the 12 capital heavenly god array, could truly contend with an innate treasure. Without the protection of the Taiji diagram, relying solely on his own strength, Jiang Heng would find his opportunities severely limited against Honghuang Tai, who wielded the innate treasure, the chaotic bell. However, at this moment, the powers of the chaotic bell and the Taiji diagram intertwined, effectively nullifying each other, causing Honghuang Tai to lose this formidable weapon. I have heard of Honghuang Tai being one of the few formidable beings beneath the saints in the primordial world, yet it appears he is merely that, Jiang Heng remarked. Without the chaotic bell, Honghuang Tai, in Jiang Heng's eyes, was no longer an insurmountable foe. Ignorant, your strength is indeed commendable, even comparable to that of the ancestral shamans, yet to me, defeating you is akin to slaughtering a dog. Honghuang Tai scoffed. As he spoke, Honghuang Tai stepped forward, his overwhelming aura shaking the primordial universe, as blazing solar true fire erupted forth, engulfing the sky. Vast power trembled throughout the entirety of the primordial world. As the scorching solar true fire blazed fiercely in the void, its violent force seemingly intent on annihilating the world. This was the true power that the supreme of the demon race, Honghuang Tai, should possess. Honghuang Tai refrained from utilizing the chaotic bell, allowing it to engage in a duel with the Taiji diagram in the void, while he independently harnessed the solar true fire to unleash unparalleled Tao techniques. Divine fire ravaged the world, sweeping across an unfathomable expanse, pushing against infinite space, causing even the void to emit hissing sounds, as if struggling to withstand this ferocious energy. Jiang Heng's expression grew grave. It was only at this moment that he realized the extent of Honghuang Tai's terrifying strength. Honghuang Tai had already reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, reigning supreme among those beneath the saints in the current primordial realm. This was a formidable adversary, one that demanded Jiang Heng's utmost focus. He had to empty his mind and devote himself fully to battling Honghuang Tai. 5 great anomalies trembled and converged around Jiang Heng. In that moment, he resembled a celestial emperor, striding forward with authority as he unleashed extraordinary divine powers. In an instant, 5 divine beasts emerged from his body: the azure dragon, white tiger, phoenix, black tortoise, and Shilin. These deities were birthed during Jiang Heng's time in the Tao Palace secret realm, now entwining around him as they launched a collective assault on Honghuang Tai. Jiang Heng struck with overwhelming ferocity, employing the secret of combat to transform into a technique of unparalleled might, merging countless extraordinary divine powers into a single punch. Having embarked on the path of refining the myriad scriptures, Jiang Heng had already perused countless imperial scriptures, assimilating their essence into himself. This punch of Jiang Heng contained not only the supreme technique of the 6 paths of reincarnation, but also the flying immortal power of the fierce emperor, and even the cosmic fist. Countless divine powers converged within a single punch, and by sheer fortune, the secret was activated, resulting in a tenfold increase in combat strength as Jiang Heng unleashed a world-shattering blow. The earth trembled, the void quaked, and Jiang Heng's most powerful punch instantly suppressed the oncoming solar true fire. The terrifying force continued to cleave through the vast expanse of solar true fire, advancing toward Honghuang Tai. For the first time, Honghuang Tai's expression shifted, gazing in disbelief at Jiang Heng, as such an extraordinary punch warranted his utmost caution. Honghuang Tai too grew serious, unleashing a tremendous strike with supreme Tao techniques. Colliding head-on with Jiang Heng's unparalleled punch, a thunderous roar erupted as an unparalleled clash ensued. 2 colossal forces intertwining, sweeping across billions of miles, causing the primordial lands to tremble. Honghuang Tai roared, advancing rather than retreating, continuing to condense his supreme Tao techniques, further amplifying the might of the solar true fire. Jiang Heng, undeterred, unleashed his own unparalleled punch, understanding that this was merely the beginning. He was not so arrogant as to believe he could subdue Honghuang Tai with a single blow. Jiang Heng, like a star traversing the heavens, launched his punches with incredible speed and ferocity. His right hand executed the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, while his left unleashed the power of the flying immortal. With his right hand, Jiang Heng unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation punch, advancing without hesitation as the true meaning of reincarnation manifested in the form of ethereal shadows. With his left hand, he unleashed the power of the flying immortal, chaos swirling around him, an unimaginable force coalescing into a cascade of immortal light. Simultaneously, Jiang Heng traversed the void using the traveling secret, appearing from various angles to deliver strikes at Honghuang Tai. Chaos erupted, and immortal light flickered, as Jiang Heng transcended, exhibiting a tempest of extraordinary divine techniques. At the same time, the five great anomalies coalesced into a vast microcosm, ensnaring Honghuang Tai's solar true fire within. Honghuang Tai was no less than Jiang Heng, perhaps even stronger. The supreme Tao techniques combined with solar true fire exhibited unparalleled divine majesty with every movement. Although Jiang Heng's various divine techniques possessed immense power, they scarcely harmed Honghuang Tai, often being repelled with ease. Jiang Heng had descended into a frenzied state, sparing not a moment's pause as he engaged in a spectacular battle with Honghuang Tai. This clash fractured the heavens and earth, evoking cries of anguish from spirits, leaving countless powerful beings in the primordial realm awestruck. Such an extraordinary battle, reminiscent of the two great wars between the Wu and the Yao clans, was nearly unparalleled in the primordial realm. Jiang Heng cast aside all distractions, pouring every ounce of strength into the fight. Yet, some powerful beings began to discern the shifting tide. It was Jiang Heng who was at a disadvantage. There was no recourse. In comparison to Honghuang Tai, Jiang Heng's cultivation still fell short. After all, he had yet to truly step into the realm of the emperor. Throughout their continuous exchanges, even Jiang Heng's formidable physique shattered multiple times, reduced to a mist of blood and crushed bones, a sight too gruesome to behold. Yet, through the secret of regeneration, Jiang Heng reformed his body time and again, his injuries healing at an astonishing rate. Were it not for this secret, Jiang Heng could scarcely have engaged Honghuang Tai in such a protracted struggle. Chapter 48. Borrowing your hand to facilitate my transformation. The Eastern Sovereignty stood resolutely amidst the true fire of the sun, radiating brilliance akin to that of the solar star, with the formidable power of the true fire fully unleashed in his grasp. As a primordial deity conceived in the sun star since the time of Pangu's creation of the heavens and the earth. Eastern Sovereignty was born with immense supernatural abilities. Through countless epochs of cultivation, he had not only listened to the Tao ancestors' teachings in the Purple Cloud Palace but had also battled the ancestral witches for many years. In terms of both personal strength and comprehension of the Tao, Eastern Sovereignty stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, a level just beneath that of the saints. Every strike he delivered was unparalleled, and every technique he wielded was profoundly unfathomable at present. Jiang Heng had yet to truly attain the realm of the great emperor, although he could challenge an emperor with his perfected sacred body. The disparity between him and Eastern Sovereignty remained vast. Time and again, Jiang Heng's physical form was shattered by Tai's ferocious might, only for him to painstakingly reconstitute his body through secret arts. The situation for Jiang Heng was becoming increasingly dire. Yet, at that moment, chaos enveloped him. With celestial waterfalls suspended around him and numerous mysterious runes manifesting in his vicinity, a vast chanting resonated from within Jiang Heng. As the enigmatic symbols entwined around him, enveloping him in a cocoon of divine radiance, suddenly, a multitude of chains erupted from within Jiang Heng, shimmering in myriad hues, suffused with flowing clouds and ethereal mists, creating a dazzling and dreamlike spectacle. These chains wrapped around him in layers, radiating an endless brilliance, as five divine beasts roared forth, faintly transforming into a cauldron that nurtured him. Within that cauldron, Jiang Heng existed in a state of profound mystery, continuously unleashing various unparalleled divine techniques. In this extraordinary condition, the probability of him triggering the secrets of the Tao was significantly enhanced, allowing him to unleash strikes of tenfold power. It was precisely for this reason that Jiang Heng could withstand Eastern Sovereignty's relentless attacks. Growing stronger each time he emerged from the brink of annihilation, Eastern Sovereignty's expression gradually darkened. Despite shattering Jiang Heng's physical form several times, he had yet to truly slay him. Witnessing Jiang Heng's repeated reconstitution, Tai had never encountered such terrifying regenerative abilities before. Not even the ancestral witches could match such a level. Conversely, during one of Jiang Heng's desperate counterattacks, he soared through the heavens, unleashing a myriad of unparalleled divine techniques. With his tenfold battle strength compounding, even Eastern Sovereignty could not afford to disregard him. The faces of Sui Ren and others were filled with anxiety, though their own power was somewhat lacking. They could discern that Jiang Heng was at an absolute disadvantage. Even the Grand Master of Xuandu sighed inwardly. Although he had lent Jiang Heng a primordial treasure, It merely leveled the disparity between Jiang Heng and Tai's artifacts. It now appeared that, despite being an extraordinary hero of the human race, Jiang Heng was ultimately constrained by the brief time since humanity's inception, rendering him unable to defy the heavens. It seemed that Jiang Heng's defeat was a foregone conclusion, and the Grand Master of Xuandu needed to contemplate how to address the impending situation for humanity after Jiang Heng's downfall. Other powerful beings observing the battle also perceived the ominous signs of this confrontation. They were astonished by the emergence of a figure like Jiang Heng among the humans. Yet, Eastern Sovereignty was an established quasi-saint, and in the vast wilderness, no one dared claim they could confidently defeat him. It appeared that this battle held no suspense. The nascent human race would ultimately struggle to defy the heavens. This was a consensus among those watching, as they marveled at Jiang Heng's extraordinary might, yet concluded that it could only go so far. The humble human race will ultimately find it impossible to defy the heavens. I fear that in just a moment, they will be slain by the Eastern Sovereign. The demon master Kunpeng laughed heartily, reveling in the satisfaction of his vendetta as he witnessed Jiang Heng being repeatedly shattered by Eastern Sovereignty. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, once this human fell, the primordial purple energy would likely fall into Tai's hands, making it exceedingly difficult for them to contest for it later. The Lord of the Underworld remained far more composed, while he eagerly anticipated Jiang Heng's immediate demise at the hands of Eastern Sovereignty. He was more concerned about the primordial purple energy. The humans cannot be oblivious to the significance of the primordial purple energy. Such a vital treasure is surely hidden away with utmost secrecy. If Tai remains unaware of this and, in his carelessness, fails to discover the primordial purple energy, that would present us with an opportunity, the demon master Kunpeng said solemnly. You have quite the audacity to attempt your transformation through my hand. Suddenly, Eastern Sovereignty's resounding voice echoed across the heavens and the earth, drawing the attention of all. As countless powerful beings scrutinized closely, they were astonished to find Jiang Heng ensconced within a colossal furnace. In that furnace, endless Tao principles swirled around him, the celestial light coalescing without dispersing, while the chanting grew ever louder, yet its specific content remained indistinguishable. Under Eastern Sovereignty's relentless assault, Jiang Heng's body would still shatter. Yet he managed to reconstitute each time with great difficulty. In this cycle of destruction and reconstitution, Jiang Heng's aura became increasingly ethereal, as if an exalted being were being nurtured within him. Just as Eastern Sovereignty had asserted, Jiang Heng appeared precarious at every turn, yet astonishingly, he persevered each time. Moreover, in an even more defiant twist, Jiang Heng was growing stronger with each battle, undergoing a profound metamorphosis. How was this possible? Even many powerful beings struggled to comprehend this phenomenon, as such occurrences had never transpired in the vast wilderness before. What audacity! How could one dare to contend with Eastern Sovereignty? Jiang Heng declared boldly. Indeed, he was leveraging Eastern Sovereignty's might to facilitate his own transformation, a most audacious endeavor, embarking on the path of the furnace to nurture the myriad scriptures. Jiang Heng aimed to embody the essence of 100 teachings, assimilating myriad paths into one, transforming himself into a furnace that melded all laws. During that lecture by the Grand Master of Xuandu, Jiang Heng had already grasped the path ahead. What he lacked was merely the lengthy time required to refine the myriad laws. However, with Eastern Sovereignty personally descending upon the human realm, he afforded Jiang Heng no such luxury. This presented both a crisis and an opportunity for Jiang Heng. Under the immense pressure exerted by Eastern Sovereignty, Jiang Heng transformed his very being into a furnace, refining all he comprehended of the Tao and the techniques he had cultivated. At this juncture, the furnace blazed with intense radiance, and Jiang Heng sensed various extraordinary transformations occurring within him. Discovering that different scriptures and techniques began to intertwine, the great scriptures of emperors merged, unparalleled divine techniques converged, and countless Tao principles melted together, gradually nurturing a terrifying existence. Jiang Heng realized that nurturing the myriad scriptures in the furnace, rooted in his own Tao, could absorb all paths, melding them into a singular furnace, thus becoming his own unparalleled Tao. Nurturing the myriad scriptures in the furnace was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to death and the extinguishing of one's Tao. Yet, should he succeed, he would undoubtedly forge a world-shattering and peerless technique. Good. A mere human race possesses such boldness. I have indeed underestimated you. With just this, you are worthy to be my opponent. Since you wish to undergo transformation through my hand, I shall see if you can withstand it. Eastern Sovereignty maintained his composure, though Jiang Heng's audacity somewhat astonished him. However, he believed the outcome of this battle would remain unchanged. Eastern Sovereignty stood tall in the heavens, and suddenly, an immense aura erupted from within him. shaking the entire wilderness. An endless torrent of solar true fire surged forth, enveloping the sky, as boundless light erupted from Tai's being. In a moment of disorientation, it seemed as though another sun had appeared in the sky, dazzling enough to instill fear in any quasi-saint. Eastern Sovereign Tai extended his arms, continuously forming seals and executing techniques. These were the supreme methods he had comprehended over countless epochs. Unparalleled and invincible, as countless eyes were fixed upon him. A three-legged golden crow emerged in the skies above, flapping its wings and summoning an infinite expanse of solar true fire. The divine light was blinding, and the auspicious colors were astonishing as the three-legged golden crow, bathed in the solar true fire, charged towards Jiang Heng, intent on obliterating him completely. This was Eastern Sovereign Tai's world-shattering technique, renowned throughout the wilderness for many years. Countless powerful beings had perished beneath this very strike. Jiang Heng had audaciously attempted to leverage Tai's power for his own transformation. How could Eastern Sovereign Tai grant him the opportunity for a gradual metamorphosis? Each time Jiang Heng's physical form was shattered, he managed to reconstitute it with great difficulty, yet Tai sought to witness whether he could withstand this world-shattering blow, with a single strike meant to annihilate him entirely. Eastern Sovereign Tai aimed to extinguish all of Jiang Heng's vitality, eager to see how he would reconstitute his form. Faced with this world-shattering strike from Eastern Sovereign Tai, Jiang Heng's expression turned grave. As he felt a profound sense of impending death, he could no longer withstand the assault with his physical body. Tai's power was far too overwhelming. Any slight miscalculation could lead to the complete collapse of his form, and the secret arts would struggle to restore him. With a soft shout, Jiang Heng summoned the celestial bell from above his head, placing it before him as boundless celestial light cascaded down, enveloping him in a radiant glow. Boom! The three-legged golden crow descended upon the celestial bell with a resounding crash, its voice resonating with overwhelming might, echoing throughout the vast primordial world. Under the fierce impact of the golden crow, the celestial bell trembled violently, countless celestial lights fracturing, as the radiant hues were tainted by the true fire of the sun, emitting incessant hissing sounds. Jiang Heng felt a tremendous shock coursing through his body. The furnace he stood within swaying unsteadily. Yet, the celestial bell ultimately held firm against the golden crow, preventing it from encroaching upon Jiang Heng's corporeal form. Looking at the celestial bell, it had undergone a profound transformation since Jiang Heng had first exchanged for it. It was now adorned with endless engravings of profound principles. This was Jiang Heng's imperial artifact, inscribed densely with the doctrines that belonged to him. As Jiang Heng underwent his metamorphosis, so too did the celestial bell experience its own evolution. What comes and goes is not mere courtesy. Eastern Emperor, receive my strike. In an instant, an unparalleled aura manifested within Jiang Heng, and the celestial bell radiated brilliance, as if some extraordinary entity was on the verge of emergence. Jiang Heng unleashed a punch, a culmination of countless supreme techniques, and at this pivotal moment, his transformation finally made significant progress. It was this crucial step that allowed Jiang Heng to begin merging myriad laws into a singularity, delivering an astonishingly formidable blow. Chapter 49, The Path of Supreme Strength. How could this be? This human race has actually managed to endure until now, and has withstood such a terrifying strike from the Eastern Emperor? The face of the demon master Kunping was filled with disbelief, as if he could hardly trust his own eyes. Having battled Jiang Heng before, he was aware of Jiang Heng's extraordinary prowess, which could even be likened to that of a quasi-saint. Yet, no matter how strong Jiang Heng was in the eyes of Kunping, he could never be a match for the Eastern Emperor Tai. They were simply not of the same caliber. But now, time and again, Jiang Heng had been reborn from the brink of destruction, achieving an unimaginable transformation, even withstanding the overwhelming blow from the Eastern Emperor Tai. Though reluctant to admit it, the glimmer of fear had begun to emerge in Kunping's gaze as he beheld Jiang Heng. At this moment, the Lord of the Underworld looked upon Jiang Heng with astonishment, haunted by the memories of his previous defeat. Had it not been for the self-detonation of the Elder Hongyan, which left him grievously wounded, the Lord of the Underworld would never have believed he could be suppressed by Jiang Heng. In his mind, had he been at his peak, slaying a mere human would have posed no challenge whatsoever. Yet now, even the Eastern Emperor Tai had failed to subdue Jiang Heng. The Lord of the Underworld understood that attempting to slay this human would be fraught with difficulties. The other powerful onlookers also regarded Jiang Heng with expressions of astonishment, none having anticipated that he could reach such heights. The repeated reconstruction of his physical form was truly remarkable, evoking considerable trepidation among many. Some strong beings even speculated that as long as Jiang Heng did not perish in this battle, the primordial world would soon gain another formidable powerhouse. The human side erupted in fervent cheers. their gazes toward Jiang Heng brimming with admiration. The Grandmaster Xuandu was equally astonished. He had initially believed Jiang Heng's defeat was inevitable, yet he had not foreseen such a turn of events. This battle might indeed hold a glimmer of hope. A wild thought unconsciously took root in the Grandmaster Xuandu's mind. At this juncture, the battle between Eastern Emperor Tai and Jiang Heng continued unabated. After repelling the three-legged golden crow, Jiang Heng stepped forward decisively. Countless imperial scriptures merged, and numerous supreme techniques coalesced into a singular entity, empowering Jiang Heng to unleash this unparalleled strike. As Jiang Heng underwent his transformation, the celestial bell continually evolved alongside him, nurturing an exceedingly potent path. When Jiang Heng delivered this world-shattering blow, boundless celestial light erupted from the bell, and the burgeoning path of supreme strength exploded forth. In an instant, the furnace shattered, and myriad radiant hues fused into the celestial bell, infusing Jiang Heng's punch with his unique path of supreme strength. Jiang Heng appeared as if he were an emperor descending from the heavens, the celestial bell above his head exuding an indomitable momentum as he struck forth with this invincible fist. Under the weight of this incredible punch, the three-legged golden crow was instantly repelled, the true fire of the sun surging forth, yet subdued by Jiang Heng's blow. Amidst the incredulous gazes of countless spectators, Jiang Heng's punch cleaved through the boundless sea of flames, heading directly towards Eastern Emperor Tai. Shock etched itself across Eastern Emperor Tai's face. He had not anticipated that Jiang Heng could truly manifest such an astonishing punch from his transformation. As Jiang Heng's fist approached, Eastern Emperor Tai maintained his composure and countered with a punch of his own. Colliding with Jiang Heng's strike, a thunderous roar reverberated across the heavens and earth, an unprecedented cacophony echoing as terrifying power radiated outward. Both the demon and human spectators were compelled to retreat once more, barely avoiding the aftermath of their clash. Not bad. Eastern Emperor Tai remained steadfast in the air, showing no signs of retreat. It was evident that Jiang Heng's recent punch posed no threat to him. However, for the typically proud Eastern Emperor Tai to utter such praise was sufficient to signify the punch's formidable nature. Once more, Jiang Heng felt no surprise. If he could easily overpower Eastern Emperor Tai, then Tai would not be regarded as one of the pinnacle figures among quasi-saints. Jiang Heng's path was still in the process of gestation, nearing its true form, but he required ample refinement. Undoubtedly, Eastern Emperor Tai was the perfect opponent for this purpose. A battle with Tai would expedite the formation of Jiang Heng's path. Tai was clearly aware of this as well. He sought to deny Jiang Heng any further opportunities, raising his hand to summon the Chaos Bell back above his head. Possessing the Chaos Bell, Eastern Emperor Tai was a being of an entirely different caliber compared to when he lacked it. Without the Chaos Bell, many of the strong beings beneath the saints in the primordial world could contend with Tai. However, with the Chaos Bell, Tai stood as an unparalleled force among them. Were it not for the Grandmaster Xuandu lending Jiang Heng the Tai Chi diagram for protection, Jiang Heng could not have endured until now solely based on his own strength. Do you think that having the Tai Chi diagram will truly safeguard you? Eastern Emperor Tai gazed at the Tai Chi diagram hovering above Jiang Heng's head, his expression turning malevolent. Had it not been for this innate treasure, he would have slain 10 Jiang Hengs by now. Even without the Tai Chi diagram, slaying you would still be impossible, Jiang Heng retorted with unwavering confidence. When Jiang Heng agreed to battle Eastern Emperor Tai, he had not anticipated that Xuandu would lend him the Tai Chi diagram for protection. Yet, even so, Jiang Heng was resolute in his desire to confront Tai. This was not mere arrogance, for he possessed his own trump cards. With the Tai Chi diagram shielding him, it effectively countered the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, allowing Jiang Heng to strategize more freely. Using Eastern Emperor Tai's hand to facilitate his own transformation was merely one of his plans. Tai could never fathom the extent of Jiang Heng's audacity. Ha ha ha, pitiful human race. Let me show you just how ignorant you truly are. Eastern Emperor Tai's face was filled with fury. Having failed to slay a mere human for so long, he felt he had lost face. Now, this human dared to speak such arrogant words, which was simply intolerable. Enraged, Eastern Emperor Tai infused his power into the Chaos Bell, awakening an indescribable aura. Though both were innate treasures, the Chaos Bell was his accompanying treasure, and only he could fully unleash its might. The Tai Chi diagram, despite being an innate treasure, was merely borrowed and did not belong to Jiang Heng. As Tai activated the power of the Chaos Bell, a resonant chime echoed through the cosmos, shaking the very fabric of time and space. The invisible force radiated outward, causing the entire primordial world to tremble. This was the power of innate treasures, each capable of quelling earth, fire, water, and wind. Eastern Emperor Tai understood that Jiang Heng, whether in cultivation or innate strength, was still at a certain distance from him. Under normal circumstances, even without the chaos spell, slaying Jiang Heng would not pose a significant challenge. Yet, Jiang Heng was like an unkillable cockroach. Despite Tai holding the upper hand, shattering Jiang Heng's physical form time and again, he always managed to recover in the most incredible ways. Moreover, Jiang Heng astonishingly transformed himself, growing stronger with each battle, giving Tai the illusion that he was breaking through his limits. Should Jiang Heng continue to evolve in this manner, despite his reluctance to admit it, Tai knew that once Jiang Heng completed his transformation, it would spell trouble. At that point, under the gaze of all beings in the primordial world, the esteemed demon lord would find himself unable to subdue a mere human, thus losing face entirely. Honghuang Tai could no longer manage so much, which is why he thoroughly unleashed the power of the chaos spell, preparing to slay Jiang Heng in one fell swoop. He truly did not believe that the Taiching saint would oppose the demon clan for the sake of a mere human. The resounding chime of the chaos spell reverberated throughout the cosmos, and the terrifying force surged towards Jiang Heng, a power capable of obliterating boundless time and space. At this moment, Jiang Heng instead emptied himself of all fear, his heart untroubled, as the recitation of scriptures within him grew ever grander. To cultivate the essence of 100 scriptures within oneself, to embody myriad paths within a single form, in this critical moment. Countless divine arts and imperial scriptures flowed through Jiang Heng's mind. When all aspects of his being converged, the unparalleled path unique to Jiang Heng was born, infused into the celestial bell. Limitless celestial light erupted from the bell, its supreme aura becoming increasingly pronounced, and in an instant, it unleashed a terrifying force. This was Jiang Heng's all-out strike, a manifestation of the fusion of myriad paths and the embodiment of his strongest way. When the two colossal forces collided, the fabric of countless time and space shattered, and the dreadful power rampaged forth, spreading into infinity. Initially, the two terrifying forces appeared evenly matched, but soon, Jiang Heng's strength began to crumble. Even though it was the strongest path formed by the convergence of myriad ways, this path unique to Jiang Heng had yet to reach its full potential. In terms of strength, Jiang Heng still fell short of Honghuang Tai. And the celestial bell was also inferior in rank compared to the innate treasure, the chaos bell. Thus, it was only natural for Jiang Heng's power to be the first to collapse, a fact he himself did not find surprising. He continued to unleash his fists, the celestial light atop the bell growing ever more resplendent as Jiang Heng persisted in his transformation. However, once the power of the chaos bell was activated, it was overwhelmingly vast. With Jiang Heng's current strength, he could not hope to impede it in the slightest. As the innate treasure, the chaos bell, loomed before him, it was but a moment before the terrifying power would completely engulf Jiang Heng. Yet, in that instant, Jiang Heng halted all actions, his gaze fixated upon the Taiji diagram above his head. What was the intention of the Taiching saint? Countless eyes were drawn to Jiang Heng, believing he had reached a point of no return. After all, that was the innate treasure, the chaos bell. Jiang Heng ceased his struggles, seemingly resigned to his fate. Indeed, the human race found it difficult to defy the heavens, but in the next moment, the Taiji diagram above Jiang Heng suddenly trembled gently, radiating myriad rays of auspicious light that enveloped him entirely. Tai Ching. Chapter 50. The ancestral witches come to aid. Both Honghuang Tai and Jiang Heng gazed in astonishment at the resplendent Taiji diagram, which, surrounded by auspicious light, began to awaken of its own accord. A bridge of white jade and gold materialized above Jiang Heng, cascading with 9-colored auspicious clouds, overwhelming power suffusing the entire primordial land. At this moment, the Taiji diagram revived, and the chaos bell's force, capable of annihilating infinite time and space, was firmly held in place by the power of the Taiji diagram, unable to advance an inch. Jiang Heng's expression was inscrutable as he quietly dispersed the power he had gathered within his body, silently observing the magnificent Taiji diagram. This situation was somewhat beyond Jiang Heng's expectations, and he found himself even more unable to fathom the intentions of the Taiching saint. Honghuang Tai also gazed silently at the Taiji diagram, muttering in bewilderment. The Qing. Honghuang Tai was confident that a single strike would extinguish all of Jiang Heng's vitality, and his assurance was not without reason. He had even gone so far as to awaken the chaos bell completely. The innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, was certainly not weaker than the chaos bell. But the Taiji diagram was not Jiang Heng's artifact. It had been lent to him by the Grand Master of Xian Du. In the face of the chaos bell's assault, the Taiji diagram could protect Jiang Heng, but it would not fully awaken. These were two entirely different concepts. As long as the Taiji diagram did not fully awaken, Honghuang Tai was confident that Jiang Heng could never survive the terrifying power of the chaos bell. Yet at this moment, the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, came to life, and within that overwhelming force, Honghuang Tai sensed the aura of sanctity. In other words, the Tai Ching saint had intervened, willing to offend the supreme of the demon clan to protect a mere human. Of course, as a saint, especially the foremost among the three pure ones, offending the demon clan was not an inconceivable act. However, what perplexed Honghuang Tai immensely was why the Tai Ching saint would intervene in this battle and how he intended to protect this human before him. With the fully awakened innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, who in the primordial world, aside from the Tao ancestor, could slay Jiang Heng, this was also a point of confusion for Jiang Heng. The Tai Ching saint's allowance of the Grand Master of Xian due to lend him the Taiji diagram for protection had already left him astounded. That the innate treasure, the chaos bell, could fully awaken while simultaneously allowing the Taiji diagram to revive and shield Jiang Heng from a fatal strike was truly beyond Jiang Heng's comprehension. Indeed, the thoughts of a saint run deep as the abyss, making them exceedingly difficult to decipher. Perhaps only when Jiang Heng truly stepped into the realm of a saint would he have the qualification to speculate on the minds of such beings. Honghuang Tai glowered at Jiang Heng, feeling as if he were riding a tiger, unable to descend. Yet, to slay Jiang Heng now seemed almost impossible. Ha ha ha. The supreme of the demon clan, unable to contend with a single human, is truly a profound embarrassment. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed throughout the heavens and earth. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, where 11 colossal figures were approaching from afar. The ancestral witches had arrived. And all except for the ancestral witch of Huda were present. The one who spoke was none other than the ancestral witch Zhu Rong. This is a matter between my demon clan and the human race. What concern is it of your witch clan? Honghuang Tai spoke in a low voice. Can't we come to watch the excitement? Honghuang Tai, you have always been domineering, believing yourself to be an unparalleled powerhouse. How is it that now you cannot even handle a single human? I suggest you return to your demon clan obediently lest you embarrass yourself here. Ancestral witch Gong spoke disdainfully, and the other ancestral witches echoed their sentiments, their expressions indicating that Honghuang Tai had indeed made a tremendous fool of himself this time. Those unaware of the situation might think that this battle had placed Honghuang Tai at a disadvantage. Completely losing face. If my witch clan were truly seeking trouble, we would engage in battle. Does the demon clan fear you? However, now that one of your 12 ancestral witches is missing, the 12 capital heavenly gods formation is rendered ineffective. Your witch clan is likely to face complete annihilation. The witch and demon clans were natural enemies, each encounter leading to fierce battles. It would be a rare occurrence for them to engage in civil discourse. Honghuang Tai's words instantly enraged the 11 ancestral witches, their formidable auras erupting with a resounding force, and the true forms of the ancestral witches unfurled in an instant. Thick malevolence coalesced between heaven and earth as the 11 ancestral witches fixed their gazes on Honghuang Tai, with Zhu Rong and Gong even beginning to roll up their sleeves. If you witches wish to battle now, then let us do so. A powerful voice resonated as another sun appeared in the skies. The demon emperor Dijuan emerging, bathed in the sun's true fire. With the arrival of the witch and demon clans, the situation dramatically shifted. The battle between Honghuang Tai and Jiang Heng was instantly relegated to the background. With no one paying it any further attention, the witch and demon clans stood poised for conflict, ready to erupt into a cataclysmic battle at any moment. Compared to this, the grievances between the human and demon clans paled in significance. Naturally, Honghuang Tai also understood that with the Tai Ching saint protecting Jiang Heng, he no longer had the opportunity to slay him. If this battle dragged on, once Jiang Heng completed his transformation, it would be Honghuang Tai, the demon clan supreme, who would become the laughingstock. The arrival of the witch clan provided Honghuang Tai the perfect opportunity to shift the focus of conflict onto them. In comparison, Jiang Heng was indeed insignificant. Dijuan, it seems you two cannot remain idle. The ancestral witch Diju remarked, casting a solemn glance at the demon emperor Dijuan. How could I not come when all of you ancestral witches have mobilized? The demon emperor Dijuan replied with a hearty laugh. Countless beings watched tensely as the witch and demon clans stood poised for confrontation. The tragic losses from the previous two witch-demon wars still lingered in their memories. Should conflict reignite between the witch and demon clans, it would undoubtedly become a cataclysmic disaster for the entire primordial realm. Yet, the truly powerful beings knew that this battle would not come to fruition. In fact, the witch and demon clans were unlikely to engage in genuine conflict at this moment. Firstly, both clans were quietly accumulating strength, and no one would act rashly without a guarantee of victory. Secondly, the Tao ancestor had previously intervened to prevent a war between the witch and demon clans, establishing that the demon clan would govern the heavens while the witch clan would govern the earth. Mandating a truce of 100,000 years. As the century mark had yet to be reached, neither clan dared to defy the Tao ancestor's orders and provoke conflict prematurely, after trading fierce words. The witch and demon clans, as many powerful beings had predicted, ultimately dispersed. As for the battle between Jiang Heng and Honghuang Tai, it was no longer a topic of discussion, and Jiang Heng would not insist on confronting Honghuang Tai at this juncture. As he departed, Honghuang Tai cast one last glance at Jiang Heng, a gaze laden with murderous intent. It is abundantly clear that Honghuang Tai is not prepared to relent just yet. With the protection of the Tai Ching sage over Jiang Heng, it is naturally impossible for him to slay Jiang Heng. However, the Taiji diagram cannot remain with Jiang Heng indefinitely. Time is on his side. After all, he is merely a member of the human race. Once he loses the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, will he not be at their mercy, after the tribes of the Wu and the Yao dispersed? Jiang Heng approached the Grand Master of Xuandu and expressed his gratitude, saying, "I am deeply thankful for your assistance, dear friend. I kindly request that you reclaim the treasure." The Grand Master of Xuandu, beaming with a smile, waved his hand, and the Taiji diagram immediately soared back from above Jiang Heng's head, merging into the Grand Master's being. No matter, the Taiji diagram may assist you in fending off the chaos spell. But if your own strength is inadequate, you cannot hope to contend with Honghuang Tai for long, the Grand Master remarked, increasingly satisfied with Jiang Heng, even contemplating recommending him to his own master for initiation into the human teaching. Regardless, had it not been for your support, our human race would undoubtedly have faced calamity this time. Now that the Yao tribe has retreated, we owe you a debt of gratitude. Jiang Heng's words were sincere. Irrespective of the Grand Master's past actions, lending the Taiji diagram for Jiang Heng's protection was indeed commendable. You must remain cautious, for although the Yao tribe has temporarily withdrawn, they may not simply relent. The Grand Master cautioned. No worries. The Yao tribe should not invade the human race again in the near future. You might as well continue your mission of imparting teachings among the humans. Jiang Heng replied, "Such words are commendable." The Grand Master nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, he had not forgotten his purpose for coming to the human race. Imparting teachings was of utmost importance to him. Under Jiang Heng's arrangements, the Grand Master resumed his teachings among the human race, and countless human prodigies diligently pursued knowledge and advancement. During this time, Jiang Heng made a special visit to the Wu tribe to express his heartfelt gratitude to the ancestral witches for their assistance. Discussing matters with them for a considerable time before taking his leave, the arrival of the 11 ancestral witches to aid him was entirely due to their regard for Jiang Heng. Otherwise, the Wu tribe would hardly concern themselves with the fate of the human race. The third battle between the Wu and the Yao tribes will serve as a turning point in the primordial world. Being exceptionally crucial for both the human race and Jiang Heng, the fates of the Wu and Yao tribes have already been sealed. Neither the heavenly Tao nor the Tao ancestor Hongjun would permit the continued existence of the formidable Wu and Yao tribes. Jiang Heng has laid the groundwork in advance, but the eventual outcome may be difficult to alter. He can only strive to secure the most favorable circumstances. Although the battle with Honghuang Tai unfolded in an unexpected manner, Jiang Heng's strategies had already been set in motion. When the time comes for that battle, this seemingly inconspicuous foreshadowing may yield unexpected surprises. Upon returning to the human race, the Grand Master of Xuandu continued his teachings, while Jiang Heng began to listen attentively while secretly cultivating. This time, with the aid of Honghuang Tai, Jiang Heng has already nurtured the embryonic form of the supreme path. The subsequent matters will thus become simpler. By continuously absorbing myriad paths and refining countless methods, when the accumulation reaches its zenith, it will be the moment when the supreme path truly matures. At that juncture, Jiang Heng will need to take the most critical step. Stepping into the realm of the great emperor, or perhaps it is more fitting to say the celestial emperor. Everything is merely a matter of time, and the Grand Master of Xuandu will continue to impart teachings among the human race for a millennium. During this period, the Yao tribe is unlikely to make any significant moves. As long as he can safely navigate through this millennium, it will be the time when Jiang Heng's wings are fully developed. When that time comes, should he engage in another battle with Honghuang Tai, the outcome will surely differ. Time flows silently, and amidst the tranquil cultivation of the entire human race, the years slip away like water. Chapter 51. A Millennium. After the battle between Jiang Heng and Honghuang Tai, the Grand Master of Xuandu continued his teachings, leading the entire human race into a state of quietude. Although the clash between Jiang Heng and Honghuang Tai ultimately reached a stalemate, The powerful beings within the primordial realm could not possibly forget Jiang Heng's existence. In such a brief span since the emergence of the human race, a figure of Jiang Heng's caliber has arisen, drawing the attention of the mighty. The Yu Master Kunping and the Lord of the Nether River, upon witnessing the outcome of this battle, felt an overwhelming resentment yet also a flicker of relief. Their relief stemmed from the fact that Jiang Heng did not perish at the hands of Honghuang Tai. As long as the primordial purple energy remained concealed, they would still have the opportunity to seize it. Their fury, on the other hand, arose from Jiang Heng's survival. They had never anticipated that he could preserve his life in the face of Honghuang Tai's might. How could this damned human possess such formidable strength and yet remain alive? Kunping scowled. While this human strength is considerable, he could never be a match for Honghuang Tai. The key lies in that innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Had it not been for the Tai Ching sage's intervention, this human would have perished long ago. Even if he had possessed 10 lives, the Lord of the Nether River stated solemnly. But why would the Tai Ching sage intervene to protect this human? Does the Tai Ching sage truly hold the human race in such high regard? Kunping questioned hesitantly. The Tai Ching sage has established the human teaching among the human race. As its leader, assisting him is only natural. The Lord of the Nether River replied. Humph. The Tai Ching sage can protect this human once, but cannot do so indefinitely. Kunping, being a thinker of profound depth, quickly grasped the crux of the matter, and his mind began to whirl with countless thoughts. Indeed, the Tai Ching sage cannot perpetually shield that human. Once the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, is lost, with our combined strength, it would be quite easy to slay him, even after witnessing the battle between Jiang Heng and Honghuang Tai. The Lord of the Nether River remained confident, never truly viewing Jiang Heng as a rival. This perspective was entirely reasonable, given the insights of Kunping and the Lord of the Nether River. They could easily discern Jiang Heng's true power. In their eyes, Jiang Heng's strength was indeed impressive. However, Jiang Heng was merely a perfected ancient sacred body, placing him at the threshold of quasi-saint status. This was strikingly similar to the ancestral witches, but the ancestral witches inherently possessed great supernatural powers, a facet in which Jiang Heng was somewhat lacking. The Lord of the Nether River, having emerged from the abyssal blood sea, was a born wielder of great supernatural powers and possessed several powerful innate treasures. For instance, the two swords, Ubi Yuan II, were themselves extremely powerful innate treasures with the ability to kill without incurring karmic retribution. Showcasing endless utility, the Flame of Karma Red Lotus is one of the 4 great 12-grade lotus platforms, said to have originated from the seed of the Chaos Blue Lotus, making it a superior innate treasure capable of both offense and defense. The Xian Yuan Water Controlling Flag, one of the innate 5 directions flags, was also in the possession of the Lord of the Nether River, a treasure on par with the Earth Flame Light Flag. Among all quasi-saints, the Lord of the Nether River possessed not only a multitude of innate treasures but also treasures of the highest quality. Furthermore, the Lord of the Nether River's cultivation level ranked him among the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Initially, the Lord of the Nether River emulated the Saintess Nuwa in creating beings, resulting in the creation of the Azura clan. Although this did not elevate him to the status of a saint, he did reap certain rewards. By creating the Azura clan, the heavenly Tao still bestowed merits upon him, allowing the Lord of the Nether River to sever a corpse and significantly enhance his power. Among all quasi-saints in the primordial realm, the Lord of the Nether River's strength unquestionably belongs to the upper echelon, even surpassing Kunping. This is why the Lord of the Nether River exuded such confidence. As long as the Tai Ching sage did not intervene, he believed Jiang Heng could never be his opponent. Very well. We shall await the departure of the Grand Master of Xuandu from the human race. He cannot possibly remain for thousands of years, can he? Kunping remarked darkly. Subsequently, Kunping and the Lord of the Nether River deliberated meticulously, devising various schemes, preparing to act against Jiang Heng once the Grand Master of Xuandu departed from the human race. Jiang Heng, of course, remained blissfully unaware of this, but he could surmise that there were certainly many interested parties in the primordial realm regarding the human race, in the wake of his battle with Honghuang Tai. Jiang Heng had inevitably exposed his strength, making it difficult to avoid drawing attention. However, in the face of calamity threatening the human race, Jiang Heng had no alternative, should he refrain from battling Honghuang Tai. The human race would immediately face annihilation. In the original historical trajectory, due to the Yao tribe's intent to forge the Slaughterwu sword, countless human lives were lost at their hands. Nearly 90% of the human race perished, with only a small fraction managing to escape, eventually leading to the resurgence of the human race after a prolonged period of recuperation. Since arriving in the primordial realm, Jiang Heng has tirelessly endeavored to develop the human race, which has ultimately led to the current situation. To allow the human race to face calamity, to let billions of human lives be extinguished. If that were the case, what had Jiang Heng expended countless thoughts and efforts for? It would be far better to find a secluded place for closed-door cultivation or to seek refuge under a saint, waiting for the human race to prosper before re-emerging, thus avoiding any danger. Although the current situation is not particularly favorable, it is certain that the demon race will not simply relent. However, for the entirety of the human race, this outcome is indeed the best possible. The great Master Xuandu will continue to impart teachings to humanity for 1,000 years, marking an era of rapid development for the human race, which will also serve as the final accumulation for all of humanity. When that millennium elapses, even if the demon race were to invade again, the human race would undoubtedly no longer be as passive as it is now. I must hasten my breakthrough to the great emperor realm. Jiang Heng thought to himself. With the pressure bestowed by the Eastern Emperor Tai, Jiang Heng has begun to integrate myriad scriptures and harmonize countless paths, forming the initial shape of his ultimate path. Once this unique path of supremacy belonging to Jiang Heng matures, it will signal his transformative moment, allowing him to step into the great emperor realm. Time flows inexorably, and a millennium will soon pass. During this span, the human race has enjoyed tranquility and harmony, and the vast wilderness has mirrored this peace. Yet, such calmness appears somewhat uncanny, as both the witch and demon races have seemingly imposed restrictions on their kin to minimize friction between the two. In times past, despite the existence of prohibitions from the Tao ancestor, conflicts between the witch and demon races persisted unceasingly. However, now, not a single significant battle has occurred, and many understand that this is merely the calm before the storm. Some powerful beings have already surmised that the witch and demon races are biding their time, accumulating strength for an impending cataclysmic clash. After all, the Tao ancestor had only set a 10,000-year period. And now, that deadline is drawing near. For the past 1,000 years, the great Master Xuandu has been imparting teachings among the human race, and every individual who has embarked on the path of cultivation has come to listen. This aspect has brought great satisfaction to the great Master Xuandu. With so many humans attending his lectures, his mission has been deemed a resounding success. Today marks the final day of my teachings among the human race. I hope that each of you gained something profound from this experience, declared the great Master Xuandu. As this day arrives, the great Master Xuandu has made it clear that after today, his teachings to humanity will come to an end. Once the great master concludes his discourse, countless humans gather, kneeling in gratitude for the wisdom imparted by him. Even Jiang Heng, with a face full of appreciation, expresses, "Your Excellency, your teachings among my people have indeed been a great fortune." Regardless of the great Master Xuandu's intentions for sharing his wisdom with humanity, it is undeniable that countless individuals have reaped immense benefits during this millennium. Perhaps many will not alter their cultivation methods to embrace those taught by the great Master Xuandu. Yet the teachings he has shared have undeniably provided significant assistance to the human race. There is no need for such formalities. I am also of the human race. It is my heartfelt wish for our kind to continually thrive and flourish, replied the great Master Xuandu. Countless humans once again expressed their gratitude, acknowledging that the great master has not only bestowed wisdom upon the human race but has also offered protection during the demon race's incursions. Rest assured, the human race will undoubtedly grow stronger, Jiang Heng asserted resolutely. With a sovereign like you among us, the future of the human race is indeed promising. Very well, my time among the human race has come to an end. It is time for me to return, the great Master Xuandu continued. Please exercise caution. The demon race will not simply relent, and you must remain vigilant. Do not worry. Jiang Heng nodded in agreement. The great Master Xuandu's consideration for the human race is truly commendable, prompting Jiang Heng to reassess his views on him. After bidding farewell to Jiang Heng and the others, the great Master Xuandu ascended towards the realm beyond the 33 heavens, a domain established by the supreme sage Taiji. With the departure of the great Master Xuandu, it is likely that some will no longer be able to remain idle. Jiang Heng muttered to himself, as long as the great Master Xuandu remains among the human race, it signifies that the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, is also within their midst. With the innate treasure in hand, Jiang Heng becomes a formidable presence, one that even the Eastern Emperor Tai cannot vanquish, compelling those with ulterior motives to retreat. However, with the great Master Xuandu now departed, having lost the innate treasure, Jiang Heng is at most a formidable being akin to the ancestral witches. At the very moment the great Master Xuandu exits the human realm, the master of the underworld river, who has remained dormant in the blood sea for a millennium, steps forth from the depths of the abyss. Simultaneously, the demon master Kunping stealthily approaches the human realm from within the demon race. And soon, the two mighty beings converged near the human territory. Today will mark the end for the human race. The master of the underworld river declared solemnly, "We must proceed with caution. We are not the only ones keeping an eye on the human race." The demon master Kunping advised, "You are correct. Let us infiltrate the human realm discreetly and await the opportune moment to strike decisively." The master of the underworld river responded gravely. Kunping nodded in agreement. And the two formidable beings concealed their presence as they stealthily advanced towards the human realm. Chapter 52. The Uncertain Dread of Demon Master Kunping and Master of the Underworld River. The Demon Master Kunping and the Ancestral Master of the Nether River naturally arrived for the primordial purple chi, having awaited this day for an interminable duration. Since a millennium ago, their gaze had been fixated on the human race, silently observing its movements. At long last, with the departure of the great master of Xiandu from the human realm, the Nether River's leader and Demon Master Kunping did not hesitate for a moment. Swiftly entering the heart of humanity, both figures, Kunping and the Nether River's leader, acted with utmost caution, striving to conceal their own auras. They were not the only ones watching the human race. Numerous others were undoubtedly present. And who could predict if there would be hidden dangers should they strike? As they stealthily advanced towards the core of humanity, both were taken aback by the current state of the human race. 1,000 years ago, when faced with the formidable demon race, the human race had displayed strength that, albeit inferior to the demons, was still commendable. Over the past millennium, the great master of Xiandu had lectured among the humans, granting them 1,000 years of stable development. Such a span was ample time for the human race to elevate their power to a new echelon, even evoking awe from titans like the Nether River's leader and Demon Master Kunping. As they journeyed, the two noticed that humans were abundant in the celestial realm, their numbers reaching astonishing heights. Furthermore, within the human race, it was not uncommon for individuals to attain the profound celestial realm. A far cry from the strength of the humans a millennium prior, though this prowess still could not compare to the witch and demon races. Within the vast primordial cosmos, it constituted a force that could not be disregarded. Little did Kunping and the Nether River's leader realize that the Zhejiang Dfa was particularly beneficial to the humans in terms of their cultivation speed. While the higher the realm, the more arduous the training. Often a millennium could suffice for an individual to achieve the pinnacle of the secret realm of the celestial platform. Should one fail to break through within a millennium, it could only indicate a lack of potential. Even with continued cultivation, the hope for a breakthrough would be slim. In this regard, Jiang Heng had already compensated through various immortal medicines, striving to enhance the chances of human breakthroughs. For instance, the Bodhi ancient tree, which could illuminate the path to enlightenment, and the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, both of which were rare resources. Moreover, the Pan Tao immortal medicine was also present. Despite the scarcity of the Bodhi ancient tree and the ancient tea tree, which could only cater to a select group of talented humans, the relentless efforts of Swerin and others enabled them to successfully cultivate offshoots of the Pan Tao immortal medicine over a millennium. Now, the human race boasted thousands of these offshoots. As Jiang Heng anticipated, the efficacy of these offshoots was considerably weaker than that of the true Pan Tao immortal medicine, yet they were still ample for human use. Fortuitously, the current primordial cosmos was replete with elemental energy, significantly easing the difficulty of cultivating offshoots of the Pan Tao immortal medicine. Each offshoot matured over a century, yielding hundreds of fruits. This implies that every century, the human race could harvest tens of thousands of fruits from the offshoots of the Pan Tao immortal medicine. The fruits of these offshoots had a profound effect on the humans below the celestial realm, greatly expediting their ascension. Thus, during this millennium, a multitude of humans had stepped into the celestial realm. This was merely the beginning. As time progressed, the human race would cultivate even more offshoots of the Pan Tao immortal medicine. Regrettably, the cultivation of these offshoots had its limits. According to Jiang Heng's estimations, surpassing 10,000 would prove exceedingly challenging. As Kunping and the Nether River's leader stealthily advanced, they soon arrived at the core of the human race, discovering traces of Swerin and others. As the initial leaders of humanity, Swerin and his companions possessed commendable innate qualities, having cultivated the Zhejiang Dfa for over a millennium, showing remarkable progress. Presently, Swerin and his companions had reached the 9th level of quasi-emperor, not far from the great emperor realm, their strength formidable. Among all the great Luo golden immortals in the primordial cosmos, Swerin and his companions were undoubtedly at the pinnacle, their strength not inferior to others. However, despite their commendable prowess, the Nether River's leader and Kunping did not regard them with much concern. The focus of these titans had always been Jiang Heng. Only he could warrant their serious attention among the human race. For beings of the caliber of Kunping and the Nether River's leader, discovering Jiang Heng was no arduous task, as he made no effort to conceal himself among the humans. Do not hold back. Ensure a decisive strike, Kunping declared solemnly. Inaction is one thing. Action is akin to thunder. Both titans understood this principle well. As they approached Jiang Heng, the two formidable beings had already begun to accumulate power, channeling their strength into innate spiritual treasures, preparing for a lethal assault. Since we have come from afar, why not reveal ourselves? Otherwise, would it not appear that I, as the host, have neglected my guests? Just as Kunping and the Nether River's leader were about to strike, a thunderous voice resonated, causing both to change countenance. Before they could act, their presence had been detected, nullifying any need for concealment. The two titans manifested before the humans, their overwhelming auras soaring, their expressions grave as they fixed their gaze on the humans not far away. It appears we underestimated you. How did you discover our presence? The Nether River's leader inquired in a low voice. You fancied yourselves perfectly concealed, yet in my eyes, you are utterly exposed, Jiang Heng replied, exuding an air of inscrutable wisdom, which caused the Nether River's leader and Kunping to hesitate momentarily. Observing Jiang Heng's composed demeanor, they could not help but wonder if there was some treachery afoot. Could there be a deception at play? Uncertainty gripped the minds of Kunping and the Nether River's leader. They were torn between the desire to strike and their lingering doubts. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Heng possessed the unparalleled 9 secrets, a divine technique of immense power. The first character secret not only served as a method of cultivating one's consciousness but also touched upon the enigmatic domain of time, granting foresight into future fortunes and misfortunes. As the Nether River's leader and Kunping prepared to act, a sense of vigilance arose within Jiang Heng. He sensed the presence of a formidable being. Yet, the first character secret was not omnipotent. Jiang Heng could perceive the arrival of a strong presence but could not ascertain who it was. A mere probe would suffice, and indeed, the Nether River's leader and Kunping inadvertently revealed themselves before Jiang Heng. Consequently, Jiang Heng appeared all the more inscrutable in the eyes of Kunping and the Nether River's leader. Regardless of how you discovered us, your fate is already sealed if you willingly surrender your possessions. Perhaps we might leave you with a complete corpse? Kunping's expression darkened, though he harbored doubts. Having arrived at this juncture, he would not easily back down. Kunping, it seems you have not learned your lesson. It has only been a millennium. I presume your injuries remain unhealed. Jiang Heng retorted disdainfully. Kunping's countenance grew even darker. Jiang Heng's words rang true. In just over a millennium, his injuries could hardly have healed. That initial strike from Jiang Heng had been ruthlessly severe. Without a millennium of recuperation, it would be nearly impossible for Kunping to fully recover. This was precisely why Kunping harbored such deep resentment towards Jiang Heng. Despite having roamed the primordial cosmos for so long, he had never suffered such a grave loss. You are but a mere human, devoid of the protection of innate treasures. Do you think you can still turn the tide against me? The Nether River's leader scoffed. As he spoke, the 2 swords of Obi-Wan II materialized in his hands, emanating a palpable aura of murderous intent. The 12-grade fiery lotus appeared beneath his feet, flames blazing fiercely, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a deity of death. The Nether River's leader was among the top-tier powers in the primordial cosmos, comparable to the Eastern Emperor Tai, a far cry from the likes of Kunping. Yet, the Nether River's leader's desire to eliminate Jiang Heng fell short. The outcome of this battle would likely disappoint him. Do not attempt to sow discord. This time, you cannot escape your doom, Kunping declared in a low voice. Kunping, you overestimate yourself. Were it not for the presence of the Nether River's leader, killing you now would be akin to slaughtering a dog. Moreover, even if you were to win this battle, given your current state, the treasures would likely fall into the hands of the Nether River's leader, Jiang Heng asserted. Jiang Heng disdainfully remarked. The demon master Kunping, fully aware that Jiang Heng was attempting to sow discord, nonetheless found himself involuntarily stirred by some peculiar thoughts. Jiang Heng's words rang true. His strength had always paled in comparison to that of the Lord of the Dark River, and now, with his injuries still unhealed, how could he possibly stand as a rival to the Lord? During the time he struck down Jiang Heng, he had been an ally of the Lord of the Dark River, but post that act, they would find themselves as adversaries. Given his current condition, not only was seizing the primordial purple chi a distant dream, but even maintaining his life against the Lord of the Dark River was a matter of concern. A mere human can only rely on verbal wit. Yet no matter how many schemes you concoct, today you shall surely perish, the Lord of the Dark River declared, his voice laced with murderous intent. The Lord understood well that the demon master Kunping was inherently suspicious, Jiang Heng's words had likely sown seeds of doubt in Kunping's mind. The Lord's expression hardened, and the moment his voice fell. The twin swords, Abhij and Mrtia, sliced through the void towards Jiang Heng. True to his reputation as a decisive force in battle, the Lord prepared to take the initiative, intending to cut through the chaos with swift action. The demon master Kunping wore a grim expression, his thoughts unknown, yet he chose to strike at that moment as well. Chapter 53. The Four Great Incarnations, as the twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia were unleashed. A fierce aura of death enveloped Jiang Heng, the immense power contained within sending tremors through countless humans. These twin swords were not merely innate spiritual treasures, they were treasures of slaughter, their murderous intent manifesting as a tangible force within the realm. The sheer might of the twin swords needed no elaboration. The fact that they could kill without leaving a trace of karma was enough to instill dread in many. At this moment, as the lethal treasures descended upon him, Jiang Heng was compelled to treat the situation with utmost seriousness, even hesitating to confront them with bare hands. Above his head, the celestial bell appeared, radiating boundless celestial light, evolving into an endless array of profound paths, converging countless unparalleled divine techniques. Since a millennium ago, Jiang Heng had inscribed his own path and law upon the celestial bell, allowing this artifact of creation to gradually harmonize with his essence. Now, after a millennium of nurturing, the bell was brimming with Jiang Heng's supreme path, having entirely transformed into his instrument for ascending to the throne of an emperor. At this moment, the power of the celestial bell was unleashed. Akin to the resurrection of an ultimate imperial weapon, its formidable aura instantly filling the heavens and the earth, boundless celestial light surged into the sky, colliding with the oncoming twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia, resulting in a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the realm. Boom! The entire human race trembled, the celestial light fracturing continuously, while the twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia found themselves hindered by the force of the celestial bell. Unable to advance even an inch. At this juncture, the demon master Kunping also produced his own innate spiritual treasure, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Heng contended with the twin swords to press down upon him. Yet, Jiang Heng remained unperturbed, raising his hand to unleash a punch, the might of his perfected holy body erupting instantaneously, sending the demon master Kunping's innate spiritual treasure flying. In just a millennium, this human race has grown even stronger. The demon master Kunping exclaimed incredulously. The Lord of the Dark River's countenance darkened as well. Although they had only exchanged a single move, their prowess allowed them to discern Jiang Heng's current strength. A millennium ago, when Jiang Heng battled against Dongwang Tai, they had witnessed it firsthand, thoroughly familiar with his capabilities. However, now it was evident that in just a millennium, Jiang Heng had made significant progress, his strength surpassing that of 1,000 years prior by an extraordinary margin. For ancient titans like the Lord of the Dark River and the Demon Master Kunping, the rapid advancement of Jiang Heng's strength was nothing short of astonishing. Consider the two of them. Each had cultivated for countless epochs to attain their current power. A millennium was but a fleeting moment to them, hardly worth mentioning, as they often retreated into seclusion for even longer spans. Particularly for the Demon Master Kunping, since his breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, he had not progressed further in a long time. Now, witnessing Jiang Heng's rapid enhancement, he felt a mix of trepidation and jealousy. Longing to shatter Jiang Heng into 1,000 pieces, naturally, the Lord of the Dark River and the Demon Master Kunping could not fathom that since the battle a millennium ago, Jiang Heng's metamorphosis had been ongoing. Once the embryonic form of the Supreme Path was birthed, as long as Jiang Heng continued to assimilate myriad teachings and encompass all paths within himself, he would perpetually grow stronger. Over the course of a millennium, Jiang Heng's Supreme Path had matured fully, with only a single step remaining to be taken. Taking that step would signify Jiang Heng's transformation from a chrysalis into a butterfly, truly stepping into the realm of emperors. The pinnacle of the human path. In truth, if one were to be precise, Jiang Heng was indeed capable of taking that step at this moment. It was merely that the timing was not quite right. The breakthrough to the emperor realm, in itself, was not particularly significant, merely equivalent to the quasi-saint realm within the primordial heavens. As long as no one was striving for the saint realm, neither the heavenly Tao nor the Tao ancestor Hongjun would pay too much heed. What made Jiang Heng hesitate was the inevitable heavenly tribulation that would descend upon his breakthrough, making it difficult to avoid attracting attention. In past breakthroughs, although heavenly tribulations had arisen, they were inconsequential due to Jiang Heng's relatively low cultivation level at that time. In the primordial heavens, heavenly tribulations existed inherently. Practitioners facing a breakthrough would invariably encounter the test of heavenly tribulation. However, Jiang Heng's situation was somewhat unique. Achieving the holy body was exceedingly arduous, and once he became an emperor, the heavenly tribulation would undoubtedly be astonishing. At that point, not only would other powerful beings within the primordial heavens take notice, but even the 6 saints in the Dao ancestor Hongjun would likely focus their attention on Jiang Heng. Nevertheless, the wait would not be long. The moment Jiang Heng had been anticipating would soon arrive, and at that time, countless powerful beings would likely be preoccupied with their own affairs after a single exchange. While the Lord of the Dark River and the Demon Master Kunping were astonished by Jiang Heng's might, they could not afford to relent. The Lord of the Dark River raised a finger, unleashing endless murderous intent from the twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia, shaking the very heavens and earth. Subsequently, 2 figures emerged from within the Lord's form, resembling him quite closely. The aura emanating from these 2 figures was exceedingly potent. Each possessing quasi-saint cultivation, they leapt into the air, each taking hold of one of the twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia. These were the Lord of the Dark River's good and evil corpses, manifestations of his Dao fruit, their strength slightly inferior to that of the Lord himself. To conjure the 2 corpses, the Lord of the Dark River's cultivation was undoubtedly among the pinnacle ranks within the myriad quasi-saints of the primordial heavens. Now, with the good and evil corpses summoned, it was clear that he intended to ensure Jiang Heng's demise. The good and evil corpses, each wielding the twin swords of Abhij and Mrtia, appeared as if gods of slaughter had descended, their blades poised to eradicate all living beings. Jiang Heng's expression grew increasingly grave. In comparison to the Demon Master Kunping, the Lord of the Dark River was undoubtedly far more formidable. He was a being who had forged his path through slaying, and possessing treasures of slaughter like Abhij and Mrtia, a certainly inspired trepidation. Although the Demon Master Kunping's strength was not on par with that of the Lord of the Dark River, and his injuries remained unhealed, he was still a quasi-saint in his own right. Jiang Heng found himself under immense pressure, having to contend with the Lord of the Dark River while not neglecting the Demon Master Kunping. Observing from the sidelines, Swerin and his companions were exceedingly anxious, yet battles of such caliber were beyond their capacity to intervene. In their helplessness, Swerin and the others could only focus on relocating the surrounding humans, ensuring that they were not caught in the crossfire of this monumental clash. With the Lord of the Dark River, the good and evil corpses, and the Demon Master Kunping, Jiang Heng was effectively facing 4 opponents, rendering him somewhat overshadowed. Attempting to overwhelm me with numbers, you are still lacking, Jiang Heng bellowed, stepping forth as 2 grand incarnations emerged from his being, their forms remarkably akin to his own, yet shrouded in a veil of mist that obscured their features. These were Jiang Heng's Dao self and departed self, representing the past and the future, united with Jiang Heng as one, sharing many similarities with the 2 corpses. You have actually severed the corpses? No, this is not the good and evil corpses. These are incarnations, one chi transforming into 3 pure ones. Upon witnessing Jiang Heng's Dao self and departed self, the Lord of the Dark River's expression changed drastically, nearly believing that Jiang Heng had attained the quasi-saint realm and severed the corpses. However, given the Lord's profound cultivation, he quickly discerned that Jiang Heng's Dao self and departed self were fundamentally different from his good and evil corpses. Yet upon sensing the formidable auras of the Dao self and departed self, both the Lord of the Dark River and the Demon Master Kunping swiftly recognized that the strength of these 2 incarnations was nearly equal to Jiang Heng's own. In the primordial heavens, only the unparalleled teachings of the Taiji Saint, one chi transforming into 3 pure ones, could grant such power to incarnations. One chi transforming into 3 pure ones. You truly underestimate me. Jiang Heng's face was adorned with an inexplicable smile as he spoke. In the midst of his words, 2 avatars, born from within Jiang Heng, emerged, equally exuding formidable energy, rivaling Jiang Heng himself, with Jiang Heng's original self. The aspects of departing me and the way of me, alongside the 2 avatars, it was equivalent to having 5 Jiang Heng, yes, placing him at an advantageous numerical position of 5 against 4. How could this be possible? The Demon Master Kunping's expression changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. The technique of transforming 1 into 3 pure beings was already an unparalleled Taoist art in the primordial heavens, aside from the Supreme Pure One. No one else could wield such a method. Yet, Jiang Heng astonishingly managed to split himself into 5, with 4 avatars plus his original self. Did this not mean a quintuple enhancement of his strength? Jiang Heng's visage radiated joy. Through years of cultivation, his comprehension of the 9 secrets had far surpassed what it had been in the past. Within the 9 secrets, mastering the numerical secret to its utmost could yield 9 avatars, each possessing complete combat prowess. Although Jiang Heng had yet to refine the numerical secret to perfection, he had already succeeded in manifesting 4 avatars. However, He had never regarded the numerical secret as superior to the technique of transforming one into three pure beings. For that was an extraordinary art created by the Supreme Pure One. The saint could manifest countless forms with a mere thought, and the phrase transforming one into three pure beings only scratched the surface of this profound art. The aspects of departing me and the way of me stood against the dual corpses of good and evil conjured by the Lord of the Underworld, while the remaining two avatars launched a fierce assault on the demon master Kunping. As for Jiang Heng's original form, he continued to duel with the Lord of the Underworld, with both sides gradually igniting true flames, making the battle increasingly intense. Surveying the battlefield, Jiang Heng's way of me and departing me were in absolute jeopardy. Having been slain multiple times by the dual corpses of good and evil, yet, each time they were vanquished, way of me and departing me quickly reformed, standing once more before the Lord of the Underworld's dual corpses. Jiang Heng's original self, for the time being, was locked in a stalemate with the Lord of the Underworld's body. Jiang Heng found himself unable to contend with the Lord of the Underworld, who wielded the infernal fire-red lotus, while the Lord of the Underworld found it equally challenging to eliminate Jiang Heng, who possessed the character secret. The most tragic figure was undeniably the demon master Kunping, whose situation had become precarious under the siege of Jiang Heng's two avatars. This was not due to Kunping's inherent weakness, but rather because he was gravely injured, likely unable to muster even 50% of his strength. Kunping was not only cunning and treacherous but also cowardly and protective of his own life. Compelling him to fight to the death was nearly impossible. As he sensed the unfavorable turn of events, a retreating thought began to form in Kunping's mind. Chapter 54. If I do not slay you, I shall not be human. The Lord of the Underworld had an acute understanding of the demon master Kunping. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to collaborate with him to seize the primordial purple energy. Observing the shifting tides, he had nearly deduced Kunping's intentions, and his expression darkened further. A surge of anger welled within the Lord of the Underworld. In his view, this human strength was utterly inferior to his own. Whether in terms of treasures or personal cultivation, he could easily crush this human, yet this human displayed an array of cunning tactics. He began to comprehend the feelings of Donghuang Tai, who, despite having a complete upper hand, found this human to be like an indestructible pest. Such terrifying regenerative abilities, coupled with a plethora of unparalleled divine techniques, occasionally delivering astonishing strikes, compelled even him to treat the situation with utmost caution. Given the circumstances, even if he could defeat this human, the prospect of utterly annihilating Jiang Heng seemed almost hopeless. This could not continue. He must seek another method. The Lord of the Underworld contemplated. As he noted Kunping's growing inclination to retreat, he realized that should Kunping withdraw, the task of slaying Jiang Heng would become considerably more arduous. Suddenly, a scheme sparked in the Lord of the Underworld's mind, and he called out to Kunping, "There is no need to continue entangling ourselves with this human. We are in human territory, and we cannot suppress him for the time being. Can we not deal with other humans?" Upon hearing the Lord of the Underworld's words, Kunping's heart leaped with joy, dispelling any lingering thoughts of retreat. The Lord of the Underworld was correct. He could not contend with Jiang Heng. But how significant were the other humans in his eyes? Furthermore, Kunping had unexpectedly discovered that devouring human souls could expedite the healing of his injuries. Despite his current state, once he consumed millions of humans, he could swiftly restore a large portion of his strength, and why would he then fear this human? With this thought, Kunping no longer hesitated to engage Jiang Heng's avatars, utilizing his innate speed to escape their grasp. "You are courting death." Jiang Heng's voice resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. At that moment, he was truly enraged, more than he had ever desired to kill the Lord of the Underworld and the demon master Kunping. Realizing the precariousness of their situation, had concocted such a vile scheme, turning their sights upon the human race. Given the strength of the Lord of the Underworld and Kunping, should they genuinely pursue the slaughter of humans, it was likely that millions would fall victim to their wrath. Undoubtedly, the human race was Jiang Heng's Achilles heel. Should even one human perish in this battle, no amount of water from the three rivers could quench Jiang Heng's fury. The Lord of the Underworld had precisely recognized this point, thereby devising such a treacherous plan, intending to distract Jiang Heng. Once Jiang Heng was thrown into disarray, it would provide the Lord of the Underworld and Kunping with a prime opportunity to slay him. As Sui Ren and others sensed the gravity of the situation, they immediately chose to intervene, preparing to block Kunping. However, Kunping's speed was simply too swift. Although he was severely injured, he was still a quasi-saint-level powerhouse, making it nearly impossible for Sui Ren and the others to obstruct him. At this moment, Jiang Heng could no longer afford to focus on the Lord of the Underworld, withstanding a heavy blow from the Lord of the Underworld. Jiang Heng took the opportunity to condense the character secret. In an instant, blood spewed from Jiang Heng's mouth, half of his body nearly collapsing. and he had to hastily condense the character's secret to stabilize his injuries. Subsequently, his several avatars positioned themselves at all costs before the Lord of the Underworld, while Jiang Heng darted forward in pursuit of Kunping. Kunping moved at an incredible speed. With his cultivation, fighting millions of humans was hardly a daunting task. Unfolding his demon form, he transformed into a colossal bird, his wings spread wide, resembling clouds descending from the heavens, obscuring the entire sky. Ha ha ha. Despicable human race, today, if I do not devour millions of you, my heart's hatred shall remain unresolved. Kunping opened his massive maw, a tempest sweeping across the world, the terrifying force of his consumption enveloping millions of humans. Instantly, the bodies of countless humans were uncontrollably lifted. Flying towards Kump the cunning and astute Master Kunping instantly discerned the intentions of the Lord of the Nether River. Causing a surge of fury to swell within him, the Lord of the Nether River appeared to be employing a strategy of distraction, aiming to save Zhao by besieging Wei. If Jiang Heng wished to escape death, he would have to parry this impending strike, allowing Master Kunping the opportunity to flee. Yet, seeing Jiang Heng's countenance ablaze with wrath, all his focus was directed at him, leaving no regard for the Lord of the Nether River. As anticipated by Master Kunping, Jiang Heng disregarded the Lord of the Nether River entirely, his fists still hurtling towards him without the slightest hesitation. You dare use me as bait? Our paths shall never cross amicably. Master Kunping proclaimed, seething with indignation. The Lord of the Nether River, fully aware of Jiang Heng's intense hatred towards Master Kunping, realized that Jiang Heng was unwavering in his resolve to annihilate him. Thus, the Lord of the Nether River seized the opportunity to use Master Kunping as a pawn. While Jiang Heng was preoccupied with him, he could strike with lethal intent. In that moment, Master Kunping might face certain death, yet Jiang Heng would also incur grievous wounds. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly be severely injured. At that juncture, with the Lord of the Nether River's formidable strength, he would almost certainly succeed in dispatching Jiang Heng, securing his victory. As for Master Kunping's fate, the Lord of the Nether River would hardly concern himself with it. As long as he could slay Jiang Heng and seize the primordial purple energy, Master Kunping could perish without a second thought. The relationship between the Lord of the Nether River and Master Kunping had always been one of mutual exploitation. Should Master Kunping fall, the Lord of the Nether River would gain one less rival. Despite the fury boiling within him, Master Kunping, confronted with death, could think of nothing else but to muster all his strength to withstand Jiang Heng's fist. With a thunderous roar, Jiang Heng unleashed a blow imbued with the full force of his path, its power overwhelming and cataclysmic, instantly engulfing Master Kunping's form. His massive physique shattered in an instant. Countless laws transforming into celestial light that enveloped him, gradually extinguishing his vitality. I shall remember this grievance. There will come a day of reckoning. Master Kunping's voice brimmed with resentment, and in the next moment, a dark light shot forth from his body, ascending to the heavens. Master Kunping, known for his ruthless nature, chose to forsake his corporeal form in a desperate bid to escape with his primordial spirit. That dark light represented his essence. For a quasi-saint level powerhouse, as long as the primordial spirit remained intact, one could not be deemed truly fallen. Nevertheless, even a quasi-saint could not bear the burden of losing their physical body, a calamity that could obliterate eons of arduous cultivation in an instant. Though he might rise again one day, such a resurgence would be an endeavor of countless millennia. Yet, when weighed against death, such a cost, albeit heavy, was a necessary sacrifice for Master Kunping. Jiang Heng, filled with a desire to rend Master Kunping into a myriad of pieces, would not allow this escape to go unchallenged. However, just as he prepared to act, the Lord of the Nether River's dual swords of abyssal destruction had already arrived, their murderous intent freezing the very fabric of time and space around Jiang Heng. In that instant, not only did he lose the chance to pursue Master Kunping, but he also found himself bereft of any opportunity to block the Lord of the Nether River's lethal strike. With no time to ponder, he hastily concentrated all the strength of his perfected holy body, simultaneously exerting every effort to activate the secret technique. The Lord of the Nether River wielded a sword imbued with his most potent killing intent. A strike so terrifying that it shattered Jiang Heng's perfected holy body in an instant. Amidst the gasps of countless onlookers, Jiang Heng's formidable physique transformed into a deluge of blood, raining down upon the human race. Ha ha ha. Regardless of how exceptional your abilities may be, in the end, you have still fallen to my might. The Lord of the Nether River's face was alight with triumph. Jiang otherwise, with the ruthless nature of the Lord of the Underworld. He would undoubtedly follow through on his words. The Lord of the Underworld cast a dark and brooding gaze upon Jiang Heng, contemplating strategies as he watched Jiang Heng, regain his full strength. Using the demon master Kunping as bait had indeed provided a lethal opportunity. Initially believing he had the upper hand, he never anticipated the current predicament, although the Lord of the Underworld's strength still surpassed that of Jiang Heng. Within the ranks of humanity, he could come and go as he pleased. However, if he could not completely annihilate Jiang Heng and seize the primordial purple energy, everything would become utterly meaningless to the Lord of the Underworld. Furthermore, entangled with Jiang Heng, it became increasingly difficult for the Lord of the Underworld to slaughter millions of humanity to threaten him. I, the ancestor, may currently be unable to deal with you, but with my power. Exterminating millions of humanity remains a trivial task. The Lord of the Underworld was unwilling to easily relent, threatening once more, completely disregarding his dignity. Jiang Heng's expression shifted slightly. His eyes now filled with a palpable murderous intent as he understood the implications of the Lord of the Underworld's words. The Lord of the Underworld was a being who validated his path through slaughter, killing heaven, earth, and all living beings. When it came to the art of killing, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle. Even Jiang Heng, despite his constant vigilance among humanity, would find it challenging to prevent the Lord of the Underworld from targeting ordinary humans, as long as the Lord of the Underworld refrained from confronting Jiang Heng directly. He could easily operate from the shadows, exterminating some humans today and assassinating others tomorrow. There's a saying that one can be a thief for 1,000 days, but one cannot guard against a thief for 1,000 days. With the Lord of the Underworld lurking, how great would the losses of humanity be? Lord of the Underworld, you are seeking your own demise. If even one human dies because of you, I shall plunge your Azura clan into the sea of blood. Jiang Heng's fury ignited once more. The Lord of the Underworld's threat presented an almost insurmountable dilemma, unless he were to decisively eliminate the Lord of the Underworld at this moment. Yet, given Jiang Heng's current strength, how could he easily slay a being of such caliber? Contemplating deeply, Jiang Heng considered whether to disregard the consequences and take that step now, breaking through to the Emperor realm and summoning the heavenly tribulation. Not to mention anything else, if Jiang Heng truly acted without concern for the repercussions, the heavenly tribulation alone would be sufficient to make the Lord of the Underworld tremble. When Jiang Heng broke through to the Emperor realm and faced the Lord of the Underworld, the opportunity to completely annihilate him might not be beyond reach. Dare to threaten me, the ancestor? Do you believe that as you journey towards the blood sea of the Underworld, I cannot completely eradicate humanity? The Lord of the Underworld was not one to be easily intimidated. Although the Azura clan was of utmost importance to him, he had no intention of compromising at this moment. Let us test this. To see whether you will exterminate my humanity first, or I will obliterate your Azura clan entirely. By the way, I almost forgot to remind you, humanity was created by the Holy One Yuwa. And the Holy One Taching established the teachings among humanity. If you truly dare to eradicate humanity, the wrath of the saints would be something you cannot bear. Jiang Heng spoke coldly. The Lord of the Underworld wishing to annihilate humanity? Not to mention the reactions of the two saints, the Tao ancestor would undoubtedly send the Lord of the Underworld to complete obliteration. The Lord of the Underworld's expression darkened further. Jiang Heng was correct. Even with tenfold courage, he would not dare to completely eradicate humanity. However, the Lord of the Underworld had no doubts about Jiang Heng's capability and resolved to annihilate the Azura clan. Yet, in such a situation, the Lord of the Underworld found himself in a precarious predicament. If he were to retreat now, he would lose all face. Just then, a powerful aura surged from a distance as a tall figure rushed towards humanity. The ancestor witch, the Lord of the Underworld's expression shifted again as he recalled that this human was closely related to the witch clan. Previously, in the blood sea of the Underworld, the Lord of the Underworld had witnessed Jiang Heng assisting the ancestor witch Hutu in transcending reincarnation. And he had conversed amicably with other ancestor witches. Should Jiang Heng summon the ancestor witches for aid, even with his formidable abilities, the Lord of the Underworld would likely meet his end among humanity today. Contemplating this, the Lord of the Underworld no longer dared to hesitate. After casting a reluctant glance at Jiang Heng, he turned and departed from humanity. Jiang Heng did not stop the Lord of the Underworld. With his current strength, even teaming up with an ancestor witch, it would be difficult to detain the Lord of the Underworld. Forcing the Lord of the Underworld to harbor trepidation and refrain from easily attacking humanity was the utmost limit of Jiang Heng's capabilities. Bring Kunping's physical form back. Today I intend for humanity to partake of the flesh of the demon master Kunping. Jiang Heng addressed Swerin and the others. Jiang Heng had vowed to shatter the demon master Kunping into 1,000 pieces, vowing he would not be human otherwise. Although he had not completely slain the demon master Kunping this time, he had nonetheless destroyed his physical form, utilizing the flesh of the demon master Kunping as sustenance and distributing it among millions of humanity. Jiang Heng had somewhat fulfilled his initial vow. Moreover, as a quasi-saint, The flesh of the demon master Kunping contained immensely powerful energy, sufficient to greatly benefit countless humans. As for the demon master Kunping, Jiang Heng would not let him off easily. In due time, retribution would come, and the same applied to the Lord of the Underworld. Subsequently, Jiang Heng stepped out of humanity to welcome the approaching ancestor with Xianming. Chapter 56. Exchange of Treasures. Just as Jiang Heng exited humanity, he collided head-on with the ancestor with Xianming. Noticing her hurried demeanor, it was evident that she had urgent matters to discuss. Stay within humanity and come with me quickly. Upon seeing Jiang Heng, the ancestor with Xianming urgently urged, "Please calm down. First, tell me what the matter is." Jiang Heng replied, somewhat exasperated. The ancestor with Xianming was like a child who had not grown up. Whenever faced with a situation, she always acted somewhat rashly, lacking the demeanor expected of an ancestor which. At this moment, humanity had just endured a great battle, and even if the ancestor with Xianming had pressing matters, Jiang Heng needed to prioritize arranging various affairs for humanity. Otherwise, should the Lord of the Underworld return and covertly massacre humanity, the losses would be catastrophic. I do not know why, but disciples from the Western sect have appeared in the 6 paths of reincarnation. It seems their intentions are far from good, the ancestor which Xianming stated. After the ancestor which Hutu established the 6 paths of reincarnation, following Jiang Heng's suggestion, she had already settled within it. This matter was under the purview of the ancestor which Xianming, but not long ago, she had discovered disciples from the Western sect near the 6 paths of reincarnation. After all, the Western sect is a lineage of saints, and even the witch clan cannot casually slay them. In a moment of indecision, the ancestor which Xianming was unsure of how to proceed. For reasons unknown, after much contemplation, the image of Jiang Heng surfaced in her mind, prompting her to seek him out for counsel. Disciples from the Western sect. Jiang Heng paused slightly, recalling that since the establishment of the 6 paths of reincarnation, various factions had indeed been eyeing it covetously. Anyone with a modicum of insight would recognize the significance of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Who wouldn't want to seize the initiative and plot their gains? It cannot be denied that as long as one can establish a foothold within the 6 paths of reincarnation, they would undoubtedly reap abundant merits, thereby attracting numerous powerful beings. The Western sect was undoubtedly the most proactive among them. The 2 saints, Jian and Zhuanti, had made grand vows upon becoming saints, effectively incurring karmic debts to the heavenly Tao. Only by plotting merits and enabling the Western sect to truly thrive could the 2 saints repay their debts. Otherwise, their own positions as saints would remain precarious. Therefore, after the ancestor which Hutu established the 6 paths of reincarnation, the 2 saints of the Western sect began to scheme for merits within it. According to the original historical trajectory, the core disciple of the Western sect, Dizong, ultimately succeeded in establishing himself in the 6 paths of reincarnation, even making a grand vow that he would not attain Buddhahood until hell was empty. If this were to succeed, the Western sect would not only embed a foothold within the 6 paths of reincarnation but also share in the boundless merits it would generate. Subsequently, through a series of schemes, Dizong's status within the 6 paths of reincarnation grew increasingly elevated, even gaining a degree of influence over the underworld. This was something Jiang Heng could not tolerate. Even if it were the 2 saints of the Western sect, did they think they could scheme for the 6 paths of reincarnation? They must be dreaming. I have nearly guessed the intentions of the Western sect. There is no rush on this matter. Once I arrange the affairs of humanity, I shall accompany you to the 6 paths of reincarnation. Jiang Heng pondered for a moment, fully aware that the Western sect's ambitions for the 6 paths of reincarnation could not be realized overnight. Although the 6 paths of reincarnation had only been preliminarily established, due to Jiang Heng's influence, the witch clan had quickly established the basic framework of the underworld after settling in. Moreover, the circumstances of the ancestor which Huda had undergone significant changes compared to the original history. All these factors made it considerably more challenging for the Western sect to plot within the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was not something that could be achieved in a short time. In that case, I shall wait for you. To ensure you are swift, the Xianming ancestor which spoke. Jiang Heng nodded, leading the Xianming ancestor which back to the realm of humanity for the time being, as he indeed had certain matters to arrange in advance. This time, the Lord of the Underworld River and the Demon Master Kunping had made their move. Although they had not inflicted any harm upon humanity, it had nonetheless raised Jiang Heng's vigilance. Due to Jiang Heng's influence, humanity had garnered the attention of many powerful beings within the Primordial Heavens. The presence of the Demon Master Kunping and the Lord of the Underworld River was certainly not the end. It was entirely possible that other formidable foes were now fixated on humanity. To say nothing of the situation, if the demon race were to launch a sudden assault on humanity, Jiang Heng would not be the least bit surprised. Despite the fact that humanity had gained some strength, they were utterly insignificant in the vast primordial realm, with the only true powerhouse being Jiang Heng himself. The likes of the Swearen clan and others possessed decent strength. Yet they would be utterly helpless against quasi-saint level adversaries. Jiang Heng could not remain within humanity indefinitely, as was the case this time. The matter of the Six Paths reincarnation was of great importance, necessitating his personal presence. Thus, after much contemplation, Jiang Heng resolved to exchange some treasures in the system marketplace to aid humanity in enhancing their strength. For the entire millennium during which the Grand Master Xuandu preached among humanity, the race had enjoyed unparalleled safety, allowing Jiang Heng to refrain from utilizing a single point of merit. Over the course of 1,000 years, humanity's strength had progressed rapidly and naturally. The fortune values he could acquire had become substantial. As Jiang Heng focused his attention on the system, he discovered that his accumulated fortune value had reached an impressive 210,570 points. A staggering sum of over 200,000 fortune points was, without a doubt, an immense fortune for Jiang Heng. With such an abundance of fortune, Jiang Heng could easily exchange for some extraordinary treasures, thereby rapidly elevating the overall strength of humanity. After meticulously surveying the system marketplace, Jiang Heng's gaze gradually settled on several treasures. Treasure name: Celestial Fruit of the Heavenly Immortal Tree. Grade: Supreme. Required fortune value for exchange: 80,000 points. Overview: the fruit of the Heavenly Immortal Tree from the Perfect World. Consuming it grants one the status of a true immortal. After system modification, it can assist in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. The celestial fruit of the Heavenly Immortal Tree is a divine object of unparalleled nature. In the perfect world, it is a treasure that enables one to step into the true immortal realm. However, the celestial fruit is not without its drawbacks. Once consumed, although it allows one to attain the true immortal realm, it forever prohibits any further breakthroughs. After system modification, the effects of the celestial fruit have been somewhat diminished, allowing only for a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm, yet without any lingering repercussions. While 80,000 points of fortune is no small amount, once this spiritual medicine is exchanged and administered to the likes of the Swearen clan, humanity will instantly gain an additional quasi-saint powerhouse. This is undeniably crucial for contemporary humanity, as it would provide them with a second quasi-saint level stronghold, alongside Jiang Heng. Even should the Lord of the Underworld River return, humanity would not find themselves defenseless, as they had previously, with only Jiang Heng to rely upon. Without any hesitation, Jiang Heng directly expended 80,000 points of fortune in the system marketplace to exchange for the celestial fruit. Subsequently, after searching the system marketplace for a time, he finally located another treasure. Treasure name: Fruit of the Peach Tree. Grade: Supreme. Required fortune value for exchange: 80,000 points. Overview: the fruit of the peach tree from the perfect world, containing fragments of the great Tao. Consuming it directly achieves the status of a true immortal. After system modification, it can assist in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. This fruit of the peach tree is essentially the same spiritual medicine that Jiang Heng had previously exchanged for with the immortal peach elixir. Yet it is also entirely distinct. In the perfect world, the peach tree is an unparalleled divine herb, and its fruit can enable one to attain the true immortal status. Its potency is undeniable. Indeed, within the perfect world, even the supreme being known as the King of Immortals, Honghuang, was formed through the cultivation of the peach tree. However, upon arriving in the world of Zhetian, due to the alteration of the cosmic rules, the peach tree transformed into the immortal peach elixir, with its efficacy significantly diminished. Similar to the celestial fruit, the fruit of the peach tree, after system modification, can also assist individuals in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm. Without further hesitation, Jiang Heng expended another 80,000 points to exchange for the fruit of the peach tree. With these two extraordinary divine herbs in hand, humanity would immediately gain two quasi-saint level powerhouses. Should the Lord of the Underworld River remain persistent and return to humanity, even in Jiang Heng's absence, humanity would not be without the means to resist. Nevertheless, this was still insufficient for Jiang Heng, prompting him to search the system marketplace once more, ultimately exchanging for two additional treasures. Treasure name: Hengyu Furnace. Grade: Superior. Required fortune value for exchange: 10,000 points. Overview: a supreme weapon forged by the Emperor Hengyu in the Zhetian realm using the terrain of the fallen Sunridge. Comparable to innate treasures within the Primordial Heavens. Treasure name: Void Mirror. Grade: Superior. Required fortune value for exchange: 10,000 points. Overview: an extreme weapon crafted by the Emperor of the Void from Void Divine Gold, possessing the ability to traverse the heavens, imprison the void, and shatter all. comparable to innate treasures within the primordial heavens. These two supreme imperial weapons were the final treasures Jiang Heng exchanged for. Intended specifically for the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan. Within humanity, the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan were the first to attain the rank of Great Luo Jingxian, and after cultivating the Zhetian imperial method, they were also the first to step into the quasi-emperor realm. Hence, Jiang Heng intended for the celestial fruit and the fruit of the peach tree to be administered to the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan. Once they consumed these divine herbs, the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan would reach the quasi-saint realm in a remarkably short period. Although the supreme imperial weapons are merely comparable to innate treasures within the primordial heavens, they are of utmost significance to those at the emperor level. Supreme imperial weapons are an extension of the emperor's own path. Possessing them is essential to fully unleash one's combat prowess. Generally speaking, supreme imperial weapons must be personally forged to better resonate with one's own path. However, the circumstances of the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan are quite unique. As no one within the primordial heavens has ever practiced the Zhetian imperial method. The Yuchao clan and the Swearing clan effectively serve as its pioneers. The Hengyu scripture cultivated by the Swearing clan is inherently in perfect harmony with the Hengyu furnace, with a simple refinement. The Hengyu furnace can be entirely transformed into their supreme imperial weapon. The same applies to the Yuchao clan, for their cultivation of the Void Mirror makes it the most fitting supreme imperial weapon for them. Chapter 57. Two Quasi-Saints. After completing the exchanges for the treasures, Jiang Heng summoned the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan, presenting the two divine herbs to them. These two are unparalleled divine herbs. Consuming them will assist you in breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, Jiang Heng proclaimed. The Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan were momentarily stunned. Divine herbs capable of enabling a breakthrough to the quasi-saint realm were something they had never even heard of. Yet, due to their long-standing trust in Jiang Heng, they had no choice but to believe that these two divine herbs truly possessed the power to elevate them to the quasi-saint realm. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, Jiang Heng produced two supreme imperial weapons and presented them to the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan. As they grasped the supreme imperial weapons in their hands, an immediate sense of familiarity washed over them, as if their own paths began to resonate with these weapons. What is this? The Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan were once again astonished. Gazing in disbelief at Jiang Heng, having cultivated the Zhetian imperial method, the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan were certainly aware of the existence of supreme imperial weapons. They simply had yet to forge any themselves. This was primarily because both of them possessed treasures of virtue, which were already intrinsically aligned with their own paths, rendering supreme imperial weapons non-essential for them. Moreover, forging supreme imperial weapons requires rare and precious materials. And at present, humanity was exceedingly impoverished, lacking such resources. Consequently, the forging of supreme imperial weapons had been postponed, and the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan had even abandoned the notion altogether. However, now Jiang Heng casually presented two supreme imperial weapons before them, both of which resonated perfectly with their paths. The paths contained within these two supreme imperial weapons are in perfect alignment with the methods you cultivate. With gradual refinement, you can fully attune them to your own essence. Now, as you are on the verge of breaking through to the quasi-saint realm, it is the perfect opportunity to inscribe your essence upon these supreme imperial weapons, saving you considerable effort, Jiang Heng explained. By consuming the two divine herbs, the Swearing clan and the Yuchao clan would be able to take that crucial step and become true emperors. Each emperor's path is unique, unparalleled, and invincible. At the moment of enlightenment, it shall also signify the most opportune time for forging the supreme imperial weapons. As long as each individual's path is inscribed upon the celestial furnace and the void mirror, these two imperial artifacts will truly resonate with Swearing and Yuchao. In the future, as long as Swearing and Yuchao engage in day and night rituals, the celestial furnace and the void mirror will genuinely merge with them, becoming inseparable. Swearing and Yuchao, taken aback, hurriedly ingested the fruits of the celestial tree and the peach tree under Jiang Heng's instruction. Almost instantaneously, they began to enter a profound state of cultivation, a formidable aura gradually emanating from their beings. Both the celestial tree fruit and the peach tree fruit contained fragments of the great Tao, allowing one to comprehend the mysteries of the supreme path. With the aid of these two divine medicines, Swearing and Yuchao's realms began to ascend at an astonishing pace, gradually mounting an assault towards the quasi-saint realm. After a period, their auras had significantly intensified, and a weighty presence suddenly erupted from the heavens above. The tribulation for a quasi-emperor breaking into the realm of the emperor would inevitably be formidable, and the power of that tribulation would be terrifying indeed. However, the circumstances for Swearin and Yu Chao were different from those of Jiang Heng. They were merely undergoing a standard breakthrough to the Emperor realm. Although they would attain the Emperor realm, the disparity could still be immense, as evidenced by the likes of Emperor Yi Fan and Emperor Jinwu in the world of Zetian. Swearin and Yu Chao, despite possessing decent talents, had merely cultivated the celestial and void scriptures in a conventional manner. At most, they would become formidable beings like Emperor Hengyu and Emperor Shukong, but advancing further would be exceedingly difficult. In contrast, Jiang Heng treaded the path of encompassing myriad scriptures within one, integrating myriad paths into a singular existence, a challenging road, yet one that, upon its fruition, would surely shake the heavens. Moreover, Jiang Heng himself achieved the Emperor realm as a perfected holy body, a feat inherently defying the heavens, thus presenting a far greater challenge. Hence, when Jiang Heng broke into the Emperor realm, the resulting tribulation would indeed be boundlessly terrifying, making it difficult to remain unnoticed. Compared to Jiang Heng's tribulation, the tribulation faced by Swearin and Yu Chao could be likened to mere drizzle, hardly worthy of mention. The commotion caused by Swearin and Yu Chao entering the Emperor realm was significant. Yet in all honesty, it was not particularly remarkable. Unless one had been closely monitoring the human race, the great beings within the vast wilderness would hardly sense Swearin and Yu Chao undergoing their tribulation. Nevertheless, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Heng waved his hand, inscribing countless intricate patterns around Swearin and Yu Chao. These patterns, known as the Deception Array, were crafted by the Primordial Emperor and possessed the formidable ability to deceive even the tribulation itself within the Zetian realm. Enveloping Swearin and Yu Chao with the Deception Array, it would become exceedingly difficult for outsiders to detect their breakthrough into the Emperor realm. Before long, Swearin and Yu Chao opened their eyes, their auras reaching their utmost limits. Without a moment's hesitation, Swearin grasped the celestial furnace, while Yu Chao held the void mirror aloft, simultaneously leaping towards the heavens above. The tribulation descended, and amidst the boundless thunderous calamity, Swearin and Yu Chao each manifested their own paths. Battling fiercely within the terrifying tribulation, Jiang Heng made no move to assist. This was a trial meant for Swearin and Yu Chao, and outsiders had no opportunity to intervene. Moreover, Jiang Heng held an unshakable confidence in them. As the progenitors of the human race, their innate qualities were exceptional. If even Swearin and Yu Chao could not ascend to the Emperor realm, the chances for others would be even more remote. Everything unfolded as Jiang Heng had anticipated. Amidst the terrifying tribulation, the auras of Swearin and Yu Chao remained stable. Finally, after some time, the tribulation gradually dissipated, and the auras of Swearin and Yu Chao surged once more. Reaching an astonishing degree, the Emperor, this was the unparalleled aura exclusive to the Emperor realm. Swearin and Yu Chao did not disappoint Jiang Heng. They had both completed their breakthroughs. From this day forth, in addition to Jiang Heng, there would be 2 more quasi-saint level powerhouses among the human race. With 3 quasi-saint level powerhouses in place, the strength of the human race could finally stand tall within the entire wilderness. Now, while the overall strength of the human race may not surpass that of the witch and demon clans, it could at least speak boldly before them. After Swearin and Yu Chao ascended to emperorhood, they began to refine the celestial furnace in the void mirror, spending some time to inscribe their respective paths upon the supreme imperial weapons. We are profoundly grateful for the grace of the celestial emperor's enlightenment. Swearin and Yu Chao stepped down from the heavens and approached Jiang Heng, bowing respectfully and expressing their deep gratitude. In the past, although Swearin and Yu Chao were among the first humans created by the Saint Enwa, after Laozi's teachings, they had merely attained the cultivation of the Tai Xianxian. This level, while among the strongest of the early human race, was insignificant in the grand scheme of the vast wilderness. It was Jiang Heng's guidance that enabled them to comprehend the profound mysteries of the heavenly path, allowing boundless merit to descend, thus granting them entry into the realm of the great Luo Jingxian. Furthermore, it was Jiang Heng who grasped unparalleled esoteric techniques and selflessly imparted them, providing them the possibility for further advancement. Yet, the road to the quasi-saint realm had always been exceedingly arduous. Although Swearin and Yu Chao dedicated themselves to rigorous cultivation, the quasi-saint realm remained a distant dream. However, at this moment, it was still Jiang Heng who provided them with extraordinary divine medicine, enabling them to achieve an incredible breakthrough into the quasi-saint realm. The quasi-saint realm, in the entire wilderness, apart from the exalted 6 saints and the Tao ancestor, the quasi-saint stood atop the pinnacle of power. The grace of enlightenment is greater than the heavens. Without Jiang Heng, Swearin and Yu Chao could scarcely fathom whether they would ever have the opportunity to reach the quasi-saint realm in this lifetime. For this reason, the gratitude in their hearts towards Jiang Heng was beyond mere words. One thing is certain, from henceforth, Swearin and Yu Chao would undoubtedly follow Jiang Heng without question. and there would be no doubt regarding any of his decisions. All is for the human race. Your ascent to the quasi-saint realm grants our people the foundation to stand firm in the wilderness. I hope that you will diligently protect the human race and allow us to stand proud in the wilderness. Jiang Heng declared solemnly, "We shall undoubtedly live up to the celestial emperor's expectations and vow to protect the human race with our lives from this day forth." Swearin and Yuchao responded in unison, resolutely. Jiang Heng then nodded in satisfaction. With Swearin and Yuchao present, the human race had the support of two quasi-saint level powerhouses. Thus, even in Jiang Heng's absence, the strength of the human race would remain formidable enough to handle most situations. Should the Lord of the River of Souls return to the human race, Swearin and Yuchao, teaming up, would be capable of holding their ground against him for a time. Moreover, Jiang Heng's departure from the human race was destined for the six paths of reincarnation, which lay within the depths of the blood sea of the netherworld. If the Lord of the River of Souls were to learn that Jiang Heng was headed to the blood sea of the netherworld, it would be he who would find himself in a state of unrest. The Azura clan, created by the Lord of the River of Souls, was his very foundation, one he could never forsake. As long as the Lord of the River of Souls did not come to the human race, even ordinary quasi-saints would find it challenging to trouble the human race, with Swearin and Yuchao safeguarding their kin. Subsequently, Jiang Heng did not linger long among the human race. After attending to a few matters concerning Swearin and others, he set forth towards the six paths of reincarnation. The six paths of reincarnation was not only crucial to the entire wilderness but also held great significance for Jiang Heng. The six paths were originally transformed from the ancestor which Hutu, and her divine embryo was still gestating deep within the six paths of reincarnation. Additionally, the six paths were integral to Jiang Heng's future plans, and it was imperative that nothing go awry. The Western Church sought to plot against the six paths of reincarnation. Even if the two saints from the West intervened, Jiang Heng would dare to confront them head-on. Chapter 58. The Underworld. On the journey towards the cycle of reincarnation, Jiang Heng gleaned much more about it from the mouth of the primordial ancestor Wu, Xianming. Due to Jiang Heng's influence, the Wu clan has placed extraordinary importance on the cycle of reincarnation, and numerous adept members of the clan have already taken residence within it. Among the various institutions within the cycle, the underworld stands out as the most crucial. It serves as the foundation for the proper functioning of the cycle. When the ancestor Wu of Huda transformed into reincarnation, the powers and artifacts of the underworld, such as the Book of Life and Death and the Judge's Pin, were already forged, with Jiang Heng's suggestions and after a millennium of development. The current state of the underworld has undergone significant transformation since its inception. As Jiang Heng and the primordial ancestor Wu, Xianming, arrived at the outskirts of the cycle, they witnessed countless vengeful souls being escorted towards the underworld by the formidable Oxhead and Horseface. These figures were naturally members of the Wu clan, predominantly hailing from the Huda tribe within it. Under the guidance of Oxhead and Horseface, a multitude of vengeful souls traversed the Yellow Springs Road, past the Nostalgia platform, and finally arrived at the Yama Hall. Inside the Yama Hall, the judge perused the Book of Life and Death, scrutinizing the sins of the vengeful souls, which would subsequently be evaluated by the King of Hell to determine their fate in the next life. Those burdened with grave transgressions would inevitably be cast into the 18 levels of hell, only to be granted the opportunity for reincarnation after purging their sins. Conversely, those devoid of sins and perhaps even possessing merits could drink the Mengpa soup and be reborn with a prosperous future. At present, the underworld has taken shape, functioning smoothly without major issues, and it boasts a plethora of skilled practitioners. The 10 Yama Kings are all formidable figures from the Wu clan, standing at the pinnacle of power akin to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should any audacious intruder dare to wreak havoc in the underworld, it would be no exaggeration to say that they would be swiftly subdued, leaving them questioning their very existence. What do you think? After my millennia of efforts, the cycle of reincarnation has turned out quite well, hasn't it? The primordial ancestor Wu, Xianming, said with a proud expression. You have truly worked hard. Jiang Heng replied, somewhat moved. The Wu clan has never excelled in elaborate schemes. When it comes to destruction, they are formidable, yet in matters of construction, they find themselves at a loss. Xianming, still a child in many ways, has not needed to grapple with various issues due to the support of the other ancestors. In just a millennium, she has managed to lay the foundational framework of the underworld, which undoubtedly required immense effort. Compared to the hopes of my sister Hutu, my contributions are insignificant, and I will not allow anyone to disrupt the cycle of reincarnation. Xianming declared resolutely. As they spoke, Jiang Heng and Xianming arrived at the edge of the Naya Bridge, where they saw Mengpa diligently at work. Sister, Xianming exclaimed, rushing towards Mengpa. Mengpa is a fragment of the original spirit of the ancestor Wu of Hutu. Yet due to the interference of the heavenly Tao, she lacks the original memories of Hutu. Over the millennia, Xianming has grown increasingly close to Mengpa. Upon seeing Mengpa, Jiang Heng's expression subtly shifted. Alas, the enchanting figure before him was her, yet not entirely her. After regaining his composure, Jiang Heng and Xianming entered the Yama Hall, where the 10 Yama kings and other adept members of the Wu clan soon gathered. Now was not the time for sentimental matters. With the Western Church plotting insidiously, the cycle of reincarnation is of paramount importance. The Western Church's recent maneuvers undoubtedly have the two saints of the West backing them. Making their intentions unmistakable and countering them would not be a trivial task. In truth, it is evident to the great powers of the current primordial realm that a monumental conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is imminent. Given the capabilities of the saints, predicting the likely outcome of the Wu and Yao clans should not pose much difficulty. The optimal moment for the Western Church to scheme against the underworld would naturally be following the Wu and Yao conflict. After the Wu clan has been thoroughly weakened. At that juncture, with the Wu clan in decline and the underworld left defenseless, relying solely on the remnants of the Wu clan would render them vulnerable to manipulation by the Western Church. However, this predicament is also one of the Western Church's limitations. Many eyes are fixated on the cycle of reincarnation, not solely those of the Western Church, should they wait until the conflict concludes. Any attempts to scheme against the cycle of reincarnation would be fraught with insurmountable challenges. Thus, it is imperative for them to act decisively while the collective attention is drawn towards the impending conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. As this presents their best chance for success. It is for this reason that the Western Church is so impatient to plot against the cycle of reincarnation, and in fact, they have indeed succeeded. Let us discuss the situation concerning the Western Church. Once the adept members of the Wu clan and the underworld had all assembled, Jiang Heng took the lead, speaking in a grave tone. In response, the Wu clan present displayed little reaction, as if they bore no aversion to his words. The members of the Wu clan recognized Jiang Heng as far more than a mere human. He had once bested the ancestor Wu of Zhu Rong within their ranks, undoubtedly marking him as a formidable ancestor-level powerhouse. Furthermore, the astonishing battle between Jiang Heng and Honghuang Tai had already spread throughout the primordial realm, and they were well aware of it. Having fought for years against the Yao clan, the Wu clan was deeply familiar with the prowess of Honghuang Tai, the foremost figure among the Yao clan. Jiang Heng's strength was such that even Honghuang Tai found himself at a loss, a feat that no other ancestor could claim. The Wu clan has always revered strength. The might of one's fist is seen as the ultimate truth. Given Jiang Heng's prowess, the gathered members of the Wu clan dared not voice dissent against him. Moreover, it was clear to all present that the current form of the cycle of reincarnation owed much to Jiang Heng's strategic guidance. Not to mention, the efforts he made during the transformation of the ancestor Wu of Hutu into reincarnation earned him profound respect from the Wu clan. These factors combined have led to the current situation, where the respect the underworld's Wu clan holds for Jiang Heng is scarcely less than that for their ancestors. Recently, some disciples of the Western Church arrived near the cycle of reincarnation. Initially, they did not display any particularly conspicuous actions, and we paid them little mind. However, it soon became apparent that these disciples seemed to be observing something, as they began frequenting the cycle of reincarnation, even attempting to breach the 18 levels of hell. After much deliberation, we concluded that the Western Church likely harbors intentions towards the cycle of reincarnation, but we remain uncertain on how to respond. The king of hell among the 10 Yama kings was the first to step forward, recounting the recent occurrences within the cycle of reincarnation in detail, given that the cycle has only recently been established. The Western Church's understanding of it should be limited. Thus, it stands to reason that their disciples would seek to observe the cycle first to identify opportunities for intervention. In truth, the doctrines of the Western Church are closely intertwined with the cycle of reincarnation, which explains their considerable interest. After a period of observation, the Western Church will likely soon discern the strengths and weaknesses of the cycle, enabling them to formulate a strategy from now on. Should any disciples of the Western Church dare to enter the cycle of reincarnation again, send them back immediately, Jiang Heng commanded without hesitation. Indeed, I have long wished to teach that arrogant bunch of the Western Church a lesson. The members of the Wu clan echoed in unison. The Wu clan has always been fearless, unafraid even when facing the disciples of the saints. But what if the saints themselves intervene? Xianming expressed her concerns. Jiang Heng cast a surprised glance at Xianming. Her ability to consider such matters indicated a significant transformation within her. Perhaps it was the incident of the ancestor Wu of Hutu's transformation that spurred her growth. What is there to fear? Are the saints so formidable? If they intervene, the Wu clan will dare to fight. One member of the Wu clan declared defiantly. Most of the Wu clan members exhibit a carefree attitude. boldly willing to confront even the seemingly unbeatable saints. Perhaps it is precisely this reckless courage that has sown the seeds for the eventual decline of the Wu clan. How could the heavenly Tao permit such irreverent beings to exist? Of course, should all 12 ancestors unite to form the complete 12 heavenly god formation, manifesting the true form of Pangu, it might be feasible to confront the saints directly. However, this is the time when the Wu and Yao clans are on the brink of an astonishing conflict. To provoke the two saints of the West now would be to invite peril from all sides. Yet, one cannot expect the Wu clan to act rationally, even if it means opposing the entirety of the cosmos. They would still fight until the heavens themselves crumble. Rest assured, if my predictions are correct, the two saints of the West will not intervene at this juncture. Jiang Heng spoke with unwavering confidence. At this critical juncture of the calamity of the Lich, the 6 saints resided high above in the 33 heavens, quietly observing the unfolding changes of the tribulation, and would not easily intervene. Should they inadvertently provoke boundless karma, it would undoubtedly become an immense headache even for the saints. Furthermore, the 2 Western saints' desire to meddle in the 6 reincarnations may not be welcomed by the other saints. As the 3 purities have yet to divide their interests out, if the 2 Western saints wish to take action, they would inevitably have to consider the stance of the 3 purities. After all, among the 6 saints, the 2 Western saints held no inherent advantage. However, given the 2 Western saints' notorious lack of shame, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for them to personally intervene. The key factor lies with the Witch Clan. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, who does not know that the Witch Clan is notoriously impulsive, ready to engage in conflict at the slightest disagreement? If the Witch Clan were to disregard all caution and unleash their ancestral witches to confront the saints head-on, would the 2 Western saints not have to weigh their options carefully? Thus, Jiang Heng was certain that the 2 Western saints would most likely refrain from intervening. Otherwise, the 6 paths of reincarnation would not be merely attended by a handful of Western disciples at this moment. With this premise in mind, as long as the 2 Western saints remained passive, merely facing some disciples of the Western Church, what was there for Jiang Heng to fear? He was rather keen to observe whether any of the disciples from the Western Church possessed sufficient skill to challenge him in a contest of strength. The current 6 paths of reincarnation were far too significant. No issues could arise, as this would directly affect Jiang Heng's future plans. Chapter 59. A lack of martial virtue, at this moment, near the 6 paths of reincarnation. A group of disciples from the Western Church were quietly watching over it. Leading them was a rather handsome youth, whose face bore an expression of sorrow, truly a visage of compassion for the heavens. Brother Dizong, we have been observing the 6 paths of reincarnation for some time. Do you have any specific thoughts? Spoke one of the disciples from the Western Church, who, despite his striking appearance, unwittingly revealed a hint of ferocity while speaking. Jinchanzi, our master has entrusted me with the full responsibility for the affairs of the 6 paths of reincarnation. You need not inquire further. Simply act according to my instructions. Brother Dizong cast a meaningful glance at Jinchanzi. Well aware that harmony was not a hallmark within the Western Church, as the disciples had long engaged in both open and covert rivalries, this time, with the 2 saints entrusting him with the planning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Some disciples might not openly voice their dissent, yet surely held their own ulterior motives in their hearts. After all, the matter of the 6 paths of reincarnation was of great importance. Should he succeed in the planning, it would undoubtedly earn him immense credit in the eyes of the 2 saints of the West. Moreover, the disciples of the Western Church were acutely aware that once the planning of the 6 paths of reincarnation bore fruit, the benefits to themselves would be beyond imagination. To be stationed at the site of the 6 paths of reincarnation, accumulating boundless merit, and potentially attaining the supreme enlightenment of the Buddha's fruit position was not merely a fanciful dream. Yet now, this tremendous opportunity had fallen into Brother Dizong's hands, and some disciples of the Western Church might not be entirely convinced. Brother Dizong understood the subtle machinations of the Western Church's disciples. It was merely a matter of some schemes and calculations, which he need not overly concern himself with. For Brother Dizong, the most crucial matter was naturally the 6 paths of reincarnation. After days of observation, he discovered that the 6 paths of reincarnation were far from simple. In a mere millennium, the Witch Clan had managed to operate the underworld quite adeptly, which was not characteristic of their clan. Brother Dizong pondered deeply, his heart filled with doubt, yet he did not share these thoughts with the other disciples of the Western Church. It was precisely because of this uncertainty that Brother Dizong hesitated. Plans he had previously solidified could not be immediately executed. Perhaps for this reason, the hearts of the disciples of the Western Church began to grow restless, and they started to outwardly comply while secretly defying his orders. This will not do. Continuing in this manner is not a solution. I must probe the reality of the underworld, Brother Dizong thought to himself. Despite his doubts, He knew that waiting indefinitely was not a viable option. He understood he must take action to test the waters. Jinchanzi, you will lead a dozen disciples to the underworld, using the pretext that our disciples require reincarnation to compel the underworld to attend to our needs. Remember, regardless of the underworld's stance, we must press them step by step until they acquiesce to our conditions, Brother Dizong commanded. Ha ha ha. A mere underworld. We are the disciples of the saints' lineage. They have no choice but to comply. Jinchanzi declared with unwavering conviction. He then set forth with several disciples from the Western Church, marching boldly toward the underworld without any intention of concealing their presence. Previously, Jinchanzi had visited the 6 paths of reincarnation several times. Although the witch clan had been somewhat unwelcoming, they had not obstructed them. This was undoubtedly due to their status as disciples of the Western Church, backed by the saints, and even the witch clan would not dare to act against them. However, this time, before Jinchanzi could even reach the Yama Hall of the underworld, he and his companions were intercepted by a group of bull-headed and horse-faced beings. What do you want? Have you forgotten our identities? Jinchanzi replied coldly, with an air of arrogance. At this moment, Jinchanzi felt a twinge of surprise. The witch clan's unusual obstruction raised questions about their intentions. Yet, he had planned to create a significant disturbance within the underworld. Hoping to put Brother Dizong in a difficult position, the witch clan's interception of them, coupled with their unfriendly gazes, was precisely what Jinchanzi had hoped for. Consequently, he did not dwell on the matter. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity to provoke the witch clan, eager to stir up trouble in the underworld. I care not for your identities. This is the sacred ground of the 6 paths of reincarnation. And those who trespass shall be met with death. Attack. Before long, Jinchanzi was utterly taken aback. The witch clan not only barred their way but also commenced an assault. The disciples of the Western Church were not weak. Aside from a few who were of the Tai Xianstian level, the rest were primarily golden immortals. With Jinchanzi being an exceptionally outstanding disciple of the Western Church, his strength surpassed that of his peers. Having already stepped into the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, indeed, the strength of the disciples of the Western Church was formidable, but they could not withstand the onslaught of the witch clan, which numbered in the hundreds. Jinchanzi soon realized the gravity of the situation. Among the witch clan, not only were there numerous golden immortals, but several great Luo golden immortals lurked among them. In mere moments, the disciples of the Western Church were left defenseless, battered and bruised by the multitude of witch clan members. The 6-winged golden cicada is quite an intriguing fellow. At that moment, not far from the scene, Jiang Heng and the formidable members of the witch clan silently observed the one-sided battle. Upon spotting Jinchanzi, Jiang Heng felt a stirring in his heart, and an inexplicable smile crept onto his face. Given Jiang Heng's cultivation, it was not difficult to discern that Jinchanzi's true form was none other than the renowned 6-winged golden cicada among the primordial ferocious beasts. The 6-winged golden cicada ranks first among the ancient 6 great insects. Resembling a flying knife with 6 wings, its body slender and sharp, legend has it that the 6-winged golden cicada is greedy, living by devouring living beings, yet this creature possesses innate supreme wisdom, making it a seed of cultivation. In the past, when the Taoist of guidance visited Kunlun Mountain and encountered the 6-winged celestial silkworm hiding nearby, he managed to enlighten it and took it as his disciple. As a disciple of a saint and an ancient ferocious beast, Jinchanzi's strength was naturally formidable, placing him among the strong within the ranks of great Luo golden immortals. However, what truly piqued Jiang Heng's interest was Jinchanzi's future identity. In the subsequent reincarnation, he would ultimately become the illustrious Tang Xing. Tang Xing is a pivotal figure in the journey to the West, and also the cornerstone of the Western Church's ascendance, which naturally stirred Jiang Heng's curiosity. If he were to slay Jinchanzi now, would the tale of the journey to the West come to an end? Jiang Heng contemplated, feeling tempted. Yet, he soon dismissed this impractical notion. For, to speak candidly, Jinchanzi was not of paramount importance. The journey to the West is a script decreed by the heavenly Tao, the saints.